I Am an Evil Sword Chapter 556 to Chapter 629. After Nialakun finished speaking, Chenhao realized that nearly all the Bloodlust sect members' eyes had turned red. This included the Blood Hand Hall members who did not have the qualifications to participate in the Southern Region tournament. The Bloodlust sect had really gone all out this time. Middle grade Earth ranked Cultivation Technique, Spirit God Fruit, Blood Cave, and 300,000 contribution points. Even Yi Qingyan, who was pure of heart, had a look of yearning in her eyes. From the looks of it, the Martial Alliance had also gone all out. If not, they would not have made a top sect like the Bloodlust sect make such a decision. It was unknown what kind of reward the Martial Alliance would give to the sect that obtained first place in the group. For the top 2 or 3 in the group, the sect will reward you with a mid-grade Earth-ranked Cultivation Technique or Martial Technique, a Spirit God Fruit, and 200,000 contribution points. For the 4th to 10th place in the group, you will receive a mid-grade Earth-ranked Cultivation Technique or Martial Technique, and 100,000 contribution points. Nialakun saw that nearly all the members were motivated. These rewards are just the rewards given to you by the sect. In addition, there will be other rewards at the Southern Region tournament. These rewards are even more generous, so I hope that you can do your best. Nearly all the participating Bloodlust sect members seem to be on steroids. Alright, there's still about a month before the Tianqing Empire. I hope that you can prepare well in this month. In the middle of the airship, a door opened. Nialakun entered the airship and disappeared from the airship's deck. Almost at the same moment Nialakun left, many of the Bloodlust sect elites who had the qualifications to participate in the tournament sat cross-legged on the spot, and began cultivating. Sharpening one's spear at the last minute was good. In a blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. The Bloodlust sect's team arrived at the Tianqing Empire. The venue of the tournament was a plain about 150 kilometers away from the Tianqing Empire's Tianqing city. When the Bloodlust sect arrived, the plain was already filled with tents. Looking down from the airship, the tents were arranged in an orderly manner. Even a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder would feel good seeing it. The arena had been completed. There were hundreds of arenas set up in the middle of the tents. The Bloodlust sect's flying ship had yet to land when a domain realm martial artist came forward to welcome them. He personally led them to the Bloodlust sect's campsite. The Blood-Killing sect was one of the top sects in the southern mountain range. Strictly according to the strength of each sect, Tianqing country assigned them to the open space in the inner circle near the arena. After Nialakun appeared, she did not say much. She simply instructed the Holocaust sect's team to set up camp. His tent was set up in the center, and the others set up their tents in order. Qingyan's group of heaven-breaking realm martial artists were practically all arranged in the middle of the group. Those Blood Fiend sects participating congenital realm martial artists were all arranged at the edge of the campsite. Most of the sects spoke according to strength, and the hierarchy was based on strength. Qingyan finished setting up her tent and raised her head to look at the arena. She discovered that there were already people fighting in the arena. On the flying boat, apart from cultivating, Qingyan would occasionally inquire about some information from Hall Master Chen. This was probably a professional habit that she had retained. Almost all the forces would participate in the Southern Region Grand Competition this time. Tianqing country would simply categorize the top forces, first-rate forces, second-rate forces, and third-rate forces. These forces would be given different numbers of direct entry quotas, allowing these forces to select members that met the requirements to participate. For example, the Blood Fiend sect's congenital realm, heaven-breaking realm, and divine ability realm groups' participation quotas were allocated to 36. And third-rate forces only had 3 quotas, or even less. But Tianqing country similarly left a portion of the quotas for itinerant cultivators, or those martial artists from sects and clans who thought that they had the strength but did not obtain a quota. The competition that was unfolding on the arena now was those martial artists who did not have an entry ticket competing for those remaining quotas. Qingyan and the others did not need to use it. They directly used the Blood Fiend sect's quota. Blood Fiend sect had almost 100 people. Apart from the participants, there was also a portion of Blood Hand Hall members, as well as medical support, and also substitutes. If the participants encountered any accidents before the competition, the substitutes would directly replace them to participate in the martial arts competition. Of course, with Niala-kun around, this kind of situation would practically not happen. Unless something went wrong while they were cultivating. Chen Hao reckoned that those substitutes who did not have a quota were dreaming of being qualified to step onto the arena. Chen Hao looked at the martial arts competition in the arena far away and whispered to Qing Yan, your strength is actually still a little lacking. I saw that almost everyone on the arena is at the pinnacle stage, and you were only at the late stage heaven-breaking realm. And then? Qing Yan did not believe that Lord Jianling would be so bored as to chat with her. Do you want to obtain the Blood Fiend Sex reward and the Southern Region's martial arts competition's reward? Yes. Salted fish also had dreams. If the possibility was very high, they would also occasionally move a little. Even if it was just 5 minutes of enthusiasm. If you want, I think you can give up the Blood Fiend Sex participation quota and snatch one back. Makes sense. Qing Yan glanced at the congenital realm martial artist who fell from midair and went straight to Hall Master Chen. Hall Master Chen, I wish to give up the Blood Fiend Sex participation quota. Why? Chen Gang was a little puzzled. This quota is very precious. I wish to snatch one back. Qing Yan pointed at the arena and said, if I can't even snatch one of the quotas, I can forget about getting any good results. It's rare for you to be so motivated. Go ahead. Chen Gang nodded and did not reject Yi Qingyan. What Yi Qingyan said made sense. If they couldn't even snatch the entry quota, how could they talk about getting a good result? Remember, it's best to keep a low profile in the arena. Don't let others see through your trump card. I understand. And I will also ask the substitutes to give it a try. Chen Gang thought of something and added, if you meet any of our sect's disciples, remember to go easy on them. All right. When Qing Yan walked out of the Blood Fiend Sex campsite, she attracted the attention of many disciples from other forces. Although the remaining selection arena had attracted countless itinerant martial artists and the arena was only about 700 meters away from the Blood Fiend Sex campsite, no itinerant martial artist or members from other forces dared to step into the Blood Fiend Sex campsite within the Red Line. The Blood Fiend sect was originally a well-known force in the southern region. The members from other top forces and itinerant martial artists around the Blood Fiend sect would also unintentionally place their attention on the Blood Fiend sect. When they suddenly saw a gorgeous lady walking out of the Blood Fiend Sex campsite, it was no wonder that Yi Qingyan attracted attention. Look, that lady is so beautiful. Where? The Blood Fiend Sex location. Damn, it's really her. It was a man's nature to look at beautiful women. Martial artists were all full of vigor, so there was no need to mention it. Qing Yan leisurely walked in the direction of the stage. Her steps were unhurried, graceful, and light. Her delicate body constantly emitted an elegant and dangerous temperament. Coupled with her gem-like enchanting eyes, she was like a blooming poppy. Yes, she was a poppy. If Chen Hao had to find a familiar flower to describe Qing Yan, she would definitely be a poppy. Whether or not she was beautiful was secondary. At the very least, her poison was real. What a waste of such a beautiful woman. How could she be from the House of Blood Fiend? Watch your eyes. That woman isn't easy to deal with. Be careful not to be targeted by her. Someone kindly reminded them. Why? You know her? You haven't heard of the House of Blood Fiend's Blood Demon Ji? It's her? I've heard of her name, but I've never seen her in person. I heard that Blood Demon Ji is very beautiful, enough to be in the top 10 of the Southern region's beauty ranking. Looking at her today, it seems possible. Yes, Blood Demon Ji is her. The martial artist who knew Yi Qingyan said softly, I'm a martial artist from the Jiangpingua. I've seen her once. Blood Demon Ji's original name is Chen Ruoyan. She's vicious and merciless. I heard that after she joined the House of Blood Fiend's House of Blood Hand, she carried out more than 20 missions and never failed. How strong is she? That person looked at the martial artist who was at the peak of the innate realm like him and sighed helplessly. Her strength shouldn't be at the peak of the Heavenbreaker realm, but the number of martial artists at the peak of the Heavenbreaker realm that died in her hands should be more than 5. Hiss so strong? She's that strong. If you're not strong enough, don't look at her. This woman has changed? She's abnormal. In our place, those martial artists who coveted her beauty and dared to strike up a conversation with her were usually killed by her. Sometimes, when she's in a bad mood, she'll even wipe out their entire clan. Don't think that the House of Blood Fiend often produces murderous maniacs. Compared to this blood demon Jichin Ruoyan, they're still kind. It can't be. I don't think she's that fierce. That person couldn't believe it. At least from her appearance, the woman called Blood Enchantress didn't look like a bad person. Jiangpinghua's warrior looked at the other party as though he was looking at a fool. Why do you think such a beautiful woman like her can live so comfortably after joining Holocaust sect? Don't be deceived by her appearance, or you won't even know how you died. Not only is this woman ruthless in killing others, she is even more ruthless in killing her own people. She once lured over 50 inner court disciples of the House of Blood Fiend to sign a life and death contract with her, and within a little over 2 hours, she successively killed over 20 elite inner court disciples of the House of Blood Fiend in the life and death arena. Brother, are you bragging? The other martial artists beside him interjected. After being accused of bragging, the martial artist from the Jiangpinghua couldn't take it anymore. How can I be bragging? If you don't believe me, you can ask the martial artists from the other countries and factions near the Holocaust sect. Almost all of them know. I can testify that what he said is true. Many of the spectators turned in the direction of the voice, and when they saw the sect's uniform, they believed most of it. This was because the person was a disciple of the southern region's Pilheart sect. Although the Pilheart sect was inferior to the Holocaust sect in the southern region, it was still rather famous because it was good at refining pills. With so many dead, even if the Holocaust sect is rich and powerful, they can't afford it, right? The Pilheart sect disciple said. Therefore, this matter later alarmed the Holocaust sect's sect master. He was the one who forcefully stopped the competition from continuing. With that said, many warriors looked at Qingyan warily. No warrior would form a grudge for no reason. Nor would any warrior want to offend a pervert? A perverted woman. Qingyan did not know that in just a few moments, her reputation had been ruined. She came to a wooden hut near the arena where 10 Tianqing Nation soldiers were standing guard. Inside the wooden hut, there were 5 officials and a Tianqing Nation Divine Power Realm warrior presiding over it. Many warriors were lining up by the side. Above the wooden hut, there was a plaque with the words registration written on it. There were also some things to take note of when registering. Khanate Realm warriors had to pay 100 inferior grade spirit stones for registration. Heaven Breaker Realm warriors had to pay 200 spirit stones and Divine Power Realm warriors had to pay 500 spirit stones. They also had to sign a life and death agreement and undergo a bone age test. The rules of the arena were also written down. As there was only one registration point, the registration had begun more than a month ago. Now, it was nearing the end of the registration process. Therefore, the number of people in front of Qingyan was not that exaggerated. There were only about 100 people. With experts presiding over it, it was impossible to cut the queue. The person in charge of the registration was very efficient. After waiting for about an hour, it was Qingyan's turn. The official sitting in front of Qingyan took out a prepared form and said, name, sect or place of birth, age, strength level, and life and death agreement. Please fill in the form. The fee is 200 inferior grade spirit stones. Registration was actually very simple. The Tianqing Nation did not care if one's name, place of birth, sect or family clan was real or fake. What they cared about was whether one had to pay the 100 inferior grade spirit stones. Chen Hao was sure that the Tianqing Nation could make a huge profit just by charging the registration fee. Qingyan quickly filled in the form. That official looked at Qingyan with some amazement. Bloodfiend sect? Yes. The official did not ask any more questions. He saw that Qingyan had filled in the late stage of the Heaven Breaker realm in the column of strength. He thought that Qingyan was the kind of warrior who did not get the quota allocated by the sect. He kindly reminded her, be careful when you go on stage. If your opponent is a peak stage Heaven Breaker realm warrior, you can give up before you go on stage. Experience is experience, there is no need to lose your life. I understand. Qingyan smiled. Thank you for the reminder. Over there, bone age test. The official pointed to a small stool at the side. The Tianqing nation was more considerate and specially equipped female warriors to test bone age. After passing the test, Qingyan received a wooden number plate with the number 52544. After successfully registering, Qingyan had to defeat 10 opponents in a row in a certain arena to have the preliminary qualification. The preliminary qualification was not the qualification to participate in the martial arts competition, because there were only 500 people left with the qualification to participate in the martial arts competition in the entire southern mountain range. After Qingyan won 10 matches in a row, she still needed to continue fighting in the arena to have a chance to win one of the 500 spots in the martial arts competition. Only then would she have the qualification to compete with the other participants of the major forces who had obtained the predetermined spots. Xianxia could not help but sigh. It was really hard for a warrior without a background to survive. It was not easy to kill one's way out of more than 50,000 peak stage experts of the same level. Especially in the battle, even if one was lucky enough to win, it was very likely that one would be injured. If one was seriously injured, it would mean the end of the competition in this kind of intensive competition. Winning 10 consecutive matches in the arena was not that simple. It was extremely difficult to crush martial artists of the same level. Almost all the martial artists who had the confidence to stand in the arena were at the peak of their respective levels. Martial artists at the late stage like Qingyan were rare, and martial artists at the middle stage basically wouldn't sign up. Because martial artists at the middle stage of Xianxia, Breaking Heaven, and Magical Realm all knew that signing up would only be a waste of spirit stones. Qingyan came to the nearest giant arena dedicated to martial artists at the Breaking Heaven realm. On the arena, a martial artist at the peak of the Breaking Heaven realm and a referee were standing in the air. The referee announced loudly, Weng Pengxiao, a casual martial artist from the Tianqing country, has defeated 4 challengers in a row. Is there a 5th? I'll give you a quarter of an hour. If there are no challengers, I'll announce that Weng Pengxiao will be qualified for the next round. Winning 10 consecutive matches was not a hard target, but if no one challenged the martial artist on the arena for a long time, the martial artist would also advance. Many martial artists, if they found that the contestant on the arena was very strong, wouldn't fight here. It was really unwise to get injured in the first round of the audition or consume precious recovery medicine. Most of the martial artists who competed for this kind of quota didn't have much money, and many of them couldn't wait to break the medicinal pills in half and eat them. There were 2,000 quotas for each level. Every time a contestant advanced, there would be one less quota. Those who came late or didn't get the quota in time would lose the chance. The Tianqing country made it clear that they wouldn't refund the registration fee for those who signed up but didn't challenge on the arena. That was a black-hearted way of making money. Maybe the strength that Weng Pengxiao showed on the arena was too strong. Qingyan waited for a quarter of an hour, but in the end, no martial artist was willing to challenge him. Okay, the quarter of an hour is up. No one challenged Weng Pengxiao. The referee master announced, then I officially announce that contestant Weng Pengxiao from the Tianqing country is qualified for the next round. There are a total of 2,000 people qualified for the next round. Now there are still 231 places left. I hope everyone can hurry up. When all the places are distributed, the first round will be over. Tianqing country will not refund the registration fee for those who don't get a place or who haven't challenged on the stage. The referee from the Tianqing country deliberately made people nervous. At the same time, he briefly explained the matter of not refunding the registration fee. Qingyan stood at the side of the arena, silently watching the martial artists on the arena do their best to fight for a spot. She did not make a move. The referee announced again, Bao Jia from the Bao family of Konghai country has defeated 2 challengers in a row. Is there a 3rd challenger? Junior sister Chen, are you not going to make a move? Qingyan turned around and saw an inner sect disciple of the House of Blood Fiend. She had some impression of this person. He was at the peak stage of the Shattering Heaven tier and just happened to be 50 years old. His strength was limited, and he was not allocated a spot in the main competition. I plan to wait a little longer. This senior martial brother at the peak stage of the heaven-breaking realm asked for Qingyan's opinion, then I'll go? Go, I wish senior brother victory. Thank you, junior sister. That heaven. Breaking realm peak stage inner court disciple said with a smile. You're welcome. Obviously, because Qing Yan was standing there, he was worried that she would attack. If the two of them clashed, he was not confident that he could defeat Yi Qingyan. Alright, Bai Shilong, an inner disciple of the Blood Fiend sect of the southern region and at the peak stage of the heaven-shattering tier, challenges the arena master Bao Jia, the referee shouted loudly. Bao Jia, are you prepared to accept the challenge? If Bao Jia felt that he was not confident in defeating his opponent, he could give up. The rules of the competition set by Tianqing Nation were not cruel. However, if Bao Jia gave up, it would mean that he would also give up the first 2 consecutive victories. If he wanted to fight for a spot in the next round, he would have to start all over again. I accept the challenge. The battle on the arena began. Why is the House of Blood Fiend fighting for a spot in the arena? Didn't they decide beforehand? I guess that Bai Shilong didn't get a spot in the sect. I heard that even the House of Blood Fiend didn't get many spots. I've seen the disciples of other great forces fighting for these spots before. It's really unfair. There are so few spots, and they're fighting with us. Lower your voice. Qing Yan saw that the person who spoke glanced at her, but she didn't care. Her attention was now on the arena. Even if he didn't get a spot in the sect, the strength that Bai Shilong displayed was quite strong, and he didn't disgrace the House of Blood Fiend's reputation at all. Bao Jia was also at the peak of the heaven-breaking realm. In their place, Bao Jia should be considered a little genius, but in front of Bai Shilong, it was still not enough. After about 100 moves, Bao Jia was defeated. However, Bao Jia reacted in time. When he was about to lose, he directly pulled away and announced that he admitted defeat. How to reasonably announce one's defeat in the arena was also a kind of knowledge. After the first round ended, the referee announced Bai Shilong's victory and asked if he would immediately continue to the next round. He received an affirmative answer from Bai Shilong. Chen Hao looked at Qing Yan, who was still watching the competition calmly after the registration, and vaguely guessed her thoughts. Then, there were 3 consecutive challengers who challenged Bai Shilong. After 2 died and 1 was injured, Bai Shilong didn't have the chance to continue the 5th round. The referee announced that he advanced. Bai Shilong got an iron token as proof, jumped down the arena, and came to Qing Yan's side. Junior sister Chen, why haven't you made a move yet? I want to wait a little longer. Oh, then I'll leave first. Bai Shilong's mind was full of doubts. He didn't understand what Chen Ruoyan was thinking. He felt that with Chen Ruoyan's strength, it should be easy for her to get a place in the next round. However, she didn't make a move. Could it be that her opponents couldn't pique her interest? This explanation didn't seem to make sense. Senior brother Bai, wait. Just as Bai Shilong turned to leave, Yi Qingyan called out to him. What's the matter? Can you do me a favor? What favor? Qingyan whispered in Bai Shilong's ear. The more Bai Shilong listened, the more serious his expression became. It was obvious that the favor Qingyan wanted him to do was not simple. Finally, Qingyan said, if senior brother Bai is willing to help me, I can pay you 10,000 contribution points. Bai Shilong was a little hesitant at first. However, after hearing this price, he didn't hesitate at all. Okay, deal. What do you want him to do for you? I'm not telling you. Yo. You're being arrogant now? Chen Hao didn't want to ask. In any case, he would find out soon. Every time a contestant advanced, the judge would announce the number of spots remaining. As the number of spots decreased, the battles on the arena became even more brutal and intense. On the day Qingyan arrived, there were still cases where no one challenged the arena master after winning 3 or 4 matches in a row. However, 2 days later, when there were only 2 spots left in the next round, the remaining contestants who hadn't obtained a spot began to go crazy. When there were only 11 spots left, the judge asked who was willing to take the initiative to stand on the arena and accept the challenge. Qingyan stepped onto the arena. The judge took Qingyan's number plate and asked loudly, okay, this is a contestant from the House of Blood Fiend, Chen Ruoyan. Her strength is at the late stage of the heaven-breaking realm. Who is willing to challenge her? Below the arena, 5 contestants immediately flew onto the arena. Chen Hao was a little speechless as he ridiculed, Qingyan, it looks like you're quite popular. Qingyan replied unhappily, they think I'm a pushover. The referee shouted, the 4 martial artists who went on stage later, please step down. The 4 martial artists went down the stage obediently. When they stepped down, the disappointment on their faces was practically unconcealed. That peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist who obtained the right to challenge Qin Yan was immensely pleased with himself, feeling as if victory was already in his hands. The moment Qin Yan went on stage, she attracted the gazes of many martial artists. Firstly, she looked too beautiful. Secondly, she was also a disciple of the Blood Fiend sect. Disciples of top factions, no matter where they went, they were all very eye-catching. After the referee briefly introduced the challengers, he said straightforwardly, "Then I announce that the martial arts competition begins." The first peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist persisted for a full 100 moves in Qin Yan's hands, then was killed by the red blood sword. This attracted the exclamations of the spectating martial artists below the stage. The Blood Fiend sect's disciples indeed live up to their reputation, really jumping ranks to kill the enemy. Right, this woman is very formidable, and her attacks are also incomparably ruthless. Her soft sword technique is very vicious. Immediately after, the second, third, and fourth challengers went up the stage. The referee asked, "Is there a 5th challenger going up the stage?" Qin Yan looked at everyone below the stage. She felt that her acting skills should be alright, and also did as Lord Jianling said, circulating her energy to make her complexion paler a little. Perhaps because there were too few spots left, it made the remaining martial artists feel some urgency, or perhaps because Qin Yan looked like she should have expended a lot of energy. The 5th challenger stepped onto the stage. Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao instructed, when a little more forcefully this time, "Understand?" "I understand." Sure enough, Qin Yan won another round very forcefully. The 5 challengers all died under Qin Yan's sword, and they did not even have time to say a word of admitting defeat. This was relatively rare in the preliminaries, but associating it with the Blood Fiend sect style of doing things, the spectating martial artists felt that it did not seem to be a problem. Demonic path martial artists on the stage were practically all like this. "Is there a 6th challenger going up the stage?" The 6th challenger was clearly a little slower than the 5th. "Lord Jianling, after this time, how about I choose to rest for a period of time?" "Sure, but you have to act weak." Not long after, the 6th challenger died in front of Qin Yan. Chen Hao noticed that when Qin Yan killed her opponent, the corner of the referee's mouth twitched. He seemed to have noticed something. But even if he sensed something, the referee didn't go and remind those participating martial artists. After Qin Yan rested for a quarter of an hour, he asked in a loud voice, "Is there a 7th challenger coming on stage?" Below the arena, there was a moment of silence. No one went up to challenge. Many martial artists who wanted to challenge Qin Yan silently observed her, measuring the difference in strength between the two of them. After all, the other party had already consecutively killed 6 peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists with late-stage heaven-breaking realm strength. This kind of result could be counted on one's fingers in the qualifiers. This woman's moves are too strange. Just a moment ago, I felt that she was evenly matched with her opponent. But it seems like her opponent died all of a sudden. He didn't even have time to admit defeat. Yes, I feel the same way. The change of moves is too fast, and the opponent can't react in time. He can't even shout out his surrender. It's too sudden. If Chen Hao heard their conversation, he would definitely say that this was Qin Yan's goal. She definitely couldn't let her opponent open his mouth to admit defeat. In fact, Qin Yan had even more intense methods to quickly kill her opponent. She was only afraid of scaring the challengers below. How awkward would it be if there were no challengers? The time was about to end in the blink of an eye. If no one challenged Qin Yan again, she would directly advance to the next round. To be honest, Qin Yan wasn't very happy. Jianling Chen Hao was similarly unhappy. But even if the two of them were unhappy, there was nothing they could do. The rules were the rules. However, perhaps Qin Yan's patience had its effect. After the referee received a notice, he gave the remaining martial artists who planned to fight for a spot a strong medicine. "I just received a notice that there are 3 spots left. This arena has the last spot to advance to the next round. The other arenas, Arena number 1 and Arena number 7, are also fighting for the last 2 spots at the same time. If you don't plan to challenge Chen Ruoyan from the House of Blood Fiend, then the third spot to advance to the next round will be hers. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Qingyan's opponent appeared. Chen Hao was greatly gratified. He felt that Qingyan could gather 10 martial artists at the peak stage of Shattering Heaven tier. As for Qingyan killing 10 martial artists at the peak stage of Shattering Heaven tier, in addition to her previous accumulation, she wasn't far from the peak stage of Shattering Heaven tier. At such a critical juncture, Chen Hao also hoped that Qingyan would be able to obtain a better result in the Southern Region Grand Tournament, so he temporarily postponed deducting the price that Qingyan would have to pay to learn the profound grade cultivation method from the Scarlet Blood Sword. Chen Hao might not have a long-term plan, but when he saw the benefits, he still considered the overall situation. When Qingyan obtained a spot in the main tournament, she should have hopes of advancing to the peak stage of Shattering Heaven tier. In this way, she would no longer be at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. The 7th and 8th challengers died under Qingyan's sword. Very soon, the 9th and 10th challengers also died under the Red Blood Sword. The martial artists surrounding the arena felt their hearts turn cold. Qingyan closed her eyes and stood on the arena, feeling the surging true essence in her body. That strange pleasure made her face flush red. She tried her best to control her body, but her body still trembled from the pleasure. Qingyan opened her long, narrow, and beautiful eyes, and looked at everyone below the arena. Below the arena, a martial artist said in a low voice, "I seem to see excitement in her eyes. So it's not just me who has this feeling?" "Right, I also have that feeling. She seems to be very excited. What a terrifying woman. Blood Enchantress Chen Ruoyan indeed lives up to her reputation. I just don't understand why she didn't obtain a predetermined spot in the Blood Fiend sect after killing 10 people at the peak stage of Shattering Heaven tier. Could it be that there are more than a dozen Blood Fiend sect inner court disciples stronger than her?" A martial artist who was curious about Chen Ruoyan asked, "Blood Enchantress? This is Chen Ruoyan's nickname?" "Right, Chen Ruoyan's nickname is Blood Enchantress. It's said that she's a very ruthless pervert. A perverted woman." At the other corner of the arena, a martial artist saw 2 Blood Fiend sect disciples and asked, "Brother, I want to ask you. This Chen Ruoyan is so powerful, but she doesn't deserve your Blood Fiend sect to give her a direct participation spot." A Blood Fiend sect disciple looked at Chen Ruoyan, who was standing on the arena with a sword, and said proudly, "No, senior sister Chen Ruoyan is also considered a genius in our Blood Fiend sect. The sect has indeed given her a direct participation spot in the main competition." To outsiders, this Blood Fiend sect disciple didn't mention that Chen Ruoyan didn't have a martial Dao heart. Then why is she still fighting with us for a spot? The other Blood Fiend sect disciple replied, "Senior sister gave up the direct participation spot in the main competition." This matter was now known by all Blood Fiend sect inner court disciples. What is she after? Actually, the person who asked was cursing Chen Ruoyan in his heart. Crazy! What is she after? The Blood Fiend sect inner court disciple looked at the beautiful senior sister on the arena and sighed softly. She should be itching to kill. I feel that every time senior sister Chen kills someone, she would be especially satisfied and her eyes would be glowing. Yes, the last time she killed more than 10 inner court disciples in Blood Fiend sect, she seemed to have the same expression. She is very beautiful and seems to have a very special charm. When the martial artist who asked heard the Blood Fiend sect disciples' reply, he was dumbfounded. Then, he ran away directly. He had a feeling that Blood Fiend sect was a crazy sect. After the 10 challengers died, the martial artists who didn't have the chance to challenge on the arena were all dejected. They planned to leave the arena and see if they had a chance to challenge on the 1st and 7th arenas. Even if the chance was slim, they wanted to take a look. The judge from Tianqing Nation announced, "Then, I announce that Chen Ruoyan from Blood Fiend sect." Just then, something that the judge didn't even dream of happened. Chen Ruoyan took a step forward and interrupted him. "Actually, I'm not interested in this martial arts competition and I also want to give up this quota." Below the arena, the martial artists who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. The martial artists who were whispering also quietened down. They all looked at Chen Ruoyan on the arena, wanting to see what she wanted to say. Moreover, it wasn't easy for all of you to come all the way here, so I'll give all of you a chance. If you want my quota, you can challenge me on the arena. As long as you win, I will give up the quota. Once Xianxia said that, many martial artists below the arena were dumbfounded. The two Blood Fiend sect inner court disciples didn't look any better. What is senior sister Chen trying to do? I don't know, but I feel that she is going to create a big scene again. Why don't we inform Hall Master Chen? Several registration areas in Tianqing Nation were completely surrounded by thousands of martial artists. These martial artists were all agitated, like barrels of gunpowder that could explode at any time. We just signed up and the preliminaries are already over. What does your Tianqing Nation mean by this? Are you trying to cheat us of our registration fee? That's too much. That's right. We signed up, but before we even went on stage, the spots were already distributed. It's too unfair. Your Tianqing Nation must give us a satisfactory explanation. Why didn't we have a chance to go on stage after paying the registration fee? Yes, you must give us an explanation. Those who surrounded the registration area were almost all heaven-breaking realm martial artists. There were only 2 spots left in the preliminaries for the heaven-breaking realm groups, and it was about to end. These martial artists who had signed up but didn't have a chance to go on stage realized that there weren't enough spots, so they all ran over to them. If not for the Divine Power Realm martial artists maintaining order, they would probably have directly charged at the Tianqing Nation's registration area. However, even a few Divine Power Realm martial artists felt a headache coming on. Suppressing them was absolutely not feasible. When thousands of heaven-breaking realm experts gathered together, a few Divine Power Realm experts would still have to retreat. An official at the registration area asked in a low voice, "Should we invite the Domain Realm Patriarch?" The moment this was said, someone vetoed, "It's best not to. Forcefully suppressing them will only make these martial artists dissatisfied with our Tianqing Nation. Don't forget, the most important purpose of this martial tournament is to attract martial artists from all over the southern region to join us. And if we really invite the Patriarch, do you think we'll have a good time? When the time comes, the entire southern region will know of our Tianqing Nation's disgrace. Do you think we'll have a good time? Then why don't we invite the Martial Alliance? Are you an idiot? Are you planning to throw them to the central region? Why don't we just invite the Patriarch? If we invite the Martial Alliance, we'll be doomed. If the Patriarch knows, he'll definitely skin us alive and turn us into sky lanterns." Just as the officials of the Tianqing country were in a terrible fix, another voice came from the crowd of martial artists who were crowding around the registration area. The martial arts competition held by the Tianqing country this time is simply unfair. They only know how to collect spirit stones. They completely didn't consider that the 2,000 qualifiers aren't enough for all the registered martial artists to go on stage. The so-called Southern Territory Grand Competition is just a joke. The Tianqing country is cheating us of our hard-earned spirit stones. We don't care about the spirit stones. We just want a fair competition. Those who signed up should be qualified to participate. They shouldn't exclude us. Let them compete again. Let them compete again. We demand a rematch, demand a rematch. If Qingyan was here, she might not be able to recognize that the person who spoke was Bai Shilong from the House of Blood. Bai Shilong had already changed his attire. Among the crowd, not only were there those who had registered but didn't have the chance to go on stage, there were also a few Holocaust sect disciples mixed in. They were all people that Bai Shilong had invited to fan the flames. The work was carried out very easily. All they had to do was to add some oil to the fire and incite a group of angry warriors to put pressure on the Tianqing country. For the 10,000 sect contribution points, Bai Shilong had also done his best. Hearing Bai Shilong shout in the crowd, the officials at the registration area all changed their expressions. They had to admit that there were indeed loopholes in the competition system of the Southern Territory Grand Competition this time. But who asked them to host the Southern Territory Grand Competition for the first time, and it was also the first time the Southern Territory Grand Competition was held? They lacked experience and didn't have many cases that they could learn from. They had also studied for a while. It was really very difficult to hold the Southern Territory Grand Competition. It was impossible to satisfy all the martial artists in the Southern Territory. They had also racked their brains on what kind of competition system to adopt for the qualifiers. If they didn't adopt the competition system of quick 10-win streaks in the arena and let all the registered contestants fight one-on-one, they might have to spend a lot of time competing even in the preliminary stage. That would be a protracted torture. Perhaps, this would delay the official start of the Southern Territory Grand Competition until next year. Who knew how much manpower and material resources would be consumed during this period? Some people said that they could change the 10 win streaks to 15 win streaks in order to eliminate more people. 20 win streaks. This was definitely a brainless way of saying 10 win streaks was already the limit. If it was changed to 20 win streaks, the entire Southern Territory would definitely curse them out except for the few martial artists who directly obtained the official competition places. They could only slightly control the number of people who signed up and minimize the number of martial artists who didn't go on the arena. Obviously, they didn't control it well. After all, there were many variables that were designed to be extremely complicated to operate and estimate. Rematch, that was even more impossible to rematch. A rematch meant that they would completely offend all the elite martial artists in the Southern Territory. It meant that their efforts in the previous few months would be wasted. It meant that this competition was likely to become a big joke. Since the collapse of the Nanyue Empire 1,000 years ago, there had never been a powerful force that could make all the sects and families in the Southern Territory submit. Their Tianqing country could only be considered as a big country in the Southern Territory. They didn't want to offend so many martial artists, even if most of them were itinerant cultivators. Because most of those who joined the Southern Territory country forces were itinerant cultivators. Tianqing country also hoped that through hosting the Southern Territory Grand Competition this time, they could show the magnanimity of a big country and absorb as many excellent itinerant cultivators as possible to strengthen their national strength. The officials of Tianqing country were also trying their best to quell the riot. Someone shouted, "Tianqing country is willing to refund the registration fee for those who didn't go on the arena." Bai Shilong shouted, "We only want a chance to compete fairly. Who cares about that little bit of spirit stones? Are you looking down on us? We want a rematch. We want a fair competition." While shouting, Bai Shilong was also shouting in his heart that Chen Ruoyan was a monster. She even thought of this situation. Bai Shilong's shout immediately resonated with all the other martial artists. Yes, there should be a rematch. We demand a rematch. There must be a rematch. The martial artists besieging the registration office shouted loudly. If there were dozens or hundreds of them, they might have scruples about the power of Tianqing country. But when thousands of martial artists gathered together, they had a great sense of security and could shout out their demands unscrupulously. Rematch! 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 The shouts of thousands of martial artists were terrifyingly loud. It alarmed all the major forces that came from the Southern Territory. Almost all the major forces held back and watched from the sidelines. Some forces were even happy to see Tianqing country make a fool of itself. Seeing this scene, Bai Shilong felt a little guilty. He felt that things seemed to have gotten out of hand. His other three companions also felt the same. Then, they slowly gathered together. The three of them exchanged glances for a while and sneaked out of the crowd. "Senior brother Bai, things seem to have gotten out of hand." A blood evil spirit disciple looked into the distance and whispered. Because when they sneaked out of the crowd, thousands of martial artists were attracted over, and more martial artists were walking toward them. Among them, a large part of them were martial artists who had gone on the arena and were eliminated. But they still shamelessly joined the team that requested a rematch. They were also unhappy that they had lost the quota for scripture advancement. If there was a rematch, wouldn't they have a chance again? So what if things have gotten out of hand? What does it have to do with us, right? Bai Shilong suddenly felt that the 10,000 contribution points were a little hot. Yes, senior brother Bai is right. We just shouted and said a few words to make Tianqing country give us an explanation. Yes, it has nothing to do with us. We also don't like Tianqing country. We just did it out of kindness. Speaking of kindness, the disciple who spoke couldn't help laughing. "Senior brother Bai, you said 500 contribution points. You won't refuse to give us, right? Don't worry, I will definitely give it to you. I, Bai Shilong, am a man of my words. Let's leave quickly and go back first." Qing Yan stood on the arena and announced to all the heaven-breaking realm martial artists below the arena that she could give up her spot. The first to jump out was the referee of Tianqing Nation. The referee said with a very serious expression, "Chen Ruoyan, this is not in accordance with the rules. Since you've won 10 consecutive victories, then according to the rules, you're qualified for the next match. This qualification can't be transferred. Even if you give up your spot to them, they can't use your spot to fight. Faced with the referee's rejection, Xianxia certainly couldn't confront him head-on. The referees of the Heaven-Breaking Realm arena were all Transcendent Realm martial artists. She couldn't afford to offend them. Sir Referee, I just feel that it's not easy for them to come all the way here. Among them, some clearly signed up but didn't have the chance to stand on the arena. Xianxia said a lot of nonsense, and Xianxia suspected that she was stalling for time. What did she want to do? Was stalling for time useful? The officials of Tianqing Nation absolutely wouldn't allow contestants to transfer their spots, even if they lost the match. The referee said angrily, "Don't say any more, Chen Ruoyan. I'm telling you, this is impossible. If you continue, I'll directly cancel your qualification." If it weren't for Chen Ruoyan's background, he would have planned to drive her away. Right at this moment, noises came from the distance. The noises grew louder and louder, and soon gathered together. The sound was terrifyingly loud. Almost everyone present clearly heard the voice shouting rematch. What's going on? Someone's making trouble? Below the arena, countless martial artists looked curiously in the direction of the sound, and even the referee's eyes were attracted. Right at this moment, a martial artist ran over and shouted, "Those who signed up but didn't go on the arena are at the registration area asking for a rematch from Tianqing Nation and giving them a spot. If you haven't been on the arena, hurry over. Maybe you can go on the arena." "Let's go, I want to go too. Let Tianqing Nation give me an explanation." "I'll go too. Let's go together." Not long after, most of the onlookers below the arena rushed over. Xianxia guessed that they were all there to make trouble. It seemed that the senior brother by she asked for help was quite reliable. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but purse her lips and hold back her laughter. Go ahead and mess around, it would be fun to make a scene. Who asked the officials of Tianqing country to leave such a big loophole in the competition rules? If she didn't take advantage of it, she would feel sorry for the other party. What's wrong? The referee asked in astonishment. Can't you see it? Some of them seemed to have signed up but didn't have the chance to go on stage, so they went to cause trouble and asked for a rematch. What? Does the referee want to take responsibility? The referee took 2 steps forward and stopped. Obviously, he suddenly did not want to join in the fun. Mr. Referee, aren't you going to take a look? The referee smiled awkwardly. I'm a little tired. I want to stand a little longer. Xianxia pursed her lips. She did not believe the referee's nonsense at all. However, the fact that the Lord Judge was not leaving was in line with her interests. Lord Referee, why don't you consider my opinion? What opinion? The person who defeats me in the arena will be able to advance to the next round. Don't those troublemakers want a chance to advance to the next round? If you agree to my request, I can help you relieve some of your pressure. What exactly are you after? Fighting. Every time I fight, I'm especially happy. When Xianxia said this, her beautiful eyes were suffused with a bloody light. Even the referee, who was at the Transcendent Realm, felt a little numb in his heart. It's said that the people of the Blood Fiend sect are bloodthirsty and murderous. Every one of them is a battle maniac. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. Thank you for your praise, senior. Was he praising her? Then he heard Xianxia continue. Tianqing country is in big trouble today. If you don't handle it well, it might turn into a riot. It's none of your business. I have an idea. Perhaps it can help you solve your current predicament. I can only say that perhaps. What idea? How about taking out the remaining slots and reformulating the rules of the competition? What rules? For example, gather the martial artists who have not participated in the competition and let them fight for the remaining slots to reach the designated location. How about that? This way, it can be stewed in a pot. It won't waste time, manpower, and material resources. They definitely won't be able to find any opinions. The opportunity has been given to them. If they can't snatch it, it's their incompetence. It's simply the best of both worlds, isn't it? The referee glanced at Xianxia and asked, then you also want to participate? Why not? Mr. Referee, I think you don't want to leave because you don't want to get involved in that mess, right? But be careful, I'll report you for your inaction. Being directly exposed, the referee's expression was very interesting. Xianxia was also laughing in the red blood sword. Life is hard, don't expose me. I'll go over right now. The referee suppressed the anger in his heart and turned to leave. If Qingyan wasn't still standing in the arena and he wasn't the referee, he really wanted to kill this annoying little girl. Remember, Mr. Referee, I still want to fight a few more rounds. I'll wait for your reply in the arena. Don't make me wait too long. Qingyan's voice sounded like she was asking for a beating. Most of the officials of Tianqing country who were in charge of the martial arts competition in the southern mountain range gathered together. They could still hear the dissatisfied voices of those martial artists outside the tent shouting rematch. The Prime Minister of Tianqing country sat in the main seat, his forehead full of cold sweat. This was the martial arts competition, and he was in charge. If there was a problem in the competition, he would definitely be guilty. What should we do? Let's say first, a rematch is absolutely unacceptable. This matter must be resolved quickly. We can't delay it any longer. If the ancestor is alarmed, none of us can bear the consequences. Someone suggested, should we send the army over? No, suppression is absolutely not feasible. That will only make those martial artists more nervous. Once they really fight, the army is no match for so many heaven-breaking realm martial artists. No one spoke anymore. Things happened too suddenly, and they were not prepared. The atmosphere was a little silent. At this time, the referee who had presided over Qingyan's arena competition remembered Qingyan's words and suggested in a low voice, "Why don't we use the remaining quota to reorganize a new competition?" Someone objected, "Reorganize the competition, how is that possible?" However, the Prime Minister of Tianqing country seriously considered it and sighed. "We don't seem to have any other way," the Prime Minister thought again and said, "Why don't we gather the remaining quota and let all the martial artists who haven't been in the arena fight for it? This won't delay too much time. If we hurry up, it won't affect the start of the main competition, and we won't have to waste too much manpower and resources. Moreover, we'll give those martial artists a chance. They should have no reason to cause trouble. What do you think?" The Golden Cloud referee's eyes widened, and he looked a little stunned, because he found that the Prime Minister's words were almost exactly the same as Chen Ruoyan's. The Prime Minister's idea is indeed good. Yes, I also think it's feasible. The Prime Minister is wise. If it were me, I would never have thought of such an idea. The Prime Minister of Tianqing country immediately made the decision. Okay, it's decided. Prime Minister Li Heng of Tianqing Nation asked, "How many spots are left in the Xiantian group?" The official in charge of the Xiantian group replied, "The battles in the Xiantian group are more intense, so there are still more than 200 spots left." "How many registered Xiantian martial artists have yet to go on the arena?" "A conservative estimate, might be a few thousand." The official didn't even dare to raise his head. The number of registered Xiantian martial artists is much more than the number of heaven-breaking and transcendent realm martial artists. Li Heng rubbed his forehead with a headache. A conservative estimate was a few thousand, but maybe there would be tens of thousands. What about the transcendent realm? There are more spots left in the transcendent realm, more than 300 spots haven't been allocated yet. Fortunately, as long as there are a few more spots left, then it's still okay, it can be salvaged. Li Heng slowly turned his head toward the heaven-breaking realm martial artists. Judging from the martial artists causing trouble outside, most of them were in the heaven-breaking realm, so there shouldn't be many spots left in the heaven-breaking realm group. Then what about the heaven-breaking realm group? Reporting to the Prime Minister, "We only have 2 spots left," everyone present frowned. "Then how many registered martial artists have yet to go on the arena?" The official in charge of the heaven-breaking realm martial artist competition whispered, "More than 1,000, close to 2,000. Someone said, "It's not enough. Let 2,000 heaven-breaking realm martial artists fight for the remaining 2 spots, I'm afraid they won't be satisfied, definitely won't be satisfied." "Then what should we do?" Jinyan thought for a moment and said, "Actually, we should be able to find another spot for the heaven-breaking realm martial artists." "What do you mean?" "It's like this, just now, the last spot on my side was taken by a martial artist from the Blood Fiend sect, but that guy is a battle maniac. She found that many martial artists haven't gone on the arena, so she said that as long as anyone can defeat her in the arena, she'll give up that spot. At that time, I felt that this didn't conform to the competition rules, so I didn't agree. If I go find her now and ask her to take out the spot and compete again, she'll most likely agree. Prime Minister Li Heng stroked his beard and thought seriously. What do you think? We should privately contact those martial artists who have obtained spots, pay a price, and have them exchange their spots. What do you think? They might not give us face. There should be some who are willing, those who are weak. That's right. Let's ask those in Tianqing Nation whose strength is average and who have obtained the quota first. They should give us face. At the critical moment, the officials of Tianqing country quickly came up with a solution. All the preliminaries of the three groups were suspended, and the slots were gathered together to rearrange the rules of the preliminaries. New rules for the preliminaries were also proposed. The personnel responsible for stabilizing the current troublemaking martial artists, contacting those who had already obtained the quota for the next round of the heaven-breaking tier, and inspecting the new competition venue were all arranged to go out. We don't have much time left. You must finish all the things at hand before sunrise tomorrow. All right. That's right, Jin Yun, you go and get in touch with that guy from the House of Blood Fiend first. Yes, Prime Minister. As the officials of the Tianqing country in charge of the Southern Territory Grand Competition came out of the conference tent, they quickly pacified the warriors who were causing trouble outside. Those warriors didn't really want to cause trouble. As long as the officials were willing to give them a portion of the quota and give them a satisfactory answer, they wouldn't mind waiting until tomorrow. Jin Yan and Judge Jin didn't make Qing Yan wait too long. Chen Ruoyan, right? Are you really willing to give up your quota? No, I just want to fight. Jin Yan said with a smile, that's easy. Our Tianqing country has already decided that as long as you give up your quota, you can participate in the new preliminaries tomorrow. In the new preliminaries, at least 2,000 heaven-breaking tier martial artists will compete with you on the same stage. How about it? Qing Yan asked, what are the benefits? What benefits? For 3 quotas, 2,000 heaven-breaking tier martial artists shouldn't be enough, right? Why don't you consider asking those who have already obtained the quotas to give them up? Your Tianqing country won't rob them, right? You have to pay a price. Jin Yan stared at Chen Ruoyan in a daze. His first reaction was that she had someone in Tianqing country. Otherwise, why would she know everything? I guessed right? Qing Yan said with a smile, I don't ask for much. Just give me tens of thousands of spirit stones. Judge Jin gritted his teeth and said, 10,000 at most. Okay, we have a deal. Jin Yan patted his head, feeling that he had been fooled. After Judge Jin Yan of Tianqing country left, Qing Yan pressed down her long black hair, and an extremely sweet smile appeared on her face. In Red Blood Sword, Chen Hao asked in a low voice, you planned this all by yourself? N. Qing Yan nodded and replied with a coquettish nasal voice, Master Jianling is really amazing. You actually saw through it. Chen Hao still enjoyed Qing Yan's compliment. I can see your style at a glance. It's too familiar. Chen Hao looked at the registration office of Tianqing country and the top martial artists who came from all over the southern mountain range to demonstrate their power to Tianqing country. Perhaps even in their wildest dreams, they would never have imagined that Qing Yan would only use a small trick to send them to the Scarlet Blood Sword's blade. I just saw the hidden danger in Tianqing country's competition system and wanted to give it a try. I didn't expect that I would really succeed. Qing Yan twisted her body, looking very motivated. This is great. I feel that it won't be a problem for me to break through to the peak of the heaven-breaking realm before the main competition. Is there a lot of pressure? Although I also know that I can withdraw from this southern mountain range grand competition at any time and there won't be any danger to my life. I don't want to. Qing Yan turned her head and said seriously to Red Blood Sword, Master Jianling, do you understand what I mean? I don't want to lose to anyone. And I shouldn't lose to anyone. A strong desire to win, Chen Hao understood what Qing Yan meant. Some people with excellent habits and winning habits would not give up as long as it was possible. They couldn't lose to anyone, Qing Yan added, General Chen has never lost before. Chen Hao didn't judge this sentence. Back then, when General Chen was in Southern Cloud Nation, he directly became the chief examiner. With his strength alone, without bloodshed, he suppressed a nation's geniuses. I can't be as outstanding as him, but I can't lose to anyone, no one. Chen Hao looked at Qing Yan and thought of the days in Southern Cloud Nation. How many years had it been? Since 17's death, this was the first time he saw Qing Yan so serious. Was it the geniuses from all over the southern mountain range that aroused Qing Yan's fighting spirit, aroused her unyielding personality? In the end, Zhou Empire was a small place. Even if Qing Yan slacked off and didn't have the red blood sword, she could still firmly hold the position of number one in Zhou Empire's younger generation. In the House of Blood Fiend, there was almost no direct conflict between her and the young geniuses in the sect. He was somewhat gratified and even felt that Qing Yan should be able to obtain more on the stage of the Southern Region Grand Competition. Not only would she improve in strength, but also in mentality. Chen Hao also felt that the heart of martial arts was very important, extremely important. For sword masters who didn't have a heart of martial arts, the red blood sword was a ticking time bomb to them. Even if Qing Yan was extremely intelligent, he was very clear, it was difficult to resist the influence of the red blood sword. At the same time, he also hoped that Qing Yan would be able to go further. To be honest, he didn't dislike Qing Yan. Although this child often lacked motivation, often slacked off, and didn't work unless urged, it was very difficult for him to dislike her. They were all equally lonely, in this strange world. Perhaps afraid of incurring public anger, or perhaps afraid of being held accountable, Tianqing Empire's officials acted extremely quickly. After obtaining the agreement of the emperor and the martial artists sent by the alliance, early the next morning, Tianqing Empire's officials announced in front of many registered martial artists that the rules of the preliminaries had changed due to a loophole in the competition system. At the same time, it wouldn't affect the martial artists who had already successfully obtained the qualifications for the next round. Of course, if they voluntarily took out their quotas and redistributed them, Tianqing Empire's competition authorities would also welcome them. Yesterday, only 2 quotas were left in our heaven-breaking realm group. Don't tell me that thousands of us will fight for 2 quotas? In the crowd, there was a martial artist who laughed and said, "There won't be those big fools who will take out the quotas they've already obtained, right?" Qing Yan silently turned her head away, not bickering with this bunch of vulgar people. Next, I'll announce the remaining quotas. The Innate Realm Group has 215 quotas, the Heaven-Breaking Realm Group has 75 quotas, and the Transcendent Realm Group has 371 quotas. There really are fools who will give up their quotas? This time, Qing Yan cast a sidelong glance at the person who spoke. She remembered his appearance. When Tianqing Empire's officials announced that the Heaven-Breaking Realm Group had 75 quotas, many Heaven-Breaking Realm martial artists didn't believe their ears. Yesterday, there were only 2 quotas left. Now that they heard that there were 75 quotas, they quickly quieted down. In fact, they didn't really dare to cause trouble. They all knew that the elite martial artists and big shots from the various sects of the Southern Territory were stationed in this area. Most of these people that were causing trouble were independent cultivators or martial artists from small powers. If they were to really cause trouble, the other powers would absolutely not stand on their side. Hearing Tianqing Nation's official announcement of the new competition rules, Qing Yan revealed a charming smile. Sure enough, as she expected, Tianqing State still used the simple, cruel, and time-saving martial arts rules. Qing Yan wouldn't be able to enter the arena more than a few times if they were to fight one match at a time. However, things would be different if they were to fight in a chaotic battle. The Heaven-Shattering Realm competition will be held in the Heavenly Mountain Range. Those who snatch one of the 75 tokens, bring it out of the Heavenly Mountain Range, and reach the designated location will be qualified to advance. The token cannot be placed in a spatial ring. We've marked the token, and once it's placed in a spatial ring, we'll know. Next, we'll talk about the Transcendent Realm competition. Qing Yan looked at the token mentioned by the officials of Qing Nation for a whole day. It was a huge rock that was half a zhang tall. It was cut into a cylinder and painted dark red. It looked very dazzling. Half a zhang tall, it was almost as tall as Qing Yan. As long as this thing wasn't placed in a spatial ring, it was almost impossible to hide. Qing Yan couldn't help but complain, "This is the ugliest token I've ever seen." After returning to the camp, Qingyan planned to conserve her energy for tomorrow's chaotic battle. Then, she ran into Bai Shilong. To be precise, it was Bai Shilong who found her. Bai Shilong was standing in front of her tent, waiting for her. He greeted somewhat uneasily, "Hello, junior sister Chen." "Oh, no, senior sister Chen." Hearing how he addressed her, Yi Qingyan couldn't help but want to laugh. Why is senior brother by calling me senior sister? Senior sister Chen, you must be joking. I think you should be stronger than me. I'll call you senior sister Chen from now on. In the Holocaust sect, the strong were always respected. There were no absolute senior brothers or sisters in the inner sect. Whoever was stronger and had bigger fists would be addressed as senior brother or senior sister. After returning yesterday, the more Bai Shilong thought about it, the more disappointed he became. He finally understood how terrifying Chen Ruoyan was. In order to kill more people, she even schemed against all the martial artists in the southern region. Originally, he also knew that Chen Ruoyan's strength should be a level higher than his. However, as a heaven-breaking realm peak stage expert, he somewhat couldn't bring himself to call her senior sister. Yesterday, when he saw Qingyan's scheme, he completely figured it out. It was better to call her senior sister, it was better to be respectful. Perhaps senior sister would have a better impression of him in the future and wouldn't bully him for no reason. It's up to you. You did a good job yesterday. I'll give you the 10,000 contribution points now. Chen Hao had always felt that the technology of this world wasn't weak. There were fingerprint unlocks, bloodline tests, and even transfer functions. Qingyan stacked her own nameplate on top of Bai Shilong's nameplate. With a few taps, her contribution points were transferred to him. After receiving the contribution points, Bai Shilong was satisfied. I heard that senior sister has an intense battle tomorrow. I won't disturb you anymore. Go ahead. Senior sister, I wish you victory. Thank you. Qingyan broke into a smile, making Bai Shilong somewhat dizzy. Bai Shilong turned around and left. There was still wind under his feet, as if he wanted to escape quickly. As Bai Shilong walked quickly, he complained to himself in his heart, what the *CK are you thinking? That's a very scary woman. Don't think too much. Don't think too much. This guy seems to have a bit of a lackey's style. It should be respect for me. Qingyan answered casually. Chen Hao thought it made sense. This seemed to be an expression of respect for Qingyan. After a day of rest, at dawn the next day, all registered Heaven Breaker Realm martial artists followed Tianqing Nation's official martial artists and set off. In the evening, Tianqing Nation arranged more than 1,500 Heaven Breaker Realm peak stage martial artists to the northern periphery of the Tianqing mountain range. The 75 tokens were all placed in various places of the Tianqing mountain range by the officials. What Qingyan and the others needed to do was find the tokens, bring them out of the Tianqing mountain range, and personally place them on a stage near the martial arts competition in the southern part of the mountain range. The competition didn't care about methods, only the results. This kind of cruel competition rule made more than 400 Heaven Breaker Realm martial artists directly forfeit. Qingyan wasn't dissatisfied with the loss of 400 people. In any case, whether it was 1,500 Heaven Breaker Realm martial artists or 2,000 Heaven Breaker Realm martial artists, it made no difference to her. She couldn't kill them all. I announce, the preliminaries officially begin. After the referee announced the start of the competition, over 1,000 martial artists rushed towards the Heavenly Mountain Range at virtually the same time. The Heaven-Breaking Realm martial artists saw very clearly that in this competition, the faster martial artists held a great advantage. As long as they could quickly find the token and bring it to the designated location, then they could obtain a spot in the next round of the martial arts competition. As long as their speed was fast enough, they might not need to fight at all. Among the 1,000 over Heaven-Breaking Realm martial artists, the peak of the Heaven-Breaking Realm occupied the majority. Those who were a little wiser would find the token as quickly as possible when the referee announced the start of the competition, and avoid unnecessary fighting as much as possible. After all, the outcome of this mission was not determined by fighting. Looking at the densely packed Heaven-Breaking Realm martial artists in the sky, Qingyan stood at the very back, shaking Crimson Blood flexible sword with a smile. A corpse fell from midair. That referee called Jin Yun stood on the spot, the corners of his mouth twitching. A familiar scene, a familiar style. Others all went to find the token as soon as he yelled start, but this girl directly killed people as soon as he yelled start. Because Qin Yan fell behind, there were not many who saw her make a move to kill people. Looking at the over 1,000 martial artists in the sky, even Chen Hao was overwhelmed with emotions. Qin Yan, let's go all out. N. Great accomplishment. Stage slaughter. Profound intent soared into the sky, dyeing the surroundings blood red. Coupled with the coordination of illusion. Profound intent, the slaughter. Profound intent that Qin Yan displayed practically surpassed perfection. Stage. The moment others saw her, they felt that she was not to be trifled with. Qin Yan's arrogant action naturally attracted the attention of many martial artists. But the vast majority of martial artists did not pay attention to Qin Yan. After all, they came to seize the qualifications for the next round of martial arts competition, not to fight. She was just a thorn. No matter how much trouble she caused, it was also impossible to make all the martial artists present target her. The only ones who had misgivings about Qin Yan were those martial artists who fell behind and stood beside Qin Yan. The crimson blood flexible sword was like a blood-red snake, piercing towards a martial artist whose back was facing Qin Yan at an extremely tricky angle. That martial artist was already prepared and barely managed to dodge. When he turned around and saw Qin Yan, he immediately cursed in his heart. He shouted loudly, "This competition is snatching the token. What are you attacking me for?" What responded to him were countless flexible sword phantoms. Fast profound. Kacha. The crimson blood sword turned into a long whip, extending to 10 meters in the air. As Qin Yan waved it, the entire sky was filled with blood-red sword shadows. Chen Hao could clearly see that the red blood sword was in Qin Yan's hands. Each of Qin Yan's sword strikes was swift to the extreme. Not only did the profound meaning of swiftness increase her movement speed, the speed of her sword attacks was also terrifyingly fast. Coupled with those illusions, as well as those crafty and strange attacks. Even if Qin Yan's opponent had shattering heaven-tier peak stage strength, she still fell into an absolute disadvantage. The few martial artists near Qin Yan glanced at each other. Then, they abandoned the two who were fighting and left. If he could avoid fighting, then he would. Everyone was a competitor. Although Qin Yan had gone overboard, since someone was pestering her, they naturally wouldn't seek trouble for themselves. In merely 7 moves, Qin Yan's opponent revealed a flaw, and his right arm was entangled by the flexible sword. Immediately after, that right arm holding the weapon left the torso and flew into the air. The 10-meter-long whip sword entangled the opponent's body, and with a hiss, Qin Yan's opponent was cut into 3 pieces. Blood danced all over the sky like rain. Qin Yan raised her head, and there was a refreshing coolness under her cheeks. Next? Qin Yan's goal was very clear, and that was to kill. In less than 4 hours' time, she killed XVII martial artists in succession. Among them, the majority were late-stage shattering heaven-tier martial artists. Who told them to run slowly and fall behind the main group, yet, when facing martial artists of the same level who weren't so proficient in movement techniques, Qin Yan had an absolute advantage. Against them, Qin Yan could completely rely on strength and speed to crush them. Late-stage shattering heaven-tier martial artists couldn't possibly escape Qin Yan's pursuit. The majority of shattering heaven-tier martial artists couldn't either. "Is it about time?" Qin Yan said as she covered her dantian. Her dantian faintly felt a swelling pain. True origin was full, it was time to break through. Break through. N. Qin Yan looked back. The judge of Tianqing Nation was not far behind her. After the competition began, many martial artists of Tianqing Nation scattered around the Tianqing mountain range to monitor the competition. There weren't many of them, but they were all transcendent tier experts. The judge behind Qin Yan was the one who had just announced the start of the competition and acted as the judge when she fought in the arena. At this time, there were almost no martial artists around Qin Yan. Because she killed people, she fell behind the main group. "Lord Judge, do me a favor," Qin Yan said with a cold face. "I'm just a judge. I can't interfere in this competition. I'm going to break through." As she spoke, Qingyan unceremoniously sat cross-legged on the mountain rock below the Lord Judge and began to break through, looking at the aura on Qingyan's body growing stronger and stronger, and the surrounding spirit chi beginning to move. Qingyan felt a bit of a headache. After a few months, Qingyan broke through again. Chen Hao had to admit that the feng shui here was really good. Looking at the ultimacy that erupted when Chen Ruoyan broke through, Qingyan couldn't help but sigh and wonder if he was already old. He could roughly see that Qingyan not only had the slaughter ultimacy, the signature move of the Holocaust sect, but also several other ultimacies, and these ultimacies weren't weak at all. When the spirit chi whirlpool formed, Qingyan was a bit speechless as he looked at the spirit chi whirlpool that looked like a small tornado. During this time, there were indeed a few martial artists who peeped at the side. However, when they saw the judge of Tianqing Nation on the scene and seemed to be protecting Qingyan, they simply left. Qingyan felt that he was being used. 15 minutes later, Qingyan completed the breakthrough. This time, she broke through again with the slaughter ultimacy. The slaughter ultimacy had officially advanced from the mastery realm to the consummation realm. The speed ultimacy's progress was very small, which made Qingyan even more determined to get the spirit fruit. With her cultivation advancing, the possibility of getting the spirit fruit increased by a lot. Qingyan was very satisfied. Of course, she wouldn't forget the judge who was protecting her. Although she could still barely move during the breakthrough, she might be able to reduce some of her troubles by staying close to this transcendent realm martial practitioner. Thank you, Lord Judge. Qingyan waved his hand. I'm not protecting you. I'm just carrying out my duty. No matter what, I still have to thank you, Lord Judge. Qingyan thought for a moment. If you really want to thank me, when you meet the disciples of the Jin family from Tianqing Nation's Pingchong City in the arena, give me some face and show some mercy. Qingyan was also from a clan. This southern region grand competition was a good opportunity to gain experience. He also had outstanding juniors participating. Whether Qingyan would run into them or not, Qingyan did not know, but it did not hinder him from buying an insurance. What if they ran into each other? Although his juniors were also considered outstanding among their peers in Tianqing Nation, if they stood on the same platform as Chen Ruoyan, that was absolutely certain death. If I run into them, I absolutely won't kill them. Qingyan being able to give him face, he was still rather pleased. After all, even if Qingyan did not agree, he could not say anything either. This southern region grand competition was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. As the referee, it was even more impossible for him to make a move against a blood fiend sect disciple. You go then. Any later, be careful that the competition ends. I think that you should still attach more importance to the martial arts competition this time. Qingyan leaped, feeling that her cultivation had increased from late-stage heaven-breaking realm to middle-stage heaven-breaking realm, and her speed increased by another 3 levels. Her strength reaching peak stage heaven-breaking realm increased her confidence quite a bit for this southern region grand competition. Regarding this southern region grand competition, Qingyan was not very confident either. She would not think that with her initial stage speed profound meaning, she would be able to sweep away all obstacles among her peers in the southern region. But even if Qingyan's speed increased greatly, because she was delayed halfway, flying for more than 2 hours, she still did not dare to join the main group. She encountered some scattered martial artists along the way, and she did not choose to make a move either. She felt that the urgent matter was not to increase her strength, but to find the keepsake. She did not think of being eliminated in the preliminaries. But what made her somewhat embarrassed was that she did not find a single keepsake along the way. Most of them were probably plundered away by the majority in front. Lord Jianling, help me look around and see if there are any keepsakes that were missed nearby. More than 70 keepsakes, even if placed conspicuously, in the entire Tianqing mountain range, it was inevitable that some would be missed, right? Sure. Chen Hao could not possibly refuse Qingyan's request. Once the keepsake was found, Qingyan would become the target of public criticism again. After another 2 hours, Chen Hao finally had a discovery. There's one on the mountainside 2,900 meters to your left. All right. Qingyan arrived at the location indicated by Chen Hao, and sure enough, she found the red cylindrical token that was 5 feet tall. The person who made this token is really a jerk. Qingyan lifted up the token that was half a meter tall. The token was slightly shorter than her and was 3 times as thick as her. It looked very comical. You still can't put it into your spatial ring. Fortunately, Qingyan was a heaven-breaking realm martial artist. Although she hadn't cultivated a body-tempering cultivation technique and her strength was on the weaker side among martial artists of the same level, lifting a large rock wasn't a big problem. Qingyan flew into the air while carrying the keepsake, but her speed had obviously decreased. Is it very heavy? It's very heavy. It's made of white reef rock. It's the kind of rock used to make the arena. He's probably afraid that we'll break the token when we snatch it. Sure enough, as Chen Hao expected, Qingyan had not even rushed 2 li when 2 peak-stage heaven-shattering realm martial artists directly made a move against her. Qingyan tossed aside the token in her hand and started fighting the 2 of them at the same time. In the early morning of the 2nd day of the preliminaries in the Heavenly Mountain Range, Qingyan killed close to 30 heaven-breaking realm martial artists in succession and felt somewhat tired. It wasn't physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. Her body was practically drenched and covered in bloodstains. Her hair was stuck together because of sweat and blood. Lord Jianling, I'll leave the slaughter feedback with you for the time being. If I continue to absorb it, I'll directly break through to the transcendent realm. I taught you so many black-grade cultivation techniques last time, and I haven't deducted the reward yet. Then deduct it. But don't let me break through for the time being. I don't want to break through so quickly. I still want to participate in the competition. Chen Hao replied, sure, what's mine is mine, and what's not mine, I won't take advantage of you. At noon, Qingyan finally relied on her speed to rush out of the blockade of the martial artists participating in the competition and placed the token on the designated arena. This meant that Qingyan had finally obtained the qualification to participate in the next round of the competition. Congratulations, Chen Ruoyan, you've obtained the 65th qualification to advance. Qingyan met that judge again. N. This is your advancement certificate. Go back and rest. After Qingyan left, several Transcendent Realm martial artists of Tianqing Nation started chatting. This blood fiend sect Chen Ruoyan should be one of the strongest few who advanced this time, right? Jin Yin agreed. Should be. She's very strong and should be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the seeded contestants of the other major factions. But she doesn't seem to have any reputation, right? Blood fiend sect, I've only heard of Qian Yunxue. Maybe it's you guys who are ignorant and inexperienced. Jin Yin smiled. Nicknamed Blood Enchantress, she's very famous in the southern region of the Southern Domain. Really? Of course it's true. Actually, Jin Yin only sent people to inquire about Chen Ruoyan a little after the heaven-breaking realm martial artists collectively rioted. He did not expect that it was very easy to find out. Returning to the Blood Fiend sect's camp, Qingyan directly crawled into the tent and closed the tent door. She took out a large bathtub filled with water from her interspatial ring, then directly stripped off her wet clothes. She still had a red doo-doo on her upper body and white underwear on her lower body. Chen Hao looked at Qingyan's small arms and shoulders, silently making a judgment with an artistic aesthetic eye. Her collarbone was exquisite and beautiful, and the curve of her shoulders gave him a very smooth feeling. The white underwear on her lower body was stained with quite a bit of blood. The blood spread out like blooming red flowers. Qingyan untied her hair tie and shook her head. Her long hair completely spread out and draped behind her back, covering her 2 shoulder blades. She placed both hands on her belt and was just about to take off her underwear when she suddenly stopped. Qingyan glanced at the red blood sword beside her and directly covered the sword with her coat. What do you mean by this? You think this Jianling will peek at you? I just don't feel too good. Qingyan said weakly. When she spoke, Chen Hao could still hear the rustling sound of rustling. Hee hee. Chen Hao sneered, isn't it just a lump of meat? After 100 years, it will turn into a skeleton. Qingyan did not answer. Then, Chen Hao heard the sound of water entering the water. After 15 minutes, Qingyan removed the clothes that covered the red blood sword and changed into another set of pajamas. Her hair was still wet and had not dried. After keeping the bathtub and dirty clothes and drying her hair, she shrunk into the bed. Perhaps she felt uncomfortable lying down, so she turned over and put away her long hair. Then, she pulled the blanket up and directly covered her chin. you're going to sleep? Rest for a while. I'm really tired. Then rest. In the second qualifier, Xianxia had practically killed her way out of the Sky City mountain range. Most of her opponents were experts. It felt very shocking, but it was normal. After a while, she suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the top of the tent. Xianxia was puzzled. Why aren't you sleeping? I can't sleep. After the Divine Power Tier preliminaries ended, in order to fight for a spot in the main competition, the members of the Xiantian group, Heaven Crushing group, and Divine Power group that successfully advanced to the next round competed in 2 consecutive matches on the stages before being able to participate in the main competition. Qingyan's strength was on par, and she easily passed the 2 matches, obtaining the qualifications for the main competition. After obtaining the qualifications for the main competition, the real Southern Region Grand Competition truly began. The night before the main competition began, Bloodhand Hall's Hall Master Chen Gang lectured again, and the content was more or less the same as Bisect Master Nya not long ago. Participating in the main competition, each group had 500 martial artists that killed their way in from the preliminaries, including Qingyan. There were also 1,500 martial artists from various major factions of the Southern region. Facing 2,000 elite Southern region heaven-crushing realm martial artists, even if Qingyan's strength broke through to the peak stage of the heaven-crushing realm, she did not dare to be careless. Although the Southern region could not compare to the Central region, it was also a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There were definitely many formidable guys. Moreover, the vast majority of these 2,000 martial artists were at the peak stage of the heaven-crushing realm. In terms of cultivation, there was not much difference between them and Qingyan. The first stage was a cruel elimination round. Everyone only had one chance, drawing lots to determine their opponents. 20 days later, after 4 consecutive matches, only 125 people remained from the 2,000 heaven-crushing group. Qingyan was also one of these 125 martial artists. Those able to reach this step were practically all the Southern region's young heaven-crushing realm martial artists, the true top-notch experts. Apart from Qingyan, the Blood Fiend sect had 7 other inner court disciples who reached this step, and were similarly peak-stage heaven-crushing realm martial artists. This kind of result was already considered very outstanding. Hall Master Chen was in a good mood, and even gave them quite a lot of precious medicinal pills for recovering true essence and treating injuries, in case of emergency. The following competition format was no different from before. It was still drawing lots to determine opponents, fighting on the stages, and once again eliminating half of the contestants. Twice in a row, Qingyan was very lucky not to have a bye. In the process of the second match, Qingyan's victory was slightly more difficult. Qingyan's opponent similarly possessed wind profundity and cloud profundity, and they were both at the perfection stage. Qingyan really took a lot of effort to kill him. At this point, only 32 contestants remained in the heaven-crushing realm group. Of these 32 contestants, 28 came from various major factions, and the other 4 were all loose cultivators. And at this time, Qingyan's reputation truly rose. Or it could be said that these 32 martial artists all had quite a reputation. Qingyan was one of the more eye-catching ones. Among the top 32 contestants, there were only 7 female martial artists. The disparity between men and women was extremely large. Female martial artists who were strong enough and beautiful would always attract the attention of other martial artists. Most importantly, Qingyan's name was unknown before the Southern Region Grand Competition. She was like a dark horse, although she was not the darkest one. However, her looks gave her a considerable bonus. Many martial artists began to focus their attention on her. After these 2 matches, the Holocaust sect began to fail. There were only 2 people who managed to squeeze into the top 32. The other person was the renowned genius of the House of Bloodlust, Xianxia. Qingyan had seen Xianxia's strength. His blood drinker sword technique, which was at the middle level of the earth level, had reached the acme of perfection. Qingyan felt that it was extremely difficult to defeat him. After that, sect leader Nya, who had not shown up for a long time, met her and said some words of encouragement to maintain the relationship between teacher and student. Qingyan had always treated Nya Lakun with respect. Even if Nya Lakun had given up on her, she had asked for it. She had always been a very rational and cold person. Squeezing into the top 32 was merely the beginning. Nielakun and Chen Gang had both intentionally or unintentionally mentioned that only those who squeezed into the top 10 of the southern region would be qualified to enjoy the rewards of the sect. Walking out of Nielakun's tent, Qingyan saw Qian Yunxue. Qian Yunxue sounded like a girl's name, but he was actually a man. He was extremely handsome. Even with Qingyan's critical eyes, she could not find any flaws in his looks. It was just that his face was slightly pale, as if he had not seen the sun for a long time. Outside the arena, his temperament was very peaceful. He did not look like he was from the Holocaust sect at all. Instead, he looked more like he was from an Orthodox sect. However, in the arena, he was a completely different person. Senior brother Qian? Junior sister Chen. Qian Yunxue looked at Qingyan seriously with admiration in his eyes. What's the matter? Nothing. I just wanted to see you and say hello. After speaking, he turned and left. Qingyan did not mind that Qian Yunxue had left just like that. She knew that Qian Yunxue was famous for being antisocial and cold in the Holocaust sect. He was the kind that did not even pretend. No matter who it was, he always had that cold and indifferent face. After Qian Yunxue disappeared, Qingyan said to Chen Hao in her heart, Lord Jianling. Are you sure that the sword in senior brother Chen's hand is a Dao artifact? I'm sure. Moreover, other than the sword in Qian Yunxue's hand, there should be more than one Dao artifact. Chen Hao replied, be careful during the competition. Your next opponents are all very strong. Then can you fight against other Dao artifacts? Chen Hao said snappily, even if they are all Dao artifacts, the red blood sword is definitely the most special one among the Dao artifacts. Then I should be able to get first place. That's hard to say. Originally, I was a little stronger than those Dao artifacts. However, because of a sword master like you, I might not be able to do it. Before encountering any problems, Chen Hao first threw the responsibility to her. Qingyan was very clear about the meaning behind Lord Jianling's words, but it was not good for her to talk back. Thus, she could only swallow her anger. She didn't have much confidence in herself. After resting for 2 days, Qingyan drew lots again. Her opponent was Kong Songkong from the Silver Moon Villa in the southern region. After drawing lots, not long after returning to the camp, the people from the Blood Hand Hall handed all of Kong Songkong's information to Qingyan. The Silver Moon Villa was barely ranked as a top force. The old villa master, Kong Yuyun, was at the early stage of the domain realm. Kong Songkong was a publicly recognized genius in the southern region. He was at the peak of the Heaven Breaker realm and had comprehended the gold and wind profound to the perfection realm. He could break through to the transcendent realm at any time. He cultivated the family's high-grade earth-grade saber technique, Silver Moon Saber. A little strong. Qingyan finished reading Kong Songkong's information and said with a sigh, as expected of a martial artist from a family. A high-grade earth-grade saber technique. I can't even dream of it. I just don't know what level his cultivation of the high-grade earth-grade saber technique has reached. Chen Hao smiled and said sarcastically, reincarnation is a skill. Your skill just happens to be not very good, and it's the kind of failure. Qingyan pulled herself together a little. But it's no big deal. Even if he was born with a golden spoon, I will still beat him down. Qingyan was scheduled to compete in the top 32 on the second day. However, even if she didn't compete on the first day, she didn't stay idle. The information on paper sent by the Blood Hand Hall wasn't as direct as observing in person. She also knew that many of the top 32 contestants probably had this idea. As the competition progressed, more and more martial artists came to Tiancheng Nation. They didn't come to compete, but to watch top experts compete. Watching other top experts compete was enough for them to gain a lot, such as the way to use power, battle techniques, and so on. How much they could secretly learn all depended on their eyesight and comprehension. As soon as Qingyan arrived at the side of the arena, she was recognized. The martial artists who were crowding around the arena automatically opened up a path for her. Qingyan nodded at these martial artists and followed the path they opened up to the edge of the arena, waiting for the competition to begin. The martial artists watching the Heaven Crushing Group competition were either Heaven Crushing Realm martial artists or Xiantian Realm martial artists. Regardless of whether they were heaven-crushing realm martial artists or Xiantian realm martial artists, they all maintained a considerable amount of respect for Yi Qingyan. As one of the top 32 heaven-crushing realm martial artists in the southern mountain range, as well as the background of the House of Blood Fiend, and the cruel competition style in the arena, many martial artists who had watched her fight in the arena felt apprehensive when they saw Qingyan. Almost all of the martial artists who paid attention to the heaven-crushing realm competition had watched Qingyan's arena matches. Among the top 32 contestants, the strength she displayed might not be the most outstanding, but she was definitely the target of many martial artists' attention. A new martial artist asked in a low voice, "Who's that great beauty? I feel like you guys are very afraid of her." Someone casually replied, "Chen Ruoyan from the House of Blood Fiend, one of the top 32 in the heaven-crushing group." "She's that blood enchantress? You've heard of her?" "How could I not have heard of her? When I just came here yesterday, a friend mentioned her to me, saying that she's on par with Xianxia in terms of looks and has a chance to compete for the top 5 of the Southern Mountain Range beauty rankings. Now that I look at her, she's indeed very beautiful." "Beautiful? That's because you haven't seen her fight in the arena. Let me tell you, for a Xiantian realm martial artist like you, she doesn't even need to make a move. Just her aura alone is enough to scare you." "Impossible." The martial arts competition this time received a lot of attention. Qingyan had just arrived at the site of the stage when she discovered quite a few martial artists who had entered the top 32 of the heaven-shattering realm group. Perhaps there were other people present, but none of them stood in the front row. Like Qingyan, they were here to scout the enemy. The contestants were Yin Corp Sex Dai Yi and Earthbreaking Sex Su Zongping. Although Earthbreaking Sex Su Zongping was strong, Qingyan was here to watch Dai Yi. The Yin Corp Sex strength was not inferior to the House of Blood Fiend, and their reputation was even more notorious than the House of Blood Fiend. The number of disciples in the Yin Corp sect was even fewer than the House of Blood Fiend. Among all the top sects in the southern region, they had the least number of disciples. The Yin Corp sect's disciples were experts in controlling the walking corpses, and all of them were elites. Qingyan even suspected that the average strength of the Yin Corp sect's disciples was stronger than the average strength of the Blood Fiend sect's disciples. However, the Yin Corp sect was active in the northern part of the southern region while the Blood Fiend sect was in the southern part of the southern region. There were very few conflicts between the two sections. Yin Corp sect's Dai Yi was an opponent that even Qingyan was wary of. Dai Yi was the Yin Corp sect's top genius, and his reputation in the southern region was even above Qian Yunshue's. He was the seeded contestant in the Heaven-Breaking Realm group this time, and was one of the martial artists most likely to win the championship. Recently, there were a lot of cheers for him to win the championship. It was said that not long ago, he had killed a divine power realm martial artist alone. Qingyan was also considered a martial artist who often fought above her level, but she usually only fought above 1 or 2 small realms. Killing an opponent above a large realm, that kind of difficulty was simply unimaginable to normal martial artists. Even Qingyan herself did not have much confidence. After all, after a profound meaning transformed into a divine power, the enhancement it brought to a martial artist was a kind of qualitative change. "I announce the start of the tournament." The moment the two of them announced the start of the tournament, Earthbreaking Sex Su Zongping held a large sword and charged towards Dai Yi. Su Zongping's figure was extremely tall and sturdy, and he was at least 2 meters tall. When he charged towards Dai Yi, almost everyone present could feel the violent and fierce aura coming from his body. The stage seemed to be shaking. Dai Yi's figure was skinny, and Chen Hao felt that he was like a withered bean forgotten by an old farmer in the winter, forming a sharp contrast with the strong Su Zongping. His face showed an unhealthy pale green color, and if he didn't know that he was a heaven-breaking realm martial artist, Chen Hao would have suspected that he was starving. Dai Yi seemed to know that Su Zongping would attack at the start of the tournament, and he was not the least bit flustered. His feet tapped lightly, and he quickly retreated. Then, his left hand touched his waist, and 3 black walking corpses suddenly scattered in front of him. These 3 walking corpses were all dressed in black full-body armor, and even their heads were wrapped in black helmets, not leaving a single hole. They were corpses anyway, and did not need to breathe, nor did they have the so-called vision. Wrapping all 3 walking corpses in armor, aside from giving the walking corpses a certain amount of protection, could also conceal the identity of the walking corpses when they were alive, and reduce some unnecessary trouble. Most demonic path martial artists who walked the path of refining corpses would do this. After all, the strength and talent of the corpse's owner when they were alive would affect their strength after being refined into walking corpses. The corpses of powerhouses were very rare, and their corpses were collected and buried by their family and friends in most cases. The vast majority of people were unwilling to have the corpses of their family and friends desecrated and used by others. Therefore, every demonic path martial artist who walked the path of refining corpses, wanting to obtain the corpses of powerhouses, either killed them themselves, bought them at a high price, or could only go dig graves and steal. Daiya's 3 black walking corpses had not even landed on the ground, and they charged straight at Su Zongping. They blocked in front of Su Zongping, and Su Zongping's heavy sword swept over with a powerful aura. The corpse standing in front of him raised the huge wolf-tooth club in its hand and forcibly received his attack. Su Zongping did not move, but that corpse was repelled back 3 meters by the huge force. Xianxia was slightly surprised, not at Su Zongping's strength, but at the walking corpse's strength. The strength that walking corpse displayed was at least at the peak of heaven-breaking realm, and was not considered weak. Don't forget, there were still 2 other corpses standing in front of Su Zongping. Almost at the same instant that the Wolf Fang Gang's walking corpse blocked Su Zongping, the other 2 corpses also attacked him, and that walking corpse holding the wolf-tooth club also quickly followed, and the 3 corpses surrounded Su Zongping. 1 man and 3 corpses tangled together, and were locked in a stalemate. Locked in a stalemate, Su Zongping could be considered to have fallen into a disadvantageous position. After all, the 3 walking corpses' master had yet to make a move. The 3 walking corpses should still have the battle instincts from when they were alive, and the remnants of battle profundities. Added with Daiya's command and the walking corpse's fearlessness of life and death, powerful strength, and no fatal advantage, Su Zongping's defeat seemed to be right in front of his eyes. Xianxia could not help but sigh. This Dai Yi is really strong. Qingyan said with a serious gaze, he is indeed strong, but he should still be holding back. It should be impossible to rely on these 3 heaven-breaking realm peak stage walking corpses to kill a transcendent realm martial artist. My illusion profundities should not have much effect on him. He relies on his spiritual power to control the walking corpses, and his spiritual power is also slightly stronger than mine. Xianxia and Qingyan were conversing with each other, and the people at the edge of the stage were not idle either. Did you guys notice? Those 3 corpses can actually use profundities, and they are at the consummate stage. I noticed, they are really strong. Those 3 corpses were definitely experts when they were alive. The Yin Corpse Sect's Dark Yin Corpse refining art is really strong. It is said that martial artists who cultivate the Dark Yin Corpse refining art can make the walking corpses maintain the profundities from when they were alive to the greatest extent, and even have the chance to continuously strengthen the profundities that the walking corpses grasped. Then wouldn't the Yin Corpse Sect be invincible under the heavens? The mysterious Yin Corpse refining art was indeed one of the top devil path cultivation methods in the southern region. The Yin Corpse Sect's martial artists were also famous for their valiance. However, not everyone had the qualifications to cultivate the Yin Corpse Sect's cultivation method, the mysterious Yin Corpse refining art. The difficulty of cultivating the mysterious Yin Corpse refining art was also notoriously high. Many of the Yin Corpse Sect's genius disciples, because of cultivating the mysterious Yin Corpse refining art, were killed by the undead in their hands. To continuously increase the strength of the walking corpses in their hands, not only did it require the walking corpses' comprehension ability, talent, and cultivation from when they were alive, they also had to take risks, gamble on their luck, and consume several times more resources than a body refinement martial artist. After all, martial artists who walked the path of refining corpses competed in quantity and quality. Martial artists who walked the path of refining corpses were indeed very strong, but for those who did not have a mind, it was better to cultivate honestly. At this time, the martial artist who knew a lot said, "How can it not be strong? It is said that it is an earth-grade cultivation technique that is closest to a heaven-grade cultivation technique. It is so strong that there is no limit to it." Have you heard of the Central Region's Divine Corpse Sect? It is said that the founding ancestor of the Divine Corpse Sect was once the Yin Corpse Sect's sect master. The Divine Corpse Sect's ultimate cultivation technique was improved on the basis of the Dark Yin Corpse refining art. He successfully attracted Qing Yan's attention. There was indeed such a saying in the southern region. She had once read about the Divine Corpse sect and Yin Corpse sect in the Blood Fiend sect's library. There was indeed such a relationship between the two sections. The central region was previously occupied by demonic beasts. In the battle between the human race and the demonic beasts, the human race won and drove the demonic beasts out of the fertile central region. Then, many sects, aristocratic families, and even members of the royal family of the countries began to move to the central region. When they moved to the central region, they did not move all together. After all, there were very few forces that would stake everything on a single throw and move all of them, leaving a territory that they had operated for hundreds or thousands of years. They would usually move a portion of their forces to the central region. As for how much they would send to the central region, it would depend on the decision-maker's boldness. The Yin Corpse sect was lucky. The people they sent to the central region gained a firm foothold in the central region and developed very quickly. At the same time, they were also unlucky. The development of the Yin Corpse sect in the central region quickly surpassed the development of the Yin Corpse sect in the southern region. In the end, they simply became independent and changed their name to the Divine Corpse sect, distinguishing themselves from the Yin Corpse sect. Qing Yan remembered that at that time, the Grand Elder of the Yin Corpse sect in the southern region brought more than 10 peak experts to find trouble with the Divine Corpse sect. In the end, they never returned. The strength of the Yin Corpse sect in the southern region suffered a heavy setback. Then, the matter was left unsettled just like that. The Blood Fiend sect was also an old force in the southern region. The people of the Blood Fiend sect who went to the central region back then were not able to establish their own force there. However, the Yin Corpse sect was the Yin Corpse sect, and the Divine Corpse sect was the Divine Corpse sect. They were two different sections. Su Zongping lost. The outcome was already decided when he was entangled by the three walking corpses. All the 32 Shattering Heaven Realm peak stage martial artists who were watching Dai Ye's battle had extremely grave expressions. Because they did not find Dai Ye's weakness. Dai Ye was able to become one of the top geniuses in the southern region not only because of his talent in refining corpses, but also because of his walking corpses. He himself had also comprehended the perfection stage profound meaning of darkness and profound meaning of wind, and his movement technique was also top-notch among martial artists of the same level. His own strength should be above Su Zongping's. He practically had no weaknesses or shortcomings, but he had a lot of advantages. The only thing that made everyone feel better was that although Dai Yi himself was not injured, one of his walking corpses was cut in half by Su Zongping at the waist. The loss was quite great. If he did not have a spare walking corpse, then his strength would be weakened a little. Su Zongping left the stage in a sorry state. He did not look back and directly left. Defeat was still somewhat difficult for him to accept. Dai Yi was indeed strong, but the strength he displayed now was not strong enough to insta-kill Su Zongping. Su Zongping was entangled by the three walking corpses and discovered that his movement technique was not as good as Dai Ye's. After revealing his trump card, he still could not defeat all the walking corpses. Seeing that his defeat was set, he wisely chose to give up. Lord Jianling, can you penetrate the armor on those walking corpses? It's a piece of cake for a spirit artifact armor, but you're not stupid enough to chop the walking corpses, are you? No, I'm just taking precautions. The martial arts competition was nearing its climax. Qing Yan was cold and defeated Kong Song Kong of the Silver Moon Villa with difficulty. Together with Xianxia, she advanced into the top 16 of the Southern Region Heaven Crushing Group. Xianxia was famous and lucky. She did not encounter any popular contestants. She indeed had the strength to enter the top 16. Many martial artists were already mentally prepared for Qing Yan to enter the top 16, but when it really happened, they were still extremely surprised. Among the top 32, 7 were female martial artists. However, among the top 16, 4 were eliminated, and only 3 were left. They were Chen Ruoyan of the Holocaust sect, Sun Ying of the Xiaoxiang sect, and Hu Xiangjuan of the Swordsmanship-seeking sect. The 3 women were all good-looking, but in terms of appearance, Sun Ying was not as good as Chen Ruoyan and Hu Xiangjuan. Hu Xiangjuan was also famous. In the various rankings of the top beauties of the southern region, she was firmly in the top 10. The so-called Southern Region beauty rankings actually had many different versions. Those beauties on the rankings might not be the true beauties of the Southern Region. After all, there were so many people in the Southern Region, and there were also many top beauties. Beauty was also a very subjective concept. When it came to beauty, no one would admit defeat. However, those beauties who were on the rankings were definitely the top beauties of the Southern Region. Their beauty, fame, strength, family background, and other comprehensive conditions were the highest. Powerful martial artists would be respected wherever they went. Powerful and beautiful martial artists would be sought after no matter where they went. Even Qing Yan, who came from the demonic path, had a strong bloodthirsty aura. Sometimes, this demonic aura, which was different from most female martial artists, was even more attractive. Chen Hao believed that after this Southern Region Grand Competition, the name of blood enchantress Chen Ruoyan would definitely resound throughout the Southern Region. Chen Ruoyan. Chen Hao repeated this name in his heart and couldn't help but sigh. Chen Ruoyan, this name, there weren't so many ifs in this world. In fact, the most painful thing in this world was having a good memory. Those with a good memory were destined to be unhappy. After the top 16 were decided, the next round was still one-on-one battles. Only the 8 winners were qualified to participate in the ranking battle. The 8 eliminated contestants also had a ranking battle. The 2 strongest contestants could get the 9th and 10th place in the Heaven-Breaking Realm group. The 9th and 10th place contestants also had a chance to make a comeback. After the top 8 were decided, the 9th and 10th place contestants could challenge the top 8 contestants to improve their ranking. Qing Yan's goal was to be first. In the Southern Region Grand Competition, the first place contestant in the Heaven-Breaking Realm group would be rewarded with 3 3-leaf spiritual fruits and a high-grade earth-grade cultivation technique or martial skill. The second place contestant would be rewarded with 2 3-leaf spiritual fruits and a high-grade earth-grade martial skill. The third place contestant would be rewarded with a 3-leaf spiritual fruit and a mid-grade earth-grade cultivation technique. The 4th to 5th place contestants would be rewarded with a 3-leaf spiritual fruit and a mid-grade earth-grade martial skill. The 6th to 10th place contestants would be rewarded with a 3-leaf spiritual fruit and a low-grade earth-grade cultivation technique or martial skill. Chen Hao guessed that these rewards were given by people in the Central Region. Tianqing Nation couldn't be so generous as to give out so many spiritual fruits and earth-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills at once. Qing Yan's luck wasn't too bad. She didn't draw Xianxia, nor did she draw Dai Yi and the other seeded contestants. In the arena, she defeated her opponent again with her terrifying speed that surpassed the peak of the Heaven-Breaking Realm. In the top 8, there were 7 men and 1 woman. Qing Yan was especially obvious in the lineup. Xianxia also failed to enter the top 8. Yi Qing Yan was the only one left in the Heaven-Breaking Realm group. Qing Yan was the only female martial artist in the top 8. Sun Ying's strength was in the middle among the 16 martial artists at the peak stage of the Heaven-Breaking Realm. She was eliminated because of her strength. As for the other goddess in the hearts of many warriors, Xianxia, her strength was indeed strong, and she had hopes of entering the top 5. However, she was very unfortunate to encounter Dai Yi, a warrior that even Qing Yan was afraid of. But at least she still had hope. As long as she could get 9th place, she could still challenge higher. In the top 8 ranking competition, everyone had to fight with other contestants in the arena. If they won, they would gain 1 point. They would be ranked according to the number of points they accumulated. If they had the same number of points, they would have to fight again. It was very easy to eliminate some powerful martial artists by purely catching and killing. For example, an unlucky person like Xianxia, even if it was just a ranking competition, according to the official requirements of the Tianqing country, lots had to be drawn. Perhaps it was because of the chaos in the qualifiers last time, the officials of Tianqing country were very cautious now. The drawing of lots was different from the previous times. This time, there were 2 different colored numbers written on the slip of paper. Spiritual consciousness could not be used. Qing Yan pulled out the slip of paper. When the referee wrote her name on the board, Qing Yan's face revealed a smile. "My luck is not bad," she said with satisfaction. "I seem to have gotten lucky recently." In the ranking competition, her first 2 opponents were not very strong. She would only face Dai Yi in the 5th round. she would fight almost every 2 or 3 days. If she encountered a tricky opponent, it was very easy to get injured. Even if she healed her injuries in 2 or 3 days, it would be very difficult to recover to her peak level. None of the top 8 in the southern mountain range were easy to deal with. They all came from top forces and might have some powerful trump cards. Even if Qingyan won by luck, it would very likely affect her following competition. Qingyan returned to the camp and was directly taken to Niao Lakun's tent. "Qingyan, you did very well," Niao Lakun said with a serious expression. Xianxia was eliminated, and the hope of top 10 is somewhat slim. Next, the Heaven-Breaking Realm Group competition can only depend on you. How about it, are you confident? No. Qingyan straightforwardly shook her head. The top 8 are all very strong, especially that Dai Yi. I heard that he once killed a transcendent realm martial artist. Indeed, I'm thinking too much. I just feel that you still have quite a bit of hope. Speed profound meaning is extremely rare, and martial artists who can comprehend speed profound meaning and cultivate it to a certain level are all well-known figures on the continent. If you can give up on cultivating a cultivation technique that can be learned quickly, you have a very high chance of sitting on the position of Blood Fiend sect master. Qingyan lowered her head and did not speak. I just don't want you to destroy yourself. Do you understand? But I can't give up. Niao Lakun just looked at Qingyan like that. His hand lightly patted the back of the chair, and only after a long time did he slowly ask, "Do you have any hidden troubles? What enmity do you have to take revenge? Who do you want to kill?" Seeing that Qingyan did not answer, Niao Lakun asked in a serious tone, "Qingyan, you are my unofficial disciple, and I also hope that you can become my true disciple. You cannot be held back by hatred. I hope that you can tell me, your master, and I can personally settle it for you. Even if it's a domain realm martial artist, as long as the faction behind him isn't too strong. I can help you. Even if I can't, I can drag in the sect master and vice-sect master, as well as a few other elders and grand elders. I hope that you can tell me." These words were spoken from the bottom of his heart. Even though Qingyan knew that this was because of the potential that she had shown, she was still somewhat touched. "You can't settle it. Is that so?" Niao Lakun took a deep breath, leaned back in the chair, and closed his eyes. "You have to be careful in this competition. The Yin Corp Sex Dai Yi has indeed personally killed an early-stage Divine Power Realm martial artist. There's also the Ashen Blaze Sex Kuching Lei. There's news that he has already comprehended the Ashen Blaze Divine Power, and his strength is comparable to an early-stage Divine Power Realm martial artist. There's also the Absolute Saber Sex Lu Hong. He is a true saber wielder, and he has a family heirloom, Absolute Wind. His strength is not inferior to Dai Yi, Lu Hong, and Qing Lei. Kuching Lei and Lu Hong? Qingyan did have an impression of these two, but she did not expect them to be so strong. Chen Hao had warned Qingyan about the Dao artifact in Lu Hong's hands. However, having a Dao artifact in hand did not mean that one was strong. Even if it was a Dao artifact of the same grade, the power of the Dao artifact could be worlds apart. Yes, they just broke through recently. Plus, they did not display their full strength during the competition, so very few people know about them. Niao Lakun explained that Dai Yi also has a walking corpse. You have to be careful. It's said that the walking corpse has copper skin and iron bones, and is invulnerable. The Divine Power Realm martial artist that Dai Yi killed was killed by that walking corpse. I will do my best. Go. Try to enter the top 3. Every 2 days, a ranking competition would be held. Qingyan had won 2 consecutive rounds of the ranking competition. In the 3rd round, she encountered Absolute Saber Sex Lu Hong. In the southern region, Dao tools were still very precious. Almost every peak or first-rate force had 1 or 2 Dao tools. The Blood Fiend sect also had 1. But because of the preciousness of Dao tools, they were usually in the hands of the peak martial artists of the various major forces. Most heaven-breaking realm martial artists used spirit tools. This didn't mean they couldn't use Dao tools, but because no matter how precious Dao tools were, heaven-breaking realm martial artists holding Dao tools would easily attract fatal disaster. Just like the red blood sword in Qingyan's hands. She also confirmed that the red blood sword was very difficult to be sensed by other Dao tools, and peak stage domain realm experts couldn't see through it. Only then did she dare to openly bring it to Xianxia. After all, Dao tools were only weapons. In the end, it depended on the person using the weapon. The heaven-breaking realm martial artists' fighting ring was built with white reef stones. The standing area was very large, enough to allow peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists to fight without restraint. As for the transcendent power realm martial artists' fights, the fighting ring was not used. They would fight in the heavenly mountain range, and the competition area was a radius of 10 miles. It was not in the same place as the heaven-breaking and Xianxia groups' fights. This morning, the heaven-breaking realm group's ranking competition would be held at the same time. Qingyan and Lu Hong, one was publicly acknowledged as a genius beauty, the other was a favorite to win the championship. Their fight was watched by the most martial artists, at least over 4,000 people. Lu Hong was thin and tall, with prominent cheekbones and cold eyes. Standing on the fighting ring, he was like a mountain. The Dao tool Absolute Wind was already in his hands, suffused with a cold light, making people's hearts turn cold. Today will definitely be a fierce battle. The competition will definitely be very exciting. Lu Hong's strength naturally doesn't need to be mentioned, and Chen Ruoyan is also very powerful. The two of them won 2 rounds in a row. However, after this competition, there will definitely be one person who will lose. The person who loses probably won't be able to get first place. Who do you think will win? Of course it's Lu Hong. Although Chen Ruoyan's movement technique is very strong, Lu Hong's blade is also very fast. Someone spoke up for Qing Yan. Lu Hong is relying on his family heirloom, the vanishing wind saber. I think he should change to a spirit weapon. Otherwise, the competition would be unfair. As soon as he said this, someone retorted, "What fairness? If you meet an enemy and he also has a Dao artifact, will you persuade him to change to the same spirit artifact as you? You can only blame that Chen Ruoyan for not having a Dao artifact. But that absolute wind saber doesn't belong to Lu Hong. In the past, Lu Hong's saber was clearly a spirit weapon long saber. It must have been for the sake of winning. That's why his family gave him Ju Feng to use. Why are you defending Chen Ruoyan? Could it be that you like her? She's so beautiful. Don't you like her?" The person who spoke for Chen Ruoyan said. "She's so fierce. Normal people wouldn't be able to subdue her. Even if she's not fierce, do you think you have a chance? Let me tell you. I only admire this Chen Ruoyan. She's the same as me. Did you know that she's also a rogue cultivator? She only joined Holocaust sect last year. According to what you said, she's the only rogue cultivator in the top 8? She's really that powerful?" On the arena, Lu Hong looked at the woman in front of him with admiration. He knew almost all the information about Chen Ruoyan joining Holocaust sect. Similarly, the Invincible Blade sect placed great importance on this southern region grand competition. They had made sufficient preparations for Lu Hong and collected a lot of information about Chen Ruoyan. Strong people deserved his respect. Especially a beauty like Chen Ruoyan who didn't come from a good background. After the judge announced the start of the competition, both of them looked at each other and didn't move. Lu Hong said softly, "I think you should forfeit. This way, you can save some energy for the next round. Qing Yan, don't talk nonsense with him. Chop him up." Chen Hao had just finished his words when Qing Yan disappeared from the spot. Lu Hong's pupils shrank. So fast, Lu Hong had seen Chen Ruoyan's competition before. He knew that Chen Ruoyan's movement technique was extremely high. She was the fastest heaven-breaking realm martial artist he'd ever seen, almost catching up to transcendent realm martial artists. However, he thought that with Chen Ruoyan's speed, he should still be able to block it. But now, he realized that Chen Ruoyan's speed was even faster than before. She wasn't inferior to transcendent realm martial artists' movement technique. Without time to think, Lu Hong immediately blocked. Profound meaning of wind, 3 forms of absolute shadow. With a ding sound, scarlet blood flexible sword and absolute wind saber collided, creating bright sparks. But before Lu Hong could counterattack, even more red sword shadows attacked him. Slaughter profound meaning, fast profound meaning, cloud profound meaning, and illusion profound meaning. Xianxia used all her strength except for the fast profound meaning. She almost turned into a blood shadow. Her figure and sword shadows flickered on the arena. Did you see it clearly? Chen Ruoyan's speed. I only saw an afterimage. Me too. Several late-stage heaven-shattering realm martial artists present swallowed a mouthful of saliva. With this kind of speed, if they weren't prepared beforehand, it was very likely they'd be insta-killed. Chen Ruoyan is only at the peak stage of heaven-breaking realm. Is the difference in strength between the peak stage of heaven-breaking realm and the late stage of heaven-breaking realm so great? At this time, Lu Hong was also in a predicament. Chen Ruoyan was definitely one of the most difficult opponents Lu Hong had encountered. Fast, it was really too fast. Cultivating saber arts didn't mean that Lu Hong's movement technique was bad. Martial artists who could break into the top 8 of the heaven-breaking realm group almost didn't have any obvious shortcomings. But facing Xianxia, he still felt a huge headache. He knew that he absolutely couldn't drag this out. If he continued to defend, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Profound meaning of wind, profound meaning of fire, wind and fire connecting heaven. Under absolute wind saber, crimson flames gushed out, accompanied by a whistling gale. The wind helped the flames, and the explosive flames expanded madly. Profound meaning of speed, butterfly dance. The tip of Xianxia's foot tapped lightly, and with a flash, she took advantage of when the fire wasn't strong enough to hide behind Lu Hong, giving Lu Hong another sword strike. Lu Hong hurriedly pulled back his hand to block. That wind and fire connecting heaven move of his completely dissipated before it could explode. Damn it! Lu Hong was flustered and exasperated, directly cursing. No matter how powerful the move, if it couldn't hit the enemy, then it was all in vain. Movement techniques were very important to martial artists. With fast speed, one could take the initiative in battle. After using butterfly dance, Xianxia was like a maggot attached to a bone, sticking close to Lu Hong's surroundings, her body not more than 2 steps away from Lu Hong. As she twisted and turned, Lu Hong couldn't keep up with her. Crimson blood flexible sword at extremely tricky angles, terrifying attack frequency, and accompanied by the illusion brought about by the profound meaning of illusion, very quickly left bloody wounds on Lu Hong's body. This Chen Ruoyan is too fast. Lu Hong can't keep up, and can't shake her off. In the audience's eyes, Lu Hong was like a clumsy old bear, and Chen Ruoyan was like a beautiful butterfly playing with the old bear. However, Chen Ruoyan was different from a beautiful butterfly. She was very deadly. Facing Xianxia's extremely fast and tricky attacks, Lu Hong knew something was wrong. His strength exploded in an instant. In order to block the scarlet blood flexible sword, the absolute wind saber was brandished to the point of creating illusions. However, he was only using his strength and was unable to maintain this speed for a long time. After blocking hundreds of attacks from Xianxia, his speed gradually began to slow down. Bloody wounds once again appeared on his body. Below the arena, the warriors who were watching the fight were discussing in a low voice. I thought Lu Hong could defeat that Chen Ruoyan. He has enough explosive power, but he can't last long enough. Lu Hong felt that he was about to reach his limit. He looked at Chen Ruoyan who was constantly flashing around him and felt very uncomfortable. Thinking of the importance of this fight, his hand tightly grasped the absolute wind saber's hilt. He was slightly hesitant. Just as he was considering whether to use that move or not, the voice of Chen Ruoyan came into his ears. I suggest you don't use those moves that have too strong of a side effect. In a breath, he blocked Xianxia's storm-like attacks. What? If you dare to use it, I will dare to escape. Lu Hong felt suffocated when he saw this. He felt that he couldn't breathe. Chen Ruoyan's pair of beautiful eyes seemed to see through his heart. Immediately after, he felt a chill on his back and a burning pain came. You should know my speed. This arena is so big, I have enough space. If you think you can catch me after using your explosive power, you can try. Xianxia's tone was very relaxed. The scarlet blood flexible sword in her hand made a strange arc and stabbed towards his groin. Lu Hong's whole body shook. He tried his best to turn his body, but a hideous wound was cut on his thigh. He broke out in cold sweat. We can leave some leeway for each other and strive for a higher ranking. Your next opponent won't be easy to deal with, but his speed is definitely not as fast as mine. From Xianxia's afterimage, Lu Hong saw the smile on her face. Damn stinky woman! Lu Hong roared in exasperation. I admit defeat. The scarlet blood flexible sword was suspended in the air and was taken back by Qing Yan. It was impossible for her to kill Lu Hong in a short period of time. The other party was not weak. He was not an opponent who was just there to make up the numbers. Moreover, the top 8 opponents in the heaven-shattering tier group all had very strong backgrounds. Who knew if their masters or ancestors might be watching? From below the stage, Qing Yan didn't want to offend any top-notch force for the time being, or any domain tier elite. If she was in danger, the Jianling and the red blood sword would not help her. The referee immediately jumped onto the stage and announced Qing Yan's victory. Lu Hong didn't say a word. He jumped off the stage and left while clutching his wound, leaving bloody footprints behind him. There were 9 wounds left behind by Qing Yan on his body. Although they weren't fatal, they were still bleeding and looked very scary. Isn't this Lu Hong a little sullen from his loss? You didn't even use any decent moves. It can't be helped. Chen Ruoyan is too close to him. She can't pull away and doesn't give him any time. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to last 10 moves. Don't flatter yourself. If you can last 3 moves, it'll be my loss. Right, Chen Ruoyan defeated Lu Hong. Doesn't that mean she might get first place? Not necessarily. There's still Dai Yi. But she's indeed a dark horse. She's a rouge horse, right? If you have the guts, say it in front of Chen Ruoyan. I still want to live for a few more years. Qing Yan got off the stage. Hall Master Chen nodded at her. Well done. N. Go back and rest well. If you need anything, just tell me. Qing Yan suddenly looked up and asked, can you give me a spiritual deity fruit now? I don't have one. Chen Gang shook his head. Besides, the sect will only reward you with a spiritual deity fruit if you get into the top 3, right? The competition isn't over yet. I'll go find Master. Chen Gang agreed in a low voice. You can try, although it's against the rules. He knew very well the importance of each sect in the Southern Region Grand Competition. Chen Ruoyan already had the strength to fight for the top 3. If she could improve her strength a little more, she might be able to get first place. After notifying the guard, Qing Yan entered Niao Lakun's tent. I heard you won. That's great. Master, my opponent the day after tomorrow is Dai Yi. I want a spiritual deity fruit. Niao Lakun sat on the chair and thought for a while. Then, a white jade box floated to Qing Yan. Take it. You have to get into the top 3 at least. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to the sect's elders. Qing Yan said excitedly, thank you, Master. You can leave now. I'll wait for your good news. N. Qing Yan didn't open the white jade box. She walked out of the tent and nodded at Chen Gang with a smile. Then, she returned to her own tent. After returning to her tent, she couldn't wait to open the white jade box. Just as she expected, the sect had prepared a 3-leaf spiritual deity fruit for them. It was the 3-leaf spiritual deity fruit that had a probability of upgrading a peak stage esoteric skill. Qing Yan had already thought of what esoteric skill to upgrade. It was impossible for her to upgrade the massacre esoteric skill to a divine skill. The massacre esoteric skill was always an unstable factor. Moreover, it would automatically be upgraded during slaughter. For other martial artists, this might be something they could only dream of. However, for Qing Yan, the massacre esoteric skill was a hidden danger. Without any hesitation, she decided to upgrade the speed esoteric skill as much as possible. She didn't consume the 3-leaf spiritual deity fruit immediately. Master Jianling, let's try the Empress's speed esoteric skill inheritance first. I want to try and see if it's more effective. Sure. Chen Hao was also curious. Logically speaking, this should be able to increase the comprehension and cultivation of the speed esoteric skill. In the dream, Qing Yan once again experienced the whole process of Zhou Lihua comprehending the speed domain to perfection. Then, she consumed the 3-leaf spiritual deity fruit. All the esoteric skills suddenly erupted. The blood-red massacre esoteric skill was especially obvious. Qing Yan's tent was blown up into the air. All the martial artists in the Holocaust sect's campsite looked at Yi Qing Yan, who was sitting cross-legged. Someone muttered, Senior Sister Chen is going to break through? Her esoteric skill is breaking through. Qin Gang reacted quickly and immediately ordered, Blood Hand Hall members, use the array disc to seal her aura. After receiving the order, the 4 Blood Hand Hall members quickly stood around Qin Yan. They each placed an array disc on the ground and inlaid it with mid-grade spirit stones. After a strange spirit energy fluctuation, the violent aura caused by Yi Qingyan's esoteric skill breakthrough immediately disappeared. Qin Gang and the other 4 members of the Blood Hand Hall stood around Qin Yan until the next morning. When Qin Yan woke up, Qin Gang asked her, "Did you get anything?" "Pretty good," Qin Yan said with a smile. "Good for you. Have a good rest. Try to take down Dai Yi tomorrow." Qin Gang pointed at the tent and reminded her, "Your tent is broken. I helped you build a new one, okay?" The location of this new tent. Qin Yan remembered that it seemed to belong to a martial artist at the peak of the heaven-breaking realm. However, she didn't think too much about it. She guessed that Qin Gang had asked that person to move it to another place. After tidying up the things that were in her tent and moving into the new tent, Qin Yan thought of Dai Yi. When she thought of how her illusion esoteric skill had improved from small success to great success and was close to perfection, she was full of confidence. With her current speed, she was invincible against Dai Yi. With the profound meaning of speed nearing perfection, even a transcendent early-stage martial artist who was good at movement techniques wouldn't be able to catch up to her. Although the Yin Corp's sex corpse refining martial artists' walking corpses were powerful, most of them could only control walking corpses with the same cultivation level as them. If they controlled walking corpses that were a level higher than them, they would very likely be devoured by the walking corpses. Even if Dai Yi was really a genius and could control a transcendent early-stage walking corpse, so what? With her speed, the walking corpses couldn't catch her. She only needed to deal with Dai Yi. After Qin Yan defeated Lu Hong in the 3rd round of the ranking competition, she won the 4th round immediately after. For a time, the number of people who thought highly of her increased by a lot. Until now, there were only 3 heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artists who had won 4 rounds in a row. These 3 were Yin Corp's sex Dai Yi, Blue Flame sex Ku Qinglei, and Blood Fiend sex Chen Ruoyan. On the day of the 5th round of the ranking competition, most of the spectating martial artists gathered around the arena where Qin Yan and Dai Yi were competing. This competition was related to the fight for the first place. Dai Yi was definitely the most famous martial artist in the top 8, and his overall strength was the strongest. Not only could he control 3 heaven-breaking realm peak stage walking corpses at the same time, his strength wasn't any weaker than the other contestants, and he was the favorite to win the championship. Qin Yan's movement technique stood out among the crowd. Under her superb movement technique, her opponent couldn't see any hope of winning. Even Lu Hong, the favorite to win the championship, was defeated by her. Would Dai Yi continue to maintain a perfect victory, or would Chen Ruoyan, this beautiful dark horse, be defeated to the end? All the martial artists from all over the southern mountain range paid close attention. Although Qin Yan's movement technique was terrifying, most martial artists still thought that Dai Yi had a higher chance of winning. If the rumors were true, then he really killed a transcendent early-stage expert with his own hands. Then he must have some powerful moves that he hadn't used yet. The time was up, and Qin Yan stood on the arena. At this time, the spectating crowd automatically parted to form a path. Chen Hao also looked over. He was also very concerned about the outcome of this battle. He was the Red Blood Sword master, and couldn't be weaker than others. The value of the Red Blood Sword could only be proven if the sword owner was outstanding enough. Dai Yi, whose face was pale, slowly walked to the edge of the arena. What caught Chen Hao's attention was that there was a 2-meter-tall, burly humanoid creature behind him. It was covered in heavy black armor and carried a huge black mace on its shoulder. Perhaps it was because of the heavy armor and the mace, but every time that person stepped on the ground would tremble slightly. Even Qin Yan's mouth twitched when she saw the heavy armored humanoid creature's weapon. The mace in the hands of the heavily armored humanoid was more than 5 meters long. Apart from the normal handle, the other parts of the mace had an average diameter of nearly 2 meters, and the mace was covered in thick and sinister spikes. Chen Hao looked at the small body of his scarlet flexible sword, and then looked at the extremely exaggerated wolf-tooth club. For the first time, he began to doubt himself. Was it better to be thicker? Chen Hao and Yi Qingyan were not the only ones who were surprised. The group of warriors who were watching the show was also shocked by the mace in the hands of the heavily armored human. That mace is too scary, isn't it? I feel like he'll be gone if he's hit. The mace is a spiritual weapon, right? It's so big that even an ordinary Taoist weapon can't deal with it. That guy must be a body-refining warrior. Dai Yi's gray eyes looked at Qingyan with disdain, and then he jumped into the arena. The heavily armored humanoid creature also followed him. The arena shook. Chen Hao noticed that there were small cracks on the arena under the feet of the heavily armored humanoid creature. The arena of Tiancheng country did not cut corners. The white reef stone was enough for most of the warriors at the peak of the heaven-breaking realm to fight. Many powerful warriors at the peak of the heaven-breaking realm could indeed create sword marks on the arena, but if Chen Hao was not wrong, those were just the cracks caused by the inadvertent steps of the black-armored humanoid creature. Suddenly, someone shouted, "That guy is a walking corpse." In fact, there was no need for that person to remind them. Many people present had noticed it. It seems that Dai Yi has shown his true ability. That's for sure. Chen Ruoyan is not weak at all, and her speed is even scarier. Dai Yi must be afraid that he won't have enough time to release the walking corpse after he gets into the arena. He's too cunning. What cunning? This is called reasonable use of the rules. Chen Hao reminded Qingyan in her ear, "Don't fight with that walking corpse head-on. The death aura in his body is very strong. He should be at the early stage of the transcendent realm. The mace in his hand is a top-grade spiritual weapon. Even the red blood sword can't break such a heavy top-grade spiritual weapon. I can see that. Only a fool would touch him." Qingyan estimated that she would lose most of her fighting strength if she was touched by the mace. With such an exaggerated heavy weapon, that walking corpse was probably a powerful transcendent realm body-refining warrior when he was alive. She really couldn't afford to offend him. The referee walked up to Dai Yi with a solemn face and confirmed, "Is this your walking corpse?" "Yes." "Okay." He turned and asked Qingyan, "Chen Ruoyan, are you ready?" "I'm ready." The referee nodded and emphasized, "If you think you can't win, you can admit defeat. Once the opponent admits defeat, you must stop. Whoever violates this will be disqualified from the competition. Do you understand?" Qingyan felt that this referee's words were directed at her. Seeing that both of them had understood, the referee announced, "Then I hereby announce that the competition officially begins." As soon as the referee finished speaking, he jumped into the air. At the same time, Qingyan shot toward Dai Yi like an arrow. So what if Dai Yi had a powerful walking corpse? A body-refining warrior's body was the easiest to break through. Qingyan believed that with her speed, she could definitely shake off that suspected transcendent realm walking corpse. He was even wearing such heavy armor and holding such a heavy mace. Did he think that she was too fast? Just as Qingyan rushed toward Dai Yi, he took out a white jade skull with a cold and calm expression and said, "Big guy, stop her." Qingyan heard him and sneered in her heart. Could he stop her? But at this moment, Qingyan heard an explosion. That heavily armored walking corpse carrying a huge mace appeared in front of her. He stood in the air like a small giant and the mace in his hand almost covered the sun, leaving a thick shadow on the ground. Qingyan looked at that tall and sturdy body, her eyes filled with doubt. The huge mace smashed toward Qingyan's head. No one doubted that if Qingyan was hit by that mace, even if she didn't die, she would completely lose her ability to fight. Diawu. At the crucial moment, Qingyan desperately dodged the mace. But she was shocked to find that the black-armored walking corpse's speed of swinging the mace was not much slower than her movement technique. The mace brushed past half of her body and a sharp pain entered her brain. Qingyan quickly retreated a few hundred meters. She didn't care about her almost completely crippled left arm and only looked at the black-armored walking corpse through her messy hair. "Sir Jianling. Don't you think that he looks like someone?" Dai Yi's zombie forced Chen Ruoyan to retreat with one move and even heavily injured her in one move. The martial artists present looked at Chen Ruoyan, covered in blood, and could vaguely see the white bone of her left arm. They were all dumbfounded. They expected that Dai Yi still had a trump card, but they never thought that this trump card would be so strong. Chen Ruoyan actually had no ability to resist in front of the walking corpse. Even Chen Ruoyan's most powerful speed advantage was not good in front of the zombie. Chen Ruoyan's left hand is crippled. It's over, Dai's first place is for sure. While those martial artists watching the competition were discussing, Dai saw his baby heavily injuring Chen Ruoyan in one move and felt extremely gratified and proud. He did not attack Chen Ruoyan immediately. At this moment, Qingyan did not care about her injuries and was whispering to Jianling Chenhao. Yi Qingyan, don't you think that he looks like General Chen? Chenhao said in surprise, you mean XVII? N. After Qingyan's reminder, Chenhao looked at the zombie in Dai's hand again. The more he looked, the more similar it was, that height, that size, that strength, and that fighting style, it was exactly the same as XVII. Chenhao sucked in a breath of cold air. After so many years, there were not many things that could surprise him, it can't be. There are still people in the southern region with a physique similar to 17. Chenhao still did not dare to believe it. 17's physique was indeed different from ordinary people, but it was not impossible in the southern region. Even now, below the arena, there were martial artists who were more than 2 meters tall. Generally, people who were extremely tall had a strength that could be used. If combined with a body forging technique, it was not impossible to copy another 17. I feel that it is General Chen. Why don't we ask Dai, or take off the zombie's helmet and take a look? Chenhao suggested. Maybe not? In fact, Chenhao had already confirmed in his heart that no one in this world knew the 17th better than him, but he was still a little lucky. What if it was not? To be honest, so many years had passed, he did not want to see XVII again, even if it was a corpse. At this point, the outcome of the competition had long been thrown to the back of her mind. Dai, where did this zombie come from? Hearing this sentence, Dai immediately became vigilant. Generally, when corpse refining martial artists heard someone asking about the origin of their walking corpses, they would be very vigilant. This could very well be a sign of a fight. No comment, Dai replied. Of course, he knew that his treasure's origin. Qingyan gritted her teeth and said fiercely, since you won't tell me, I can only confirm it myself. This time, she directly, shwezzzz, the zombie, too naive, do you think this is all he can do? Dai saw this situation and snorted. Big guy, use your full strength. Blood-red killing intent suddenly rose from the zombie's body. Killing intent was originally formless, but the zombie's killing intent seemed to be real. With the corpse as the center, a crimson tide of murderous intent spread out. Chenhao stared at the aura in a daze, the blood-red slaughter god art, the pitch-black fear concept, and that familiar strength god art. How is this possible? Is it really him? There were many who were as tall as XVII, and those whose physical strength was comparable to 17's could also exist. But when strength god art, fear god art, and slaughter god art appeared at the same time, it was different. Below the arena, someone asked in a low voice, what is that? I feel so cold. Before anyone could answer him, there was an explosion in the ring. The walking corpse stomped on the ground, and the solid ring exploded with a bang. The walking corpse charged towards Yi Qingyan with unparalleled strength. Chenhao saw this and his heart skipped a beat. He loudly reminded, if you want to live, don't fight force with force. No matter how anxious Qingyan was, she still had her reason. Of course, she wouldn't be stupid enough to fight this zombie head-on. This time, she was prepared. She used the butterfly dance movement art and was as nimble as a butterfly, dodging the zombie's charge. Her scarlet blood-soft sword made a strange arc and sliced towards the zombie's helmet. However, the zombie wasn't slow at all. The strength god art also gave the zombie great speed. Plus, the mace was big enough to act as a shield. He easily blocked the soft sword's attack. Qingyan didn't give up. She tangled with the zombie, and her scarlet blood-soft sword turned into afterimages. Almost all the martial artists below the arena saw the abnormality of Chen Ruoyan. Chen Ruoyan was always calm on the arena, but now, her face was filled with anxiety. Also, that zombie was obviously at the god art realm. It wasn't easy to deal with. She could use her speed advantage to deal with Dai first. As long as she could defeat Dai, she would win the competition. Why was she so stubborn to deal with the zombie? No one believed that Chen Ruoyan was a fool. Someone asked, is it possible that the walking corpse is someone Chen Ruoyan knows? When Qing Yan asked Dai Yi about the zombie's origin, Chen Ruoyan didn't transmit her voice. Instead, she asked directly. Many martial artists around the arena heard it. I'm pretty sure. I've never seen Chen Ruoyan with such an expression. Yes, Chen Ruoyan kept attacking the zombie's helmet with her sword. She probably wants to confirm it. But isn't this an arena competition? This Chen Ruoyan doesn't want to fight for first place? Someone whispered, that person should be more important to Chen Ruoyan. If she misses today, she won't have the chance to take off the zombie's helmet. You know, Dai Yi is a genius disciple of the Yin Corp sect. The Yin Corp sect also sent a vice sect leader over. Some martial artists who couldn't stand the Yin Corp sect and sympathized with Qing Yan scolded softly, the Yin Corp sect are all bastards. Appearance was always important. Beautiful women were naturally easy to receive men's kindness. Especially Qing Yan's opponent, the Yin Corp sect, was despised by most of the southern region martial artists. Normal people hated the Yin Corp sect who liked to steal other people's corpses, who was willing to have their ancestral graves dug up. Bloodhand Hall's Hall Master Chen Gang stood below the arena. He looked at Chen Ruoyan who was crazily attacking the zombie's helmet with her flexible sword. His eyes were filled with confusion, doubt and anger. This southern region great competition was very important to the Blood Fiend sect. But at this crucial moment, Chen Ruoyan actually had a problem. The zombie's speed was only slightly slower than someone who had comprehended the profound meaning of speed at the large success stage. Adding on its tyrannical strength, it was very difficult for Qing Yan to use her scarlet blood soft sword to touch its helmet. Dai Yi didn't immediately attack Chen Ruoyan. He was even happy to see her crazily attacking the zombie. He was also worried about Chen Ruoyan's speed. If he wasn't afraid, he wouldn't have released the zombie and brought it up to the arena. As for whether the zombie was Chen Ruoyan's relative, he didn't care. So what if it was? How could he, Dai Yi, be afraid of Chen Ruoyan? Seeing Qing Yan's craziness, seeing how she was almost hit by the walking corpse, Chen Hao reminded her, be careful, don't let him touch you. Qing Yan did not respond to Chen Hao, her craziness did not change. After attacking continuously for about 15 minutes, Qing Yan could not count how many times she had swung her sword. But only 2 of her swords managed to pierce the walking corpse's helmet. Even if the walking corpse was a corpse, its movements were slower than when it was alive, but Qing Yan could not do anything to it. Another sword, the scarlet blood sword, finally wrapped around the walking corpse's mouth and the back of its head. This is great, Qing Yan pulled the scarlet blood sword, and the scarlet blood sword easily cut open the walking corpse's helmet. But at this moment, a selah sound was heard, the walking corpse's mace smashed towards Qing Yan with a terrifying force. Dai Yi, who had been watching the battle between the walking corpse and Qing Yan, also made his move. He saw the best opportunity. Almost at the same time as the walking corpse made his move on Qing Yan, Chen Hao asked, how is it? I'm not dead yet. Qing Yan stood on the stage with one leg, her left leg was already twisted beyond recognition. The heart-piercing pain made her more awake, her eyes were still staring at the walking corpse, the helmet was already broken, but it was not taken off. Dai Yi's face revealed a cruel smile, admit defeat. If you admit defeat, I can spare your life. Admit defeat? That was impossible. Once she admitted defeat, she would not have the chance to fight Dai Yi again. This was the Southern Region Tournament's venue. Once she left the stage, she would not be able to find a reason to fight Dai Yi in a short period of time. Once Dai Yi returned to the Yin Corp sect, it would be even more difficult. In the red blood sword, Chen Hao looked at Qing Yan's stubborn eyes, and persuaded her, stop, Qing Yan, he is XVII, there is no escape. You are already heavily injured, this fight, you will definitely lose. No, I want to see with my own eyes, I want to see with my own eyes if it is him. Chen Hao did not say anything else. He knew, sometimes, some stubborn people only believed in their own eyes, and did not believe in other people's judgment. No matter how much he said, it was all in vain. Chasing the stars and moon. Gentle Yan rushed towards the undead like a meteor. Dai Yi's face revealed a disdainful smile. Dealing with a martial artist who had already lost his mind was really too easy. He originally thought that Qing Yan would be his greatest enemy. He did not expect that she would be dealt with so easily. He didn't even need to use his knees to guess what Qing Yan wanted to do next. Big guy, attack. However, even though Qing Yan had lost her rationality, she still maintained a certain level of clarity. Diawu. At this crucial moment, Butterfly's dance once again displayed its miraculous effect. In that instant, Qingyan felt as if Diawu had broken through again. He had broken through to the perfection realm, but at this time, she didn't think much and directly kicked the zombie's chin. The helmet was raised up high, and Qingyan saw an abnormally familiar face that often appeared in her dreams. A deathly gray face. Even those eyes were deathly gray, filled with indifference and dullness. It really was him. Even though Qingyan was mentally prepared, when she saw that familiar face, she still couldn't accept it. Boundless anger filled her entire being. Her pitch-black eyes were blood-red as if they were being burned by fire. Right at this time, the undead's left hand grabbed Qingyan's only remaining right leg. Chen Hao gave that undead a complicated glance. This time, he did not say anything to Qingyan. Since she was caught by him, then Qingyan was hopeless. As if feeling uncomfortable, the undead threw down the spiked club, clenched his right hand into a fist, and punched Qingyan's abdomen. With a muffled sound, blood splattered. The undead's fist broke open Qingyan's abdomen, breaking her spine. A large blood-colored fist emerged from her back. Qingyan's body was punched through by one punch. Countless martial artists were dumbfounded when they saw the situation on the stage. Too strong. That undead was too strong. Ordinary divine ability realm martial artists could finish off a peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist in 2 or 3 moves, but they also could not achieve punching through a peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist. Even without body tempering, the body of a peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist was absolutely very powerful too. Suddenly, a martial artist shouted loudly, "Chen Ruoyan, admit defeat." Yes, admit defeat. Admit defeat, Chen Ruoyan. You can get your face back in the future. At the same time Qingyan was punched through, Dai Yi immediately stabbed his sword at Chen Ruoyan. He felt that this Chen Ruoyan was better off dead. He could see that this undead was really related to Chen Ruoyan. With a crack, what Dai Yi did not expect was that the red blood sword in Qingyan's hand suddenly extended, blocking Dai Yi's sure-kill sword. Qingyan did not look at the red blood sword, but stared blankly at the undead's face, closing her eyes in pain. I admit defeat. She had just shouted out that she admitted defeat when the referee who had been paying attention to the match appeared beside Dai Yi. She admitted defeat, stop. The referee suspected that if he had come down a little slower, Dai Yi might have really killed Chen Ruoyan. All right. Dai Yi unwillingly put down the sword in his hand. Today, he could not kill Chen Ruoyan. The undead slowly retracted its hand. Qingyan knelt in a pool of blood, clutching her stomach, but the hole in her stomach was too big, and it was pierced through. Her little hand could not cover it at all. In her current state, she was already half a step into hell. She slowly raised her head and looked at the tall zombie in front of her through her messy hair. The undead's tall body blocked the dazzling sunlight. The undead was as silent as a mountain. I think it's best if you die now. If you can survive, don't let me touch you, or else you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Dai Yi left the sentence as he left. Dai Yi was very clear-headed. The enmity had already been formed. In a way he did not expect. The undead slowly retreated, coldly turning around and leaving with Dai Yi. Qingyan used her right hand to push aside the messy hair in front of her eyes. Her gaze followed the tall undead, until the undead disappeared in front of her eyes. In her blood-red eyes, there was only one teardrop. That teardrop was blood red, so red that it was sparkling and translucent. It hung below Qingyan's left eye, as if it was frozen. Many martial artists saw Qingyan's blood-red teardrop and became silent. They could roughly guess what had just happened. In corpse sex Dai Yi's trump card, the divine realm undead, should be Chen Ruoyan's relative or lover. Otherwise, with Chen Ruoyan's strength and style of doing things, she would definitely not lose her composure like this. After all, not long ago, Blood Enchantress Chen Ruoyan's cruel and cold, bloodthirsty, and murderous reputation had spread throughout the entire venue. Everyone knew that she was a female devil through and through, but now, everyone found that this unbelievably beautiful female devil, powerlessly kneeling on the stage, was so pitiful. The red blood sword automatically returned to Qingyan's hand. A warm current flowed through her body and healed her injuries. The 3 alchemists from the House of Bloodlust jumped into the arena. The leader opened her mouth and stuffed a pill into it. Then, she was placed on a stretcher and carried back to the House of Bloodlust's camp by 2 disciples from the Hall of Blood Hands. Hang in there for a while. Qingyan raised her head blankly. Her vision was blurry, and she couldn't tell who was talking. Under the double treatment of the precious pill and the red blood sword's killing intent, Qingyan's terrible condition temporarily stabilized. With the help of a few experienced doctors from the House of Bloodlust, her injuries gradually improved. In the stomach that had a big hole, granulation began to grow desperately, plugging the wound. In a daze, Yi Qingyan seemed to have heard Niao Likun talking to someone else. Deputy Master, Chen Ruoyan's injuries have stabilized, and there are signs of improvement. Can she go into the arena the day after tomorrow? This is a little difficult. Try your best to treat her. When she woke up again, it was already night time. Miss Ruoyan, you're awake. A maid who was taking care of her asked in surprise. Qingyan didn't speak. She opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling of the tent. I'll report to Hallmaster Chen. After the maid left, Chen Gang quickly entered the tent. It's good that you're awake. Have a good rest. Chen Gang's words seemed to have pulled her back to reality. Her unfocused eyes regained some focus. She turned to look at Hallmaster Chen, but she still didn't speak. Chen Gang said softly, since you don't want to talk, then continue to rest. I'll ask the servants not to disturb you, but they will be guarding the door. If you need anything, just call for them. After saying that, he left. Master Jianling, why did General Chen come to the southern region? Chen Hao replied casually, of course he was brought here by someone. He can't leave by himself. He didn't really want to talk about this topic. Who did it? Qingyan's words were spoken very softly. They were as light as a feather, the kind that could be blown away for a long time. I don't know. Chen Hao didn't want to continue this meaningless conversation. I don't know either. Help me heal my injuries. Qingyan said in a low voice. The day after tomorrow, I want to enter the arena. You're already injured to this extent, what's the point of entering the arena? Do you feel uncomfortable lying in bed peacefully? Chen Hao said snappily. You're already like this, and you still want to fight in the ring? Also, the energy you stored in the red blood sword has been used up to save your life. Qingyan's face was filled with doubt. Really? Of course it's real. Sir Jianling, don't lie to me. Do you think I don't know? The blood chi of so many late-stage and peak-stage heaven-shattering realm martial artists still wasn't enough to cure me? After using the red blood sword for so long, I can roughly guess the slaughter feedback ratio. I admit, there is still some left. Chen Hao quickly corrected himself. But I'm doing this for your own good. Your current state isn't suitable for entering the arena. Anyway, those alchemists from the House of Blood Fiend will think of ways to cure you. Since you can reimburse them, why bear the burden yourself? Right? He thought that Qingyan's current state would be very easy to fool. I've already fought until now, I can't give up. Qingyan said in a low voice. Even if I can't get the first place reward, I still want to get second place. Although it's embarrassing to get second place, I have no other choice. Sir Jianling, please don't joke at this crucial moment. Alright, I won't joke anymore. But let's wait a little longer. If the people from the House of Blood Fiend aren't useful, I'll be responsible for curing you. Qingyan didn't say anything else and just slowly closed her eyes. Even if she closed her eyes, Chen Hao still knew that she wasn't asleep. Just as Chen Hao had said, the alchemists from the House of Blood Fiend were very skillful. In the next day or so, they didn't hesitate to use many precious medicinal herbs and elixirs. Finally, Qingyan's injuries were almost healed. On the day of the 6th match, Niao Likun came to see Qingyan personally. How is it? Can you enter the arena? Yes. Qingyan's face was slightly pale. Even though her injuries were almost healed, her body was still weak. Try to get a good result. I will. I also want a reward. Qingyan forced a smile. Niao Likun looked at her deeply. I'm relieved to hear that. The entire House of Blood Fiend, no, the entire martial art practitioners who had watched the match between Qingyan and Dai Yi knew that Qingyan had performed abnormally in the arena. Logically speaking, Yi Qingyan shouldn't have been defeated so thoroughly. At least, there was still hope for her to win. Both parties' combined abilities were on par. They had more or less guessed the reason for Qingyan's abnormal performance. After all, Qingyan had lost her composure in the arena. However, Nialakun wisely didn't mention the previous match between Qingyan and Dai Yi. Nialakun said seriously, "I hope you can be more rational. No matter what difficulties a martial art practitioner faces, no matter what setbacks they experience, they can't lose their rationality as a martial art practitioner. You're not in a good state now." "I know." Nialakun shook his head. He could tell that Qingyan didn't seem to take his words seriously. If it was someone else, he would definitely teach them how to be a good person. However, now wasn't the time. Under the service of the maidservant, Qingyan dressed and dressed. She sat in front of the bronze mirror in a daze, staring at herself in the mirror. She gently touched the blood-red teardrop-shaped red dot under her left eye. There were no bumps or bumps. She tried to scratch it, but the teardrop seemed to be imprinted on her skin and couldn't be removed. However, she was still unwilling to give up. She used her fingernails to cut off a small piece of flesh from her face. "Miss Ruoyan?" The maidservant called out worriedly. "I'm fine. I'm just not used to it." Qingyan looked at the imprint on her skin and said, "Okay." After changing her clothes, Qingyan carried the red blood sword out of the tent. Qin Gang was standing at the entrance of the tent. There were many other Xiantian realm and heaven-breaking realm disciples standing at the entrance of the tent. "Let's go." "Okay." Qingyan stepped onto the arena. There was only one person on the huge arena. The number of people who came to watch her match increased. The crowd was densely packed, close to 10,000 people. Qingyan stood straight like a statue without any signs of life. There was no expression on her face, no sign of life. It was like she was wearing a mask. She just stood on the arena. The cultivators below the arena all felt like she was standing in another world. Anyone could see the impact that Dai Yi had on her after the martial arts competition last time. In the past, when she stood on the arena, she at least looked like a living person. Sometimes, she could even smile. However, every time she smiled on the arena, some cultivators would feel that their trip was worth it. There were still 15 minutes before the start of the match, so Qingyan came a little early. Chen Ruoyan should have recovered from her injuries by now, right? Of course she has. Do you think the House of Blood Fiend is just a decoration? If it were us, itinerant cultivators, we would be lucky if we didn't die from such injuries. However, she has the support of her sect. She can return to the arena in 2 days. However, even if she returned to the arena, her strength should have decreased by quite a bit. Look at her face. The battle with Dai Yi must have been quite a blow to her. Let's see if the remaining people can seize the opportunity. That's right. That woman is quite scary. She didn't even make a sound when she lost a leg and an arm. She didn't even have any expression when she was pierced by the walking corpse. If it wasn't for the identity of the walking corpse, Dai Yi might not have one. Speaking of which, what happened to Chen Ruoyan's face? There's a wound under her left eye. It looks like she was scratched. It's true. What's that red thing under her eye? Qingyan stood alone in the arena, waiting for her opponent. Chen Hao was quite upset. When your opponent comes over later, you must teach him a lesson. He made you wait for so long. Okay. Chen Hao looked at Qingyan in surprise. He thought that Qingyan would ignore him. You're a little strange today. Yes. Thank you, Sir Jianling, for what happened in the arena last time. Chen Hao was silent for a moment. Only this time. There won't be a next time. If you die next time, I won't bother about it anymore. Qingyan was the 35th Renkenju of the Red Blood Sword. She was also the first sword master that Renkenju saved. He didn't even know why he blocked Dai Yi's attack for Yi Qingyan. Qingyan deserved to die for that kind of irrational behavior in the arena. I understand. Qingyan lowered her head. In the 6th match, Qingyan's performance was insane. Even the referee and the audience could feel her violent killing intent. If her opponent didn't react fast enough, he would have been cut in half by Qingyan's sword. The last strike was blocked by the referee on behalf of Qingyan's opponent. However, Qingyan was only taught a lesson because everyone could see that when Qingyan's opponent shouted surrender, her taiji had been restricted and she couldn't retract her sword. After leaving the arena, Qingyan casually found a disciple from the House of Blood Fiend to ask about the situation at Dai Yi's side. After learning that Dai Yi had taken out that walking corpse, crushed his opponent, and left in victory, she could only return to her tent. She actually just wanted to go and take a look. She sat on a chair in the tent and took out a guzheng. Just as she plucked a string, she put the guzheng back into her spatial ring. She then pulled out the red blood sword and wiped the red blood sword's blood-red blade with a piece of animal skin. She then immediately stopped. Xianxia originally thought that he would be able to enjoy his meticulous care. He could tell that Qingyan was in a state of anxiety. "Do you want to look for Dai Yi? Now is not the time." Qingyan paced back and forth in the small tent. Then, she simply sat on the bed and rubbed her hair with all her might, turning her clean and smooth long hair into a messy chicken nest. It is indeed not the time. Xianxia understood the strength of the Southern Region Martial Arts Tournament better than Qingyan. There were close to 100 domain realm experts gathered here, and there was even more than one peak stage domain realm expert. If Qingyan wanted to find trouble with the Incorp sect, she would first have to go through Niala-kun and the Incorp sect experts. On the arena, she was the Southern Region's top genius, a shattering Heaven Realm expert. But below the arena, she was just an ant. This was not a place where she could mess around. She fiddled with the red blood sword. With a kacha sound, the red blood sword broke into 34 small sections. The whip sword was like a snake. From top to bottom, it slowly coiled around Qingyan's petite body 14 times. She closed her eyes and bit her lower lip. The sharp blade cut open inch by inch of her skin. Fresh blood quickly dyed her clothes. Xianxia looked at Qingyan in a daze, not knowing what she was doing. She threw the sword hilt onto the main beam of the tent. The sword hilt wrapped around the beam and slowly retracted, hanging Qingyan upside down. The whip sword tightened again. Blood seeped out of the countless wounds on her body. It flowed down her body to her beautiful neck, then down her face, down her long hair, and dripped onto the ground. Her face was wooden as she looked in front of her. Her body swayed back and forth in the air. It was like she was on a swing. Xianxia did not say anything. He did not know what to say. He saw the wounds on Qingyan's face had already healed. He saw the blood-red teardrop under her left eye. He saw her lifeless eyes gradually turn blood red. Then she slowly closed her eyes. From the moment 17's corpse appeared again, he had already noticed that something was wrong with Qingyan. How did 17's corpse appear in the southern region? This matter was indeed strange, but Xianxia did not have the intention to investigate. As the Jianling of the red blood sword, Xianxia actually did not have much curiosity. Even if he did, it was mostly worn away. For him, being too curious was a form of torture. He was like a mollusk that had been trapped in a shell for a long time. In order to adapt to the shape of the shell, his body had completely deformed. "Sir Jianling, is this the curse you were talking about?" Qingyan opened her light red eyes and asked in a low voice, "I used to think that the so-called curse was just a rumor. I'm not too sure, but I warned you, you can't control it?" Qingyan asked again. Hearing Qingyan's question, the red blood sword fiercely retracted. Qingyan let out a muffled groan. The blood on the ground gathered into a small puddle. "Do you think I want to see XBII again? Sir Jianling? You seem to be angry." Xianxia was silent. Qingyan continued to ask, "Can you loosen it a little?" "Sir Jianling, you're hurting me." The red blood sword gradually loosened and slowly put Qingyan down. Her head hit the ground directly. Qingyan shouted in a low voice, "Wait, don't put me down." Xianxia asked curiously, "Doesn't it hurt? Or do you enjoy the feeling of being cut by more than 30 sword pieces?" As the Jianling of the red blood sword, Xianxia knew very well that the 34 sword pieces almost all cut into Qingyan's flesh. Although they avoided the vital parts, that kind of pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. This was a kind of torture. It hurts. But only then can I calm down. Qingyan's eyes lost focus. Do you know what I want to do the most right now? I know. But my rationality tells me. Now is not the time. Now is not the time. Do you understand this kind of pain? My heart feels like it's being roasted. Do you understand this kind of feeling? Chen Hao understood Qingyan's feelings. When he was first locked in the scarlet blood sword, he couldn't move, he couldn't speak, he also wanted to die, especially at dusk, midnight, and early morning. That kind of terrifying anxiety, crazy imagination, and boundless hatred, almost drove him crazy. Almost driven mad? No. Chen Hao would occasionally suspect that he had gone mad long ago. The red blood sword contracted again, hanging Qingyan back to her original position. Since she liked to be hung, then she would continue to be hung. As the Jianling of the red blood sword, Chen Hao had always respected the sword master's choice. Moreover, this kind of superficial wound was nothing at all to Qingyan, whose strength had reached the peak of the heaven-breaking realm. In the 7th match, Qingyan's opponent was the Ashen Flame Sex Ku Qinglei. Ku Qinglei's appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were very shrewd. After the referee announced the start of the match, he immediately retreated rapidly. His movement technique was not bad. Although his speed was not as fast as Qingyan's, the two did not exchange blows for a while. While retreating, Ku Qinglei's mouth was not idle either. He asked loudly, "Chen Ruoyan, who is that corpse in Daiye's hands?" Qingyan's expression, which was not very good to begin with, became even uglier. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Haha. Let me guess, is he your older brother or your younger brother? Qingyan's pale face flushed red with anger. The red blood sword in her hand suddenly sped up a little. Seeing that he could not shake off Qingyan's attack, Ku Qinglei did not panic either. He had long been mentally prepared. His opponent's speed was indeed not what he could compare to. He blocked a few of Qingyan's swords. After seeing the flustered and exasperated expression on Chen Ruoyan's face, Ku Qinglei continued to add fuel to the fire. I think he's so tall, and the gap between you is so big. You don't look alike, so he shouldn't be your relative. Ku Qinglei smiled and said, looking at your angry appearance, you should care about him a lot. He must be your lover, right? Qingyan swept a glance over the countless southern domain martial artists around the arena, gnashing her teeth and saying, you're courting death. Chen Hao somewhat wanted to shut off his perception. Ku Qinglei's trash talk was really very effective. Qingyan was about to explode from anger. Below the arena, practically all the martial artists heard what Ku Qinglei said to Qingyan. Ku Qinglei shouted out loud, and his words also contained true essence. As long as the martial artists near the arena weren't deaf, they could all hear him. Below the stage, a martial artist whispered, isn't Ku Qinglei going too far? You exposed his scars in public. You don't understand. This was a tactic. Ku Qinglei must think that he can't win against Chen Ruoyan, so he wants her to lose her mind, just like how Daiyi won against her last time. But he doesn't have Daiyi's strength, right? Anyway, it's just a try. No one will die in the arena. It feels a little despicable. What do you mean by despicable? It's fine as long as you can win. This is allowed in the arena. In the arena, Ku Qinglei was not feeling well either. He could still keep up with Qingyan's speed at the beginning, but he was soon unable to hold on. Facing Qingyan's crazy attacks, he had almost no strength to fight back. He felt extremely sullen. His ash flame was indeed very powerful, but his opponent was too close to him. His movements were nimble, like a ghost, he could not hit him at all. Not only did he lose to Daiyi, he also lost to this woman. His opponent did not lose her mind. He continued to use a teasing tone and said sarcastically, is he really your lover? I don't think so. I see that you're still a virgin. Could it be that you like him, but he doesn't like you? Chen Hao looked at Ku Qinglei with surprise and sympathy. This guy could really make guesses. However, to expose Qingyan's biggest scars in public, was this really a good idea? When Qingyan heard Ku Qinglei's words, her body paused slightly, as if she was suddenly stuck. Could it be that I guessed correctly? Seeing this situation, Ku Qinglei was overjoyed. However, he knew that this was a rare opportunity. Almost at the same time that Qingyan stopped, he instinctively retreated 10 meters and used his strongest move. Ash flame profound, raging flames incinerate the heavens. Azure flames spewed towards Xianxia like boiling lava from a volcanic eruption. The blazing heat wave made the martial artists near the arena retreat one after another. In the blink of an eye, the azure flames attacked Xianxia. Just as everyone was worried for her, Xianxia suddenly raised her head. Almost everyone saw her blood-red eyes that were filled with killing intent and madness. A thick blood-red killing intent spread out from Xianxia like a tide. Red Blood Sword's Devil Sword domain was activated. When the scorching azure flames came into contact with the blood-red killing intent, it was as if they had come into contact with ice water. They were completely extinguished with a sizzling sound. His ultimate move, Raging Flames Incinerate the Heavens, was so easily neutralized. Under Qinglei's incredulous gaze, the blood-red killing intent completely enveloped him. Almost at the same time that the Devil Sword domain enveloped Qinglei, Xianxia raised the red blood sword and charged towards Qinglei. Just as he felt the bone-chilling cold, Qinglei shouted, "I admit defeat." However, Xianxia did not want to listen to him anymore. She only wanted this noisy fly to shut up forever. When the referee heard Qinglei admit defeat and saw that Xianxia was not letting him go, he immediately shouted, "Stop." At the same time he shouted, he also moved. When Xianxia was in the arena, the referee was always very vigilant. Many referees in the Heavenbreaker Realm group had discussed this in private. They all agreed that when Chen Ruoyan was in the arena, all the Heavenbreaker Realm contestants had to pay more attention. This was because her speed was too fast. Sometimes, even if the opponent admitted defeat, she might not be able to stop in time. At this time, the referee had to pay more attention. After a contestant admitted defeat, they had to ensure that the opponent did not die, otherwise, they would be neglecting their duties. Just as Qinglei was about to lose his life, the referee used his long saber to push away the red blood sword in Xianxia's hand. "Chen Ruoyan, calm down." However, Xianxia could no longer calm down. She only had one thought in her mind, and that was to kill Qinglei. Seeing Xianxia's blood-red eyes, the referee's heart thumped. He had already realized that something was wrong with the opponent's state. At this time, Xianxia directly attacked the referee. The referee shielded Qinglei behind him and continuously blocked Xianxia's attacks. The referee's face darkened as he looked at the blood-red surroundings. He was both angry and furious. This Chen Ruoyan actually dared to attack him. This blood-red killing intent seemed to have formed a world of its own. It had the shadow of a domain, and even he felt an indescribable pressure. It could actually affect the mind of a late-stage transcendent realm martial artist like him. The referee admitted that he had underestimated Chen Ruoyan. An ordinary early-stage transcendent realm martial artist would probably be defeated by this move of Chen Ruoyan's. He couldn't stay here any longer. He had to end the battle quickly. "Xianxia, stop. You're not that referee's match. If you want to kill Qinglei, you'll have plenty of time in the future." At this time, Chen Hao's words sounded in Xianxia's ears, gradually pulling her back from her angry and chaotic state of mind. "Okay," Xianxia said with difficulty. The demon sword domain dissipated, and the entire arena returned to its original state. It was as if that blood-red world had never appeared. The demon sword domain appeared for a very short time, so the martial artists below the stage were not affected. Xianxia used the red blood sword to support her body with difficulty, trying to keep herself standing. Her eyes were still flickering with a bloody light as she stared fixedly at Qinglei behind the referee. Qinglei was not feeling well. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Xianxia. Even if the demon sword domain was not fully activated, it was still not something a heaven-shattering realm martial artist could resist. The referee's expression was very ugly. He walked in front of Xianxia and said angrily, "Why did you attack me just now?" Xianxia did not answer. But someone below the stage shouted, "Referee, quickly announce the result of the match." Xianxia could tell that it was Hall Master Chen's voice. "Your condition is very strange," the referee said in a low voice. "I will report it to the higher-ups as it is." After the referee announced Xianxia's victory, Xianxia rested on the spot for a while, then unwillingly rushed toward Dai Ye's side. After she left, the martial artists who were watching her fight discussed animatedly. The martial artists who had not reached the transcendent realm practically did not see clearly what had happened in that bloody mist. The transcendent realm martial artists looked in the direction Xianxia left in deep thought. They also discovered that Chen Ruoyan's condition was somewhat strange. Did you guys notice? Chen Ruoyan seems to have signs of qi deviation. Those blood-red eyes, the mark under her left eye, and she even attacked the referee. At that time, she seemed to have completely lost her mind. This is already the second time. The killing intent on her body is too thick. What she cultivates is the slaughter intent. It's very easy for problems to arise. It should be the last time she fought with Dai Yi. At that time, she lost control once, and it hasn't been resolved until now. It's not all Dai Yi's fault. She herself has problems too. That sword in her hand shouldn't just be a spirit tool, right? That blood-red killing intent just now was quite strong. What I'm most curious about is Chen Ruoyan's Upanishad. Did she comprehend the speed Upanishad? A few days ago, when Chen Ruoyan was dealing with Dai Yi, her speed was too exaggerated. Many martial artists said that Chen Ruoyan had comprehended the speed profound meaning. I've only heard about it. I've never seen it with my own eyes. Until now, no domain realm expert has come out to make a conclusion. In the crowd that was gradually dispersing, a white-haired old man also looked in the direction where Yi Qingyan disappeared. He couldn't help but sigh. She is a good seedling. Unfortunately, her flaw is too fatal. When Qingyan rushed over, it was already too late. Dai Yi's duel ended before her. Qingyan had spent too much time dealing with Kuqinglei, especially after using the demonic sword domain. Her body couldn't take it anymore, so she rested for a while. Now that Dai Yi had exposed his trump card, he no longer hid it. After Qingyan's martial arts competition, he brought out the walking corpse. The walking corpse's speed was slightly slower than Qingyan's, but its strength and physique were terrifyingly strong. It was almost invincible in the arena. On Qingyan's way back to the camp, Chen Hao said, "You have to be careful." "I'm just angry. Ever since XVII appeared, your emotions have become more and more unstable." "There are signs of qi deviation," Qingyan nodded, indicating that she understood. However, Chen Hao knew that Qingyan still didn't listen to his words. He also understood that her problem couldn't be solved with just a few words. In the 8th match, Qingyan held back a surge of energy and won quickly. As soon as the referee announced her victory, she ran directly to Dai Yi's arena. Below the arena, she silently watched the tall, black-armored martial artist torture his opponent until he was covered in cuts and bruises. Chen Hao said to Qingyan, "Did you notice that the walking corpse's reaction is faster? When he faced you last time, the walking corpse's reaction was still a bit slow, just like a puppet." Qingyan also noticed the change in Dai Yi's strength. It's only been a few days, and his corpse-controlling technique has improved again. In the intensive competition, he continuously sparred with experts of the same age. Coupled with the sex attention and his own talent, it was normal for Dai Yi's strength to start to improve again. A heaven-breaking realm expert in his 40s or 50s was also considered a youth. Qingyan said self-deprecatingly, "I never dreamed that one day I would use you to deal with General Chen. That's not XVII. That's just a corpse." "I know." Perhaps because of Qingyan's appearance, the martial artists around her didn't say anything. They just pretended to watch the competition seriously, occasionally glancing at her naturally from the corner of their eyes. Not long after Qingyan appeared at the edge of the arena, Dai Yi also won. He also noticed Qingyan below the arena. Dai Yi looked at her darkly, a cold smile on his face. From beginning to end, he didn't care much about Yi Qingyan. She was just a defeated opponent. According to the rules of the ranking competition, Qingyan's competition ended. Among the 8 young genius martial artists at the peak of the heaven-breaking realm, Qingyan obtained second place with 7 wins and 1 loss, and at this time, the Southern Region Grand Tournament hadn't ended. The Xianxia group's ranking competition ended before the heaven-breaking group, but the mystical power group's martial artists hadn't finished yet. It was said that 2 pairs of mystical power realm martial artists were evenly matched, and they fought for 2 days and 2 nights before the winner was decided, greatly delaying the competition. 4 days later, the mystical power group's competition officially ended. Although the rankings weren't announced, the Blood Fiends sect already knew their results. The Xiantian group gained nothing, the heaven-breaking group Chen Ruoyan obtained 2nd place, and Xian Yunxue obtained 10th place. The Mystical Power Realm group also had a genius who obtained ninth place. When Qingyan saw Hall head Chen Gang, there was a smile on his usually cold face. Presumably, the Blood Fiend Sect's results on the stage of the Southern Region Grand Tournament made him somewhat happy. How are our sect's results? Very good, Chen Gang said with a smile. In the entire Southern Region, our Blood Fiend Sect has the highest number of disciples who entered the top 10 in the third group. Deputy Sect Master is very happy and has already sent someone back to report the good news to the sect. Although the Blood Fiend Sect was considered a top fiendish faction in the Southern Region, it had many competitors. Ignoring those that were far away, just the top sects that were close to the Blood Fiend Sect and maintained a competitive relationship with them were the Whitebone Sect, Black Fiend Sect, Forsea Sect, Pillheart Sect, and the royal families of more than 30 countries in the Southern Region, as well as various top family clans. The Blood Fiend Sect had 3 of the top 10 spots in the Khanate, Heaven Breaking, and Mystical Power groups, a complete victory. It was worth writing about. You've also made a great contribution to the sect this time, Chen Gang said. Actually, before this, no one would have thought that you would get second place. Qingyan didn't speak further. Chen Gang probably knew that she wasn't in a good mood as he continued. Sect Master Nya has already been informed to head to the Tianqing Nation's royal palace. She might be there to get your rewards. Nya Lakun was led to a side hall in the Tianqing Nation's royal palace. It was already filled with people. Nearly all of them were domain realm warriors from the Southern Region. They were experts that ruled over a region in the Southern Region and were important figures of the various top factions. Now, there were more than 100 people gathered together. Nya Lakun was arranged to sit in the first row. Before she sat down, she looked behind her in delight. When she saw the old ghost from the Whitebone Sect, she grinned smugly. The Bloodlust Sect and the Whitebone Sect had been competing openly and secretly for many years. In the Southern Region tournament, the Bloodlust Sect had obtained an overwhelming victory. Nya Lakun knew very well that the Whitebone Sect only had one Khanate realm disciple enter the top 10, and his ranking was nothing special. With the appearance of a thin and tall warrior, the noisy side hall immediately quietened down. Many of the Grand Dominion realm experts present could feel a heavy pressure emanating from Xianxia. The Tianqing Nation's patriarch, who had not appeared for a long time, followed behind the warrior as a junior. Peak Domain Realm? Or Dao Enlightenment Realm? No one knew, nor did they dare to ask. The thin and tall warrior did not decline to sit on the seat of honor. He calmly looked at the powerful figures of the Southern Region sitting below him. The Tianqing Nation's patriarch introduced, this senior is the Central Region's 9 Swords Sect's Grand Elder, Hua Zhongkai. Elder Hua is in charge of this year's Southern Region tournament. The 9 Swords Sect's Grand Elder was considered a powerful figure in the sect. Many of the domain realm warriors below the stage turned solemn. Elder Hua nodded at the martial artists below the stage and slowly said, this martial arts tournament is not only being held in the Southern Region, but also in the other Eastern, Western, Northern, and even Central regions. It's being held at almost the same time. Many of the experts below the stage were excited. They could tell that something big was about to happen. Since this tournament was held in the Eastern, Western, Northern, Southern, and Central regions at the same time, it meant that in the end, it was very likely that the super geniuses from the various regions would fight it out in the arena, to choose the continent's strongest geniuses. At the same time, they felt some regret. They regretted that they were born in the wrong era. They could not compete with the warriors from the various regions of the continent in the arena. Yes, the top 10 of the Khanate, Heaven Breaking and Divine Powers groups from the various regions will rush to the Central Region to participate in the finals. As for our martial alliance, we will also observe these geniuses and choose the most outstanding geniuses with the most potential to nurture. As though he had guessed what the leaders of these factions had, the 9 Swords Sect's Grand Elder said with a smile, don't worry. Our martial alliance will definitely not poach your people. They will be nurtured by our martial alliance, and not by any of the martial alliance's sects or family clans. They will still be part of your sect or faction. In addition, if the genius you send to the martial alliance is sufficiently outstanding, our martial alliance will give the genius's sect or family clan a chance to officially join the martial alliance. We will also open up a portion of the Central Region's precious cultivation resources. The Martial Alliance is already planning on officially establishing branches in the other 4 regions. I hope that everyone will not miss this critical period and join the Martial Alliance as soon as possible. Upon hearing that there was a chance to join the Martial Alliance, the eyes of many of the southern region's big shots turned red. The Martial Alliance had been established for more than 10,000 years. After chasing the demons back to their homeworld and defeating the Fey beasts, the Martial Alliance's headquarters were moved to the central region. Following that, it went completely silent for thousands of years. In name, all the warriors on the continent were under the jurisdiction of the Martial Alliance. Of course, that was only in name. When the Martial Alliance was first established, it was justified. Its purpose was to ally with the Fey beasts to resist the demons. However, not all human warriors were willing to be under the jurisdiction of the Alliance. Thousands of years ago, when the humans and the Fey beasts fought a decisive battle in the central region, the Martial Alliance staked everything on a single throw. They brought all the warriors they could command into the central region. After defeating the central region's Fey beasts, the Martial Alliance went completely silent. As for the other factions in the east, west, south, and north, after seeing the Martial Alliance defeat the Fey beasts in the central region and the factions that followed the Martial Alliance in the central region rapidly developed and expanded, they also wanted to enter the central region and join the Martial Alliance for a share of the pie. However, they never received a response from the Martial Alliance. Hence, almost no faction in the other 4 regions could join the Martial Alliance. Everyone knew that the development of the martial arts in the central region had already left the other 4 regions in the dust. If they could join the Martial Alliance and receive the Martial Alliance's support, their sects would definitely receive great benefits. The earlier they joined the Martial Alliance, the earlier they could gain a foothold in the alliance, the more benefits they would receive. However, there were still sects that had their concerns. They were afraid of losing their independence and becoming a vassal of the Martial Alliance. A Southern Domain Realm expert asked, Elder Hua, I would like to know why the Martial Alliance would suddenly make such a huge move. I have a nagging feeling that something is amiss. Elder Hua glanced at that person and said with a heavy tone, Actually, it's because we believe that the continent is about to descend into chaos. Why would it descend into chaos? That's right. Elder Hua, can you explain it to us? The various sects, family clans, and the royal family present could no longer sit still. The other party said that the continent was about to descend into chaos. If the continent descended into chaos, their southern domain would not be spared. As one of the leaders of the various large factions, they had to know where the danger came from. This is not a secret, so it should be made known to you. After all, this concerns the safety of us humans. Elder Hua did not hide anything. Firstly, the people from demon-worshipping cult have been abnormally active recently. A year ago, they even opened the passageway that sealed the demons, allowing the demon army to step onto this continent once again. Then why don't we know about it? We have never heard of it either. Many Southern Domain Realm experts asked. The 5 regions of the continent were not completely isolated from the outside world. If the demon army appeared on the continent, it would cause a lot of chaos no matter where it was. It had been a year, so it was impossible for them, the leaders, to not know about it. Elder Hua replied with a smile, It's normal that you do not know about it. Our Martial Alliance discovered the unrest in time and completely suppressed the demons. The spatial passageway was sealed once again, so we did not let them spread the news. We were afraid that it would cause panic. A martial artist sighed, The Martial Alliance sure is strong. Although they had not heard of the news, the Southern Domain Realm experts did not believe that Elder Hua would lie to them. The demon-worshipping cult has been hiding its head but showing its tail. It has always been attacked by our Martial Alliance, but it is only a minor problem. What we really need to worry about is the Fey beasts. What happened to the Fey beasts? Last year, a Fey Emperor awakened. The Fey beasts also made a move. If that's the case, the top combat strength of the Fey beasts is in no way inferior to ours. Elder Hua said with a solemn expression, Us humans and the Fey beasts will have a war sooner or later. The Alliance hopes that by holding such a tournament, we can select the most outstanding young geniuses of the human race and focus on nurturing them, so as to prepare for the future war. The outstanding youths of the various regions, even if they do not obtain good results, they will be able to obtain a lot of cultivation resources. The higher their ranking, the more resources they will receive. A warrior asked, Elder Hua, when will the war begin? Who knows? Elder Hua smiled, it might be 10 years later, or 100 years later, or even 1,000 years later. Whoever feels that they can win, whoever cannot resist the urge to make a move will most likely start fighting. This was indeed a very realistic problem. The reason the Alliance held such a large-scale tournament to select top geniuses and nurture super combat strength was to prepare for the future war. Elder Hua added, in any case, our martial alliance will not make the first move. The domain realm experts of the southern region also smiled. They could understand that the martial alliance, which occupied the rich middle region, would definitely want to continue developing steadily. The longer it dragged on, the stronger the human race would become. Alright, let's talk about the results of this year's Southern Region tournament. Now that the topic of the day was about their personal interests, everyone quieted down. The Tianqing Nation's contribution to the successful conclusion of this year's Southern Region tournament. I would like to thank everyone for their support. The top 10 of the Southern Region Xianxia Tribe, Heaven Crushing Group, and Divine Powers Group have been decided. The top 10 of each group were decided in the arena. I believe no one has any objections to this result. Niala-kun was sitting in the front row. When she saw Elder Hua looking at her, she even nodded. However, there is a problem regarding the top 10 of the Heaven Crushing Group. Elder Hua frowned. It's the second-ranked House of Blood Fiend, Chen Ruoyan. The smile on Niala-kun's face suddenly disappeared. Is the House of Blood Fiend here? Yes, Elder Hua. Niala-kun responded. Many of the southern region's domain realm warriors looked at Niala-kun with schadenfreude. Most of them had heard about Chen Ruoyan. After all, Chen Ruoyan's talent was extraordinary. Her outstanding performance in the tournament was very eye-catching. Especially when it involved the Yin Corpse faction and the House of Blood Fiend, the two top factions of the southern region. Do you know that Chen Ruoyan lost her mind twice in the arena and attacked the referee? I know. Niala-kun helped explain. However, you can't blame Ruoyan. It's that kid from the Desolate Flame sect who has such a foul mouth. Which virgin can withstand such humiliation? If it wasn't for the arena, I would have personally wrung that kid's head off. The Desolate Flame sect's deputy sect master glared at Niala-kun, but Niala-kun didn't think much of it. It was impossible for the two forces to fight over a small quarrel. Some of us have observed Chen Ruoyan's competition and found that she showed signs of qigong deviation. Do you know about this? Impossible. Chen Ruoyan is my disciple. She is smart, talented, cautious, and strong-willed. How could she be possessed by the devil? Elder Hua felt a headache coming on. Then about his attack on the referee, attacking the referee? That's even better. The top experts of the southern region all looked at Niala-kun in a daze. Niala-kun stood up and said loudly, attack the referee. A heaven-breaking realm martial artist dares to attack a transcendent realm martial artist, that means she has guts. Martial artists should have guts, they should use this kind of courage. Our House of Blood Fiend has always been like this. No matter who the enemy is, we won't cower and will fight. Isn't the Martial Alliance nurturing experts to deal with the Fey beasts? Our House of Blood Fiend has thousands of people and we are all adept at fighting. Chen Ruoyan is one of the best. A person like her should be nurtured heavily. On the battlefield against Fey beasts, she will definitely not cower. She will definitely fight to the end and will definitely not run away. Elder Hua looked at Niala-kun and felt that she was a pain in the neck. After coming to the southern region, which southern region warrior wasn't respectful to him? Don't try to quibble. Chen Ruoyan is indeed not suitable for nurturing, so I wish to remove Chen Ruoyan from the top 10. The reason is because she violated the rules of the arena by attacking the referee. Upon hearing this, Niala-kun immediately jumped up. I feel that Ruoyan is very suitable. She has comprehended the speed profundity. In the entire southern region, how many young warriors like her have comprehended the speed profundity? She is a pearl. But now, she is showing signs of going berserk. Any further nurturing is useless. She will not go far and will only waste precious resources. Seeing that Niala-kun was about to speak again, Elder Hua's body suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, and directly pressed down on Niala-kun. Niala-kun was forced back to her seat with a hard sound, and even the chair collapsed. House of Blood Fiend, it's best you shut up. Niala-kun bit the bullet and said, actually, there is a simple method that can solve the problem of Chen Ruoyan going berserk once and for all. Elder Hua, are you willing to give it a try? Elder Hua frowned. Tell me about it. If it really works, I quite admire her. Chen Ruoyan was indeed a genius. A young warrior who could comprehend the speed profundity was extremely rare even in the central region. Niala-kun stood up shakily and glanced at everyone present. Then, she pointed at the Grand Elder of the Yin Corpse sect and said, Chen Ruoyan has always been fine. In the end, because the Yin Corpse sect's Dai took out that walking corpse, she became like this. The Yin Corpse sect's people are too despicable. They dug up her family's grave and even refined them into walking corpses. I feel that as long as Elder Hua kills Dai and returns the walking corpse to Chen Ruoyan, allowing her family to rest in peace, Chen Ruoyan's inner demon problem can be easily solved. When the domain realm warriors present heard Niala-kun's words, they were all dumbfounded. However, after thinking about it carefully, directly eliminating the source of the problem seemed to be a feasible method. As soon as Niala-kun finished speaking, the Grand Elder of the Yin Corpse sect slammed the table and stood up. That's impossible. Elder Hua, please don't listen to his nonsense. Chen Ruoyan went berserk because her mind was not strong enough. If her mind was strong enough, how could she lose her mind because of a dead person? The Grand Elder of the Yin Corpse sect was also aware of the conflict between Dai and Chen Ruoyan. Because Chen Ruoyan was Dai's greatest enemy, the Yin Corpse sect had also collected information on Chen Ruoyan before the quarterfinals, especially from the Blood Fiend sect's old rival, the Whitebone sect. They had told them everything they knew about Chen Ruoyan. Elder Hua said in a low voice, Dai is the champion of this year's heaven-crushing group. The Yin Corpse sect's words are reasonable. Chen Ruoyan's problem is even greater. The meaning was very clear. Elder Hua did not agree. If that walking corpse wasn't so important to Chen Ruoyan, then Chen Ruoyan would definitely be the champion. Niala-kun muttered. Why don't we both take a step back? Dai won't kill her, but Dai will hand over that walking corpse? That's impossible. That walking corpse is very important to Dai. Niala-kun's expression was cold. She frowned and thought for a while. Then, she revealed an expression of being at a disadvantage. Why don't the Blood Fiend sect give the Yin Corpse sect some face and take a step back? You hand over that walking corpse, and the Blood Fiend sect will compensate that brat Dai with 3 complete corpses of Transcendent Realm martial artists. How about that? Elder Hua was very clear that Chen Ruoyan was indeed not worth nurturing. But this did not prevent him from appreciating Chen Ruoyan's talent. If he could completely solve the root cause of her loss of rationality, let her stabilize, and then bring her to the central region, he could think of other ways. He looked at the great elder of the Yin Corpse sect, waiting for his reply. Impossible. The Yin Corpse sect elder immediately refuted, Elder Hua, you might not be clear, but the value of that walking corpse is much higher than a normal domain realm expert's corpse. Dai cannot do without that walking corpse. Let me tell Elder Hua the truth, Dai is our Yin Corpse sect's 1 in a 1,000-year genius. He has already cultivated the black Yin Corpse refining art to the highest realm. Elder Hua was surprised, he refined that walking corpse into his life-bound walking corpse. Yes. The great elder of the Yin Corpse sect nodded, if we really make Dai hand over that walking corpse, his talent will be wasted. The highest level of the mystical Yin Corpse refining technique, life-bound walking corpse, Niala-kun's face completely sank. The Yin Corpse sect's mystical Yin Corpse refining technique was famous in the southern region. It was said that when cultivated to the highest level, it could even restore the original talent of the walking corpse, allowing the walking corpse to evolve through killing. Life-bound walking corpse, that was even more troublesome. Most of the demonic martial artists who walked the path of refining corpses were very careful about the choice of their life-bound walking corpse. Because the life-bound walking corpse could grow together with its master, it consumed less resources. Elder Hua already had a sense of propriety in his heart. He could not waste the first place of this tournament for a second place that showed signs of chi deviation, Niala-kun said unwillingly, but I feel that Ruoyan's talent is above Dai. Not only did she comprehend the profound of speed, she also comprehended the profound of slaughter, the profound of cloud, and the profound of illusion. Her talent is something that I have never seen in my life. I think, this kind of genius, even in the central region, there are not many, right? Elder Hua, don't believe in this guy's words. He kept saying how talented Chen Ruoyan was, but he didn't tell you that Chen Ruoyan was tested in the blood fiend sect's heart refining room. She didn't have a heart of martial arts. The great elder of the Yin Corp sect sneered, Elder Hua should know that a demon Dao martial artist who cultivates the demon Dao cultivation method and has comprehended the perfection stage massacre ultimacy and is bloodthirsty by nature, without a heart of martial arts, right? Chen Ruoyan losing her mind in the arena was not an accident at all. The walking corpse was just a catalyst. The most fundamental reason is that Chen Ruoyan does not have a heart of martial arts. Even if there was no walking corpse, sooner or later she would have died because she did not have a firm will of martial arts. She is destined not to go far, there is no value in cultivating, and there is no future to speak of. This is also the reason why Chen Ruoyan is still only a nominal disciple of Vice Sect leader Nye despite her peerless talent. No heart of martial arts? Elder Hua frowned and looked at Nye Lakun, you just told me that her will is firm? Nonsense. Elder Hua, this old ghost of the Yin Corp sect is talking nonsense. He is slandering. The great elder of the Yin Corp sect secretly glanced at the vice sect leader of the White Bone sect. The vice sect leader of the White Bone sect nodded affirmatively at him. He then continued to say, Elder Hua, there must be a heart refining room in the Tiancheng country. We can let Chen Ruoyan go in and examine it. Nye Lakun felt that he was forced into a corner, but he still insisted on stubbornly saying, how can a top genius of the southern region like Chen Ruoyan not have a heart of martial arts? There is no need to examine it. Elder Hua coldly looked at Nye Lakun, this person from the Blood Fiend sect, are you sure she has a heart of martial arts? Nye Lakun gritted his teeth and did not speak. Yin Corp sect, are you sure? The great elder of the Yin Corp sect said, the vice sect leader of the White Bone sect can testify. The vice sect leader of the White Bone sect directly stood up, our White Bone sect can testify. Chen Ruoyan is very famous in our place. The matter of her not having a heart of martial arts is known by many local forces. Nye Lakun shouted, the White Bone sect and our Blood Fiend sect are feuds. Their words cannot be trusted. I don't have time to listen to your group of people arguing. Elder Hua's tone was filled with impatience. He stared at Nye Lakun. That anger made Nye Lakun tremble in fear. Elder Hua was very dissatisfied with Nye Lakun. Nye Lakun's thoughts were as clear as day to him. He was dissatisfied that this person had repeatedly contradicted him and even seemed to have deceived him. Nye Lakun was originally a little afraid, but thinking that the other party had no reason to casually kill people, his courage rose a little. What is your name? I am the vice sect leader of the Blood Fiend sect, Nye Lakun. Good, Nye Lakun, I will remember you. Elder Hua coldly said, how about this? You keep saying that Chen Ruoyan has a heart of martial arts. Then I will send someone to examine her. If she is really like what you said, with a firm heart of martial arts, then I will be lenient on the matter of attacking the judge. I will only demote her to the 10th place and give her a chance. If she is really like what the Yin Corp sect and White Bone sect said, without a heart of martial arts, and you have deceived me, then I will take your life. How about it? Is that okay? All the martial artists present could hear that Elder Hua was serious, everyone could see the suppressed anger in his eyes. Of course Nye Lakun wanted to help Chen Ruoyan solve her heart demon problem. No matter how big Chen Ruoyan's problem was, she was still his registered disciple. She was also the outstanding talent of the younger generation in the Southern Region tournament. She was the role model and benchmark in the hearts of countless Blood Fiend sect disciples. But the problem was that Chen Ruoyan really did not have a heart of martial arts. Nye Lakun took a deep breath and softly said, then there is no need. Elder Hua is busy every day and his time is precious. There is no need to be entangled in such a small matter. Get out of here, I don't want to see you again. When Elder Hua heard Nye Lakun's reply, his face flushed red with anger. His palm imprinted on Nye Lakun's chest. Boom! Nye Lakun crashed through the side hall's wall and flew out. The palm that was filled with anger sent that eyesore flying. Elder Hua said to everyone coldly. Next, let's talk about the matter of organizing the grand finals in the central region. When the Whitebone sect's deputy sect master saw Niao being sent flying, a gloating smile appeared on his gloomy face. Although Elder Hua was angry, that palm was still very measured. It would not take Niao life. It would only seriously injure him for a period of time to teach him a lesson. He came to the southern region to select the southern region's young genius martial artists, not to make enemies. Apart from Chen Ruoyan, the Blood Fiend sect also had other genius martial artists who made it into the top 10. Over 10 miles away, Niao crawled out from the mountain rocks. His head had just popped out when he coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, dyeing the grayish-white rock powder red. He sprawled on the ground, his entire body covered in dust. His hair was messy, looking like a refugee. When he returned to the Blood Fiend sect's camp once again, he had already changed into a clean outfit. It was just that his face was very pale. On the way, the Blood Fiend sect's members bowed to him one after another. Niao had just entered his tent when Chen Gang ran in after reporting, Deputy Sect Master, Chen Ruoyan's results have been cancelled? They announced it just like that? Their actions are quite fast. Just because they attacked the referee? Didn't the referee not say anything back then? Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. The Tianqing nation is still fine as they would at least give us, the House of Blood Fiend, some face. But the old bastard from the Alliance, the old senior isn't willing. Niao sat on the chair. Although his body was very weak, he still instructed, go and negotiate with the Tianqing kingdom. After the martial arts competition ends, our blood-killing sect will first stay in the Tianqing kingdom for a month. The reason is to exchange martial arts experiences with the younger generation of the royal family. Then, we will send people back to the sect and ask them to send people to receive us. I'm a little injured, so I'm a little worried that the people of the Whitebone sect will play some tricks on the way. Injured? Didn't the deputy sect master attend a conference? Who dares to injure you? Yes. That Elder Hua from the Martial Alliance. Is your injury serious? It's fine. I can take it. Niao thought for a moment before saying, send people to monitor Chen Ruoyan. If she leaves for no reason, Niao raised her head and closed her eyes. If she betrays us, kill her and bring back the sword in her hand. It should be a Dao artifact. Will she? Why not? Niao retorted. Her heart isn't with the House of Blood Fiend. In her current state, even if she goes to the Yin Corp sect, she won't be able to do anything. It's meaningless. That sword might as well be left in our House of Blood Fiend. Can't we get that walking corpse back? The Yin Corp sect isn't willing. The Alliance is also on Dai Ye's side. Niao said helplessly. Unless we snatch it. Your subordinate understands. With the deputy sect master's current state, even protecting himself was a problem. It was impossible for him to snatch it. Besides, Dai Yi was the Heaven Crushing Group's champion of the Southern Region Martial Tournament. Could he really touch him? Senior Sister Ruoyan, are you there? Bai Shilong's shout came from outside Qingyan's tent. After a while, Qingyan opened the tent. Bai Shilong smelled a pungent smell of blood. The results have been released? Bai Shilong looked at Qingyan's gradually fading eyes and thought of a rumor. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The results have been released, announced. Senior Sister Chen, your second place has been cancelled by the organizers of Tianqing Nation. What's the reason? Attacking the referee? Yes. I didn't expect that something would go wrong. Damn that Kuching Lei. Qingyan had thought of this possibility, which was why she asked Bai Shilong to pay attention to that side. After the Tianqing Nation announced the final ranking of the Southern Region Grand Tournament, he would immediately inform her of the result. After attacking the referee, she actually felt a little regretful and worried. Who would have thought that the worst would still happen? She had already lost the first place. She really wanted to get the second place reward. These days, she had endured the torment in her heart and endured the pain. Wasn't it all for the sake of those rewards, those cultivation methods and martial skills, as well as those incomparably precious spiritual deity fruits, could greatly increase her strength in a short period of time, Qing Yan pulled her hair with all her might. Bai Shilong couldn't help but worry about her hair. Bai Shilong didn't dare to speak. He knew that Chen Ruoyan was in a very bad mood. Junior brother Bai, does Hall Master Chen know the news? Of course he knows. He was standing next to me at that time, and his expression was very bad. Give me the identity nameplate, quick. Oh, okay. Bai Shilong knew that senior sister Chen was going to give him the reward. Originally, he knew that senior sister Chen was in a bad mood and didn't dare to ask for the reward. He didn't expect that senior sister Chen would still remember his reward at this time. I've given you 500 excretion points. I'll go out and confirm it. I feel a little uncomfortable. If I don't see it with my own eyes, I won't be satisfied. I won't lie to you. However, if senior sister Chen wants to see it again, I can understand. Bai Shilong understood Chen Ruoyan's feelings very well. After the Tianqing nation announced the ranking, he also couldn't believe his eyes. He stared at the ranking several times before confirming it. Okay. Qing Yan closed the tent door and hesitated for a moment. She had just put her bed into the spatial ring, but after thinking about it, she put it back. It was best not to bring these things with her. Then, Bai Shilong saw her hurrying to the place where the Tianqing nation announced the ranking. He sighed. After this period of interaction, he realized that senior sister Chen's personality was quite good. It's a pity, Qing Yan's face was cold as she walked out of the House of Blood Fiends camp. She anxiously asked, Sir Jianling, is there someone following me? No. Chen Hao looked at her suspiciously, what are you afraid of? This place is absolutely safe. There are countless domain realm experts from various large factions. Who would dare to make a move on you here? I'm afraid that if I'm any later, I won't be able to leave. Qing Yan wiped her face with her small hand and instantly changed her appearance. Then, she draped a gray robe over her body to cover her Bloodhound Hall uniform. A few warriors looked at her suspiciously. This was the first time they saw someone in front of so many people, openly changing her appearance and disguising herself. Are you talking about the House of Blood Fiend? Chen Hao quickly figured out the crux of the matter. Chen Ruoyan and Dai Ye's enmity was already out in the open. And the House of Blood Fiend couldn't possibly start a war with the Yin Corp sect because of Chen Ruoyan. If Chen Ruoyan were to make a move on the Yin Corp sect, the House of Blood Fiend might become her hindrance. Her best option was to leave the House of Blood Fiend. If he could think of it, then the House of Blood Fiend could also think of it. The House of Blood Fiend did not allow their disciples to casually betray the sect. Furthermore, when they were dealing with Kuching Lei previously, Qing Yan lost her rationality and the red blood sword was exposed. A Dao artifact, even a domain realm expert would be moved. If Chen Ruoyan stayed in the House of Blood Fiend obediently, the sect might not make a move on her. But if she planned to leave the House of Blood Fiend, there wasn't only one announcement area in Sky City Nation. However, the announcement area in front of Qing Yan was densely packed with people. There were also warriors from all over who had just received the announcement of the rankings. Before Qing Yan could squeeze in, she heard many warriors complaining about the injustice. They actually cancelled Chen Ruoyan's results. So what if she attacked the referee? She didn't kill the referee. Isn't this the rule? What bullshit T rule? In this southern region tournament, I still like Chen Ruoyan the most. I reckon that Chen Ruoyan will cry when she sees the results. Qing Yan turned back to take a look. She bit her lower lip and squeezed in. Being led by Qing Yan, Chen Hao also saw the rankings. Qing Yan's name also appeared on the rankings. However, it was at the bottom row of the rankings. The reason for cancelling her results was written, attacking the referee. When Qing Yan saw the line of words, she was so angry that her body was trembling. She could not hide the anger in her heart, however, she forced herself to endure it and slowly retreated. In the crowd, she changed into a man's face and a white robe. She looked like a young master from a martial arts family. Perhaps there were some martial artists who noticed her when she was changing, but Qing Yan didn't care at all. She could have many faces. After leaving the announcement area, Qing Yan did not return to the House of Blood Fiends camp. Instead, she ran out of the venue. She no longer had any reason to stay in the House of Blood Fiend. Nia LeCun's orders were urgent. Qin Gang sent people back to ask for help from the sect and contacted the Sky City Kingdom's royal family. Only then did he remember Qingyan's matter. He walked to the entrance of Chen Ruoyan's tent and frowned. Even if he did not use his divine senses, he could sense that there was no living person inside. Where's Chen Ruoyan? She went to see the Sky City Kingdom's ranking announcement. A Bloodhound Hall member said she didn't seem to be in a good mood when she left the camp. When was it? Not long after the Hall Master came back. Qin Gang calculated the time. At that time, he should still be in the Vice Sect Master's tent. Alright, when she comes back, inform me. This subordinate understands. Qin Gang felt that something was wrong. He opened Xingyan's tent door. The furnishings inside were the same. The small tea table still had the potted plant that she liked to take care of. In the potted plant, the flowers were blooming. They were blood red and looked pretty. He thought about it and ordered, send people out to find her and bring her back. Tell them that I have something to talk to her about. This subordinate will do it immediately. But from morning till afternoon, the Bloodhound Hall members could not find Chen Ruoyan. It was as if a living person had disappeared from the venue. Let the other disciples of the House of Blood Fiend search. Pay attention to the vicinity of the Incorp sect. You must find her. That's right, do not leak this information to the outside world. This subordinate understands. It was close to evening and the sun was about to set. Qin Gang sat on Xingyan's bed and stared at the potted plant on the tea table. In the tent, there were traces left behind by Chen Ruoyan. On the carpet in the middle of the tent, there was a puddle of dried blood. There was also a faint smell of blood mixed in. Have you found her? No, we didn't find anything. However, someone claimed to have seen Junior Marshal Sister Chen change her face halfway. We drew that face. Do you think Chen Ruoyan would leave such a big flaw? The man lowered his head. Of course, he knew that his face had no reference value. Many members of the Bloodhound Hall knew that Chen Ruoyan had a superb disguise technique. Continue to send people to look for her. Send a Transcendent Realm martial artist to lead the team. If she doesn't want to return, you can kill her. Seeing that his subordinate was hesitating to speak, Qin Gang asked, What do you want to ask? Hall Master? Is Junior Marshal Sister Chen going to defect? I hope not. I think we should just go and deal with Dai. As long as we snatch the walking corpse from his hands, Junior Sister Chen will come back. Qin Gang looked at his subordinates. For the first time, he realized that Chen Ruoyan's influence in the Bloodhound Hall was not small. Why are you speaking for her? I just feel that it's a pity. Qin Gang said sternly, Don't say such things in the future. This is the Vice Hall Master's order. If you dare to disobey, you will be punished according to the Hall Master's rules, understand? I understand. Actually, it's not only you who feel that it's a pity. The Vice Hall Master also doesn't want to see such a situation happen. I don't want to see it either. Qin Gang slowly walked out of Chen Ruoyan's tent. Looking at the sky, he no longer had any hope of finding Chen Ruoyan. As the Hall Master of the Bloodhound Hall, he valued Chen Ruoyan very much. He also knew and appreciated her ability very well. She seemed to have a natural instinct to avoid danger. It was because of this instinct that since she joined the Bloodhound Hall, her mission success rate was far ahead. She could accurately avoid danger every time. Coupled with her superb disguise technique, unless a Transcendent Realm martial artist led a large group of people to carry out a carpet search, it would be impossible to find her. However, the Tianqing country was not the House of Bloodhound's territory. There were countless wandering martial artists, sects, families, and imperial experts gathered in the Tianqing country. Their House of Bloodhound only had a little over 100 people. He reported the situation to Nia Lakun. Nia Lakun helplessly shook her head. That girl is very smart. She ran really fast. It seems that hatred and her inner demons did not affect her rationality too much for the time being. Then what's next? Withdraw all those below the Transcendent Realm. If there are too many people, the news will easily leak out. Ordinary martial artists are useless. If we really find Chen Ruoyan, they will not be able to stop her. It will only increase the casualties. Ruoyan is not a soft-hearted person. Niala-kun sighed. If my body was fine, perhaps I would go out and look for her myself. I understand. 3 days. If you can't find her in 3 days, give up. The martial arts competition is already over. The Tianqing country is not very safe. I am now seriously injured. The people of the White Bone sect know very well. It's hard to guarantee that they won't make a move on you. Niala-kun rubbed her face with all her might and said tiredly, after the people are withdrawn, wait for another 15 days. After 15 days, you can announce that Chen Ruoyan has defected. After announcing that she has defected, no matter what she does, it will have nothing to do with our House of Blood Fiend. Do we need to wait for 15 days? Niala-kun nodded. Yes, we will wait for another 15 days. The martial arts competition has just ended, and the martial artists who came from all over the southern region have started to disperse. With her ability, 15 days is enough for her to escape without a trace. If we announce it now, it's hard to guarantee that the Yin-Corp sect will not make a move on her first. Everyone knows about the enmity between her and the Yin-Corp sect. Moreover, with the Yin-Corp sect's hobby, they will definitely be interested in Ruoyan's corpse. The Dao artifact in her hand is also very likely to be targeted by many domain realm martial artists. If Ruoyan is still by my side, due to the influence of the House of Blood Hand, ordinary domain realm martial artists will not make a move on her. However, if we announce that she has defected, Ruoyan is indeed smart, but whether she can escape the pursuit of domain realm martial artists, I am not confident in my heart. Vice Sect Master, are you thinking for her? I don't want her Dao artifact to be taken advantage of by those bastards. Niala-kun rubbed her forehead and said, moreover, she is also a member of our House of Blood Hand. Even if she has defected, she can't die so easily. This will affect our House of Blood Hand's reputation. Even if she has to die, she should die in the hands of our House of Blood Hand's elimination team. Of course, Qingyan couldn't guess Niala-kun's plan. However, even if she knew, she probably wouldn't care. At the same time, following the end of the first martial arts competition in the southern region, countless martial artists left the capital of the Tianqing country. Trying to find her, who had changed her appearance among hundreds of thousands of martial artists, was like looking for a needle in a haystack. This southern region grand competition is really worthwhile. Yi Jingzhou of the swordsmanship-seeking sect, Dai Yi of the Yin-Corp sect, and Chao He of the Jin Kingdom are all outstanding talents. On the way, Qingyan heard people exclaim like this more than once. The swordsmanship-seeking sect was defeated in the heaven-breaking group, but Yi Jingzhou of the swordsmanship-seeking sect performed well and successfully won the first place in the innate group. Chao He was of noble status. He was King Wu of the Jin Kingdom, the younger brother of the current Jin Kingdom monarch. Most people liked to call him the Ninth Prince. The Jin Kingdom was a strong country in the southern region. Its territory was close to the central region, and its comprehensive national strength ranked first in the southern region. It's a pity for Chen Ruoyan of the blood-killing sect. She had a good chance to win the first place. I didn't expect her results to be cancelled. Yes, the Yin-Corp sect went too far. I don't know who that corpse is to Chen Ruoyan. It's probably someone she likes. Have you forgotten what Qinglei said when he deliberately angered Chen Ruoyan in the arena? Qinglei guessed right at that time. That's why Chen Ruoyan lost her mind. Chen Hao observed Qingyan carefully and found that she was trying very hard to hold back. However, the conversation continued, that is to say, that corpse might really be Chen Ruoyan's sweetheart? It should be. Anyway, I'm on Chen Ruoyan's side. The Yin-Corp sect should have no descendants. I also like Chen Ruoyan. She's very good-looking. Compared to Xianxia, she's not worse. I'm different from you. I like her legs. They're so straight. I feel that if you give me those legs, I can play with them for a year. No, 10 years, hee hee. Brother, you have good taste. I think so too. She's the best. Let's not talk about her appearance. Her figure is really good. I guess she should be very good at dancing. You should have noticed when she was in the arena. Her body was so good that it was like she was dancing. Brother, I'm different from you. I like her hair. It's long and straight. It must feel good to touch. Chen Hao glanced at the 4 men behind him who were frantically testing the waters on the brink of death. They were discussing Qing Yan's figure and appearance with great interest, commenting on almost every part of her body. The strongest among them was only at the middle stage of the heaven-breaking tier, and the weakest was barely at the late stage of the Xiantian tier, and they actually wanted to play with Qing Yan's legs. They were really a group of lovable youngsters with lofty ideals. Qing Yan, did you hear that? They're all praises for you. Qing Yan gritted her teeth and asked with narrowed eyes, I really don't understand why Sir Jianling is interested in what they say. Don't you have nothing? Fortunately, Chen Hao didn't have a physical body right now. Otherwise, he might have choked to death because of Qing Yan's words. If Mr. Jianling is really interested in me, as long as you help me, it's not impossible. As long as you help me, I'll let you play with my legs. Chen Hao didn't reply. He had a feeling that Qing Yan meant to chop it off and give it to him. Needless to say, it was really possible. Qing Yan was someone who could do that kind of thing. Qing Yan quickened her steps and quickly left the group behind her. She didn't want to attract attention right now. However, there were so many martial artists on the official road. No matter where she went, as long as there were martial artists who had just come out of the Southern Region Grand Tournament, they were almost all talking about the Southern Region Grand Tournament. And Chen Ruoyan was the focus of their discussion. Those martial artists' interest in her completely surpassed the first place of the third group. After all, there were too many topics about her in the entire Southern Region Grand Tournament. There was a peerless beauty, the background of an evil path which, absolute talent and strength, the enmity between her and the Yin Corps Sex Dai, and the missed first place, as well as the disqualification of the second place result because she attacked the referee. Even if many years later, they might forget the appearance of the third group's first place, they would never forget the blood-red phantom on the stage of the first Southern Region Grand Tournament. Chen Ruoyan and Dai Ye's enmity can be considered to have been formed. Then will the House of Blood Fiend start a war with the Yin Corps sect next? Impossible. It's impossible for the House of Blood Fiend to start a war with the Yin Corps sect because of this matter. The two of them are separated by half of the southern region. How can they fight? What's the benefit of fighting? Then will Chen Ruoyan still take revenge? I don't know. This martial artist's analysis was in line with Qing Yan's conjecture. But she still didn't want to listen, so she increased her speed. Sai, do you know the identity of Chen Ruoyan's sweetheart? To be able to make Chen Ruoyan fall for him, he shouldn't be a simple person, right? I don't know. Actually, Chen Ruoyan's identity is also very problematic. I heard from the 4C's sect that Chen Ruoyan's background before she joined the House of Blood Fiend could not be found at all. That's really mysterious. But I feel that we should be able to find clues from Dai Ye's corpse. After all, there shouldn't be many Divine Power Realm martial artists with such a tall and sturdy physique. It shouldn't be an unknown person. It's hard to say. It might not be a Divine Power Realm martial artist. It might be Dai Yi who raised the corpse's strength. Qing Yan increased her pace again. Out of the range of Tianqiang Nation's imperial capital, she saw several martial artists swiftly sweeping past in midair in a row. Qing Yan hesitated for a moment and directly flew up into the sky. Since others could fly, it would not be conspicuous if she flew. Flying in midair, Qing Yan did not use her full strength and merely hurried along with the flying speed of a normal peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist. Alone, he was flying in the vast and boundless world. She suddenly had an extremely insignificant and extremely lonely feeling. She felt that she was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Thinking of the House of Blood Fiend, her heart that was ice-cold like 10,000-year-old profound ice also surfaced with some sourness and helplessness. She originally thought that she would spend the rest of her life alone in the House of Blood Fiend. Unexpectedly, she was still like a passerby from beginning to end. Ever since she could remember, Qing Yan felt that she was like a rootless duckweed. Every time she thought that she could take root on the ice-cold ground, she would always be blown to pieces by the wind and waves. Qing Yan suddenly felt that she was somewhat tired. Flying in midair, she slowly closed her eyes, imagining a large warm hand covering her head. Her eyes were very sore and dry, but she could not shed a single tear. In the blink of an eye, half a month's time passed, and she did not suffer any pursuit or interception. It was very peaceful along the way. Only a few blind people provoked her and were sliced into pieces by her sword. A month passed. Chen Ruoyan fled the range of Xianxia nation and stayed in an inn in a small town. After staying for 2 days, her fatigue from running around for days had almost dissipated, and she finally made up her mind. Sir Jianling, I want to break through. Chen Hao suggested, you rest for a while more. Chen Hao was very clear about Qing Yan's situation. Ever since 17's corpse appeared, her emotions were very unstable. She would lose her mind in the arena and even overused the devil sword domain. Recently, when killing people, her eyes accidentally turned red. Under the corner of her left eye, that blood-red mole had not dissipated all this time. He could see the anxiety in Qing Yan's heart. Trying to break through in this state, the slightest bit of carelessness was very likely to be succeeded by the heart demon. Most cultivators would conserve their energy for a few days in order to maintain a high-spirited state of mind when preparing to break through to the next cultivation level. But what about Qing Yan? She was currently on the verge of going berserk. The red blood sword could indeed help a sword master forcefully increase their cultivation level, and there were almost no side effects. However, the red blood sword wouldn't help a sword master overcome their inner demons. In fact, it might even strengthen the sword master's inner demons. I can't wait any longer. I need power now. Qing Yan bit her lip and said, my heart feels like it's burning these days. What if you die? Impossible. I won't die, at least not now. Since this is your choice, I won't stop you. After spending 2 days, Qing Yan chose an uninhabited desert. The desert was mostly filled with yellow sand and short thorny shrubs. She was very cautious this time. She carefully scanned the area within a 100-mile radius. There were no demonic beasts or traces of humans. She didn't want to be disturbed. Let's begin. Okay. Qing Yan had forcefully changed the rules of the Southern Region martial arts competition. During the competition to steal the token, she had stored a lot of energy in the red blood sword to prevent herself from breaking through to the transcendent realm and losing the right to participate in the heaven-crushing group martial arts competition. During the competition between her and Dai Yi, her body had been pierced by a walking corpse. The red blood sword had returned a portion of its energy to stabilize her injuries, but it had only used a small amount of energy. The energy in the red blood sword that hadn't returned to Qing Yan could easily allow her to break through to the transcendent realm. She sat on a cliff in the valley and held the red blood sword in her hand. An endless stream of pure energy started to pour into her body. She circulated her energy to absorb it and convert it into pure true essence, which flowed into her dantian. She groaned as her dantian was forcefully expanded. Intendu Upanishad and Intendu Upanishad burst out from her body. The blood-red slaughter power Upanishad covered the fast power Upanishad, cloud power Upanishad, and illusion power Upanishad covered the entire area. Chen Hao silently observed the 4 profound meanings that Qing Yan had comprehended. Under the guidance of the red blood sword, the blood-red slaughter profound grew rapidly as if it had taken some kind of drug. Its intense color almost covered the existence of the other profound meanings. Soon, the massacre intent that had spread out seemed to have come alive. It began to shrink continuously, wrapping Qing Yan in a blood-red color. It did not return to Qing Yan's body. Instead, it continued to expand and contract. Every time Qing Yan's heart beat, it would fiercely expand and then shrink back. Soon, Qing Yan's heart started to beat even more violently. That blood-red slaughter intent seemed to be twitching, expanding, and contracting along with the rhythm of her heartbeat. It was as if something was about to jump out. Pung! With a muffled sound, Qing Yan officially broke through. In the dazzling blood light, the slaughter power Upanishad transformed into a ferocious, blood-red monster. In Chen Hao's eyes, it only had a face with 2 transparent, hole-like eyes and an exaggerated mouth full of sharp teeth. That mouth had almost divided the ferocious, ghostly face into 2 halves. The pair of hollow eyes that seemed to be transparent suddenly narrowed, turning into a strange and extremely strange smile, narrowing into 2 lines. Only that ferocious mouth was grinding its teeth, but it didn't make any noise. Chen Hao suspiciously looked at that blood shadow. It didn't move, but the 2 lines that looked like eyes continued to smile, gazing into the distance. A spirit energy vortex appeared above Qing Yan's head. The vortex was getting bigger and bigger. The spirit energy within hundreds of miles started to riot, gathering into the vortex and entering Qingyan's body through her 7 apertures and pores. Qingyan frowned, gritting her teeth. Her cheeks bulged as if she was enduring a great pain. Finally, after 2 hours, the spirit energy vortex began to dissipate. Her brows slowly relaxed, as if the breakthrough was about to end. At this moment, the blood shadow that hadn't moved since it appeared suddenly sank, sinking into Qingyan's body. As soon as the ghost shadow entered Qingyan's body, Qingyan frowned again. Xianxia felt that something was wrong. A strange flush appeared on Qingyan's face, and dense sweat seeped out from her entire body. Her thin outer clothes were quickly soaked in sweat, sticking tightly to her body, showing off her curvaceous body. She didn't open her eyes, but her lips began to move. She murmured as if she was talking in her sleep. If Xianxia's divine sense wasn't sharp, he wouldn't have been able to hear what she was saying at the beginning. "General Chen, I'm sorry. Qingyan failed to do what you ordered me to do. I'm sorry. I deserve to die." She repeated these nonsensical words. At first, it was just a soft murmur, but soon, her voice became louder and louder. Her body began to tremble, and the degree of trembling became greater and greater. Xianxia could sense that the circulation of the true essence in her body became slower and slower. In the end, it simply stopped, and then slowly flowed in reverse. Fresh blood began to flow out from her eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. True essence flowing in reverse. Xianxia silently looked at Qingyan. Was she going to die? Was she going to change another sword master? He didn't look forward to changing a sword master, and he didn't feel that kind of joy in his heart. Was she numb? No, you're not General Chen. General Chen is already dead. His corpse is mine. I want to snatch him back. Pfff, Qingyan raised her head and spat out a mouthful of blood. She softly fell to the ground, gasping for breath, and her chest violently rose and fell. Did you succeed? Xianxia asked in disbelief. Qingyan laid down for 15 minutes before slowly replying, "It should be." Qingyan opened her eyes and looked at the blue sky. Her face revealed an ugly smile. Seeing that the blood-red color in her eyes gradually faded and turned back to black, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like she had succeeded. Just now, when you advanced, the massacre intent turned into a blood-red ghost shadow. Xianxia reminded, "Did you feel that something was wrong? Was there really a ghost shadow?" What Xianxia didn't expect was that after Qingyan heard this news, not only was she not afraid or worried, but her tone was instead pleasantly surprised. "Yes, I didn't see wrongly. Could it be that I really have the martial Dao heart? Why? I once read the records in the Blood Fiend Sex Library. For martial artists who truly possess powerful martial Dao will, their profound meanings or divine abilities can be manifested at certain moments." Qingyan continued lying on the ground and said, "The profound meaning contains the martial artist's soul imprint. Different martial artists will manifest their profound meanings in different forms. The form of the profound meaning is closely related to the martial artist's character." Xianxia thought about the ferocious ghost face that was all smiles and looked at Qingyan's slightly embarrassed but incomparably beautiful face. He couldn't connect the two at all. He also thought about the scene of 17's final battle. What Qingyan said seemed to make sense. Then why didn't I see it in the arena of the Southern Region Grand Competition? Could it be that their martial Dao willpower wasn't strong enough? No. Qingyan said in a low voice, "Martial artists who possess powerful martial Dao willpower might not be able to manifest their profound meanings. It requires many opportunities and coincidences. Until now, the continent still hasn't figured out how to manifest their profound meanings. Moreover, even martial artists who had manifested their profound meanings before couldn't manifest it a second time. You can think of it as a form that is accidentally projected from the depths of one's soul to the outside world, a smiling blood ghost." Haha, Xianxia compared the two seriously. It really seemed to be the case. Qingyan was never a good person. Sometimes, she would kill her own people more ruthlessly than killing her enemies. She admitted it herself. Xianxia asked curiously, "Did you comprehend any divine ability?" "Yes." "You really did? What is it?" "Generally speaking, it should be acceleration." "Acceleration? Are you sure it's the slaughter divine ability? Not the speed divine ability?" "I'm very sure." When I use it, every time I kill someone, my speed will increase by a bit. It can be stacked. As for how much my speed will increase, I'm not sure. But it's temporary. If I don't kill anyone within 15 minutes, the speed will decrease again. Xianxia couldn't help but ridicule, if it's not temporary, I feel like you can fly to the sky. If it wasn't stacked, who could catch up with her? Qingyan didn't want to move for the time being. She lay on the ground and continued chatting with Xianxia. How about this divine ability called Blood Shadow? If I were to use it, it would probably look like a blood shadow. Nothing much. Xianxia immediately rejected Qingyan's name, it's too vulgar. The name Blood Shadow has probably been used by many divine ability realm martial artists. There's nothing special about it. Then what do you think it should be called? How about Exhilaration of Slaughter? Xianxia felt that this name was very familiar. As for where it came from, he couldn't tell. But it was very suitable for Qingyan's divine ability. Forget it. Why? I feel that this name is very good. It's very suitable for your ability. Qingyan closed her eyes and asked, You. Don't you feel ashamed if you say it out loud? Ashamed? What's that? Sorry, Xianxia had already forgotten what shame felt like. Finally, Qingyan decided to name the divine ability Blood Shadow. In this aspect, Xianxia didn't have the right to speak. After all, it was her divine ability. She could call it whatever she wanted, perhaps it was because she spent a lot of effort to resist her inner demons. Qingyan took a long time to get up from the ground. She returned to the inn and rested for a day before rushing to Incorp's sect. Her goal was very clear. It was sad to say that other than Incorp's sect, Qingyan didn't seem to have anywhere else to go. She came to a big city nearby. At night, she found an unlucky Xiantian realm martial artist and bullied him. That Xiantian realm martial artist didn't have any ability to resist. Qingyan placed the red blood sword on his neck and said with a smile, Relax, relax. I'm not here to kill you. I'm just lost and wanted to ask you for directions. Really? This Xiantian realm martial artist was prepared to die. He didn't expect things to turn around. The other party didn't want to kill him, but just wanted to ask for directions. His heart was slightly relieved, it was just a slight relief. To be honest, hearing the other party's tone, the Xiantian realm martial artist felt a little creepy. He felt that the other party was crazy. Who asked for directions like this? Of course it's true. Do you think I need to lie to you? At this point, the unlucky Xiantian realm martial artist was slightly relieved. He said with a trembling voice, Where do you want to go? Incorp sect. Qingyan easily forced out the approximate location of the Incorp sect. It was a long journey. Without a flying boat, it would take her 1 to 2 months to fly there. What about the Ashen Flame sect? Where is it? When Xianxia heard Qingyan's question, he knew that she hadn't forgotten Qinglei. Qinglei had offended Qingyan in front of so many people. My lady, if you go to the Incorp sect, you will pass by the Ashen Flame sect's territory. The Xiantian realm martial artist with the red blood sword on his neck said with a trembling voice. So, it's on the way? Yes, my lady, it's on the way. The Xiantian realm martial artist quickly said, If you want to go to the Incorp sect, you must pass by Kai. The Ashen Flame sect is Kai's #1 sect. The Ashen Flame sect is very famous. Any passerby can find out the location of their base. That's good news. Qingyan licked her dry lips. Her eyes were glowing red. In the dark night, it was even more eerie. She smiled and said, Then I can go and take a look. Facts had proven that women were very vengeful creatures. Even Qingyan, who usually acted magnanimous, was no exception. She would definitely put 17's body first. But if it was on the way, if there was a chance, she wouldn't mind causing trouble for the Ashen Flame sect. My lady, do you have any other questions? No. Indeed, there was none left. Qingyan had come to ask him for directions. The Xiantian realm martial artist asked carefully, Can you let me go? Seeing that the sword was still on his neck, the Xiantian realm martial artist said with a sad face, My lady, you promised me. That's true. The sword slowly left the Xiantian realm martial artist's neck. With the departure of the red blood sword, the Xiantian realm martial artist felt like he had survived a disaster. But just as he was rejoicing, the red sword slit his throat. The Xiantian realm martial artist covered his neck, his eyes filled with deep resentment. You didn't keep your promise. It was the sword. Qingyan said with a smile and pointed at the red blood sword with her left hand. This black pot. Chen Hao happily took the blame for Qingyan. The Xiantian realm martial artist slowly collapsed. Feeling the energy transmitted from the red blood sword, Qingyan took a deep breath, intoxicated, and her face was full of satisfaction. This strange and neurotic expression was enough to charm a large group of men. Unfortunately, no one was present, and Qingyan was still dressed as a man. With a flash of sword light, a layer of human skin was picked up from the tip of the red blood sword. Putting away the human skin, Qingyan slowly retreated into the darkness, leaving the faceless martial artist who died with his eyes wide open in the alley. Under the dim yellow light, Qingyan took out a human head model from the space ring, put the newly picked human skin on it, took out a thin pen, and gently drew on the human skin. What are you doing? Preparing a few more faces. Qingyan didn't look up, and her hand didn't stop. The ones I prepared before are almost used up, can't you make them yourself? It's faster this way. Was the bottom line in her heart constantly being eroded and she was becoming more and more unscrupulous? Chen Hao looked at Qingyan, who was carefully tracing the skin of the face under the dim light. She did it very seriously. Her nimble little hands flew up and down, constantly changing the tools and changing the positions that she didn't like. After 2 hours, she put the freshly made human skin mask into an unknown solution, then straightened her back and stretched her body. She blew out the candle and quietly laid on the bed, breathing calmly. However, Chen Hao knew that she didn't sleep at all. In the latter half of the night, she slowly opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling of the guest room. Only when the rooster crowed in the morning did she sit up on the bed. After a hasty meal, she paid the bill and left the inn. She coldly looked at the road ahead, neither happy nor sad. She leaped up, her ears filled with the sound of the wind and her eyes filled with the scenery of the land that was rapidly passing by. In the following days, Qingyan was almost desperately rushing forward, regardless of whether it was day or night. Only when she accidentally bumped into a city or a town would she stop to rest for a while and ask a cultivator for directions to prevent herself from getting lost. Running into a city along the way required a lot of luck. If it was short, she would run into one in 3 days. If it was long, she might need 7 or 8 days. During this period, she didn't eat, drink, sleep or rest, only rushing forward. In a little more than a month, she had crossed 3 countries in succession. Because she was desperately rushing, even though her cultivation had reached the transcendent realm, she had lost a lot of weight and her face had become even paler. Although her complexion wasn't good and she was getting thinner by the day, her eyes were getting brighter. Occasionally, when her eyes turned red from killing, she would reveal a kind of madness and brutality. Even her tone and behavior were somewhat deranged and neurotic. Chen Hao clearly saw this abnormality. Although Qingyan had passed the heart demon tribulation when she broke through to the transcendent realm, the true heart demon had never been killed by her. The heart demon was still lurking in the depths of her heart, subtly influencing her. Chen Hao, who had been watching from the side, also noticed that Qingyan's speed was slowly increasing. Her fast profound was slowly but surely strengthening. After crossing 3 countries in succession, Qingyan rushed for another 3 to 4 days before she finally stopped. If the previous guide's information was correct, Qingyan should have entered the Ashen Flame Sect's sphere of influence. Qingyan did not continue on her way. Instead, she slowly descended and floated on a small path. It should have rained recently. Rainwater hung on the grass and leaves, and there were some small puddles on the path. The path was very small. If one didn't look carefully, it would be easy to overlook it. The left side of the path led to a dense forest, while the right side led to a plain. Qingyan chose the direction of the plains and flew along the small path at a low altitude. 2 hours later, the small path converged into a rather wide road. After flying along the main road for less than 15 minutes, Qingyan encountered a small caravan. The caravan consisted of XVII people, 5 carriages carrying goods, 7 coachmen, and 10 martial artists. The strongest of the martial artists was only at the peak of the true energy realm. When Qingyan appeared beside the caravan, the strongest martial artist in the caravan, the true energy boundary martial artist, noticed her. The entire caravan stopped. "Greetings, my lord." The true element boundary martial artist stopped the caravan and respectfully greeted Qingyan. "Let me ask you, in which direction is the Ashen Flame sect?" "The Ashen Flame sect is in that direction." The true energy boundary martial artist pointed to the right. "It's a little far, about 1,000 miles. Amen, I know." Then, Qingyan disappeared before this group of people's eyes. When Qingyan left, the entire caravan heaved a sigh of relief. When they traveled outside, other than being afraid of encountering bandits, they were afraid of encountering martial experts. If they encountered some temperamental martial experts, they might not even know why they were killed. After flying for 2 hours in one breath, Qingyan's speed gradually decreased. At this time, she had already changed her appearance. No one could recognize her, but she didn't dare to be too high profile. A Divine Power Realm martial artist was already considered a rather powerful expert in the entire southern region. In the southern region's top forces, every Divine Power Realm expert was a cornerstone. In the Blood Fiend sect, Divine Power Realm martial artists also had the qualifications to be protectors. A wild Divine Power Realm martial artist suddenly appearing in a top force's sphere of influence would attract attention. Qingyan didn't want to attract attention. After all, she was very clear that her strength was not enough to confront the Ashen Flame sect head-on. She went to the Ashen Flame sect not only to cut off Kuilei's head, but also to increase her strength before going to the Incorp sect. It wasn't that the Ashen Flame sect was a pushover. Even if the Ashen Flame sect's strength was inferior to the Incorp sect's, they still had more than one domain realm expert. It wasn't something that Qingyan could fight against. Qingyan just had a different attitude towards the Incorp sect and the Ashen Flame sect. In the Ashen Flame sect, she only hated Kuqinglei. Ever since she was young, Qingyan had always been the most outstanding among her peers. Whether it was when she was young at home, in the brothel, in the Demon Spirit sect, in the Zhou country, no one would deny her excellence. This gradually made her a woman who was arrogant to the bone. Kuqinglei opened her scar in front of all the southern region martial artists. How could she not hate Kuqinglei to the bone? She just wanted to find trouble with Kuqinglei and make the Ashen Flame sect suffer, but there was a limit to her hatred for Kuqinglei. If time permitted, and if there were other urgent matters, she could put this delay aside. Perhaps she would forget about it after a short while, but her hatred for the Incorp sect's Dai was infinite. She couldn't wait to tear Dai into pieces. She couldn't wait to eradicate the Incorp sect and everyone related to the Incorp sect from this world. From the moment she saw that walking corpse, she had a feeling of hatred. It was like a poisonous snake, constantly biting her heart. As a famous sect, it was easy for the Ashen Flame sect to find their base. Stepping into Blue Mountain City, which was the closest to the Ashen Flame sect, Qingyan only walked 2 streets before she saw 3 Ashen Flame sect disciples. Blue Mountain City was backed by the Ashen Flame sect, so it was very prosperous and peaceful. Entering the restaurant, the guests in the inn were still talking about the Southern Region Grand Tournament. Even though 3 months had passed, the Southern Region Grand Tournament was still popular. The Blue Flame sect's Kuqinglei was the name that came up the most frequently. Every time they talked about Kuilei, the locals would be very proud of him, and many martial practitioners would express admiration, as if Kuqinglei was someone important. Qingyan sneered disdainfully in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. For the Ku family to have such a person, it can be said that their ancestral graves are emitting smoke. Yes, I heard that when Kuqinglei got 3rd place, the Ku family held banquets for 10 consecutive days. Qingyan caught a keyword, Ku family. Qingyan smiled. So there's still a clan. Haha. The news of Qingyan's betrayal hadn't reached here yet. She listened to the conversations of the customers in the restaurant while slowly finishing the food on the table. After paying the bill, Qingyan went to the inn and asked for a room. She might have to spend the next few days in Blue Mountain City. She gave herself 10 days. If she didn't get anything in 10 days, she would give up. However, when she thought of Kuqinglei's clan, she believed that this trip wouldn't be in vain. In the evening, she followed 2 Blue Flame sect disciples who were in the Greater Heaven Realm and watched them enter the largest inn in Blue Mountain City. Late at night, she kidnapped the 2 of them. In the dark forest, the two of them quickly woke up. Who are you? Do you know that we're from the Blue Flame sect? If you know what's good for you, let us go quickly. We won't tell anyone about this. The two Blue Flame sect disciples didn't shout. They only wanted to threaten Qingyan to let them go. Qingyan looked at the two Blue Flame sect disciples who were relatively calm and said, I want to know something about Ku Qinglei. Do you have a grudge with senior brother Ku? We have a small conflict. Qingyan didn't deny it. Impossible, we will never betray the sect and senior brother Ku. Yes, no matter what you ask, we won't answer. The two Blue Flame sect disciples said unyieldingly. Oh. Qingyan tilted her head and clapped with a smile. I like stubborn people like you the most. I hope your mouths can be like your people. Clang, this was the sound of metal chains colliding. Under the shocked gazes of Chen Hao and the two Blue Flame sect disciples, Qingyan took out torture tools from her interspatial ring. Many of them were stained with dark brown blood and looked extremely sinister and terrifying. It's been a long time since I did it. Qingyan twisted her soft hands and said softly, I wonder if my hands have become rusty after so long. The first thing Qingyan took out was a dark brown metal bed. There were many tools that Chen Hao couldn't understand hanging on the side of the metal bed. The metal bed was equipped with a mechanism that allowed it to expand and contract. It was suitable for people of all shapes and sizes. She placed the Xianxia martial artist on the metal bed. After securing his limbs and neck, she excitedly poured a small bottle of medicine into his mouth. It tastes pretty good, doesn't it? This potion can make you more sensitive. Qingyan used a feather to rub the warrior's arm. Ah! That martial artist screamed. It was as if he had been stabbed by a sword. Looking at the patch of skin that had been grazed by the feather turning red, Qingyan smiled and said, not bad. The potion's effect is still there. Qingyan's hands shouldn't be rusty yet. In just an hour, the Blue Flame sect disciple on the metal bed couldn't hold on any longer. He begged in a weak voice, please, let me go. I'll tell you everything. Qianlong, you can't say that. Her target is senior brother Ku. You can't betray the sect. A Blue Flame sect disciple who had been imprisoned by the side and had witnessed his companion being tortured shouted. It really works. I really can't take it anymore. Be good. Listen to your brother. Hold on a little longer. Believe in yourself. Qingyan's gentle voice sounded in the torturer's ear. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Qingyan couldn't stop anymore. She gagged the torturer's mouth. Every time she heard the other party's screams, a satisfied smile would appear on her lips. That kind of smile was truly hair-raising. After an hour, the other party lost all signs of life. However, Qingyan continued to torture the corpse. He's already dead. The Blue Flame sect disciple who had witnessed his companion's tragic death cried out in a sobbing tone. Dead? Just like that? It's just the beginning. Qingyan pursed her lips in dissatisfaction and looked at his hand. Oh, fortunately, you're still here. Senior, I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. Please don't kill me. The surviving Blue Flame sect disciple knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to Qingyan. Clearly, Qingyan's methods had frightened him. Qingyan pursed her lips, as if she hadn't had enough. However, she still restrained the desire in her heart. Where's Ku Qinglei recently? Senior brother Ku is in the sect. The Blue Flame sect disciple had already broken down. He didn't hide anything from Qingyan. Ever since he returned from the Southern Region Grand Tournament, he hasn't left the sect. The Great Elder and Lord Sect Master value him greatly. Recently, he's been following the Great Elder. I heard that the Great Elder and Lord Sect Master have been giving him special treatment recently. He's so valued? Yes. After all, senior brother Ku obtained third place in the Southern Region Grand Tournament. He's very talented. There's a rumor in the sect that the Lord Sect Master wants to groom senior brother Ku as his successor. The other party was only asking about Ku Qinglei. He was only Ku Qinglei's enemy. The Blue Flame sect disciple felt that it wasn't worthwhile for him to keep Ku Qinglei a secret. Qingyan asked, is there a way to call Ku Qinglei out? The Blue Flame sect disciple looked at Qingyan in fear and didn't say anything else. If he didn't say anything, it meant that there was no way. If there was no way, it meant that it was useless. I heard that Kuching-lei has a family? The Blue Flame sect disciple swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had already guessed what his enemy was thinking. For a moment, he actually hesitated. Qingyan smiled and asked, "Do you want to try lying on that bed and have me serve you?" Hearing Qingyan's threat, he hurriedly said, "Yes, it's the Ku family. Senior brother Ku's family is the Ku family of Orchid Lake City." Orchid Lake City? Is their family powerful? Very powerful. I heard that senior brother Ku's great-grandfather is a transcendent realm expert. He used to be a guardian of our Blue Flame sect. Later, he left the sect and went to Orchid Lake City to establish his family. The Ku family is the only family in Orchid Lake City. In Orchid Lake City, they truly control everything. A transcendent realm expert? There are strong and weak transcendent realm experts. How powerful is he? I don't know. But I heard that he broke through to the mid-stage transcendent realm at the young age of 20. Mid-stage transcendent realm? He could also be at the late stage or peak transcendent realm. No one could say for sure. Qingyan frowned. She felt that things were getting a little difficult. She couldn't barge into the Blue Flame sect alone. She wasn't strong enough. Going there would only be suicide. The problem was that she couldn't die yet. Trick Kuching-lei out of the Blue Flame sect, that was basically impossible. Given how much the Blue Flame sect valued Kuching-lei might have a transcendent realm expert secretly protecting him when he went out. If the Blue Flame sect master really intended to nurture him. It wasn't easy for her to make a trip to the Blue Flame sect. She didn't know if she would have the chance to come back and settle the score with Kuching-lei. Qingyan was unwilling to leave just like that. Since she couldn't find trouble with Kuching-lei, then she would see if she could get some interest from the Ku family. Qingyan asked about the Ku family's situation. Perhaps because Kuching-lei had always been an influential figure in the Blue Flame sect, this Blue Flame sect disciple knew more about the Ku family's situation, so Qingyan didn't need to bother asking others. After getting the information she wanted, Qingyan rested for a night in Blue Mountain City before rushing to Orchid Lake. In Orchid Lake City, there was only one family now, and that was the Ku family. The Ku family was the local tyrant in name only. Not only did they own more than half of Orchid Lake City's land, they also monopolized a large refined iron mine in Orchid Lake City. Even the Orchid Lake City's city lord was willing to be a puppet in front of the Ku family's power. When Qingyan arrived at Orchid Lake City, the sun had already set. Looking at the burning clouds in the sky, her heart was also in a kind of anxiety. The Ku family's main base was in the city. Qingyan only strolled around Orchid Lake City and returned to the place where she stayed. Xianxia told her that Orchid Lake City only had one mid-stage transcendent realm expert with declining vitality and 3 early-stage transcendent realm experts. They're stronger than what we see on the surface, but I can make a trip. Qingyan said as such. Sure. Qingyan wasn't worried that Lord Jianling would deceive her. As long as it was about killing people, this Jianling would always be very cooperative, the kind that would bear the burden without complaint. She recalled the Ku family's base that occupied a small half of Orchid Lake City, as well as the distribution of the strength of the martial artists in the base, and determined the route at night. For a huge family like the Ku family, without a crushing force, it was absolutely impossible to uproot and kill them all. Qingyan couldn't do it even more. She just wanted to make Kuching-lei feel pain. Breaking through from the heaven-breaking realm to the transcendent realm would have an inner demon tribulation. Qingyan had experienced it once not long ago, and it simply made her wish she was dead. She didn't mind increasing the difficulty of Kuching-lei's martial path. When darkness covered the land, the lights in Orchid Lake City gradually extinguished. Standing above the faint clouds, looking at the dark world and breathing in the cool air, under the hazy moonlight, Qingyan's heart that had been anxious for a long time gradually calmed down, and what followed was a kind of excitement. She could feel the strong relaxation and contraction of her heart, could feel the blood in her whole body boiling. She knew that there was something wrong with her situation, but she didn't reject it. He was even a little happy. She stretched out her hand, and the red blood sword appeared in her hand, shining with a blood-red light. Her body was suddenly enveloped by the blood-red light, and her eyes involuntarily turned blood-red as well. Then, they wandered through the streets and alleys of Lane City. Those who didn't return home all saw that in the dark night sky, they saw that blood-red meteor falling into Lane City. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The entire Lane City was shaking. Countless people who were sleeping were directly awakened. They pulled the people next to them out of their beds in a panic and fled outside the house. Xianxia stood on the hard ground. Within 50 meters of her, all the houses in the Ku clan's main residence had turned into ruins. In the face of such an unexpected attack, the Ku clan's direct line of descent suffered a great blow and suffered heavy losses. Most of the people below the Xiantian realm were dead, and only a few were rescued. As for the rest, it was estimated that not even their corpses could be found. Those who were able to stand completely in front of Xianxia were only a dozen over heaven-breaking realm martial artists and 3 divine ability realm martial artists. The Ku clan members' faces were filled with rage, and all the weapons in their hands were unsheathed. They stared fixedly at Xianxia, tossing their rescued relatives far behind them. "There are so many of you Ku clan members," Xianxia said with a smile. No one responded to Xianxia's words. However, it didn't matter. Xianxia's words weren't directed at the Ku clan members. Both sides didn't talk anymore. Xianxia didn't want to talk. The Ku clan members felt that there was no room for discussion. Only by cutting the other party into 1,000 pieces could they vent the hatred in their hearts. A divine ability realm martial artist opened his mouth and said, "The other party is at the early stage of divine ability realm. Apart from those at the peak stage of heaven-breaking realm, everyone else leave." Xianxia couldn't help but glance at the middle-aged man who spoke. This guy was still quite rational. When a martial artist at the peak stage of heaven-breaking realm encountered an ordinary martial artist at the early stage of divine ability realm, he could still withstand a few moves. He wasn't that weak. However, how could Xianxia let them leave? No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Red blood sword threatened and tempted her every 2 to 3 days. Yet, she had no choice but to rely on red blood. Xianxia moved slightly, and the Ku clan's divine ability realm martial artist shouted, "Go!" 3 divine ability realm martial artists directly encircled Xianxia. Xianxia glanced at her feet and smiled lightly. Fast profound meaning, slaughter divine ability, blood shadow. Xianxia's entire person turned into a blood-colored shooting star. Her speed was fast to the extreme. She very easily broke through the encirclement of the 3 divine ability realm martial artists and charged straight at the other Ku clan heaven-breaking realm martial artists who were just preparing to retreat. Xianxia's movement technique was very strong to begin with. Red blood sword could also double the sword master's profound meaning and divine ability. In addition to the fast profound meaning and the divine ability blood shadow, Xianxia's speed was simply frightening to early stage divine ability realm martial artists. The 3 divine ability realm martial artists saw that things weren't right and also guessed what the other party wanted to do. They madly chased after Xianxia, but they discovered that their speed was really too slow compared to the enemy. A peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist subconsciously wanted to stop Xianxia, but after he collided with that blood shadow, his body directly split into pieces. Xianxia's speed increased by another notch. Ku clan main residence. Every time the blood shadow jumped, it meant that a heaven-breaking realm martial artist of the Ku clan had fallen. "All of you, gather around us," the Ku clan divine ability realm martial artist shouted. Unfortunately, it was a bit too late. Especially with the red blood sword's active cooperation. The difference in speed was too great. Previously, most of the Ku clan heaven-breaking realm martial artists were far away from the battle. Now that they wanted to regroup, they first had to face Xianxia. Pung, the place where Xianxia's foot had been was suddenly split open, and a white-haired old man looked angrily at the blood shadow that had swallowed countless Ku clan members. This was the Ku clan divine ability realm middle stage ancestor, the strongest martial artist of the Ku clan. 4 transcendent tier martial artists protected the 6 heaven-breaker tier martial artists in the center. Among the 6 heaven-breaker tier martial artists, 3 were at the peak stage of the heaven-breaker tier, and only 3 remained. More than 10 had died under Xianxia's sword. In a short time, the Ku clan had suffered heavy losses. Facing such a heavy loss, the experts of the Ku clan were furious. "Old ancestor, can we kill her? Speed, can't catch up." For a moment, the Ku clan members fell silent. Qingyan glanced at the 4 Divine Ability Realm martial artists in front of her, and the 4 Divine Ability Realm martial artists also glared at her fiercely. They could only glare at Qingyan. Qingyan didn't think too much. Her figure flashed, and she found the other Ku clan members. There weren't too many Ku clan members living in Orchid Lake City. Almost half of the city belonged to the Ku clan. With the 4 Divine Power Realm martial artists together, the Heaven-Breaking Realm martial artists suffered heavy losses. No one could stop Qingyan. Let's attack together. Find a chance to delay her. Witnessing the enemy's massacre with their own eyes, the Ku family knew they could not continue. If they allowed the enemy to continue killing, the Ku family's 1,000-year foundation would be destroyed in a day. Okay. Facing the enemy, the family's internal strife had long been thrown to the back of their minds. The Ku family united against a common enemy and decided to work together to kill the enemy. The 4 Divine Power Realm martial artists charged at Qingyan, but Qingyan did not care. Blood shadow flashed in the darkness, reaping the lives of the Ku family members. As long as they were alive, Qingyan would kill them, regardless of their strength, gender, or age. Xianxia was very clear that she was venting her anger. She wanted revenge. The greatest revenge, to let Ku Qinglei know what pain was. She almost did not care about the pursuit of the 4 Divine Power Realm martial artists. After all, if they wanted to kill her, the prerequisite was that they could touch her, right? In the night, the entire Ku family encampment seemed to be covered by a blood net. When the speed reached a certain level, in the eyes of ordinary people, it was a blood net. Ku family members were frantically running for their lives everywhere. Everywhere was filled with cries and screams. Many Ku family members with some strength chose to take up weapons to resist, but to Qingyan, she did not care whether these weak enemies had weapons or not. After she killed over 100 people, Blood Shadow doubled Qingyan's speed, and then her speed did not increase anymore. Blood Shadow could not allow her speed to stack endlessly. Blood Shadow, who was merely at the initial stage of the Divine Power Realm, could double her speed. It was already quite heaven-defying. Soon, the 4 Divine Power Realm martial artists of the Ku family also went crazy. They practically took out their trump cards and did not care whether it would affect the other Ku family members. Even the Heaven-Breaking Realm martial artists of the Ku family who were previously protected launched a frenzied attack at Qingyan. Qingyan did not care about these. She even somewhat enjoyed the expressions of the enemies who hated her to the bone but could not do anything to her. Sometimes, she could not help but look back, look at that anger. When she killed people, when she was hated by others, she could clearly feel her own existence. Qingyan did not speak, but the Ku family could not hold back. They couldn't do anything to him, but they didn't have any better ideas. You bastard, don't you know that our Ku clan is under the protection of the Ashen Flame sect? I know. Qingyan answered casually. Then, he killed the 7 members of the Ku clan with a single strike. My grandson, Ku Qinglei, is the #1 prodigy of the Blue Flame sect, and he placed 3rd in the heaven-crushing group of the Southern Region martial competition. I advise you to surrender without a fight. Otherwise, my Ku clan will exterminate your entire family one day. Ha ha ha. Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. Exterminate my entire clan? Actually, I can't wait for you to wipe out my entire family. Although I don't know what kind of grudge you have with the Ku family, you shouldn't implicate my family. The rest of the Ku family are innocent. If you have the guts, let's fight fair and square. When Qingyan heard the words "don't implicate your family members," she couldn't help but want to laugh. What do you mean by not implicating the family? That was all bullshit. If family members were not implicated, why would the laws of the major countries of the Southern Mountain Range clearly state that the entire family shall be executed, the 3 generations shall be exterminated, and the 9 generations shall be exterminated, 1 person, 10,000 people? To Qingyan, there was no difference. She had collected intelligence, managed prisons, raided homes, exterminated clans, and fought on the battlefield. She had long since gotten used to it. Moreover, when she thought about how the Ku family had risen in Lane City, she really couldn't help but laugh. The Ku family wasn't a native force of Lane City. They were outsiders, and Lane City was originally occupied by 3 other families. What about the other 3 families? None of them had clean hands, and none of them were people who followed the rules. Why should she be the only one who followed the rules? The old ancestor of the Ku clan was so infuriated by Qingyan's laughter that he almost vomited blood. He stared fixedly at the blood figures and shouted with a trembling voice, "You are Chen Ruoyan from the House of Blood Fiend?" Qingyan didn't say anything. She only gritted her teeth and increased the speed of her hands. The patriarch of the Ku family roared furiously, "Early stage transcendent stage, slaughter divine ability, speed divine ability. You're definitely Chen Ruoyan. Even if you change your face, you can't fool me." His voice was so loud that everyone in Lane City could hear him. Qingyan also knew that her identity couldn't be kept a secret. Slaughter divine ability, speed divine ability, these characteristics she couldn't hide. Moreover, the news of her defection from the Blood Fiend sect would spread here sooner or later. Who knew, the Blue Flame sect might already know about her defection. Qingyan didn't pretend anymore. She pulled off the human skin mask and revealed that beautiful face. "Old Master Ku, you have good taste. It's really you." The patriarch of the Ku family was so angry that he was trembling. By now, he finally understood why the Ku family had met with such a calamity. "Are you surprised? You crazy woman. I'm going to kill you." The patriarch of the Ku family was so angry that his face turned red. If they were really mortal enemies, the patriarch of the Ku family could understand. The Ku family's strong rise exterminated many families and offended many forces, but the enmity between the Ku family and Chen Ruoyan. Where did the enmity come from? The only time they came into contact was during the arena competition between Ku Qinglei and her. The incident that happened during that arena competition, the patriarch of the Ku family was also very clear. After all, an enemy force used this incident to smear their Ku family's name, wanting to let this incident become a stain on Ku Qinglei. But the patriarch of the Ku family did not care about this matter. He never dreamed that Chen Ruoyan would actually run all the way from the Blood Fiend sect to make a move on their Ku family because of a few words on the arena. Looking at the Ku family that had already turned into ruins and corpses all over the ground, the patriarch of the Ku family suddenly had an extremely absurd feeling, as if everything was a dream. Kill her even if you have to risk your life." The 4 Divine Ability Realm experts became even crazier after figuring out the ins and outs of the matter, but sometimes, without powerful strength, only craziness was useless. Unless their craziness could increase their strength several times. After sending off the last peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist of the Ku family, there were only 4 Divine Ability Realm experts left at the scene. At daybreak, the patriarch of the Ku family slowly fell in front of Qingyan. If they were slightly calmer, the 4 Divine Ability Realm martial artists gathered together, Qingyan would not be able to make a move. Unfortunately, they had completely lost their minds and crazily attacked Qingyan. The result was self-evident. After exterminating the Ku family, looking at the corpses all over the ground, Qingyan's heart felt empty for no reason. But thinking of the Yin Corp sect, she became excited again. The Yin Corp sect was her biggest enemy. Just as Qingyan was about to leave, she suddenly heard Sir Jianling inside the Red Blood Sword say, "It's about time." "What's about time?" "Red Blood Sword is about to advance." You're not lying to me?" Last time, the Red Blood Sword said it was about to level up. She said it several times, but it didn't level up. It made Qingyan secretly guess whether Sir Jianling was deliberately tempting her. She didn't expect it to happen today. This was really a surprise. Especially when Qingyan needed to increase her strength now. She didn't know what ability the Red Blood Sword would get after evolving. It might even be of great help to her. Thinking of this, Qingyan was looking forward to it. "Pick a quiet place," Chen Hao said. "This isn't a good place." He could already tell that Qingyan didn't have any thoughts about the other ordinary people in Lane City. Actually, Chen Hao wasn't interested either. Okay. Qingyan searched around the Ku family and found many spirit stones, pills, cultivation techniques, and martial skills. This gave her a little surprise. The Ku family was very rich. Qingyan was about to leave when she remembered the Ku family's patriarch's words. She couldn't help but find the Ku family's plaque. The plaque wasn't broken. The 2 words "Ku residence" were written especially forcefully. It should be the work of a calligraphy master. Qingyan used the red blood sword to carve a line of small graceful words under the Ku residence. Ku Qinglei, let me say hello to you first, Chen Ruoyan. He'll probably be very angry. After she left, Lane City was still as silent as death. The Ku family was extremely powerful. With the support of the Blue Flame sect, even the ordinary first-rate forces in the southern region didn't dare to provoke them. Especially after Ku Qinglei won third place in the southern region grand tournament, even the country sent an envoy to congratulate the Ku family. In Lane City, the Ku family was a true colossus, an existence that ordinary people couldn't reach. The entire Lane City heard the commotion from last night's battle. Especially the Ku family's patriarch's words, he even named the Ku family's enemy. Chen Ruoyan, many martial artists in Lane City knew this person. During their leisure time, they would often talk about this extremely dazzling woman in the southern region grand tournament. Of course, they would also make some dirty jokes. Chen Ruoyan had come so far to attack the Ku family. If it wasn't for the Ku family shouting out, they would have thought that they had mistaken her for someone else. As far as they knew, Chen Ruoyan was only at the peak stage of the heaven-shattering realm. Even if she had successfully broken through recently, as an early-stage transcendent realm martial artist, it was impossible for her to be a match for the Ku clan. But when the sounds of battle continued until daybreak, all the martial artists in Lane City knew that the Ku clan should have met with big trouble. Chen Ruoyan might not be so simple. After the sounds of battle subsided, the entire Lane City was like a dead city for the entire morning. Only some civilians whose houses had been destroyed by the aftermath of the battle were stealthily tidying up their houses. The people who lived near the Ku family's residence peeked at the Ku family's residence through their windows. More than 30 survivors of the Ku family knelt on the old site of the Ku family, weeping bitterly. Now that he had vented some of his anger and exposed his tracks, it was even more impossible to kill Ku Qinglei. Qingyan also didn't want to stay in the Ashen Flame sect's sphere of influence. She ran for 7 days and finally left the Ashen Flame sect's sphere of influence. She came to a barren mountain surrounded by lush forests, and there was no sign of human habitation within a radius of 10 miles. Qingyan felt that the surroundings were not bad, and said in a low voice, "Let's do it here." Chen Hao was not picky about where to level up. If it was a martial artist leveling up, he might be ambushed. But he was a sword, and even if he was discovered, he would at most be robbed. The one who should be worried was Qingyan. "Okay." Chen Hao responded, and then said, "If you don't want to die, stay away from the red blood sword. If you get too close, you might lose your mind." "I understand." Qingyan was very clear that every time she lost her mind, she would be in danger of becoming a demon. "I don't want to die yet." Qingyan placed Scarlet Blood Sword on a huge rock, turned around, and left, dragging Scarlet Blood Sword with her as she ran away. Why do I feel like she's running for her life?" Realizing that Qingyan had completely disappeared from the 5-mile radius of the Devil Sword sense, and his divine sense told him that Qingyan was still running away. Even Chen Hao could not help but sigh. Is there a need to be so careful? Level up, system. System. When he said the word system, he felt a little awkward. The red blood sword, which was placed on the rock, slowly floated up. The blood-red sword flickered with a red glow, and heat waves surged, roasting the surrounding rocks. The Devil Sword domain was activated, and a bloody mist rose into the sky. The surrounding animals and demonic beasts seemed to have sensed something, and they scattered in all directions. After running for more than 10 miles, Qingyan felt that the distance was about right, so she stopped. When she saw countless running beasts and flocks of birds fleeing in her direction, and that bloody mist continued to surge toward her, she only hesitated for a moment before turning around and running. The Devil Sword domain was activated. Qingyan had experienced part of the Devil Sword domain's power, and if it was the complete version, she would not be able to withstand it. She quickly flew past layers of mountains, and a small farmhouse's courtyard appeared on the mountainside. Qingyan glanced at it, and then flew away. However, after flying for 1,000 meters, she turned around 3 times in midair, and then laughed self-deprecatingly. She turned around and smashed through the door of the small courtyard. When she came out, she was holding a swaddling cloth in her left hand, and a baby was sleeping soundly inside it. In her right hand, she was holding a 100-meter-long metal chain, and at the end of the metal chain was a young couple tied back to back. The young couple was tied up tightly and hung in midair. Their mouths were stuffed with strips of cloth, and they could not make a single sound. They looked at the ground beneath their feet in horror, and the young woman was so frightened that she lost control of her bladder. Xianxia looked at the couple hanging below, and did not bother with them anymore. She turned her gaze to the baby in her arms. He had already woken up, and this child did not seem to be afraid of strangers. He opened his big, clear eyes and looked at Xianxia curiously. Xianxia gently threw him up, and then caught him. He, the baby laughed happily, as if he liked this kind of game very much. He reached out his hand, wanting to grab Xianxia's face. Xianxia did not dodge, but the child grabbed the side of Xianxia's face, as if he really grabbed something, and tore it off. Wah, 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 he was so frightened that he cried loudly. It was probably the first time he had encountered a face that he could really tear off. Xianxia could not help but want to laugh. She touched the layer of skin on her face. Let's play a game. Xianxia directly threw the baby up 100 meters, and then her figure followed him. This little guy seemed to like the feeling of weightlessness. During the continuous falling process, he stopped crying, and when he saw Xianxia, he smiled even more happily. Xianxia gently caught him, and only then did she notice that the child's parents had fainted, perhaps because she was flying too fast just now. She carried the child, found a mountain top, and stopped. Xianxia looked back, and the blood mist on her body did not show any signs of spreading. Looking at the blood mist that covered the sky, she was a little worried. Would the abnormality caused by the red blood sword's upgrade attract some powerful people? At the same time, in the blood mist, Xianxia heard a voice that he had not heard in a long time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading. P.S. The next chapter's attribute panel takes up half of the space. Don't subscribe if you don't want to read it. Open the attribute panel. Xianxia instructed. I haven't looked at the attribute panel for a long time. I wonder if the red blood sword has been strengthened this time. Sword name, Red Blood Grade, Mid-Level Dao Artifact Number 35, Ren Kenju, Yiqingyan Talent, Master Slaying Skills 1. Misfortune, closed steadily reduces the sword owner's luck by 3, with a luck value of 10, the sword owner can be called the son of fortune of the world. 2. Misfortune Explosion, the host can close the misfortune skill for 5 days and then use misfortune explosion once. Once the misfortune explosion is used, the sword owner's luck will be reduced by 15 for a day. 3. Slaughter and Devour Evolution, the sword owner can kill creatures and absorb their blood and souls, as well as other high-quality materials and weapons to evolve the sword owner. 4. Slaughter Feedback, feedback rate 5%, feedback purity 100%. When the sword owner kills creatures, the sword can absorb their blood and souls and feed them back to the sword owner. The feedback rate and purity can be set by the host. 5. Deduction of Technique, consume the energy absorbed by the red blood sword and use the master slaying inheritance as the foundation to deduce a technique and sword technique exclusive to the red blood sword owner, not deduced. 6. Jianling Form, Black Dragon, Peak of Realm. The strength of the Black Dragon is determined by the evil aura absorbed by the red blood demon, Demon Sword Realm, the sword intent, ultimacy, divine ability, realm, and so on. When the sword owner is present, it can be used to consume the sword owner's mental strength, true chi, true essence, or the true essence stored in the demon sword. 7. Armor Break, reduces the enemy's armor by half. 8. Auto Repair, consumes a certain amount of blood and souls to repair itself. 9. Demon Sword Realm, closed fuses with red blood sword will, ultimacy, divine ability, realm. The more creatures killed, the stronger the evil aura gathered, forming a unique demonic aura field. The demonic aura field affects the minds of everyone within range, causing enemies to feel fear, dread, and frightening illusions. Allies will become fanatical and crazy. The lives killed by allies will also slowly increase the strength of the demonic aura field. At the same time, it will also have a negative effect on the sword master. 10. Will of the Demon Sword, the will of the demon sword is inviolable. The will of the demon sword is protected by both the curse of misfortune and the demonic aura. Anyone who wants to forcefully change the will of the demon sword and its attributes must first destroy the demonic aura before they can touch the will of the demon sword. Anyone who forcefully changes the will of the demon sword and its attributes will immediately trigger the misfortune explosion skill and become the second sword master of the demon sword. Since the other party desires the power of the demon sword so much, why not just agree? 11. Demon sword sense, can sense the soul, life, and killing intent of all creatures within a radius of 10 kilometers. Any enemy whose strength is lower than Red Blood Sword's Jianling will not be able to disguise themselves. 12. Energy absorption, 3 units 100% can slowly absorb the spiritual energy in the air and the sword master's energy and store it in the sword. It can be used by the sword master or the demon sword. 1 unit, all the energy in the dantian of the strongest sword master of Renkenju. 13. Demon sword autonomy, the host can move freely and use all the abilities of the sword master's inheritance. 14. Sword master's amplification, increases the sword master's comprehension by 3 points, increases the sword master's root bone by 3 points, increases the sword master's sword skill damage by 100%, increases the sword master's body technique by 100%, increases the sword master's intent, ultimacy, divine ability, and realm strength by 100%, comprehension, root bone, and sword bone max is 10 points, increases the sword master's Jinyuan strength by 100%. 15. The last elegy, forbidden skill. Skill effect, burns the sword master's life and soul to heal himself. He temporarily gains the combat power of an entire realm. Lasts for 2 hours. After using this skill, the sword master will definitely die. 16. Stealth, unlocked. The Red Blood Sword has the ability to hide. After activating this ability, only a Jianling who is an entire realm higher than the Red Blood Sword or an entire realm higher than the Red Blood Sword can see through the Red Blood Sword's camouflage. Any skills that the sword master uses with the Red Blood Sword will be released by the sword master's body. 17. Red Blood Technique, forbidden skill. Skill effect, consumes 10 years of life. For 1 hour, the sword master's combat power will increase by 100% and become 200%. When used, it cannot be stacked with the last elegy. It can be used repeatedly until the sword master dies. There will be no side effects such as weakness and fatigue. 18. Camouflage, the sword master can camouflage himself into a sword that is not higher than the sword master's level. 19. Handy, the Jianling can automatically adjust the weight and size of the demonic sword within a certain range. Every swordsman who holds the Red Blood Sword will think that the Red Blood Sword was specially made for them. 20. Master killing inheritance, every time you succeed in killing your master, you will receive all the inheritance of the sword master. You can pass these inheritances to the next Renkenju. The sword master can directly receive the knowledge of the previous sword masters, or use it himself. Current possession, fast domain, perfect, massacre domain, incomplete, blood domain, incomplete, strength god art, small success, destruction god art, small success, synchronized destruction. Fast god art, perfect, flowing shadow. Massacre god art, perfect, massacre god art, perfect, gold 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 god art, perfect, rain god art, perfect, 8 direction rain god art, perfect, red gold fire god art, perfect, wind god art, whirlwind kill, fear god art. The attribute panel was densely packed with small words. Chen Hao glanced at it and had a rough idea. The Red Blood Sword was upgraded from a low-grade to a middle-grade Dao weapon. First of all, the Red Blood Sword had become stronger. The range of the demonic sword's senses had doubled. In addition, it had the ability to see through camouflage. Any enemy whose strength was lower than Chen Hao's would have their camouflage ineffective. Chen Hao was somewhat dissatisfied with this. After all, if there was an enemy hiding, most of them would be looking for trouble with the sword master. This skill was to protect the sword master. Chen Hao estimated that when he replaced the next Renkenju, he should block the demonic sword's senses and not let the sword master know. At that time, if he was in a good mood, he would remind the sword master. If he was in a bad mood, he would just laugh at the sword master. Chen Hao also realized that the sword masters had gotten lucky again. Their movement techniques had been boosted by the Scarlet Blood Sword, directly doubling. It felt as if it was tailor-made for Qingyan. With Qingyan's movement technique doubled, it was simply a disaster for her enemies. The only skills that Chen Hao found pleasing to the eye were the two new ones. One was the concealment skill. There were many Dao weapons and domain realm experts in the southern region. Chen Hao had always used his own method to hide his presence. His technique was a little rough. The moment Qing Yan used the demonic sword domain on the stage of the Southern Region Grand Tournament, the Scarlet Blood Sword was discovered by many experts. With Chen Hao's current strength, although he didn't care if he was discovered by others, the concealment skill given to him by the system at least gave him a choice. It gave him an additional guarantee in terms of safety. What if he really encountered danger one day? Moreover, the concealment skill was very suitable for his low-key style of doing things. Finally, there was a new skill that made Chen Hao satisfied. It was the Great Red Blood Technique, Forbidden Skill. Skill effect, consumes 10 years of lifespan. For 1 hour, the Sword Master's combat power will increase by 100%. It will increase by 200%. When used, it cannot be stacked with the last elegy. It can be used repeatedly until the user's lifespan is exhausted. There will be no side effects such as weakness and fatigue. This was a good skill. In the future, when the Sword Master encountered a life and death crisis, he could point out a bright path for the Sword Master. When encountering a strong enemy whose strength was not much higher than the Sword Master's, the Sword Master was reluctant to use the last elegy. No problem, the Red Blood Sword had a way to forcefully increase the Sword Master's cultivation. By increasing the slaughter feedback ratio, the Sword Master could quickly increase his strength. What? Afraid of going berserk, or that there were no easy enemies around? No problem, the Red Blood Sword also had the Great Crimson Blood Technique, which could help you temporarily increase your strength to another level. You only needed to pay 10 years of your lifespan, at a critical juncture, 10 years of lifespan in exchange for your worthless life. No Sword Master would refuse. The lifespan of a pre-celestial realm martial artist was over 100 years, the lifespan of a Heaven Breaker realm martial artist was over 300 years, the lifespan of a Transcendent realm martial artist was over 500 years, and as for a Domain realm martial artist, it was said that they had at least 1,000 years of lifespan. 1,000 years of lifespan. Chen Hao pursed his lips, feeling that the price of the Red Blood Sword was too low. In his opinion, the Great Crimson Blood Technique's price should be deducted according to the Sword Master's lifespan. Directly deducting 10 years of lifespan was very unfair to martial artists with low strength and short lifespans, and Chen Hao had always liked to advocate fairness. System, I feel that the Great Crimson Blood Technique should be changed to deducting 1/10 of the Sword Master's lifespan. The system, who had been silent for a long time, replied, if you want to change the rules, you need to wait until the next Red Blood Sword upgrade. Chen Hao was pleasantly surprised. That means, this is negotiable? It's not negotiable. A large part of the Red Blood Sword's ability generation is relatively random, but it will definitely be affected by the Sword Master and the host. If the host's obsession is too strong, after the next upgrade of the Red Blood Sword, the ability may change in the direction the host wants. Understood. Chen Hao had always guessed this before, and now he received a definite answer from the system. When he was refined into a Jianling and imprisoned in the Red Blood Sword, he cursed everyone who used the Red Blood Sword. So when the Red Blood Sword was first created, its core ability was to curse the Sword Master. This was very likely because of the resentment in his heart. When he was dissatisfied with the fact that the Red Blood Sword couldn't move on its own, the Magic Sword Autonomy ability appeared after the upgrade. When he was almost tamed by the Formation Master, the Red Blood Sword showed the ability of Will of the Demonic Sword. In the southern region, he felt that he was not safe enough, so the Demon Sword's concealment ability appeared. As for the Sword Master, he also deeply influenced the shaping of the Red Blood Sword's ability. XVII was the general, and the Demon Sword domain extended the ability to group fanaticism. As for the Red Blood Sword, it also had an increase in agility. It looked like it was tailor-made for heavenly beauty. When the blood mist dissipated, Qing Yan held the baby and looked in the direction of the Red Blood Sword. The barren mountain in front of her was completely silent. As far as the eye could see, there were withered, yellowed trees and weeds everywhere, and there were incomplete corpses of wild beasts and demon beasts everywhere. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The originally yellow soil had turned black and red. It was as if every inch of the ground had been soaked in blood. Is that enough? She thought in her heart. At this moment, a bloody shadow streaked across the sky, and the red blood sword appeared in front of her. She held the hilt of the sword, and the baby in her arms, who was laughing at her just now, suddenly cried loudly. Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. Master Jianling, look, you scared the little guy. Chen Hao pretended to be surprised. Hey, how many years did it take me to level up this time? How come your child is already born? It's not mine, it's theirs. Qingyan pointed at the couple who were still unconscious behind her. When I came over just now, I brought them along. Oh. By the way, did the red blood sword level up successfully? Yes, take a look and familiarize yourself with it. A message suddenly appeared in Qingyan's mind, and a heartfelt smile appeared on her face. Double the speed of my movement technique? That's great. Is it okay? Yes. That red blood technique is not bad. Was it named by Master Jianling? Master Jianling really has no sense of shame. Hee hee. Qingyan placed the baby in her arms into her mother's arms, then took out a handful of gold coins and stuffed it into the baby's swaddling clothes. She patted the couple's body twice, and when she saw that they were about to wake up, she disappeared in a flash. From afar, she saw the couple wake up, holding the baby, wiping away their tears, and revealing a look of joy after surviving a disaster. Seeing them surprised to find the unexpected wealth in the swaddling clothes, and seeing them snuggle up to each other and leave the mountain, Qingyan felt a little lonely and turned to leave. More than a month later, in the wilderness north of Liangpingua, a bloody shadow flashed, and a white-faced man in a black robe was immediately beheaded. If there were warriors in Liangpingua, they would be able to recognize the sect that the black-robed man belonged to, the Yin sect. The Yin sect was a notorious sect in the northern part of the southern region, but they still stood strong for thousands of years without falling. Even the officials of Liangpingua could not do anything to them. When Liangpingua was first established, they had sent troops to encircle and annihilate the Yin sect. They lost tens of thousands of elites, but they still could not break through the Yin sect's mountain gate. The founding emperor of Liangpingua had also fought with the Yin sect's grand elder. In the end, the first emperor of Liangpingua was defeated by the Yin sect's grand elder within 100 moves. The Yin sect did not kill the first emperor of Liangpingua, but instead reached an agreement with him. Thus, for thousands of years, the two sects had secretly reached a tacit agreement to live in peace, and not interfere with each other's business. In Liangpingua, there were very few forces that dared to provoke the Yin sect. There were even fewer people that dared to kill the Yin sect's warriors. Coincidentally, Qingyan's courage was not small. And Chen Hao also knew that Qingyan was a daring woman in her bones. When she was in the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm, she dared to play around with a group of transcendent realm and domain realm beasts in the southern Demon Mountain range. A Yin sect, no matter how strong they were, how strong could they be? Qingyan walked to the side of the dead Yin sect warrior and glanced at him with disdain. She did not even have the thought of searching his body. This was not because Qingyan was arrogant, but because the strength of the Yin sect disciple that Qingyan killed was too low. Early True Element Realm. Normally, if she saw early True Element Realm warrior, she would not even look at him. But who told him to be a Yin sect disciple? A Yin sect disciple deserved to die. After the red blood sword leveled up, Qingyan spent over 20 days to madly rush to Liangpingua. Chen Hao originally thought that after Qingyan arrived in Liangpingua, she would hide for a period of time to gather information on the Yin sect and try to use her brain to solve the problem. But what Chen Hao did not expect was that after Qingyan entered Liangpingua, from the moment she saw the first Yin sect disciple, she directly attacked. Along the way, as long as it was a Yin sect person, as long as it was a power related to the Yin sect, she did not let a single one go. From the moment she saw the first Yin sect disciple, before Qingyan even arrived at the Yin sect, the number of people that died under the red blood sword was over 2,000. These people were all related to the Yin sect. Although the Yin sect was a demonic sect, but in Liangpingua, it was one of the biggest sections. So in Liangpingua, the Yin sect's external forces could not be underestimated. After entering Liangpingua's borders, Qingyan killed 7 or 8 Yin sect disciples. The remaining 2,000 people belonged to a small family clan and a small gang in a city. The reason for destroying the small family clan was simple. In the family clan, there was a Yin Corp sect disciple. Qingyan felt that this reason was sufficient. As for the small gang, when she was buying steamed buns from a stall in the small city, she heard that the gang had a strong background and was related to the Yin Corp sect. It was a pity that after Qingyan killed the upper echelons of the gang, she did not discover that the other party used the Yin Corp sect's techniques. Chen Hao felt that this could be an accident. The Yin Corp sect was one of the top powers in the southern region. Even if they wanted to increase the strength of the gang, they could not support such a weak force. The gang leader was only in the early Xianxia realm. If this gang was really an external force of the Yin Corp sect, then the Yin Corp sect was slapping themselves in the face. You don't plan to talk to the Yin Corp sect? Maybe there is a peaceful way to retrieve 17's body? Chen Hao found that Qingyan was becoming more and more impulsive. This matter cannot be discussed. From the beginning, the Yin Corp sect would not condescend to talk to a divine realm martial artist. I also do not want to talk to them. Qingyan sat in the restaurant and sipped her tea. She frowned. From the beginning, I wanted to kill them all. Everyone related to the Yin Corp sect. Everyone related to the Yin Corp sect. Was she planning to eradicate all the Yin Corp sect's members, leaving no room for negotiation? When Chen Hao heard Qingyan's words, he felt his heart tremble. Although the Yin Corp sect did not have many disciples, it was still a huge monster. Like the Blood Fiend sect, they had many external forces. Their influence was not only in Liangpingua, but also in the nearby countries. If they were all eradicated, this attack was a bit too wide. Women were indeed terrifying creatures. When they went crazy, they were unrestrained and unrestrained. Do you have confidence? I do not have complete confidence, but I will try my best. Other than this, I do not know what to do. Qingyan forced a smile. Of course, this will require Sir Jianling's help. You are the Red Blood Sword master. If you meet any difficulties, I will definitely help you. Chen Hao thickened his face and added, as long as you do not make me make a move. Qingyan was amused by Chen's words. Jianling, how shameless would one have to be to say something like that, but, after a years, she was already used to it. Sects, you heard? Recently a Transcendent Realm expert has appeared, specializing in killing Yin Corp sect disciples. He has already killed several Yin Corp sect disciples. Their corpses are too horrible to look at. 3 of them were almost turned into skeletons. Pingua S disciples SSS sects SSSSSS disciples as thems. In Liangpingua, daring to kill Yin Corp sect's disciples, his courage is quite big. The Yin Corp sect must have offended someone outside again. That's right, I remember 10 years ago, there was also a Divine Realm expert who came to find trouble with the Yin Corp sect, but he died very quickly. Someone loudly said, from what I see, the Yin Corp sect deserved it. This person's words came to an abrupt end, and then Qingyan smelled a bloody scent. Qingyan slowly turned her head, looking towards the direction of the sound. A Yin Corp sect disciple stood beside the table, his hand holding a black long blade, a corpse lying at his feet. You dare to slander the sect, you deserve to die 10,000 times. The Yin Corp sect disciple angrily looked at the other people at the table. You also deserve to die. In the restaurant, there was a moment of silence. Qingyan looked away, turning to the entrance of the restaurant. 6 more Yin Corp sect disciples entered the restaurant. A total of 7 Yin Corp sect disciples, 5 men and 2 women. 6 of them were Breaking Heaven Realm martial artists. The strongest was actually a Divine Realm early-stage martial artist. Qingyan suddenly felt that the bland tea in her mouth was a little sweet. It was shameful to say that the strongest Blood Fiend sect disciple she had killed recently was only a Breaking Heaven Realm early-stage martial artist. Now that 6 Breaking Heaven Realm Yin Corp sect disciples had suddenly appeared, and there was even a Divine Realm early-stage martial artist, Qingyan felt that her luck was not bad. One of the 3 martial artists at the table was killed, and when the remaining 2 heard that the Yin Corp sect was going to make a move against them, they immediately resisted. But their resistance was futile. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. The Yin Corp sect disciple raised his blade, and the remaining 2 martial artists were cleanly beheaded. Many of the guests in the restaurant were so scared that their faces turned white. No one made a move to help the remaining 2 unlucky fellows. Even Qingyan did not make a move. Let's see who dares to speak ill of our Corp sect behind our backs in the future. The Corp sect disciple looked at everyone in the restaurant and said fiercely, "This is the outcome. Go up." The Breaking Heaven Realm Peak stage martial artist who had just entered said. The shopkeeper personally greeted the Corp sect people upstairs. The waiter trembled as he wiped away the bloodstains. Xianxia put down her teacup and dug into the rice in her bowl. She pricked up her ears, wanting to hear what the Corp sect people were saying in the private room upstairs. But what made her disappointed was that the Corp sect's actions were very methodical, and they even set up an isolation array. She only heard the Divine Realm early-stage martial artist order the shopkeeper to immediately serve them food. They were in a hurry. Xianxia was not disappointed. Some of the large sects in the southern mountain range would make a few simple sound and aura isolation array discs, which could be used by installing spirit stones. When Xianxia went out to carry out missions in the Blood Hand Hall, she would also receive one. The guests on the first floor of the restaurant did not make a sound. Those who were timid or did not want to cause trouble did not even finish their meal, directly paying the bill and leaving. There were only a few guests who continued to eat on the first floor. Xianxia leisurely finished the dishes and soup on the table, then put 10 gold coins on the table. The waiter had already recovered. Seeing that Xianxia had paid 10 gold coins, which was obviously too much, he wanted to remind her, but he saw this customer pull at her waist. With a ping sound, a blood-red soft sword about 2 meters long vibrated in the air. This? The waiter was shocked. Before he could react, he saw the guest look up and turn into a blood-red shadow, shooting towards the restaurant's ceiling. On the second floor, the 17 Corp sect people were eating at the table, discussing the details of the mission and what they had seen on the way. Everyone be careful. I heard that recently a Divine Realm martial artist who has a grudge with us came to Liangpingua and killed several of our Corp sect members. Do we need to report this? No need, we still have an urgent mission. This information will naturally be reported by others. Before this early-stage Transcendent Realm martial artist could finish speaking, the table in front of them that was filled with food and wine exploded, a blood-red aura filled the entire private room, the surrounding companions were torn apart. When he came back to his senses, the Corp sect peak stage martial artist found that of the 7 companions beside him, 4 had died, and 2 were heavily injured and had lost the ability to resist. As for himself, the ice-cold flexible sword was wrapped around his neck. Too terrifying, too strong, they did not even have time to react. That blood-red aura made him feel suffocated. The Corp sect early-stage martial artist saw the unfamiliar man in front of him, and saw the blood-red flexible sword. He asked in fear, You are Chen Ruoyan? Why, do you know me? How can I not know you? Although you changed your appearance, some features can't be hidden. The Corp sect's early-stage Divine Power Realm martial artist smiled bitterly. I heard you defected from the House of Blood Fiend and the sect told us to be careful. I didn't expect you to be so strong and come so quickly. Ah. The early-stage Divine Power Realm martial artist screamed as his right arm was cut off. I advise you to be honest and not touch. Xianxia raised her eyebrows. I'm not interested in killing the walking corpses. The Corp sect's martial artists liked to put the walking corpses in special space bags which they called corpse bags. Xianxia had always been careful when dealing with the Corp sect's martial artists. She had already snatched the corpse bags of the 2 surviving Heaven-breaking Realm martial artists. But when dealing with the early-stage Divine Power Realm martial artist, she chose to use the red blood sword to strangle his neck. The Corp sect's Divine Power Realm martial artist covered his bleeding right shoulder with his left hand, his face in pain. Xianxia said, The reason why I didn't kill you is because I want to ask you something. You ask, I'll see if I can tell you. Xianxia sneered, No problem, we have a lot of time to waste. With a gotcha sound, the red blood sword broke into a whip sword and tied up the 3 surviving Corp sect disciples. She broke through the roof of the restaurant and left. The customers who were still in the restaurant could not believe their eyes when they saw this scene. The 17 Corp sect disciples, who had been arrogant just a moment ago, had all been defeated in one move by their opponent. Who is he? The Divine Power Realm martial artist who went against the Corp sect. You think that the smell of blood is from the slaughtered divine power. Could he be Qin Ruoyan from the House of Blood Fiend? Isn't Qin Ruoyan a beauty? That was a guy, right? Can't he change his appearance? Let's hurry and run. Maybe the Yin Corp sect will find trouble with us after they get the news. Not long after Qin Yan left the restaurant, everyone scattered and fled. The only one left was the shopkeeper who wanted to cry. The waiter looked at the 10 gold coins on the table and then looked at the big hole on the roof. He decided to give the gold coins to the manager. The Yin Corp sect's early-stage transcendent realm expert was a tough nut to crack. In the end, when he was about to die, Qin Yan used the red blood sword to finish him off. A transcendent realm expert could not be wasted. As for the remaining 2 Yin Corp sect heaven-breaking realm martial artists, after they personally witnessed the transcendent realm expert being tortured to death, their bones completely softened. Other than some confidential information that even they didn't know about, he honestly answered Qin Yan's question. Dai Yu was the same as Kuching Lei. After returning to the Yin Corp sect, he stayed in the sect and did not take a single step out of the sect. Dai Yu's great-grandfather was the Yin Corp sect's 3rd elder. The Dai family had lived in the Yin Corp sect for many years. Qin Yan also asked about the 2 outer powers of the Yin Corp sect, the location of the 3 Yin Corp sect disciples' families, and their mission. This was also what Qin Yan was most curious about. For the Yin Corp sect to send out a transcendent realm expert, the mission must be very important. This time they were sent by the Yin Corp sect to rescue a Yin Corp sect inner sect disciple. This Yin Corp sect inner sect disciple's identity was not simple. He was the current Emperor Liang Pinggua's 3rd son, the 3rd Prince Liang Guahao. Liang Guahao was the first member of the imperial family to join the Yin Corp sect. The Yin Corp sect attached great importance to him. Liang Guahao was also a martial arts genius. He was at the peak of the heaven-breaking realm. Although his strength could not compare to Dai Yi, he was still considered strong. Liang Guahao went out to complete a mission not long ago. But he met with danger on the way. He was chased by a group of black-cloaked assassins. The leader was a transcendent realm peak expert. Liang Guahao's team members were killed. Luckily the Yin Corp sect had foresight and secretly sent a transcendent realm peak expert to protect Liang Guahao. At the crucial moment, the Yin Corp sect's transcendent realm peak expert appeared and blocked the pursuit of the black-cloaked assassins. But he was still outnumbered and was killed by the group of black-cloaked assassins. However, the Yin Corp sect's transcendent realm peak expert not only killed the leader of the black-cloaked assassins, he also killed countless black-cloaked assassins. But Liang Guahao was still in danger. There were still black-cloaked assassins chasing after him. The battle between transcendent realm peak experts was shocking. It attracted the attention of the Yin Corp sect's intelligence network. They sent people to the scene and found a Yin Corp sect inner sect disciple who was still breathing. From his mouth, they found out that Liang Guahao was still in danger. So they immediately reported the news. After all, Liang Guahao's identity was not small. The news had not yet been reported to the Yin Corp sect. The Yin Corp sect's intelligence network decided to first notify the nearby Yin Corp sect members and let them go to rescue him. They had to protect Liang Guahao's life. The team that Qin Yan met had received the mission and rushed to rescue Liang Guahao. Qin Yan's eyes flashed as she looked at the Yin Corp sect disciple in front of her. She seemed to be thinking about something. The Yin Corp sect disciple looked at his unconscious comrade and said, "Senior Chen, I am telling the truth." "I know you are telling the truth." Regarding Liang Guahao's matter, the 2 Yin Corp sect disciples' accounts were the same. It did not seem like they were colluding. "Then let me ask you, your captain." Qin Yan pointed at the corpse of the transcendent realm expert. "Does he have any enmity with Liang Guahao?" This is indeed a little. "Then why are you in the mood to eat after receiving such an urgent mission? We have been out on a mission for more than a month. Every day we have to eat and sleep in the open. We had just returned to Liang Pinggua and Lu Xianwen wanted us to go rescue Liang Guahao. Lu Xianwen said she wanted to come to the hotel for a meal. Since there are already people going to rescue him, maybe there is no need for us. Maybe the captain does not want to go." "What is your captain's identity?" "Captain is the 4th elder's direct disciple." Qin Yan finally understood. The dead transcendent realm expert had an identity token. There was indeed a unique symbol on it. "Your mission, let me help you complete it." Qing Yan was getting more and more interested in this muddy water. Tell me, where is that Liang Guahao? Also, he must have left signs along the way, right? Teach me. If you teach me, I'll give you a quick death. Qing Yan learned from the two Yin Corp sect disciples. She was not afraid of them teaching her. It was just a few symbols, Qing Yan learned them easily. This kind of sect symbol, Qing Yan was very familiar with it. The Blood Fiend sect had it. Every once in a while, almost every sect would change their markings to prevent their unique markings from being leaked. But Qing Yan did not care. At least now it was enough for her to find Liang Guahao. Liang Ping was third prince, his identity was so sensitive, he was definitely an important chess piece of the Yin Corp sect. Who was chasing after Liang Guahao? Was it related to the fight for the throne? Was it an enemy of the Yin Corp sect? Was it another prince's people? Or was it the old emperor's people? Or was it the Yin Corp sect's people? Qing Yan did not have enough information, so she could not be sure. But she did not care. She only needed to know that Liang Guahao was very important to the Yin Corp sect. The Yin Corp sect members were rushing to save him. A transcendent realm martial artist, in the southern region, could be considered as an expert. A transcendent initial stage martial artist facing Qing Yan's terrifying speed was not her match. Against a transcendent mid-stage martial artist, Qing Yan had a high chance of winning. Against a transcendent late-stage martial artist, even if she could not win, she had a chance of escaping. Although her strength was not comparable to a domain realm martial artist, but she was not weak. Qing Yan knew that to deal with the Yin Corp sect, it was not something that could be done in a day, but Liang Ping was third prince, could be a very good starting point. After rushing for 6 days, with the help of Red Blood Sword's domain realm peak scouting device, Qing Yan finally found Liang Ping was third prince and the black-clothed assassins. They were still in battle. The black-clothed assassins were not few in number, a total of 19 people. The strongest was a transcendent mid-stage martial artist, 2 transcendent early-stage martial artists, 6 Heaven-Breaker realm martial artists and 10 Xianxia peak stage martial artists. On the Yin Corp sect side, there were 3 transcendent early-stage martial artists and 5 Heaven-Breaker realm martial artists. On paper, the black-clothed assassin's strength was stronger. But what Qing Yan saw was that the Yin Corp sect had completely suppressed the black-clothed assassins. The 3 transcendent early-stage martial artists were commanding the corpses, working together to deal with the transcendent mid-stage martial artist and the 2 transcendent early-stage martial artists, faintly gaining the upper hand. The other 5 Heaven-Breaker realm martial artists were dealing with the remaining black-clothed assassins, with ease. The strength of the Yin Corp sect disciples could be seen. Qing Yan did not directly approach, but silently changed into a black mask that was exactly the same as the black-clothed assassins. This was what she had taken from the black-clothed assassin's corpse yesterday. Don't look at how the black-clothed assassins were all dressed in black, as if there were no distinguishing features. In fact, their black clothes were cut very carefully. Normal martial artists would be able to distinguish them from the details. Wearing dead people's clothes made the misophobic Qing Yan uncomfortable, but she had to endure it. If the Yin Corp sect was at a disadvantage, she would not need to be so conflicted, she could just change into the Yin Corp sect's uniform and face. Qing Yan changed into a set of black clothes and appeared behind the black-clothed assassins. The last black-clothed assassin at the innate realm cast her a puzzled glance. However, seeing her directly hack a heaven-breaking tear-walking corpse to death, and then charge towards a detestable Yin Corp sect disciple, he no longer had any doubts, and concentrated on dealing with a walking corpse with his other companions. This group of Xiantian realm assassins were already having a hard time dealing with a group of corpses. They couldn't afford to be distracted. After joining the black-clothed assassins' camp, Qing Yan could clearly feel that the black-clothed assassins already had thoughts of retreating. After all, they were already at a disadvantage. If the battle continued, the reinforcements from the Yin Corp sect would definitely increase. Liang Pingguo was the Yin Corp sect's territory. And if they were to hide, they would not be able to wait for reinforcements. Even if she didn't use any divine ability or profound meaning, Qing Yan could still crush the Yin Corp sect's heaven-breaking realm martial artists just by relying on her movement technique and cultivation base. After killing a Yin Corp sect's heaven-breaking realm martial artist, Qing Yan turned her gaze towards the Yin Corp sect's 3 early-stage divine ability realm experts. One of them was the strongest, and he controlled 3 early-stage divine ability realm walking corpses. With his own strength, he forcibly withstood the strongest black-cloaked assassin, and they were evenly matched. There was also Liang Pingguo's third prince. His appearance and characteristics were clear to Qin Yan. He was also fighting, and although he had lost all his walking corpses, his martial arts were not bad. The Yin Corp sect's remaining heaven-breaking realm martial artists were all scattered around him, faintly protecting him. Qin Yan killing a Yin Corp sect's heaven-breaking realm martial artist had already been noticed. Be careful of that person. While the Yin Corp sect's heaven-breaking realm martial artists were dealing with their enemies, they were all on guard against her. Qin Yan didn't care much, and casually picked a heaven-breaking peak stage walking corpse as her opponent. Her attention turned to the Yin Corp sect's strongest early-stage divine ability realm expert. Just as the opponent's back was facing her, and he was blocking the killing move of the middle-stage divine ability realm black-cloaked assassin, she suddenly moved. Profound meaning of fast, chasing stars and moon. Qin Yan was like a sharp arrow. The Yin Corp sect's martial artists relied on the walking corpses in their hands. They were naturally powerful, but if they were to face Qin Yan's sudden attack at a critical moment, it would be impossible for them to survive. Under the shocked gazes of the remaining Yin Corp sect disciples, a sword ray flashed past, and a head was raised high, with blood spurting out. "Senior brother He!" A Yin Corp sect disciple cried out involuntarily. With the death of senior brother He, the battle situation was extremely unfavorable to them. The black-clothed assassins saw their strongest enemy die, and they became even more excited, while the Yin Corp sect's disciples had solemn expressions, no longer as imposing as before. The middle-stage divine ability realm black-clothed assassin saw his opponent die from Qin Yan's sneak attack, and he was even more delighted. Well done. With the death of the Yin Corp sect's strongest early-stage divine ability realm expert, the 3 walking corpses in his hands went berserk, crazily attacking the middle-stage divine ability realm black-clothed assassin and Yi Qin Yan, who praised Qin Yan because they were the closest, but the walking corpses that had lost their command were completely disorganized, so it was hard for them to pose a threat to Qin Yan and the others. Qin Yan hurriedly said, "You deal with 2, I'll deal with that one. Move quickly, we need to end this quickly, the Yin Corp sect's reinforcements are coming." With Qin Yan's words, the middle-stage divine ability realm black-clothed assassin also felt the urgency of time. All right. He also felt that Qin Yan's voice was somewhat unfamiliar. But at this time, he could not think too much. The black-clothed assassin's first reaction was that Qin Yan was most likely reinforcements. If she was not reinforcements, then why would she help him kill the Yin Corp sect's people, and be so clear about their mission? The middle-stage divine ability realm black-clothed assassin killed one of the rampaging walking corpses. Qin Yan also killed one. Finally, the 2 of them worked together to kill the last rampaging walking corpse. Just as the black-clothed assassin was about to cut off the walking corpse's head, Qin Yan moved. What happened next stunned everyone present. They simply could not believe their eyes. Whether it was the Yin Corp sect's side or the black-clothed assassin's side, they all tacitly stopped fighting, staying away from each other, and then looking at Yi Qin Yan. In the sky, there were 2 heads flying. One was a walking corpse, its entire head was wrapped in metal, flying at the lowest point. The other head was covered in a black mask, only revealing a pair of round eyes. What happened? All the martial artists present were dumbfounded. Enemies became allies. Then how did they explain killing the 2 Yin Corp sect disciples? Allies became enemies? The black-clothed assassins were stunned as they watched their companions' heads fly high into the sky. Qin Yan stood in the same spot, looking at both sides with ridicule. You guys, are you very surprised? The black-clothed assassins nervously looked at Yi Qin Yan and the Yin Corp sect. The Yin Corp sect people also looked at Qin Yan and the black-clothed assassins with caution. For a moment, they could not figure out which side Qin Yan was on. They had not made a move yet, but Qin Yan could not wait any longer. The moment she made her move, it was a thunderous killing move. She was like a comet, dragging a long bloody tail as she charged towards the nearest black-clothed assassin. The blood shadow speed was terrifyingly fast. When the early-stage divine power realm assassin was hit by the blood shadow, his body was instantly split into pieces. In an instant, Qin Yan had sent out a total of 5 swords. The early-stage divine power realm assassin blocked 3 swords. The ones that truly killed him were the fourth and fifth swords. But because Qingyan's speed was fast, her sword speed was equally fast. In the eyes of the weaker martial artists, the early-stage Divine Power Realm assassin was instantly killed. Seeing an early-stage Divine Power Realm expert instantly lose his head, the two groups shouted at the same time. Run! Quickly run! In the two groups, the two strongest experts had already been killed by Qingyan. Among them, no one could block her sword. The blood shadow jumped around the battlefield like a terrifying lightning bolt. Every time she jumped, a martial artist's body would split apart. Whether it was the cold-blooded black-clothed assassins or the evil Yin Corp sect martial artists from the top Devil Path sect, all of their faces were filled with fear. They desperately fled, using all of their strength, praying in their hearts that the blood shadow would chase after the others. In front of Qingyan, they were like babies. Liang Guahao saw the blood shadow kill countless black-clothed assassins, killing his companions. He did not hesitate to use a secret technique, burning his potential, urging all the true essence in his body to run. In a single breath, he ran for over 20 li. Just as he thought he could escape, a red shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. A black-cloaked person appeared in front of him like a ghost. Stop. Running like this, aren't you tired? Hearing this voice, Liang Guahao felt like his bones had been pulled out, his body limp on the ground. He was really tired. Qingyan brought Liang Guahao back to the battlefield and quickly collected the spoils of war, even taking a few survivors. She had left them alive on purpose. At that time, she had only cut off their tendons and pierced their dantian. However, what made her feel helpless was that the two surviving black-clothed men had already committed suicide by the time she rushed back. However, there were still two survivors from the Yin Corp's faction. Taking the three people who had completely lost their ability to resist, Qingyan quickly left, not daring to linger. Liang Guahao was important to the Yin Corp sect. If he stayed here, he would be able to deal with the other Yin Corp sect martial artists, but he might attract the attention of the Yin Corp sect's peak Divine Power Realm experts, or even a Domain Realm expert. This was very dangerous. Even if Red Blood Sword could discover the enemy ahead of time, it did not mean that Gentle Yen would not be discovered. It did not mean that Gentle Yen would be able to escape from the enemy's pursuit. Beside the bonfire, Qingyan watched as the tongues of flames licked the dry wood, somewhat lost in thought. She was thinking about the information she had just received and how to deal with Liang Guahao. The two Yin Corp sect disciples that Qingyan had captured did not give her any valuable information. The only valuable information she had was Liang Guahao. Liang Guahao sat opposite her. He could see the burning flames in her eyes. His neck was wrapped around the opponent's sword blade, the sword hilt was in the opponent's hand. But Liang Guahao was already very satisfied with his treatment. His other two companions were completely crippled, lying unconscious on the blood-red ground. The night was very quiet, still afraid of the person in front of him. There was not even the sound of insects nearby, only the crackling of the bonfire could be heard. Liang Guahao was still young, he still had a bright future ahead of him, he still had a goal to achieve, he did not want to die yet. You are Chen Ruoyan? Why? Your fighting style is too obvious, I recognized you with one look. Liang Guahao's face was thick, he was very careful, he was afraid of angering the opponent. And then? I have seen you in a book, Southern Region Beauties Ranking. Don't talk nonsense, tell me the truth. If you don't know how to speak, is your tongue useless? Qingyan was not moved, she stared at the flames and said. Liang Guahao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Was this the way the Blood Fiend sect talked? Inside the Red Blood Sword, Chen Hao interrupted, let me see that Southern Region Beauties Ranking, let me see. Qingyan hesitated for a moment, but still agreed to Chen Hao's request. That so-called ranking, do you have it? Liang Guahao thought Qingyan was interested in it. He immediately took out a thin booklet and handed it to her. I bought this not long ago. The booklet was very new, very delicate, and heavy. Qingyan casually flipped open the booklet, and Chen Hao scanned it with his divine senses. The booklet was very beautifully printed, it even had colorful pictures. The layout was a woman's colorful portrait on the left page, and the person's introduction was on the right page. The first was the fiancé of the Jin nation's crown prince, Xiao Wan'er from the Changchun sect. The second was the 8th princess of the Nanyue nation, Chao Jingyi, and the third was Yi Qingyan. Of course, Chen Ruoyan was written on it. Qingyan's portrait was very lifelike, with long flowing hair, a blood-red crimson blood sword, a beautiful face, and a fierce and terrifying aura. The artist drew it so vividly, as if it was a real person. The artist should have seen Qingyan with his own eyes. Qingyan's introduction said that Qingyan's origins were mysterious, and only briefly recorded the origin of her nickname, her extremely bloodthirsty and murderous fighting style, her good result of obtaining second place in the Southern Region Grand Tournament, and some of the enmity between Qingyan and Dai Yi. If you ask me, you're definitely too low to be ranked third. You should be ranked first. Liang Guohao complained in a low voice for Qingyan. Xiao Waner and Chao Jingyi's family background is just a bit higher than yours. Chen Hao also felt that Liang Guohao's words made sense. The two people ranked before Qingyan, from the looks of the portraits, couldn't see how they were better than Qingyan. The only downside might be that Qingyan looked a bit fierce. Many men might not like this type. For Qingyan to be ranked in the top 3, it was very likely because she had just obtained second place in the Southern Region Grand Tournament's Heaven-Breaking Realm group, giving her extra points. Qingyan didn't respond to Liang Guohao's words, and threw the book into the bonfire. Liang Guohao could see that the other party didn't seem to be interested in this. But since she wasn't interested, why read it? He couldn't figure out the other party's thoughts. Qingyan said, "Let's talk about the Yin Corp sect. Since you know my identity, then you must have guessed my purpose for coming. Senior brother Dai hasn't left the sect recently. If you don't know how to speak, your tongue is useless." Liang Guohao swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in a low voice, "I'm Liang Pinggua's third prince. The Yin Corp sect values me very much. If you send my junior brother back to report, saying to use me to exchange for senior brother Dai's corpse, maybe there's a chance." Before he finished speaking, he saw the whip sword around his neck suddenly disappear, and then his two junior brothers' throats were slit. He forcefully swallowed the rest of his words. He had just told his junior brothers to report back and use him to exchange for the corpse in Dai Yi's hands, but his junior brothers had been killed by Chen Ruoyan. The meaning of Chen Ruoyan was self-evident. But Liang Guohao was unwilling. Liang Guohao had already experienced Chen Ruoyan's extremely ruthless character. If he did not have enough value, the other party would definitely not have spared his life. Liang Guohao did not want to die. "I am very important to the Yin Corp sect. If the Yin Corp sect wants to expand their influence on Liang Pinggua, they will definitely need my help. I even suspect that in the future, when I have the chance to fight for Liang Pinggua's throne, the Yin Corp sect will help me." Liang Guohao tried his best to show his value. "I should be more important than a divine power realm corpse. I don't want to take the risk." Qingyan glanced at Liang Guohao and said. She was naturally willing to use Liang Guohao to exchange for the corpse. But how was she going to do it? If she could guarantee that the Yin Corp sect would follow the rules and exchange with her, Qingyan was not a naive girl. If she stood in the Yin Corp sect's perspective, she would definitely make the person who threatened her suffer a fate worse than death. And now, the Yin Corp sect had the strength to do so. Qingyan set up a pot filled with water and added a few pieces of firewood. She stirred the fire and said, "You are a smart person. Before the water in the pot boils, I hope you can talk about something that interests me." Liang Guohao did not think she was joking. After racking his brains, he whispered, "Do you know that Dai Yi will be leaving the sect in a month?" Qingyan suddenly looked at him. "Tell me about it." "I accidentally heard the fourth elder mention that as the champion of the Southern Region tournament, Dai Yi will be representing the Southern Region in the finals a month later. When that happens, all the young geniuses from the 5 regions of the continent will be gathered together. Why didn't I hear about it? This matter might only be known by the upper echelons of the various large sections." Liang Guohao whispered, "The elder also wanted me to keep it a secret. He said that the Martial Alliance has a rule that we cannot inform the outside world for the time being. I do not know why, but they made it so mysterious. Is this news all right?" "All right." Qingyan nodded with an unsightly expression. Dai Yi wanted to leave the Yin Corp sect. This news was a heavy blow to Qingyan. It was basically impossible to kill Dai Yi midway. During the Southern Region Grand Competition, each sect had a domain realm expert leading the team. Then, when he went to the Central Region to participate in the finals, how could the Yin Corp sect not send a domain realm expert to accompany him? Use the last dirge? A thought suddenly appeared in her mind. "Qingyan, don't be rash. Just as Qin Yan was hesitating, Chen Hao seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. He immediately persuaded her, "It's impossible for you to reach the domain realm in a month's time. Using the last elegy is not worth it. You have the red blood sword in your hand. You'll be able to kill Dai Yi sooner or later. He'll never be able to defeat you. What if you died just like that? Could it be that they were going to let the Yin corpse sect off? Don't you want to know who dug up 17's body?" Qin Yan lowered her head and gritted her teeth, forcefully suppressing the impulse in her heart. What Jianling said makes sense. How did General Chen's corpse end up in the southern region? Who did it? The Yin corpse sect was despicable and Dai Yi deserved to die, but the person who dug up General Chen's corpse deserved to die even more. They all had to die, even though there was a raging bonfire in front of him. Liang Guohao could feel a bone-chilling cold. Liang Guohao glanced at the woman in front of him and did not dare to take another look. What kind of eyes were those? They were filled with bone-chilling hatred and crazy killing intent. The bonfire was extinguished. Under the ice-cold killing intent, Qin Yan took a deep breath and said to Chen Hao, "I understand." Chen Hao finally let out a sigh of relief. He did not want Qin Yan to die. If Qin Yan died early, it would not benefit him. After going around in circles for over 40 ring kenju, he had already seen through them. A sword master with a bit of strength and a complete mind was not stupid. They would not randomly kill anyone just because they obtained the red blood sword. They would have scruples. They would be afraid of their inner demons and other stronger experts. They would kill, but they would also have restraint. They would not easily let themselves be on the verge of becoming a demon. Those who could merge with their inner demons and even swallow them only existed in the legends of this continent. Chen Hao had never seen such a person and did not know if it existed. How could a sword master with a complete mind attack without any scruples? The only answer was hatred. Hatred could blind people's eyes. It could make them ignore their inner demons. It could make them completely rely on the scarlet blood without any grudges. Just like how Qin Yan was now. Qin Yan might have been wary of him in the past. But now, she would obey most of his requests. Because she could only rely on the scarlet blood, so, from Chen Hao's point of view, Qin Yan's current state was the best. He hoped that Qin Yan could maintain this state and live longer. The killing intent on Qin Yan's body disappeared. Liang Guohao was very perceptive. He trembled as he lit the bonfire again. "Do you know how Dai Ye's corpse came about?" Qin Yan looked at Liang Guohao and asked softly. Qin Yan now valued Liang Guohao very much. From the previous report, Liang Guohao's position in the Yin corpse sect was not low. He was highly valued. "I do know a little. Can you not kill me?" "I can, if it's really useful." Liang Guohao asked softly, "Can I swear on my inner demons?" I can't guarantee this." Seeing Liang Guohao's disappointed expression, Qin Yan added in a low voice, "But I can assure you that if I'm satisfied with what you say, I'll let you die a quicker death than the other two." Qin Yan used the wooden stick in her hand to point at the two corpses beside her. "I have 10,000 ways to pry open your mouth. Believe me." Liang Guohao believed her words. Actually, many people know where the corpse came from. The white jade 5 skull in senior brother Dai Ye's hand was bought by Dai Yi. Liang Guohao said. "Where did he buy it from?" "From the South Moon country." "The corpse came from the South Moon country." Liang Guohao replied, "That corpse is very extraordinary. Many disciples in the sect know about it. They inquired from the merchant association that supplied the corpse. The corpse was bought from the South Moon country." "South Moon country?" Qin Yan cried out involuntarily. This was not a big secret. Liang Guohao nodded and said, "The people from the merchant association mentioned it before. I heard that half a year ago, a heaven-breaking realm late-stage martial artist suddenly appeared in the South Moon country and killed a small city. That corpse was actually that martial artist's. How could it be? How could it be? So it was like this. Just a little bit more. I could have arrived earlier. I actually missed the Blood Fiend sex mission." Qin Yan slowly lowered her head and buried it between her legs. She pulled her hair with all her might. After Qin Yan's reminder, Chen Hao also remembered the Blood Fiend sex mission. Qingyan had encountered that mission when she was accepting a mission at the Blood Hand Hall. A demonic martial artist who was good at controlling corpses suddenly appeared in the South Moon country and destroyed a small city. A blood fiend sect's deacon's family was affected. That deacon offered 1,000 sect contribution points, hoping that someone could kill that demonic martial artist and avenge his family. In the end, because the journey was long and it was a solo mission, the rewards were not high, so Qingyan chose the other 3 missions. It was said that a transcendent realm expert from the South Moon country killed that person. In the end, a domain realm expert appeared and killed the transcendent realm expert from the South Moon country. At that time, Elder Xia even mentioned that he was glad that Qingyan did not make a wasted trip. Qingyan missed it, but Chen Hao knew that it was not her fault. Who would have thought that the walking corpse was him? Who would have thought that the walking corpse would end up in the hands of Yin Corpse Sect's Dai? But this was also imaginable. Yin Corpse Sect was the sect that was best at refining corpses in the southern region. Only by selling the walking corpse to Yin Corpse Sect could they obtain the most benefits. Qingyan asked in a low voice, Lord Jianling, who do you think can bring General Chen's corpse to the southern region? At that time in the southern region, other than the demons and demonic beasts, no one had the ability to cross the southern demon mountain range, right? In the southern region, I have never heard of the demons appearing. Southern demon mountain range has also not made any movements recently. That is the demonic beasts' territory. Who would let them come over? Speaking of which, at that time there was a group of people in Zhou country who had this ability. Who? Qingyan just asked this word when she suddenly realized, you mean demon-worshipping cult? N. Qingyan should have guessed it long ago, but now her mood was not right. According to what I know, at that time in the southern region, among the humans, only demon-worshipping cult had this ability. Zhou Lihua fought with them once. The other party had a domain realm expert. After the demons broke the seal, they did not appear again. Chen Hao continued, the transmission array leading to this place is occupied by the demon beasts. By Ma Jiao's people shouldn't dare to fight with the southern monster mountain range, but they still have the ability to cross the southern monster mountain range. With the help of a domain realm master, they should be able to cross the southern monster mountain range. The southern demon mountain range was so big, and the monster beasts were scattered all over the mountains. If a Grand Dominion realm expert was careful, there was a high chance that he could safely make it to the southern region. Qingyan murmured, there are very few sects in Zhou that are proficient in refining corpses, and there are even fewer late-stage heaven-shattering realm martial artists. Back then, when His Majesty annihilated Zhou's Black Blood country's corpse refining sect, the corpse refining sect's vice sect master one he just so happened to not be in the sect, so he escaped the calamity. The Sky Observatory has always been pursuing him, but unfortunately, they never found any trace of him. Wan He's strength is indeed at the late stage of heaven-shattering realm. So it's a match? Yes. It was easy to explain why Wan had dug up 17's body. For martial artists that were proficient in controlling corpses, the quality of the corpses in their hands was very important. The stronger the deceased's strength, the higher their talent, and with the same amount of herbs and secret refining methods, the corpses refined would be stronger than ordinary corpses, and the battle strength they could display would also be higher. Martial artists that were proficient in controlling corpses were naturally very interested in the corpses of powerful martial artists. In the past 100 years, Zhou had only produced 2 transcendent realm experts. One was Zhou Lihua, and there was no need to think about her corpse, Wan He. The other was XVII. 17's burial place was not far from Cloud City. Other than Qingyan, there were others who knew. Qingyan did not utter a word, and Liang Guahao did not dare to speak either. Only when Qingyan and Chen Hao finished their conversation did Qingyan ask him, that Chamber of Commerce, what's its name? Hengtong Chamber of Commerce. Oh, I'll remember it. Qingyan continued to ask, do you have any other information about the Yin Corpse sect? Liang Guahao said a lot more, but the information was not of much help to Qingyan. It was far less valuable than the previous 2 pieces of information. In the end, he even told her about the scandals of Liang Pinggua's imperial family, how his brothers had joined forces to deal with their elder brother, and how he had been looked down upon by more than 10 brothers, and how he had been ostracized. It was obvious that he did not want to die, and he was trying his best to provide Qingyan with the information she wanted. He was already trying his best, even though there were still some off-topic topics. My mother was a maid in the palace, and she was an unintentional product of my father after drinking. Not long after I was born, my mother died of illness. The nanny who took care of me said that after giving birth to me, my mother's health was actually quite good. In the end, she suddenly died. When she died, she was foaming at the mouth, but the coroner in the palace said that she died of illness and hurriedly cremated her body. I have never seen my mother, and I don't even have a portrait of her. I know, before she died, she must have wanted me to live a good life. So I worked very hard to cultivate, even if the other brothers looked down on me. I even did not hesitate to join the Xianxia sect. I know the Xianxia sect's thoughts. Maybe the black-clothed men who came to kill me were the Xianxia sect's people, hoping that I would be dead set on standing on the Xianxia sect's side. But I did not care. I just wanted a chance to prove myself, a chance to avenge my mother. Because of this, I worked very hard in the sect, which is why I have today's results. Xianxia laughed at himself, but my results, in the eyes of geniuses like you, are not worth mentioning. My father is about to abdicate. If the Xianxia sect helps me, I will have a chance. Xianxia looked at Qing Yan and said seriously, Miss Chen, if you don't kill me, when I inherit the throne, I will help you deal with the Xianxia sect. How about it? Seeing Qing Yan's expressionless face, Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, I can swear on my heart's demon. Isn't it only the Xianxia sect that can help you ascend the throne? If I succeed, how can I be willing to be the Xianxia sect's puppet? The Xianxia sect and I are naturally on opposite sides. The Xianxia sect is also your enemy, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Qing Yan used her hand to support her head, looking at Xianxia. She felt that what he said was very good. It seemed like it was indeed the case. Xianxia met Qing Yan's gaze, as if he was encouraged. He stood up and said loudly, the Xianxia sect is a huge monster. Miss Chen alone is not a match for the Xianxia sect, but I am different. He clenched his fist tightly, waving it in the air, as if he wanted to break the invisible chains of fate. As long as I ascend the throne, I will hold the imperial power in my hands. I will become your strongest support. Qing Yan looked at Xianxia. Xianxia also bravely met her gaze, not avoiding it. His gaze was firm, revealing his sincerity. Even Chen Hao felt that he was very valuable. Qing Yan gently patted the sword hilt. The red blood sword pierced his throat. The red blood sword had left a small red dot on Xianxia's throat. Qing Yan's sudden attack made Xianxia unable to believe it. He clutched his throat and knelt on the ground. "Wh. Why?" He spoke with difficulty, wanting an answer. He felt that Chen Ruoyan indeed needed his help. A living Liang Pinghua who had the chance to inherit the throne, who was willing to help her deal with the Xianxia sect's third prince, should be more valuable to Chen Ruoyan. I don't have that much time to wait. Qing Yan replied, furthermore, I don't like it when someone paints a big picture for me. I've used this trick many times before. Hee hee. Xianxia laughed helplessly. He was laughing at himself. He slowly said, am I going to die? But I'm not willing to. I still have so many things that I haven't done yet. I clearly have a chance. Your ambition is as heavy as 1,000 pounds to you, but to others, it's worthless. Qing Yan fiddled with the bonfire and slowly raised her head. She used her chin to point at the red blood sword and said, do you see this sword? It? What's wrong? It's called the red blood sword. The people who died under this sword are no less than 1,000,000. Those who died are like you. They have many unfulfilled wishes, many regrets, they are just like you. They are not any different from you. In the midst of all living things, you and I are just a speck of dust. Very small, very insignificant. Qing Yan's tone was filled with an inexplicable sadness. Even Chen Hao was silent. Xianxia had lost all signs of life, just like his two junior brothers. Qing Yan flipped through the spoils from the battlefield. In the space ring of the Xianxia sect's early-stage transcendent realm expert that she killed, she found a Xianxia sect's low-grade Earth-level cultivation technique, 9 Xianxia refining technique. Finding this precious cultivation technique, Qing Yan's eyes lit up and she quickly flipped through it. The Xianxia sect was the top power that Qing Yan wanted to get rid of, so she naturally wanted to understand the enemy's cultivation technique. As for the corpse refinement lineage, it was somewhat unfamiliar to her. When Empress Zhou had destroyed the Black Blood Kingdom's corpse refining sect, she hadn't cultivated the corpse refining sect's cultivation techniques. Aside from the issue of her identity, it was also because she disdained this method of relying on external forces to fight. Many martial artists disdained this kind of cultivation method that relied on external forces. As for the Earth-level low-level 9 corpse refining art, it had a lot of research value. It would allow Qingyan to be more prepared when she met corpse sect experts in the future. Especially since it was a simplified version of the corpse sect's Earth-grade high-level cultivation method, the Dark corpse refining method. Seeing the Earth-level low-grade cultivation technique, Chen Hao couldn't help but say, "Qingyan, you must learn this." "Let me take a look first." The 9 corpse refining technique was divided into 2 parts. The first part was the corpse refining technique, which talked about how to refine and cultivate walking corpses. The second part was the corpse controlling technique, which talked about how to control walking corpses. The content was extremely complicated, involving formations, pharmaceuticals, spiritual control, and so on. Qingyan hurriedly finished reading the 9 corpse refining art. After reading it, she couldn't help but ponder. To refine walking corpses, other than the help of precious herbs, the most important thing was a large amount of evil spirit. The walking corpses could absorb a large amount of evil spirit to increase their strength. And this kind of evil spirit, the purer the better. As for the second part of the 9 corpse refining art, the corpse controlling technique, it also contained a rare earth-level low-level cultivation method, the 9 meditation technique. While Qingyan was reading the 9 corpse refining art, Chen Hao was also reading the content and forcefully memorizing it. Although the 9 corpse refining art's content was very complicated, he still relied on his spiritual power that surpassed the peak of the domain realm to forcefully memorize it. If Qingyan didn't learn it, he would let the next Renkenju learn it. A earth-level low-level cultivation method was enough to attract his attention. "Qingyan, I think the 9 meditation technique should be very suitable for you. When the red blood sword slaughter feedback, it will not only give you true essence, it will also give you a portion of pure blood qi and spiritual energy. The spiritual energy might be somewhat ethereal, but you should be able to feel that your body's strength is much stronger than normal martial artists." Then do you know how to cultivate? "Why don't I cultivate?" Qingyan asked back. Her answer made Chen Hao very satisfied. "But before I cultivate, I want to verify a guess." "What guess?" "Refining the walking corpses requires a large amount of evil spirit. If I remember correctly, in Sir Jianling's demon sword domain, there should be a lot of evil spirit, right? Can it be used to refine the walking corpses?" She wanted to use him, but Chen Hao immediately reacted. Qingyan's guess might be correct. The red blood sword was a natural storage of evil spirit. If he used the evil spirit in the red blood sword to refine the walking corpses, would it allow the walking corpses to be refined quickly? "I can give it a try." Chen Hao didn't refuse. He also wanted to know if using the red blood sword's evil spirit to refine the walking corpses would be successful. If it was successful, then he could open up a new path. If it wasn't successful, he wouldn't lose anything. The herbs needed to refine the walking corpses were all in the interspatial rings of the corpse sect disciples. The walking corpses could not consume pills. All she needed to do was boil the medicinal liquid into a medicinal soup. It wasn't difficult and all she needed to do was follow the steps. Qingyan had previously obtained a book regarding herbs from the Pillheart sect disciple. She had studied it seriously and had the basic ability to identify herbs and refine simple medicinal soups. She searched for all the herbs she needed according to the records in the 9 corpse refinement art. As it was her first time refining, she did not dare use too precious herbs. She only made do with the cheap ones. After strictly following the requirements to concoct the medicinal liquid, Qingyan encountered a problem with the array formation. She did not know anything about array formations. Without an array master to guide her, it was nearly impossible for her to learn without a teacher. However, this did not stump her. The array formation's name was a fiendish absorbing array. It needed to be set up in an environment filled with evil spirit before absorbing the evil spirit to nourish the corpse. Qingyan did not know anything about array formations, but she knew how to be flexible. Therefore, she placed her sights on Chen Hao. After throwing Liang Guohao's corpse into a huge urn filled with a green, foul-smelling liquid, Qing Yan pulled out the red blood sword and stabbed it into the corpse's chest. She pleaded, "Lord Jianling, please inject the evil spirit into the corpse. There's no need to go overboard. We are just experimenting." "All right." Chen Hao was similarly filled with interest for such experiments. Life was boring and it was rare for him to have such an interesting experiment. He separated a small wisp of murderous aura and transmitted it into the corpse through the scarlet blood sword. After that wisp of murderous aura entered the corpse, it was quickly absorbed by the corpse. Even the thick medicinal liquid in the urn dimmed a little. It was really effective. Without needing Qing Yan's urging, Chen Hao continued injecting the evil spirit into the corpse. As the evil spirit was constantly absorbed by the corpse, the medicinal liquid in the urn was also constantly absorbed by the corpse. How massive and pure was the evil spirit in the red blood sword! After a mere quarter of an hour, Liang Guohao's corpse suddenly opened its pair of gray eyes. It was effective. After Liang Guohao's corpse opened its eyes, it suddenly broke through the large urn and charged towards Qing Yan. However, he wasn't Qing Yan's match when he was alive, let alone after he died. Qing Yan stepped on the corpse and looked at the corpse curiously. Her eyes were filled with excitement. "Sir Jianling, his strength has reached the innate realm. Maybe he lost too much of his murderous aura." Chen Hao replied. Normally, after a corpse was refined, its strength wouldn't be very high. The corpse also needed to continuously improve its strength. The way to do so was very simple. It was to continuously kill and absorb blood to increase the murderous aura in its body. The stronger and purer the murderous aura in the corpse, the stronger its strength. Coincidentally, the red blood sword stored a large amount of pure murderous aura, which was very suitable for the corpse's needs. The corpse struggled under Qing Yan's feet, but it couldn't do anything to her. Chen Hao looked at the corpse and realized that he had an inexplicable connection with it. He could feel that the murderous aura in the corpse was very close to the red blood sword. In other words, the murderous aura in the corpse seemed to belong to the red blood sword and Chen Hao. Chen Hao recalled that the murderous aura in his black dragon form and red blood sword was a part of his black dragon form. It was a part of Chen Hao's spiritual body. With a thought, he could clearly feel that the murderous aura in the corpse was exploding, as if it was going to break out of the corpse's body and return to the red blood sword at any time. "Qing Yan, release the corpse." "Oh, okay." Qing Yan didn't ask why and immediately moved away. However, what surprised Qing Yan was that the corpse, which was fierce and manic just now, was like a docile cat, obediently lying on the ground. Immediately after, something that shocked Qing Yan even more happened. The corpse slowly got up from the ground and crawled on all fours like a dog. It even stuck out its gray tongue and made muffled barks. It would be strange if no one was controlling this corpse. "Master Jianling, did you do this?" She couldn't help but find it strange. This matter was truly inconceivable. The red blood sword can control the walking dead. She didn't know about it before. "I just realized it too. Logically speaking, you should be able to do it too." Chen Hao happily replied to Qing Yan's words. Then, he made the undead jump and roll on the spot. He felt that this walking corpse was like a toy, very interesting. "Me too? You can do it through the red blood sword. I'll calm him down, and you can try." In principle, Qing Yan was the master of the red blood sword. She had the authority to use most of the red blood sword, including the ability to manipulate the murderous aura of the red blood sword. Liang Guohao's corpse quieted down. Following Chen Hao's instructions, Qing Yan closed her eyes and sensed for a moment. Soon, she opened her eyes. Liang Guohao's corpse spun in a circle, jumped, and finally squatted on the ground. "Isn't it very interesting?" Qing Yan took a deep breath and said, "This is already not interesting." The walking dead was a kind of human puppet that had no self-consciousness. It only knew how to kill. To control the walking dead to deal with the enemy, the first step was to suppress the killing nature of the walking dead. This was because the berserk walking dead would attack all living people, including the martial artist who refined it. The Yin Corp sect had two methods to suppress the killing nature of the walking dead. The Yin Corp sect's most mainstream method was to cultivate a few unique techniques of the Yin Corp sect. This allowed the martial artist's aura to gradually become closer to that of the walking dead. This allowed the walking dead to treat the martial artist as their own kind. For example, the 9 corpse refining art contained the 9 corpse transformation. As the martial artist's cultivation increased, the walking dead controlled by the martial artist would become stronger. The martial artist's body would also become closer to that of the walking dead. It was said that when this technique was cultivated to the highest level, the martial artist's body would be no different from the walking dead. The side effects were very obvious. The martial artist would become a monster that was neither human nor corpse. Many corpse sect martial artists who didn't have strong martial will would completely lose their nature under this change. This was also the reason why the corpse sect martial artists were like the walking dead. If Xianxia had to choose, she would definitely not want to become like that. There was also a more primitive method. That was to use a strong mental power to suppress and control the walking dead. This method had a high requirement on the martial artist's mental power. The number of walking dead that could be controlled was very limited. The battle power that could be displayed was not satisfactory. Sometimes if one was not careful, the walking dead would be able to break free from the suppression and completely go berserk. With the change of time, this kind of crude method was gradually eliminated. However, Xianxia had found a third method on the Scarlet Blood Sword, directly using the Red Blood Sword to control the berserk evil chi within the walking dead, directly controlling the walking dead's power source. The walking dead that was controlled by the evil chi would no longer attack her. It would even act closer to her. To control the walking dead to attack the enemy, the second step was to use mental power to control the walking dead. In the corpse sect's hands, the walking dead were like marionettes. Xianxia was surprised to find that using the Red Blood Sword to control the evil chi within the walking dead, and then using the evil chi to control the walking dead's actions, the amount of mental power consumed was much less than what was calculated in the 9 corpse refining art. The Red Blood Sword was like a lever. It allowed her to use an extremely small amount of mental power to easily control the walking dead that was transformed from the Red Blood Sword's evil chi. This meant that she was naturally able to save more mental power than other martial artists who controlled the walking dead to fight. It also meant that with the same amount of mental power, she could control more walking dead. Or she could be like Dai, controlling walking dead that was stronger than her. I feel that I can still make the evil chi within the walking dead come back. Xianxia said, but if I let the evil chi return, this walking dead might not be able to be used in the future. Don't first, this walking dead is still useful, let's try something else. Xianxia picked up the corpse of a corpse sect's heaven-breaking realm martial artist and used the Red Blood Sword to refine him into a walking dead. After the refining was successful, Xianxia could also easily control him through the Red Blood Sword. In the end, she ordered the evil chi to return to the Red Blood Sword, and the walking dead's body suddenly emitted a burst of black and red evil chi. Then, it softly fell to the ground, turning into a real corpse. It really works. Xianxia nodded seriously. Being able to take back the evil chi, Xianxia's last bit of worry disappeared. If the evil chi only came out and didn't return, the Devil Sword domain and the Black Dragon form's strength would slowly weaken. This was something he didn't want to see. Compared to the Sword Master's battle strength, he cared more about himself. Although he didn't need to. Looks like I'll need a lot of experts' corpses. Xianxia kicked the walking dead that was no longer moving and said, originally, I thought that taking back General Chen's corpse would take 3 to 5 years, but now it seems that it might only take a year or so. When Xianxia heard Xianxia's words, he knew that she had already made up her mind to frequently study the corpse-controlling technique. However, he still poured cold water on Xianxia's enthusiasm. There's something I have to say. What is it? Sir Jianling? If you really need to use the Red Blood Sword to refine the walking dead, I won't object, but I don't want to see you like the corpse sect's martial artists, using the walking dead to kill people. Through the Red Blood Sword, the walking dead could greatly increase the Sword Master's battle strength, but if the Sword Master really relied on the walking dead to fight, what good would it do for the Red Blood Sword? There were no benefits at all. The people killed by the walking dead were completely different from the people killed by the Red Blood Sword. The Red Blood Sword would lose the possibility of continuing to level up because of the walking dead. Even if they were escorts, they would still need to collect a reasonable amount of labor, right? Moreover, Xianxia, this Jianling, had always considered himself as the boss. He had never done business that made him lose money. For example, the ability to deduce cultivation methods had always been a decoration. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Qing Yan quickly understood. Sir Jianling, is it because of the red blood sword's needs? Using the walking dead to kill people would most likely not benefit the red blood sword's evolution. Yes. Qing Yan was silent. After a long time, she asked, could it be that Sir Jianling doesn't want me to take back General Chen's corpse? That's not what I care about. Chen Hao knew that Qing Yan was playing the emotional card, but was it useful? Chen Hao said calmly, the XVII you know is the living XVII. XVII is already dead and no longer exists. What's left is only a shell. You can even treat it as a piece of clothing. Since it's a corpse, it will eventually be eaten by maggots and corroded by time. It will become a handful of soil to nourish living creatures, and then continue to be recycled by the entire world. Dai Yi just simplified the process. Qing Yan gritted her teeth and said, I don't understand, and I don't want to understand, but I understand what you mean. You just don't want to help me. Qing Yan didn't understand Jianling's position, and Jianling didn't care about Qing Yan's feelings either. That's roughly what I mean. You're a cold-blooded and heartless bastard. Chen Hao paused and said, maybe you can add another one, no sense of shame. Qing Yan, who was born in a demonic sect and was in charge of the Zhou Empire Sky Observatory, was even more unscrupulous in doing things. Controlling corpses, if it could really form a powerful fighting force. Qing Yan would definitely not give up. Qing Yan rolled her eyes and thought of an idea, then let the walking corpses assist me in battle, and I will personally kill the people. That should be fine, right? Yes. Chen Hao did not reject this. After all, using the red blood sword to refine the walking corpses, the evil aura within the walking corpses could also be recovered. Then I will start with the 9-yin meditation technique. The foundation of controlling the walking corpses was a powerful mental power. When Qing Yan was in the Zhou Empire, she cultivated both mental power and true essence at the same time. Her mental power foundation was much more solid than ordinary martial artists. And after becoming the sword master of the red blood sword, every time she killed an enemy, she would receive a portion of mental power from the red blood sword. After a long time, the strength of her mental power had also far surpassed ordinary martial artists. Now, what she needed was a mental power cultivation technique. Through cultivating a profound mental power secret technique, she could integrate the mental power in her brain and strengthen it. She did not need to learn how to use mental power to control the walking corpses, but she had to learn how to use the red blood sword to control the walking corpses to fight. Putting Liang Guohao's corpse into the corpse bag, Qing Yan found a secluded place and seriously cultivated the 9-yin meditation technique. Because it was a low-grade earth-level cultivation technique, the difficulty of cultivating it was already very high. Moreover, the 9-yin meditation technique was a rare mental power cultivation technique, so the difficulty of cultivating it was even higher. If one did not have enough talent, they would not be able to enter the ethereal state in their lifetime. If one had extraordinary talent, they could succeed in 2 hours. Qing Yan encountered great difficulty in the first step of the 9-yin meditation technique. Her mind was filled with thoughts and it was difficult to enter the ethereal state. However, she still relied on her early experience of cultivating the Bewitching Heart Sutra and her own innate ability to barely enter the ethereal state after spending half a day. After she entered the state of emptiness, even Chen Hao, who was inside the red blood sword, could sense that there was an obscure power in her body that was growing at a terrifying speed. The demon spirit sect's Bewitching Heart Sutra also focused on spiritual power, but from the name, one could tell that it wasn't a proper technique. It was used to enhance one's charm and confuse others. The demon spirit sect was the main force of the Black Blood Kingdom's intelligence system back then, and even almost dragged 17 down. Qing Yan's talent in the cultivation of spiritual power was extremely high to begin with. She had also cultivated the Bewitching Heart Sutra to an extremely high level. However, she rarely used it unless she was in a life-or-death situation or had no way out. This cultivation technique was actually not very practical. Moreover, it was seriously inconsistent with Qing Yan's character. Qing Yan wasn't the kind of woman who liked to use this kind of unorthodox method to confuse others. Perhaps she was influenced by XVII and Zhou Lihua, but she believed in absolute power. Cultivating spiritual power could originally increase the strength of the profound meaning of illusion. However, after Qingyan comprehended the profound meaning of speed, she realized that the profound meaning of speed was more practical than the profound meaning of illusion. Her fighting style gradually leaned towards speed and agility, so she gradually abandoned the cultivation of the Bewitching Heart Sutra. Xianxia didn't know about other places, but in the entire southern region, after 10,000 years of martial arts development, there was still a lack of cultivation techniques in the aspect of spiritual power cultivation. The use of spiritual power was still in the stage of exploration. This time it was also because of her strong spiritual power, which was very beneficial for corpse control, that Qingyan would cultivate her spiritual power again, the pure vital qi, blood qi, and soul power from the red blood swords. Slaughter also needed to be refined and absorbed by the sword master. The vital qi was fine, as the sword master wouldn't let it go. The blood qi wasn't absorbed, as it would be gradually absorbed by the sword master's body, so it wouldn't be wasted. But the soul power should be accumulated in the sea of consciousness of the sword master. If the sword master didn't take the initiative to absorb it, but passively absorbed it, then the absorption speed would be very slow. Therefore, when Qingyan cultivated the Nine Meditation Sutra, she quickly absorbed the soul power that had been accumulated in her sea of consciousness for a long time. Xianxia wasn't surprised at all that her cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. 3 days later, Qingyan slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes seemed to be suffused with a terrifying sword aura, so sharp that it made people's hearts turn cold, not daring to look straight at her. This should be the phenomenon mentioned in the Nine Meditation Sutra. When a martial artist's spiritual power explosively increased in a short period of time, it would be difficult to control it. What level is your spiritual power at now? It should be the level of a Yin Corp sect martial artist at the beginning stage of the divine realm, maybe a little stronger than them. Do you feel anything else? Does my divine sense have expanded a lot? Hearing Qingyan's answer, Xianxia didn't have much spirit, barely. Next, I need to familiarize myself with the ability to control corpses. Qingyan released the walking corpses and controlled them to fight. Because of the sudden increase in her spiritual power, in the beginning, when she commanded the walking corpses to fight, it was a little awkward. But after 2 days, she was almost able to control the sudden increase in her spiritual power, and could even skillfully control the walking corpses to fight. Her posture might not be as good as Daiye's, but compared to a normal Yin Corp sect martial artist, it wasn't much worse. Your ability to control spiritual power seems to be pretty good. Even Xianxia couldn't help but praise her. Xianxia knew the difficulty of controlling the walking corpses to fight. The Nine Corp's refining art said that a talented martial artist would need at least a month to master controlling a walking corpse. But Qingyan only used 2 to 3 days. She could even multitask in battle, commanding the walking corpses to fight while dealing with the enemy. Although Qingyan's spiritual power was strong, it couldn't be denied that she was talented in controlling her spiritual power. Maybe it's because I was born with a stronger control ability. Qingyan could hear that she was a little proud. But this kind of pride wasn't annoying, after all, it was the truth. Before Qingyan obtained the red blood sword, her talent in controlling her spiritual power had already shown itself. Her exquisite soft sword and whip sword foundation were proof. Without absolute fine control, it was impossible to control the soft sword and whip sword. Because these two types of weapons had too many variations, if one wasn't careful, they could injure the user. Not knowing why, Xianxia remembered the words of the blood fiend sect's Qingyi Fei, martial artists who use soft swords. Their hearts are all dirty. But my current ability to control corpses should not be as good as the Yin Corp sect's normal divine power realm martial artists. In battle, I can only control one walking corpse. If I control a second walking corpse, it might cause some confusion. This still needs more practice. Also, I need some corpses of divine power realm martial artists with decent cultivation. Qingyan didn't have many corpses. The strongest one was a divine power realm martial artist at the early stage. Originally, she could have obtained a divine power realm middle stage martial artist's corpse, but she was too ruthless and destroyed the corpse. The upper limit of a walking corpse's strength was closely related to the corpse's talent and strength when they were alive. Generally speaking, if a corpse was a divine power realm early stage martial artist, after being refined into a walking corpse, the walking corpse could quickly raise its strength to the divine power realm early stage through killing or absorbing evil aura. But to raise the walking corpse's strength even further, it required careful nurturing and a large amount of precious materials. Precious materials? Qing Yan had some, but even if she didn't, she could keep snatching from the Yin corpse sect. Qing Yan didn't have the patience for careful nurturing. In fact, even the Yin corpse sect's martial artists, after their cultivation increased, most of them would abandon the walking corpses that had fallen behind and look for new corpses. Unless they thought that the original corpse's owner's combat ability or comprehension of profound meaning was not bad, there was still value in nurturing them. Qing Yan only had the ability to control one walking corpse to fight. She felt that with the help of the red blood sword, she should have the ability to control a divine power realm middle stage walking corpse. So she wasn't interested in a divine power realm early stage martial artist's corpse, and it wouldn't be of much help to her. But after some consideration, she still used the black-clothed assassin's corpse to refine a divine power realm early stage walking corpse. After leaving, Qing Yan came to a small city on the border of Liangpingua. She asked around for information about the nearby divine power realm middle stage martial artists, and the results made her very happy. There was a Liangpingua army of 10,000 nearby, led by a man called Meng Zhe. Meng Zhe was a divine power realm middle stage martial artist, and after Qing Yan received information about him, she took a liking to him. Of course, within 1,000 miles, Meng Zhe was not the only transcendent expert. But why did Qing Yan like him? Because Meng Zhe was a body-refining martial artist. Most of his strength was in his body. Meng Zhe was a rising star of Liangpingua's army. He had good military achievements. One of his middle-grade earth-level martial arts, gold-splitting claw, had reached perfection. Once on the battlefield, he had broken an enemy's top-grade spirit weapon with a single claw. To refine corpses, a body-refining martial artist was the most suitable. Chen Hao curiously asked, "You plan to provoke Liangpingua's army?" The Yin corpse sect's strength is related to Liangpingua's connivance. They are all snakes and rats in the same nest. Facing Chen Hao's question, Qing Yan did not hide her disgust towards Liangpingua. They all deserve to die. You feel that Liangpingua should eradicate the Yin corpse sect? Is there something wrong? Qing Yan asked back, as a country, shouldn't they eradicate any unrestrained and disobedient powers? Like Zhou Lihua? More or less. I feel that as long as they do what the Empress did. Qing Yan viciously waved her hand. A country should act like a country. All opposing powers should be eradicated. Especially those like the Yin corpse sect, they should be eradicated. I am not sure about the other 4 regions, but in the southern region, most of the countries are trash. The Nanyue Empire is not bad, but unfortunately it has fallen apart. If you don't like it, you can be the emperor yourself. The Empress has also said that my view of the big picture is not enough. I have also noticed that I am lacking in this aspect. Qing Yan continued, also, I am not interested. Not interested, that should be the most important thing, Chen Hao thought. If Qing Yan really wanted to strive in that direction, the so-called big picture view could be trained. No one was born to be a king. Qing Yan should be clear about this. Qing Yan smiled and put on a human skin mask. Also, who said that I want to provoke Liangpingua's army? The conflict between Liangpingua and the Yin corpse sect, isn't it quite interesting? Chen Hao looked at Qing Yan's new face and knew what she wanted to do. She was using the face of the Yin corpse sect's early-stage transcendent realm martial artist. Using the Yin corpse sect's identity as a divine ability realm expert, coupled with a divine ability realm early-stage zombie, even the Yin corpse sect would not suspect Qing Yan for the time being. You intend to provoke a fight between the two sides? Not necessarily. Qing Yan shook her head and said, it's not that easy to provoke a conflict between the two of them and cause them to fight. They're in Liangpingua for the new year, and neither of them are idiots. I don't have that much time to let them fight each other. This would require a lot of manpower and a long time to plan, and I don't have anything. If I were to fight them alone, it would be too late by the time they start fighting. I just want to disgust them. Of course, it would be better if they fought each other. Qing Yan's face was twisted with hatred. That beautiful face of hers had turned completely ugly. But Chen Hao felt that this look was quite cute. I want to disgust them to death. Disgust them to death? How could she disgust them to death? Chen Hao's heart had always been as calm as still water, but now, the curiosity that had been dormant for a long time suddenly emerged. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. "What do you intend to do?" "Hee hee." Qingyan sneered, "You don't intend to help me, what do I have to tell you?" Luckily Chen Hao was not human and did not have a body. Otherwise, he would have been angered by Qingyan to the point of spitting out blood. However, he didn't have the heart to unleash the curse. After all, he was a kind Jianling with a broad mind. 3 days after Qingyan heard about Meng Zhe, Liangpinghua's border guards suffered a devastating blow. 10,000 of them suffered heavy casualties. The army's general, Meng Zhe, was killed and his body disappeared without a trace. That night, Qingyan had an extra transcendent realm zombie in her hands. "Have you heard? 10,000 of them at the border were ambushed by experts. They suffered heavy losses. Even Meng Zhe was killed and his body was taken away." This news, along with the army that was defeated by Qingyan, spread to all the major cities at the border of Liangpinghua. It was impossible to block it. Soon, all the cities at the border of Liangpinghua were talking about this news. In the past few years, Liangpinghua had not been involved in any wars. Everything was calm and peaceful. However, this time, the border garrison was attacked. Many residents living in the cities along the border of Liangpinghua became nervous. "What? Are we going to have a marriage alliance with West Qin? Why are they fighting again?" The speaker lowered his voice and said, "It's not West Qin. I heard from the surviving soldiers, it's the Yin Corp sect." "Really?" Hearing the other party doubt him, that person immediately became angry. "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? I heard it with my own ears." Almost all the soldiers who escaped said the same thing. That person was not only wearing the Yin Corp sect's uniform, he also had a zombie. That zombie was very powerful, invulnerable to swords and spears. He alone killed all the experts in the army. Is that true? The Yin Corp sect is going to attack the royal family? It must be. Otherwise, why would they dare to attack the army? That person saw that the other party was skeptical. He pointed at the 5 soldiers who had just entered the city. "Look, there are people who escaped. If you don't believe me, you can ask them." When this soldier entered the city, a few busybodies surrounded him and asked him what happened. "It's the Yin Corp sect. The Yin Corp sect attacked us and killed General Meng." At the same time, Liangpinghua's border city's city lords were all nervous. Almost at the same time, the news of the Yin Corp sect attacking the army and killing Meng Zhe was sent back to the capital. Qingyan also heard the news. She found that her actions this time had an unexpectedly good effect. Will they really fight? I don't know. Qingyan chewed on the vegetables while saying, but I can add more firewood. Whether they burn or not, it's up to them. Qingyan's secret instigation, for some reason, seemed to have poked Chen Hao's itch. Along with it, Chen Hao's still soul became excited. This kind of excitement and anticipation, he had not felt it for a long time. Qingyan, I don't know why, but recently I find you more and more pleasing to the eye. If possible, I want to work with you for a long time. We seem to be a match for each other. This is just like the old saying. He suddenly paused. He was so excited that he could not remember the old saying. Qingyan's chopsticks stopped moving. She raised her eyebrows and asked, Sir Jianling wants to say. Bitch? A son and a dog, forever and ever? Eh. Not this, not this. Chen Hao immediately reacted, also, I'm not a bitch. Son. Qingyan stared at the dishes on the plate. Her eyes were calm as she nodded in agreement, yes, Sir Jianling is right. I'm a woman, so I'm a bitch? Son. Facing Qingyan's personal attacks that hurt the enemy and hurt herself, Chen Hao did not have any temper. He was very clear that Qingyan was expressing her dissatisfaction with him. However, the generous Chen Hao did not care at all. So what if she was dissatisfied with him? Didn't she still have to do things according to his rules? Chen Hao admitted that his intelligence might not be as high as Qingyan's. If he was a real human, he might not be Qingyan's opponent. Unfortunately, Chen Hao was not a human. He had an innate advantage. He just liked it. Qingyan clearly said that she hated him, but she could not leave him. Chen Hao ignored Qingyan's offensive words and continued, I heard that Liangpinghua's crown prince is going to have a marriage alliance with the West Qin nation. The marriage team is about to arrive in Liangpinghua. Do you want to use your In-Corp sect identity to snatch the crown prince's wife? No. Qingyan did not think much and decisively shook her head to reject. Why? If I succeed, Liangpinghua will definitely be furious. There are more than one nation that wants to ruin the marriage alliance between Liangpinghua and West Qin. However, all of them failed. Why should I succeed? Qingyan closed her eyes, without the strength of the domain realm, going is seeking death. Unless Lord Jianling is willing to help. Then let's change the topic. After resting in this small city for 2 days, Qingyan discovered that the news of her defection to Liangpinghua and the news of her killing several In-Corp sect members had already spread. However, the hottest topic recently was the In-Corp sect's attack on Liangpinghua. Qingyan was quite famous in the southern region. However, it was obvious that Liangpinghua's people were more concerned about the conflict between the In-Corp sect and Liangpinghua. Before leaving, Qingyan went to the coffin shop. Back when she went to the House of Blood Fiend, she had stored up a lot of coffins. However, every time she went to the Blood Hand Hall, she had to hand over a portion of them. Until now, the coffins in her hands were almost gone. Initially, she had no intention of replenishing her inventory. However, she had recently started cultivating the corpse refining technique, so she might need to collect and store many corpses. She liked things in her spatial ring to be neat and tidy, so she had to buy some coffins. Young hero, are you buying a coffin? Yes. Qingyan nodded. Young hero, you have a good eye. Our coffins are the best in the city. What price do you need? How many coffins do you have here? Huh? The coffin shop owner's mouth was wide open. He couldn't react in time. How many coffins do you have here? Including the ones in the backyard, there are a total of 320 coffins. I'll take them all. Under the astonished gaze of the coffin shop owner, Qingyan swept through all of his stock. The coffin shop owner had a lot of questions, but he didn't dare to ask. Even the smile on his face was completely hidden. No matter what the other party bought so many coffins for, he couldn't afford to offend them. After the In-Corp sect's attack on Liangpinghua's army, the entire western region of Liangpinghua was swept up in a bloody storm. In just half a month, the middle and late-stage Transcendent Realm martial artists in the western region of Liangpinghua were continuously attacked and killed. 11 of them fell in succession. For a time, all the Transcendent Realm martial artists were in danger, and the culprits behind these murders were almost all pointed to the In-Corp sect. The other party wore the In-Corp sect's uniform and used the corpse controlling technique. Even his appearance was recognized. It was the In-Corp sect's Transcendent Realm martial artist, Song Liyun. Song Liyun was one of the In-Corp sect's famous geniuses 5 years ago. However, he was born at the wrong time. If he was born 5 years later, he might have been able to make it in time for the first Southern Region Grand Tournament and had a high chance of breaking into the top 10 of the Heaven-Breaking Realm group. Qingyan only found out later that the In-Corp sect's early-stage Transcendent Realm martial artist who died in her hands had such a glorious history. No wonder he was able to jump ranks and suppress a middle-stage Transcendent Realm martial artist. The identity of the human skin mask gave Qingyan a lot of convenience. In any case, the entire western region of Liangpinghua believed that the person who killed the Transcendent Realm martial artists was Song Liyun. And the In-Corp sect was also believed to be the culprits. Qingyan felt that the In-Corp sect should be under a lot of pressure recently. Those middle and late-stage Transcendent Realm martial artists all had their own family forces behind them. They all had their own disciples and grand disciples. When these people were scattered, their strength might not be worth mentioning, but when they gathered together, it was not a small force. What's more, there were many martial artists who had Liangpinghua's official background. For example, Meng Zhe, who had Liangpinghua's military background, Longevity Stone City Lord Jin Tianyu. In the process of killing these people, although Qingyan displayed excellent movement techniques, she did not reveal the profound meaning of swiftness, massacre, and illusion. What she used was the In-Corp sect's fighting style. After half a month of actual combat practice, Qingyan could already skillfully control 2 walking corpses to fight together. Her strength had also soared to the middle stage of the Transcendent Realm. Even the profound meaning of swiftness had been cultivated to perfection. If there were no other opportunities, it would take a while for the profound meaning of swiftness to break through to the transcendent realm. Just as Qing Yan was about to attack a body-forging martial artist at the late stage of the transcendent realm, she received a warning from Chen Hao. There are 3 transcendent realm martial artists nearby. One is at the peak of the transcendent realm, and 2 are at the late stage of the transcendent realm. You have to be careful. It should be the Yin Corp sect that can't hold back anymore. Qing Yan decisively chose to give up and slowly retreated. Chen Hao knew that Qing Yan's operation this time had temporarily come to an end. After safely retreating, she gradually heard about the aftermath of the Southern Region Grand Tournament and the Central Region Grand Tournament. It was said that the top 30 young geniuses of the Southern Region Grand Tournament had all rushed to the Central Region to participate in the tournament. Some martial artists who wanted to join in the fun and liked to travel far away were clamoring to go to the Central Region to watch this Continental Martial Artists Grand Tournament. Brother, do you want to join in the fun? Broaden your horizons? You know, I have a family now. It's not good for me to travel far away. If there's Qin Ruoyan, I might go take a look. I've always heard you guys bragging about how beautiful she is, but I haven't seen her yet. It's a pity she can't go. I heard that Chen Ruoyan betrayed the Blood Fiend sect and has already become a transcendent realm martial artist. She even came to our Liang Pingua and killed several Yin Corp sect people. Maybe you have a chance to see her. But I haven't heard any news about her recently. It's like she disappeared. Do you guys think she was killed by the Yin Corp sect? Impossible, she might be hiding temporarily. If she was really killed by the Yin Corp sect people, why didn't the Yin Corp sect say anything? The martial artists who used to cause trouble for the Yin Corp sect were all refined into zombies and put on display. The Yin Corp sect deserves to die. Recently Song Liyun killed many transcendent realm martial artists. I heard that many sects and families are joining forces. Qing Yan didn't continue to listen. She left the city alone and flew very far away. Only when she was completely exhausted did she stop on a barren mountain peak. She looked at the Yin Corp sect and the central region in the north. She knew that Dai Yi and the others might have already left for the central region. She was very unwilling, but no matter how unwilling she was, she could only endure it. When you come back, I will give you a big surprise. Just you wait. She murmured, I won't let you down. Don't let me down. Come back alive. Then, Qing Yan didn't find trouble with the transcendent realm martial artists. Instead, she turned and ran to Liang Pinggua's Liangdu, calculating the time. The Western Qin wedding procession should be arriving in Liangdu soon. With the speed of the wedding procession, she should be able to catch up. On this kind of happy day, if she didn't go and congratulate Crown Prince Liang Pingua and give him a small gift, that would be too rude. After sneaking into Liangdu, Qing Yan could clearly feel the festive atmosphere and tight security in Liangdu. Red festive decorations were hung in front of many shops, and from time to time, a group of elite soldiers would brush past her. Liangdu city was very big, it was even bigger than Zhou country's capital. Qing Yan picked and chosen the rouge shop for half a day. She also inquired about some information from the female boss. Tomorrow, the Western Qin wedding procession will arrive in Liangdu. The crown prince will welcome them at the city gates, and then the wedding will be held in the palace. I heard that the Western Qin princess is a great beauty. Many countries have sent envoys to participate. Today, the Yin Corp sect's dead people and the East Qin fourth prince are all here. Liangdu hasn't been this lively in a long time. I heard that there will be wedding money at the palace gates tomorrow. When the time comes, Miss can go and join in the fun. Qing Yan heard the good news, and under the recommendation of the female boss, she bought a large pile of expensive rouge and face powder before leaving. This time, she disguised herself as a woman. Qing Yan found a slightly remote inn to stay in. The next day, before the sun rose, she got up to prepare. Chen Hao saw her let out the innate realm zombie. The zombie's strength was too low. Chen Hao had forgotten about it. Qing Yan looked at the zombie's dirty face and wrinkled her beautiful eyebrows, as if she was dissatisfied. She took out some water from her space ring and used a cloth to carefully wipe the zombie's face. Then she used a hair tie to tie up the zombie's long hair. Looking at the bronze mirror, she combed his hair into a popular bun in Liang Pingua. Chen Hao hadn't seen Qing Yan serve someone so seriously in a long time. The last person who was served so seriously by Qing Yan was Zhou Lihua. Liang Guahao didn't succeed in ascending the throne when he was alive, but now, he was enjoying the treatment of an emperor. Chen Hao felt that after Liang Guahao died, his spirit in heaven would be moved to tears when he saw this scene. Qing Yan searched through her space ring again and found a gorgeous dress. She put it on Liang Guahao's dirty outer clothes. Chen Hao said, "Qing Yan, your taste recently is a bit." "What? Why do you like to dress up corpses recently? Don't tell me you have a fetish for sh*t like those in corpse sect people?" Qing Yan pulled the clothes of Liang Guahao's corpse and stared at red blood sword with dissatisfaction, but she didn't talk back. Today, he is going to attend his brother's wedding. I helped him dress up. The clothes are his own. Liang Guahao's golden clothes were embroidered with dragon patterns. What? You are bringing his corpse to attend his brother's wedding? Chen Hao said in surprise, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? Chen Hao never dreamed that Qing Yan, who had always been cautious, would make such a bold move today. Qing Yan smiled in a fawning manner and said, "Isn't there still Lord Jianling?" Damn, this woman was a chameleon. Impossible. I won't help you. I'm just a sword. Chen Hao refuted. It's a dead object. Do you know what a dead object is? I won't let Lord Jianling help me. I only hope that Lord Jianling can help me with something. Qing Yan rolled her eyes and pursed her lips. She said with a seductive voice, being so busy is actually quite exciting and interesting. You. Tell me about it. Hearing that it was interesting, Chen Hao's interest was piqued. However, he did not agree to Qing Yan's request so easily. This lady was full of evil tricks and was not a good thing. Tell me about it. If it is really interesting and does not violate my principles, I can help you. This. At dawn, Qing Yan left the inn. There were already pedestrians on the street. Many people were rushing towards the palace. Qing Yan also heard many people talking. Hurry up. If we are late, we won't be able to get a good spot. I heard from my father that when His Majesty got married, he snatched 2 gold coins. Qing Yan came to the depths of a remote alley. After letting Chen Hao confirm that there was no one, she changed her face and released the well-dressed walking corpse. The walking corpse was wearing a coarse cloth that covered the eye-catching ceremonial dress. Soon, it blended into the crowd. After waiting for a while, Qing Yan followed it out. She glanced at the front. Liang Guahao's corpse was not very conspicuous as it blended into the crowd. On the main road, there were already troops maintaining order and ensuring that the central road was unobstructed. On both sides of the main road, there were densely packed commoners from Liangdu City. It was extremely noisy. Qing Yan and the walking corpse were on opposite sides of the street. One person and one corpse were separated by a distance of over 100 meters. Chen Hao had already discovered that among the crowd, there were many martial artists. On the buildings on both sides of the street, there were many divine realm experts. In order to ensure that the wedding could proceed smoothly, Liang Pinghua had put in a lot of effort. When the walking corpse appeared on the street, it was discovered by Liang Pinghua's spies. However, they did not take any action. The Yin Corpse sect was Liang Pinghua's strongest sect. In Liangdu, the Yin Corpse sect disciples were numerous. A portion of the Yin Corpse sect disciples were cautious and liked to release the walking corpse to follow beside them. It was not strange for a walking corpse to appear on the street. Everyone was used to it. Now, on this long street, there were 13 walking corpses. These walking corpses were only at the Xiantian realm and were the most inconspicuous. If they did not even let off a Xiantian realm walking corpse, then wouldn't the nearby heaven-breaking realm and divine realm martial artists need to be cleaned up? Although Liang Pinghua's western region had a lot of unfavorable news for the Yin Corpse sect, but Liang Pinghua and the Yin Corpse sect had not fallen out yet. Today, Liang Pinghua's crown prince was getting married. The Yin Corpse sect's sect leader had personally come to congratulate him. At the entrance of Liang Pinghua's imperial palace, there was an empty space cleared by the army. Liang Pinghua's crown prince, his brothers and sisters, the minister in charge of the wedding procession, and other countries' ordinary envoys were standing there. According to custom, when the wedding procession was about to arrive, the crown prince needed to bring his brothers and sisters, the minister in charge of the wedding procession, and other friendly countries' envoys to Liangdu city's gate to welcome the people from Western Qin. The Western Qin nation did not let Qin Yan and Chen Hao wait for long. After a while, Crown Prince Liang Pinghua and his entourage rushed to the city gate to welcome the Western Qin nation's wedding procession. Chen Hao lowered his voice and said, "Isn't it a little immoral to do this? If Sir Jianling thinks it's immoral, then just give up." "Wait, I'm just kidding." Chen Hao carefully controlled the walking corpse and waited quietly. Although Qin Yan could also control the walking corpse, she was only in mid-divine power realm. It was very likely that she would be discovered by a Grand Dominion realm elite. With Chen Hao doing it for her, Qin Yan could rest easy. No one in the entire southern mountain range should be able to discover him. The sound of firecrackers rang out. The valiant Crown Prince Liang Pinghua wore festive clothes and rode a tall horse. His face was radiant, and countless girls around him were mesmerized. Chen Hao heard it all. Many girls in Liangdu were looking at that man with infatuation. Behind Crown Prince Liang Pinghua was the Western Qin nation's wedding procession. There was also an early-stage Grand Dominion realm elite in the wedding procession. Of course, Chen Hao had already guessed it. Qin Yan slowly retreated into the crowd. With her strength, she began to retreat in a very inconspicuous manner. After all, Chen Hao would do it for her. For Chen Hao, controlling the walking corpse across a short distance was very easy. Just as Crown Prince Liang Pinghua passed by the walking corpse suddenly tore off its coarse clothes and broke through the crowd and the soldiers. Under the shocked gazes of tens of thousands of people in Liangdu, various envoys, and countless ministers, it stood in front of Crown Prince Liang Pinghua's horse and forced the Crown Prince Liang Pinghua's warhorse to stop, as well as the Western Qin nation's wedding procession behind it. No one had expected such a situation. To cause trouble on such a joyous day, it was obviously courting death. If it did not have a blood feud with Liang Pinghua, it would never have done it on Crown Prince Liang Pinghua's wedding day. In the blink of an eye, two peak divinity realm cultivators hiding in the buildings on both sides of the street charged at the zombie, but at that moment, the zombie blocking Crown Prince Liang Ping suddenly raised its head. That familiar face, Crown Prince Liang Ping's hand that was placed on the sword at his waist stopped. His pupils shrunk as he shouted with a face full of shock, "Third brother." This face made even Liang Pinghua, who was about to attack Liang Wehao's corpse, stop in his tracks. Even Crown Prince Liang Pinghua, his brother and sister behind him, the wedding procession of the Western Qin state, the ministers sent by Liang Pinghua to welcome them, and the envoys of various countries were all stunned. There was no need to mention Crown Prince Liang Ping and his younger siblings, but it was impossible for Liang Wehao and the others not to recognize him. There was no need to mention Liang Pinghua's ministers. Of course, the envoys sent to Liang Pinghua from other countries would not fail to recognize the third prince. This was the most basic ability of an envoy. That person was actually Crown Prince Liang Ping's younger brother, Liang Pinghua's third prince. Not only did someone kill Liang Pinghua's third prince and refine him into a zombie, but on the day of Crown Prince Liang Pinghua's wedding, when all the citizens of Liang Pinghua and the envoys of various countries were gathered, the third prince's corpse was placed in front of everyone's eyes. This was not disgusting, nor was it a slap in the face. This was related to Liang Pinghua's reputation, related to his blood relatives, a grudge that would not rest until one of them was dead. Even if Crown Prince Liang Ping hated this younger brother of his, even if Emperor Liang Pinghua did not value this son of his, they could not pretend that today's matter did not happen. Isn't that His Highness the third prince? Third prince? Why is he standing there? Many people in Liang City recognized the third prince. He seems to have been refined into a zombie by someone. The crowd was in a complete uproar. Chen Hao used his divine sense to see the stunned expressions of Crown Prince Liang Ping, the envoys of various countries, and the various ministers. He felt his soul stirring, and felt the metal particles in his body constantly colliding. If he still had blood, it would definitely be boiling. This feeling was almost comparable to the sense of accomplishment and satisfaction he felt when he upgraded the red blood sword. Chen Hao laughed sinisterly and said, "Hee, do you really think this is the end?" Therefore, while the group of Transcendent Realm experts were debating whether or not to make a move, the corpse in front of Crown Prince Liang Ping moved. Qin Yan stopped in her tracks and turned back to take a look. She pursed her lips slightly, afraid that she would not be able to hold back her laughter. Even if she had not been doing well recently, there was really too much to laugh about. Liang Wehao's corpse suddenly lay on the ground with all four limbs. Like a dog, it crawled around Crown Prince Liang Ping's horse at an extremely fast speed. Then, it let out a bark similar to a dog's bark. Just as he raised his left hind leg, a sword light flashed and Liang Wehao's corpse was cut into two. Crown Prince Liang Pingwa held the longsword in his right hand, his entire body trembling. Anyone could tell that he was infuriated. The black killing intent on the corpse disappeared without a trace. Chen Hao did not retrieve it. Compared to today's interesting entertainment, that bit of killing intent was truly not worth mentioning. Brother! Crown Prince Liang Ping, who was riding on his warhorse, held miserably, as if the sword just now had cut his body. Crown Prince Liang Ping jumped off his warhorse and knelt on the ground. He hugged the upper half of Liang Wehao's corpse and cried out with incomparable sorrow, "Third brother." Crown Prince Liang Ping's cry was filled with deep sorrow. Someone said softly, "His Highness the Crown Prince is crying." Crown Prince Liang Ping was indeed crying, and the expressions of the others present were all sorts of strange. Some of the envoys of various countries had solemn expressions, while some were gloating. Liang Pingwa's ministers were all red with anger, as if they would explode with a touch. As for Crown Prince Liang Ping's brothers and sisters, they were not that sad, but more of them were angry. Qing Yan looked at Crown Prince Liang Ping and said softly, "Crown Prince Liang Ping's reaction was a bit slow, but his acting was really good. If I didn't know the inside story, I would have thought that their relationship was very good." Qing Yan's tone had a trace of admiration. According to Liang Wehao's confession, Crown Prince Liang Ping hated Third Prince Liang Wehao. More than half of Liang Wehao's cultivation resources were given to Crown Prince Liang Pingwa by the eunuch steward who wanted to curry favor with his elder brother. Therefore, Liang Wehao had no choice but to go to the Yin Corp sect. How could Liang Pingwa's crown prince not know about this matter? But because he did not like Liang Wehao, and had obtained tangible benefits, he did not care. Qing Yan knew that this show was about to end. She had to quickly leave, almost at the instant when Crown Prince Liang Pingwa cried. The people of Liang City, as well as the commoners and warriors from other cities and countries who came to watch the show, began to retreat and flee. Everyone knew that someone had killed Crown Prince Liang Ping's younger brother and refined him into a walking corpse on his wedding day. It was a serious matter to let the walking corpse bark like a dog on the streets. It was human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. Even if this matter had nothing to do with them, they subconsciously wanted to leave this troublesome place. The crowd began to riot. They all wanted to leave this place, the further the better, so as not to be implicated. At this moment, Qing Yan had already fled to the back of the crowd. She left the crowd and entered a narrow alley. Qing Yan vaguely heard someone shout, "Everyone present, no one is allowed to leave." Just as Qing Yan left the main street of Liangdu, because of this shout, everyone wanted to run even more. First, the people near Crown Prince Liang Pingwa began to run. Following that, the people on the main street of Liangdu also wanted to leave. Today was Liang Pingwa's crown prince wedding. Half of Liangdu's people had rushed over to watch the show. The nearby streets were packed to the brim. "Everyone run. There's going to be a fight. The crown prince has been killed." In the crowd, there were people who started to create chaos. There were no less than 100,000 people who ran over to watch the show. Not only were there normal citizens, there were also martial artists with clean records. There were also a small number of people who had criminal records or were spies that could not be exposed. Of course, they did not want to be caught by Liang Pingwa. They also wanted to teach Liang Pingwa a lesson, so they started to create chaos. 100,000 people were like a flood breaking through a dam. Some martial artists relied on their strong bodies to run amok in the crowd. Many people were pushed down and trampled on by others. Qing Yan heard many people crying in pain. The cries became weaker and weaker. Then as she left, she could not hear them anymore. "Everyone, do not leave." Liang Pingwa's divine realm experts stood in the air. Their powerful aura made everyone on the ground tremble in fear. But even so, it did not stop them from running away. This fear made them want to leave even more urgently. These divine realm experts did not dare to fully release their aura. The aura from their bodies was enough to kill or injure countless citizens and weaker martial artists. This was Liangdu, Liang Pingwa's capital city. Among the 100,000 people who came to watch the show, there must be many young disciples of aristocratic families. There must be many servants of nobles. Without the old emperor's orders, they could not bear this responsibility. Listen to my orders, capture them. Liangpinghua's divine realm experts targeted all the Yin Corp sect disciples present. They could not stop the chaos at the scene. Of course they had to capture the most suspicious culprits. The disciples of the Yin Corp sect were the most suspicious. Who asked them to be good at controlling corpses? At this moment, three figures ignored the warnings of Liangpinghua's divine tier experts and escaped from Liangpinghua. When Liangpinghua's transcendent realm martial artists saw this situation, they immediately gave chase. It was obvious that they had a guilty conscience. Near the main street of Liangdu, Liangpinghua's men were extremely busy. Qingyan changed her clothes and headed towards the east gate of Liangdu city. As she leisurely hurried along, she asked Chen Hao, Master Jianling, did you have fun today? Happy, this is really interesting. If this sort of thing happens again in the future, you can continue to come to me for help. Qingyan could hear that every word and every syllable from Sir Jianling's mouth was filled with joy. After walking for a quarter of an hour, she suddenly felt a wave of spiritual energy fluctuation that made her heart palpitate. She couldn't help but quicken her pace. Did a domain realm cultivator make a move? When Qingyan walked near the east gate, she found that the area around the east gate was blocked. There were many people who wanted to leave the city surrounding the gate. His Majesty has orders to capture the murderer of the third prince. No one is allowed to leave Liangdu city. Qingyan hesitated for a moment. She gritted her teeth and decided not to leave for now. As Liangpinghua's capital, Liangdu city would not be sealed for long. Liangdu city was sealed for 5 days before it was unsealed again. On the 6th day, Qingyan successfully left. Before Qingyan left Liangdu city, Liangpinghua's third prince had been killed and refined into a zombie. At Crown Prince Liangpinghua's wedding, he had been controlled to bark like a dog in front of everyone. This news had already spread out. In all the cities of Liangpinghua, in the nearby countries, the news of what had happened at Crown Prince Liangpinghua's wedding was spreading. In all of Liangpinghua, even the normal citizens could feel the tense atmosphere. Not to mention the martial artists and aristocratic families. The Yin Corp sect did such a thing at the Crown Prince's wedding. It is simply slapping the emperor's face. Yes, it is simply shitting on the emperor's face. Why are you so sure that it was done by the Yin Corp sect? It must be the Yin Corp sect. Other than the Yin Corp sect, who would have the guts to do such a thing? It must be the Yin Corp sect. Not long ago, the Yin Corp sect's Song Liyun killed so many people. They even dared to kill a general. What else do they not dare to do? I heard that the military has already requested the emperor to do battle. Is that true? Actually, there was no evidence to prove that the Yin Corp sect was the culprit. It was not only the Yin Corp sect that was good at controlling the zombies to fight. But all the public opinion in Liangpinghua believed that the incident at Liangpinghua's crown prince's wedding was done by the Yin Corp sect, and it was said with certainty, with reason and evidence. It was impossible for people not to believe it, Chen Hao asked Qingyan curiously. Qingyan replied, First, I made a big deal out of it and made the Liangpinghua royal family lose face. Second, there should be someone adding fuel to the fire. Think about it, once Liangpinghua and the Yin Corp's kingdom fight to the death, who will benefit the most? All the countries around Liangpinghua may be secretly working. What if Liangpinghua is scared and doesn't fight? It's okay. I am also accumulating strength. It is just a convenient thing to do. Even if they don't fight, it doesn't matter. And sometimes, whether they fight or not, it is not necessarily up to the Liangpinghua royal family to decide. Not long after leaving Liangpinghua, Qingyan used the identity of the Yin Corp sect to kill 3 transcendent realm martial artists and escaped. Anyway, she would not stay in one place for a long time. I will not stay in Liangpinghua for the time being. Let's go to the Western Qin Kingdom. The Western Qin Kingdom and the Eastern Qin Kingdom were originally one family. After the split, the war between the two countries did not stop. The Western Qin Kingdom and the Liangpinghua Kingdom had always been friendly. They even improved the relationship between the two countries through marriage. Qingyan went to the Western Qin Kingdom directly. Of course, it was not a good thing. After arriving at the Western Qin nation for 2 months, Qin Yan had turned the Western Qin nation upside down. She specifically targeted the Transcendent Realm martial artists and ran after killing one. There was no pattern to her route. Even the Western Qin kingdom's martial artists were killed by her. The Yin Corp sect Song Liyun's name spread like wildfire throughout the northern part of the southern region. The Western Qin kingdom, the Liangpingwa kingdom, the Vast Ocean sect, and 4 other first-rate forces jointly issued a kill order for Song Liyun. The major forces of the Western Qin kingdom also began to target her preference of attacking the Transcendent Realm martial artists. But they still did not succeed in luring her into the trap. Hu asked Chen how to be so satisfied with her performance. At the same time, Qin Yan also received news in the Western Qin kingdom that Song Liyun was declared a defector by the Yin Corp sect. Qin Yan had no objection to this. Even if Song Liyun defected, what he did would still be blamed on the Yin Corp sect. Those who lost their family and friends and fell into grief did not have much rationality. I think the Yin Corp sect must be very distressed recently. Qin Yan's lips curled into a smile. Even if it was a demonic sect, they could not go against the world and offend all the other powers. Their Yin Corp sect was not the world's #1 sect. They must have guessed that someone is secretly splashing dirty water on them. I just don't know if they will guess it is me. Last time I killed those people who went to help Liang Guahao in the restaurant, they should know. They might have some suspicions, but they might not guess it is you. After all, you're from the House of Blood Fiend, and you've never revealed your ability to control corpses. Even if they suspect you, it's just suspicion. If they don't have any evidence, no one will believe them. Anyway, they are looking for Song Liyun. What does it have to do with me? Chen Hao smiled. Where are we going next? Back to Liangpingwa? No, I will continue to stroll around the surrounding countries and help the Yin Corp sect find more opponents. Qin Yan said without caring, there are too few divine power realm experts, it is hard for me to increase my strength. This was a problem that Qin Yan had been worrying about. She had been in the West Qin country for 2 months, but her strength was still in the middle stage of the divine power realm, just a bit away from the late stage. But she could not stay in the West Qin country. The domain realm experts made her afraid. If she wanted to fight the Yin Corp sect, without the strength of a domain realm expert, it would be too hard. It was not that she did not consider chasing after the Yin Corp sect disciples, but if she only focused on the Yin Corp sect people, her goal would be too clear. It was very likely that the Yin Corp sect's domain realm experts would be waiting for her. Jianling's detection was not omnipotent. If she used it once or twice, people would suspect that she was not vigilant enough. If she used it a few times, even an idiot would be able to guess that she had something to rely on. It was best to find targets that did not have much defense. Let's go to the East Qin country. Qin Yan immediately made the decision. But what Qin Yan never thought was that in the East Qin country, she would only be able to kill 2 late-stage Transcendent Realm martial artists before not finding another chance. Once the news of Song Liyun coming to the East Qin country was spread, those divine realm cultivators either ran off to who knows where, returned to their sects, or stayed by the side of the domain realm experts. Or it was a trap set by someone, waiting for Song Liyun to fall into. The Yin Corp sect's defected martial artist Song Liyun had already become synonymous with a fiend star. It was unknown how many powers hated him and the Yin Corp sect to the point of gnashing their teeth. If that's the case, I can only change my target. Qin Yan's eyes fell onto the border between the East Qin country and Liangpingwa. She gave a sigh, looking a bit helpless. The only good news was that she had finally broken through to the late stage of the divine power realm. In just a few months, he had gone from the peak of the heaven-breaking realm all the way to the late stage of the transcendent realm. This kind of cultivation speed was enough to make anyone raise their eyebrows. In the darkness, Qin Yan looked at the densely packed white campsites that extended to the horizon and the scattered bonfires. Qin Yan stopped. 10 figures seemed to have noticed her and charged out from the campsite at the same time, surrounding her in the center. Yin Corp Sex Trader Song Liyun, I never thought you would come to die. The leader was a general in heavy armor. Under the moonlight, his armor flashed with a beautiful fish scale-like luster. Not only did you kill Meng Zhe and the third prince, you even refined the third prince into a zombie, causing our Liang Pingwa to lose all face. I didn't think you would actually dare to appear in front of us. General Su, don't waste words with him, just kill him. Qingyan revealed a smile, you think you can kill me? 1 late-stage Divine Power Realm expert, 2 mid-stage Divine Power Realm experts, and 7 early-stage Divine Power Realm experts. General Su narrowed his eyes as he looked at Qingyan. With a cold smile, he said, although I don't know what cultivation technique you've cultivated to be able to reach the late stage of the Divine Power Realm in such a short period of time, our army might not have any other advantages. But we do have more people. We'll attack together. More people? Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. She patted the corpse bag at her waist, and 5 walking corpses instantly surrounded her. Just nice, I have quite a few people with me too. Seeing the 5 walking corpses, General Liang Pinggua's expression changed drastically. Even the other 9 Liang Pingua Divine Power Realm experts surrounding Yi Qingyan turned pale. Qingyan didn't have the habit of wearing iron masks for the walking corpses. Under the bright moonlight, they could almost identify the 5 walking corpses in front of them. They were all famous Divine Power Realm experts from the countries near Liang Pingua. Domain Realm experts rarely showed themselves. Those he was familiar with were all Divine Power Realm experts. East Qin Country's Chao family expert, Gold Cloud Sword Chao Wenxuan, East Qin Country's Dragon Tiger Gang leader, Tiger Subduing Fist Long Tianhu, West Qin Country's Black Qin Country's Deputy General Guan Yueming, West Qin Country's Hanhai Sec's Left Protector He Shan. They were all late-stage Divine Power Realm experts when they were alive, and they weren't weak either. Other than the Dragon Tiger Gang helping Long Tianhu, the other 4 walking corpses were all powerful. Judging from their auras, they were all late-stage Divine Power Realm experts when they were refined into walking corpses after they died. You lunatic! General Su couldn't help but roar. Everyone, retreat. Leave this place. Leave this place? Do you think I'll let you go? Qingyan had no other choice. In the current situation, the best targets were the armies of the countries. They had a large number of people and many experts. Furthermore, they were scattered along the long border. Currently, there was no better target than them. In addition, refining walking corpses required a large amount of murderous aura. Although the red blood sword could retrieve the murderous aura within the walking corpses, it required a large amount of murderous aura to refine a large number of powerful walking corpses. Chen Hao had mentioned to her before that the red blood sword contained a lot of murderous aura. However, it could only refine 2 to 3 early-stage domain realm walking corpses at most. This was the result of Qingyan's recent hard work. The accumulation of murderous aura depended not only on quantity, but also on quality. Xbii and Zhou Lihua had killed countless people, but Qingyan wasn't bad either. There were many heaven-breaking realm and divine power realm experts that had died at her hands. However, just 2 to 3 early-stage domain realm walking corpses wasn't enough to satisfy Qingyan. She wanted more. It was also on this night that Qingyan's evil hands reached out to Liang Pinggua's army. For 15 days, with Chen Hao's full support, Qingyan exterminated Liang Pinggua and the East Qin country's army of over 500,000. It was also after 7 days that Liang Pinggua and the East Qin country's army began to retreat. Qingyan didn't dare to cause trouble for them anymore. The blood mist dissipated and Qingyan's body was soaked, like she had just climbed out of the water. Every step she took would leave a watermark on the ground. Her long hair was stuck together and her eyes were blood red, flashing with a dangerous bloodthirsty glow. In Chen Hao's eyes, she was like a dangerous wild beast that had lost its mind. She could attack any living creature around her at any time. Qingyan's slaughter god art had reached perfection, and her cultivation had reached perfection as well. Chen Hao sighed slightly. Qingyan's current state was getting worse and worse. Many genius disciples of aristocratic families might not break through immediately even if their conception, profound, or divine powers had reached the next level. They might choose to slowly polish their state of mind under the guidance of their elders. When they felt that their state of mind had reached a certain level, they would choose to break through. This was because the older generation would use their experience to tell them that tall buildings were built from the ground. Only with a solid foundation could they go further. However, Qingyan was completely different. She had used the Scarlet Blood Sword's ability to continuously kill. She had forcefully used the true origin that the Scarlet Blood Sword fed back to her to push her dantian to the limit. Then, with the help of the Scarlet Blood Sword, she had broken through profound meanings or divine abilities. The introduction of the red blood sword's ability did say that it could allow the sword master to improve without any side effects. However, were there really no side effects? Thinking of the similarities between Zhou Lihua and Yi Qingyan, Chen Hao had to admit that the so-called no side effects were false. While the scarlet blood sword was helping the sword master rapidly increase his strength, it had already planted a hidden danger. That was the problem of the sword master's mind being eroded by the crazy improvement of the slaughter divine power and divine powers. It was extremely dangerous to possess great power but not have the willpower or state of mind to match it. Especially when the sword master improved. In most cases, it was the slaughter divine power and divine powers that improved rapidly. Zhou Lihua was fine. Although she also relied on the red blood sword to improve rapidly, she had a long time to polish her state of mind. However, Qingyan was different. Her martial arts foundation was not as solid as Zhou Lihua's. After coming to the southern region, it was still fine before the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm. However, from the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm to the peak stage of the heaven-breaking realm, because she didn't have any desires, she didn't have the heart of martial arts. The continuous improvement of her slaughter intent had made her suffer a lot. During that time, she had planned to suppress her strength, but after seeing 17's corpse, she completely forgot about it. Or maybe she didn't forget, but she still chose to take the risk and break through to the transcendent realm without hesitation, and then continue to break through. He had spent half a year walking a path that others would take decades, centuries, or even centuries to complete. How could his state of mind possibly keep up? Chen Hao had mentioned this matter to her before, but this girl was too stubborn. She refused to listen to anyone's advice and insisted on doing things her own way. Qingyan put away the red blood sword and clenched her teeth with all her might. Blood continuously seeped out from the root of her gums. She wanted to forcefully control the bloodthirsty impulse in her heart. After a long time, Qingyan fell down and leaned against a withered tree, gasping for breath. Did you succeed? Yes. After thinking for a moment, Qingyan smiled as if she had survived a disaster. I think I almost lost control. From the late stage of the transcendent realm to the peak stage of the transcendent realm, you're already like this. I feel like you won't be able to break through to the domain realm. Qingyan lowered her head and didn't speak. After a long time, she raised her head and smiled bitterly. I'm willing to take the risk. Another idiot. Your success rate is extremely low. Chen Hao said very pertinently. Thinking back to the time when Qingyan broke through from the peak stage of the Heavenbreaker realm to the early stage of the Transcendent realm, and thinking back to the time when she broke through from the late stage of the Transcendent realm to the peak stage of the Transcendent realm, Chen Hao felt that the probability of Qingyan's cultivation going berserk was more than 95%. Her willpower did indeed surpass that of ordinary people, but not by much. Perhaps it was only slightly stronger than Zhou Lihua's. Yes, it's very difficult to succeed. Qingyan pursed her pale lips and said, but sometimes, Lord Jianling, even though I know the chances of success are very slim, I still want to try. This time, it was Chen Hao's turn to be silent. Lord Jianling, why aren't you saying anything? Chen Hao didn't know what to say. After thinking for a while, he said, why don't you just use the last elegy? At least you can still maintain your consciousness. If you go berserk, you'll lose everything. If there's really no other way, I'll seriously consider it. All right. Qingyan raised her head and looked at the lonely moon hanging in the sky. She stared at her pale hands. Her hands clenched into fists and trembled as she opened them. Her voice trembled as she said, sometimes, I really feel that I'm very useless, even though I know that the Yin Corp sex people deserve to die. I still do it secretly, even though I know that Dai Yi took General Chen and left the southern region. I didn't dare to stop them or follow them. You don't know how much I want to take the red blood sword and kill everyone in Liangpingua. You don't know how much I want to cut Dai Yi into pieces and peel off every bit of flesh from his bones in front of him, and torture him for 1,000 years. Hatred is like a venomous snake, it bites me every day. 2 days later, Qingyan once again returned to Liangpingua. She met a Yin Corp sect disciple on the way. This Yin Corp sect disciple wasn't wearing the sect uniform and was in disguise. But Qingyan still recognized him with a glance. That cold aura that didn't seem like a living person, in front of Qingyan, it couldn't be hidden at all. After torturing him, she found out that the Yin Corp sect had already issued a sect gathering order, ordering all the Yin Corp sect disciples in the southern region to return to the sect. Why is that? Xianxia stared at the Yin Corp sect disciple and asked. The Yin Corp sect disciple swallowed a mouthful of blood. Our Yin Corp sect disciples are in Liangpingua, West Qin, East Qin, and a few other nearby countries. We are being chased by many unknown experts. Oh, this news is really good. Is there any other important news for me? The Blood Fiend sect's Blood Hand Hall people have entered Liangpingua. Does that count? Hearing this news, Xianxia was slightly surprised. Do you know what they are here for? I heard that they are here to kill you. The Yin Corp sect's heaven-breaking realm martial artist replied in a low voice. They are here to kill me? Xianxia was slightly stunned and then laughed, running so far to kill me? This is really interesting. Tell me, where are they? They should have already entered Liangpingua. After all, you appeared in Liangpingua a few months ago. Thank you. You are useless. The Blood Fiend sect actually sent people to kill her? Xianxia wasn't that surprised. After all, every sect had a tradition of killing traitors. Especially the Demon Dao sects, they would not tolerate traitors, but Xianxia didn't care about this matter. If her strength was still the same as when she had just betrayed the Blood Fiend sect, she would still be nervous. But now, her strength was already at the peak of the divine power realm. As long as she didn't meet a domain realm expert, her life wouldn't be in danger. The Blood Fiend sect and Yin Corp sect definitely didn't know her current strength. What made Xianxia curious was, who did the Blood Fiend sect send to kill her? Could it be someone she knew? At night, Xianxia entered the slums. She endured the stench of sewage as she walked through many twists and turns before arriving in front of a dilapidated two-story building. A sallow skinny man with dull eyes looked at Xianxia through the window. Xianxia frowned as she walked to the front of the building and gently knocked on the green wooden door. Who is it? Inside the room, someone asked in a drawn-out voice. His voice sounded absent-minded and weak. Buying information. Wait. When the door opened, Xianxia saw a vigorous man, completely different from the man at the second-floor window. The man sized up Xianxia, his eyes filled with surprise. His expression changed as he bowed. I did not expect Senior Chen to come, please come in. Senior Chen, Chen Hao could not help but laugh. Unknowingly, Xianxia had become a senior. Xianxia entered the building. It was clean and tidy, there was a faint smell of incense, which made her satisfied. There were 4 people in the building, 3 of them were martial artists. The strongest was the man in front of her, early Xiantian realm. You recognize me? How can I not recognize you? Senior Chen's features are too obvious. The man looked at the corner of Xianxia's left eye. I did not expect Senior Chen to not be in disguise. What difference does it make if I am in disguise? Xianxia came this time to use her real identity to test the Yin Corp sect. The Yin Corp sect could not even take care of themselves, they would not come to find trouble with her in the short term. She wanted to see if there were any forces that were willing to make contact with her. Moreover, it was not suitable for her to continue breaking through. First, it was the problem of her heart demon. Second, there were no suitable targets. The man nodded with a smile. There is no need. Once the other party used his full strength, his features were too obvious. Blood red slaughter, divine ability, extraordinary speed, always loved to kill Yin Corp sect martial artists. I wonder why Senior is here, for, isn't your Andromeda gang the strongest information broker around Liangpingua? Xianxia had also heard about the Andromeda intelligence group from other martial artists. Didn't the Blood Fiend sect's Blood Hand Hall send people to Liangpingua recently? I want to know who is leading them, and I also want information on the Yin Corp sect's Song Liyun. It would be best if you could tell me where he has been recently. The price is negotiable. Senior Chen, we can give you the information about the leader of the Blood Hand Hall for free because it's not a secret. I think Senior Chen only needs a name. The man said in a low voice. As for Song Liyun, we don't know where he is either. We only know where he was last seen and other details about him. 100 low-grade spirit stones will be enough. This Andrimbe member did not dare offend Chen Ruoyan. They were very clear that Chen Ruoyan was the kind of female devil who killed without batting an eyelid. She was not afraid of anything, she even dared to provoke the Yin Corp sect. If they provoked her, she might even kill them all, therefore, he spoke politely. Sure. The expert leading the Bloodhound Hall, Senior Chen, should be very familiar with him. He is the Bloodhound Hall's Hall Master Chen Gang. He is at the peak of the Transcendent Realm. They did not hide their tracks at all and even made a big fuss. They were already in Nanjing City 3 days ago. Their route is very clear, they seem to be heading towards Liang City. As for the information on Song Liyun, it is here. He handed over a stack of papers to Qin Yan. It was filled with detailed information on the Yin Corp's sex Song Liyun. It looked like he was prepared. He smiled and said, recently, Song Liyun's information has been selling like hot cakes. Qin Yan carefully looked at the information on Song Liyun. On it was recorded that Song Liyun was last seen at the location where she used Song Liyun's identity to destroy Liang Pinggua's army. She could not help but frown. The Andrimby member's heart jumped. Anyone could see that the other party was dissatisfied. Senior, we know that you want to find Song Liyun, but we really do not know where he is. You really do not know? Blood-red killing intent filled the entire small building. The man in front of Qin Yan was so scared that he knelt down. Pung, pung, pung. His entire body trembled as he loudly said, Senior Chen, this little one really does not know. Our Andrimby really did not find Song Liyun. If we could find him, we would have sold his information a long time ago. Stand up. Qin Yan said with some regret, I just want to find Song Liyun and cooperate with him. After she finished speaking, she retracted her killing intent. The pressure on the Andrimby member was greatly reduced as he stood up while trembling. He did not even dare to look at Qin Yan right now. Just how many people did he kill to accumulate such a terrifying murderous aura? She was simply a female devil. I will kill you. Kill you. I will kill all of you. Upstairs, there was a crazy person's voice. Qin Yan did not care as she continued, all right, then draw a map of the Bloodhound Hall's route for me. All right. The Andrimby member drew a simple map and handed it to Qin Yan. Qin Yan handed over 110 spirit stones to him. The man carefully reminded her, Senior Chen, you gave an extra 10 spirit stones. Take the extra 10 spirit stones as compensation. After all, it seems like one of them went crazy. That person is not a member of the Andrimby. He is a real pauper that we use to confuse others. Take it. Senior Chen is really a nice person. The man bowed and opened the door for Qin Yan. After Qin Yan left for a while, the Andrimby member forced himself to calm down and closed the door. He shouted, oh my god, and sat down beside the door. The reason why Qin Yan came to the Andrimby's contact point was not only to get information about the Bloodhound Hall, but also to find out if her other identity was exposed. In the end, it turned out that no one knew about the relationship between Chen Ruoyan and Song Liyun. Qin Yan recalled the information about the Bloodhound Hall entering Liang Pinggua. Logically speaking, they should not be so high profile in order to hunt down a traitor. However, they did the exact opposite and did not even bother to hide their tracks. Rather than saying that they were here to hunt down a traitor, it was more like they were here to go through the motions. Of course, it was also possible that the Bloodhound Hall wanted her to go and meet them. The House of Bloodhound Hall had given the initiative to Qin Yan. Hall leader Chen? I think I can go and meet him. Qin Yan muttered softly. In the House of Bloodhound Hall, her life was not bad. There was no deep hatred between her and the House of Bloodhound Hall, so they parted on good terms. When she was in the House of Bloodhound Hall, Chen Gang took good care of her. Moreover, she wanted to go to Liang Pinggua soon. If Chen Gang did not take the initiative to attack her, she would just treat it as meeting an old friend. If he attacked her, killing another pinnacle Transcendent Realm expert would not cause too much harm to her body. Half a month later, Chen Gang was sitting in the corner of Liang City's largest inn, leisurely drinking a cup of tea. The teapot in front of him was filled with tea, 1 silver coin per pot. It was very common. As for tea, he did not like it, nor did he hate it. Normally, he would drink plain water. For a martial artist who was out on long-term missions, drinking tea was a waste of time. This was a privilege that only people who lived like princes had, like the person above him. He ordered tea, not only because he had a table to himself, but also because he wanted to pass the time. Plain water was good, but if he drank too much, he would feel that it was tasteless. Occasionally he would want to taste something bitter. He did not drink. When he was young, he was afraid of drinking too much, but now he was immune to most alcohol. It did not affect his mind, but not drinking had become a habit. His subordinates had been sent out to spread news about Chen Ruoyan. He only needed to wait here and listen to the latest news about Liang Pinghua. There were many guests drinking in the Fortune Inn. He casually listened and could roughly guess what had happened to Liang Pinghua recently. The most sensational news in Liang Pinghua was a few months ago on Crown Prince Liang Ping's wedding day. His little brother, the third Prince Liang Guahao, had been refined into a zombie. In front of the people of Liang City, in front of the envoys, he had been ordered to bark like a dog. This matter, before Chen Gang arrived in Liang Pinghua, he had already heard about it. It was said that this was done by the Yin Corp sect. Chen Gang understood the Yin Corp sect's zombie style. He did not think that this was done by the Yin Corp sect. Because the Yin Corp sect had not declared war on Liang Pinghua, he could not think of any benefits for the Yin Corp sect. Did Liang Pinghua have a domain realm expert fall, or did Liang Pinghua offend an even stronger power? He had been with Liang Pinghua for thousands of years. Liang Pinghua had silently acknowledged the existence of the Yin Corp sect. Why did the Yin Corp sect choose this time to make a move against Liang Pinghua? And their methods were so despicable. That's right, Chen Gang felt that this matter was very despicable. This was simply trampling on someone else's face. Chen Gang had also lived for more than 200 years. From Liang Pinghua's perspective, he also felt a little distressed. It was the wedding day of Crown Prince Liang Pinghua. There were envoys from many countries present, as well as countless citizens of Liang Pinghua, but they had yet to catch the culprit. He estimated that Liang Pinghua felt as if he had been forced to swallow tens of thousands of cockroaches. It could be said that in the next few hundred years, as long as Liang Pinghua was still alive, the influence of this matter would not disappear, unless they caught the mastermind behind this matter. It was absolutely impossible for him to do this if he did not have a life and death grudge against Liang Pinghua. It was obvious that he wanted to fight to the death with Liang Pinghua. But the Yin Corp sect did not declare war. There was another big matter. The Yin Corp sect's Divine Realm expert, Song Liyun, had defected. Song Liyun was definitely the most recent person in the southern and northern regions. All the large powers were gnashing their teeth, wishing they could tear him to shreds. From Liang Pinghua to the Western Qin Kingdom, from the Western Qin Kingdom to the Eastern Qin Kingdom. The number of Divine Realm experts that had died at his hands was shocking, and it was said that those Divine Realm experts had been refined into zombies by him. Many Divine Realm experts were in danger. They had no choice but to hide deep in the mountains or find a Domain Realm expert to protect them. Recently Song Liyun had become crazy and daring enough to slaughter the armies of several countries. He had caused several countries to fly into a rage, and they had issued a sky-high bounty for him. The various countries, sects, and families all added up the bounty. Even a Domain Realm expert would be moved, but they could not catch him. After the last operation, it was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. No one knew where he was. Normally, if a sect announced that a member had defected, after the defector defected, no matter what he did, his original sect would not bear much responsibility. But Song Liyun was too good at causing trouble, too unscrupulous. He had disappeared without a trace. Because they could not find a place to vent their anger, many powers began to vent their anger on the Yin Corp sect disciples. In the past, because the Yin Corp sect was strong enough, there were no benefits, so some of the top powers were not willing to casually clash with them. But recently, many of the Yin Corp sect's disciples were killed outside without knowing what happened. The Yin Corp sect had no choice. If it was just a coincidence, they could still investigate it. But if the Yin Corp sect disciples in the surrounding countries met with the same thing, they could not care less. Even if they sent people to other countries to investigate, who could guarantee the safety of the investigators? Chen Gang also knew from some information that the Yin Corp sect had no choice. They could only urgently summon their disciples back to the sect. Although they were both top powers in Demon City, the Blood Fiend sect and the Yin Corp sect did not submit to each other. But Chen Gang had to admit that in these past few years, the Yin Corp sect's development had surpassed the Blood Fiend sect's. The younger generation had two powerful people, one was Dai Yi, the other was Song Liyun. It was just that Song Liyun's ability to cause trouble was too strong. She was even more troublesome than a Domain Realm expert. Chen Gang suddenly thought of his own subordinate, the Blood Fiend sect's most powerful young genius Chen Ruoyan. They were both defectors, but the low-key Chen Ruoyan was more troublesome than Song Liyun. She made them worry less. Other than killing some Yin Corp sect disciples and Kuchinglei's entire family, Chen Ruoyan had not made any big moves. The Blue Thunder sect would not find trouble with the Blood Fiend sect because of this matter. Even if they wanted to take revenge, there was a perpetrator and a debtor, right? She had already announced her defection, so what did it have to do with the Blood Fiend sect? Especially after Chen Ruoyan defected, she ran far away. The Blood Fiend sect was not afraid that the powers that Chen Ruoyan offended would come all the way to the Blood Fiend sect to find trouble with them. They would just treat it as them preparing more pill refining materials for their pill hall, but Song Liyun was ruthless enough. She had offended all the top powers around the Yin Corp sect. No matter if it was those close to the Yin Corp sect, those neutral ones, or those with friction, she had offended all of them. Chen Gang felt that the higher-ups of the Yin Corp sect had been angered to the point of going crazy. Compared to Song Liyun, Chen Gang suddenly realized that the defector Chen Ruoyan was rather pleasing to the eye. Coming to kill Chen Ruoyan, Chen Gang's heart was not willing to do so. First, the rewards were not high. Every time they went out on a mission, they would get contribution points from the sect. Chen Ruoyan was now a Divine Ability Realm early-stage expert. Killing her alone, how much reward could the sect give, adding in the Divine Ability Realm Bloodhand Hall elites that he had brought? Even if they completed the mission, the pitiful amount of sect contribution points would be enough to make them cry bitterly. With their strength, they could just go to the Blood Fiend sect and set up a stall, casually instructing those heaven-breaking realm martial artists, and the sect contribution points they would receive would far surpass this mission. Second, the journey was long. The amount of time they would need to spend on the journey would be indescribable. Third, they might not be able to complete the mission. This mission was not a location that could be completed. They couldn't even find the person. How could they kill? This was not their territory, and Chen Ruoyan, that fellow, was originally very good at hiding, but Chen Gang and the rest had no choice. Chen Ruoyan's defection had a huge impact on the Blood Fiend sect, even if Chen Ruoyan's results were cancelled, but in the eyes of the majority of martial artists, she was still the Southern Region Tournament's heaven-breaking realm group's second place, or first place, one of the Southern Region's top geniuses, and in terms of fame and popularity, she had far surpassed the other three Southern Region Tournament's first-place titles, because in the Southern Region Tournament's competition, she was a shining black horse, because she was beautiful enough, because she had the most stories and controversies about her. Many people subconsciously sympathized with the weak, and Chen Ruoyan's sorrowful aura was too thick. Between Dai Yi and Chen Ruoyan, the vast majority of martial artists were crazily attacking Dai Yi, and Chen Ruoyan's defection also brought an extremely bad impact to the Blood Fiend sect. Alright, a top genius from the Southern region had defected from the Blood Fiend sect. Tell me, does your Blood Fiend sect have a problem? Is it because you can't accept geniuses? That's right, many warriors had a bad impression of the Blood Fiend sect. The Blood Fiend sect was originally a demonic sect, so they didn't care about their reputation. But they still needed to recruit people. Crazy, murderous demon, and scrupulous. These titles, they were willing to accept. But they couldn't tolerate young geniuses, suppressing young geniuses. They couldn't tolerate this reputation. It was hard to get back, but the sect had already taken action. Also, Chen Ruoyan's reputation in the Blood Fiend sect was too big. Even if she defected, she was still the role model of the Blood Fiend sect's young disciples. A defected role model character. So no matter what, the higher-ups of the Blood Fiend sect were not willing to let Chen Ruoyan go. They were afraid that Chen Ruoyan would lead the young disciples of the sect astray. Also, chasing after a traitor was necessary. Only by bringing back Chen Ruoyan's head could they deter the other disciples who had thoughts of defecting. For thousands of years, the Blood Fiend sect had always done this. Chasing after Chen Ruoyan, Chen Gang didn't have any objections. But he did have an objection because this difficult task fell on his head. With Chen Ruoyan's style of doing things, the hope of catching her in Liangpingwa was slim. Unless they coincidentally bumped into Chen Ruoyan. The probability was too low, or it was the Yin Corp sect. But the Yin Corp sect wasn't easy to deal with. They would definitely not let the Bloodhand Hall people wander around their sect. Even their vice-sect leader didn't have much hope. But thinking of Vice Sect Leader Nye's advice before he left, he relaxed a little. Anyway, even if he couldn't complete the mission, the Vice Sect Leader would take care of it. He didn't need to worry too much. He could just treat it as a distraction and go through the procedures. He would tell the outside world that the Blood Fiend sect had tried their best to chase after the traitor. Thinking of this, Chen Gang fiercely drank a mouthful of tea. The tea was very bitter. Hall Leader Chen, long time no see, how have you been? Just as he put down the teacup, a woman in her 30s sat opposite him. This woman wore a long green dress and had a voluptuous figure. Her beautiful black hair was coiled into a bun on her head. She stared at him with a smile on her face. In her eyes, there was a hint of temptation that was faintly discernible, filled with a mature charm. Chen Gang, on the other hand, was not bewitched by her mature demeanor. Instead, his expression turned solemn as he asked in confusion, "Do you know me?" He realized that he couldn't see through the other party. The other party's strength seemed to be on par with Chen Gang's. "Didn't Hall Master Chen come to Liangpingwa to find me?" Chen Gang was stunned. He looked at Qing Yan from head to toe and said in a joking tone, "You seem to have put on weight after coming to Liangpingwa for a few months." Qing Yan followed his gaze and looked at her own swollen chest. She replied expressionlessly, "It's fake. It's all my padding. I think I've lost a lot of weight recently. When I run, I feel like I'm faster." Chen Gang played with the teacup in his hand and sighed. "You're already at the peak of the transcendent realm? What do you think? If you weren't confident, you wouldn't be standing in front of me." Qing Yan smiled and nodded. She then asked, "Then do you still want to capture me?" "Yes." Chen Gang nodded seriously. "The reason I came to Liangpingwa is to capture you. Although I don't know what kind of cultivation technique you're practicing that allowed you to progress so quickly, the way you cultivate, your foundation isn't stable, and the side effects are huge. You shouldn't be a match for me. Aren't you afraid of being killed by me? Let's see who's stronger." Chen Gang stood up and strode out of the inn's door. Qing Yan followed closely behind. On a barren mountain 400 miles away from Liangdu, two bloody figures were jumping around. Every time they collided, there would be an ear-piercing sound. The blood-red sword light plowed deep gullies in the ground. In less than 15 minutes, Chen Gang and Qing Yan had exchanged more than 100 blows. Chen Gang was in a sorry state. The crimson blood sword left bloody wounds on his body. On the other hand, Qing Yan's expression was calm, as if she wasn't surprised by the outcome of the battle. Chen Gang felt that he couldn't hold on any longer and hurriedly pulled away. However, how could Qing Yan let him do as he wished? Butterfly dance. Qing Yan was like a blood-red butterfly, circling around Chen Gang. The red blood sword spat out sword light as if it would give him a fatal blow at any moment. Chen Gang hurriedly shouted, "Wait, stop. You think I'll stop just because you say so? I said I want to kill you. Are you going to stand still and let me kill you?" Qing Yan sneered and increased her speed by a bit. It was impossible for her to stop. Since he wanted to kill her, how could he not pay a price? Reaping the life of a peak transcendent realm expert was still very tempting to her. Right now, it was too difficult to find a peak transcendent realm expert near Liangpingwa. It could only be said that Song Liyun had caused a lot of trouble. "Lord Vice Sect Leader Nye has a message for you." Hearing Nye Lakun's name, Qing Yan slowly sheathed her sword and stood in front of Chen Gang. She asked in a low voice, "What message does Lord Vice Sect Leader have for me? I didn't expect you to be able to cultivate the butterfly dance to such a terrifying level in such a short time. It seems like you've already surpassed perfection and surpassed the limits of the butterfly dance movement technique. In your hands, the butterfly dance doesn't seem to be a low-grade earth-grade movement technique, but a high-grade earth-grade movement technique. Seeing that you've displayed the butterfly dance to such a level, I really gave this movement technique to the right person." Seeing that Qing Yan didn't say anything, Chen Gang panted heavily and wiped the bloodstains on his face in a sorry state. He then sighed to himself, "I didn't think that the heaven-breaking realm girl from back then would be able to suppress me now. How long has it been?" If the vice head knew, he would definitely be very gratified. Chen Gang's heart was really bitter. Even in his dreams, he didn't expect that under the same level of strength, he wouldn't be a match for Chen Ruoyan. Chen Gang had seen many martial artists who cultivated cultivation techniques quickly, but Chen Ruoyan's cultivation speed was so fast that it was terrifying. Her battle prowess was also at the peak of experts at the same level. It was too rare. Even if they both had perfected slaughter divine abilities, he could feel that the other party was more than a level stronger than him. Even the butterfly dance that he was very familiar with could display a speed that surpassed the limits of the butterfly dance in the hands of Chen Ruoyan. It was too terrifying. Qingyan blinked and said, "Are you trying to play the emotional card? But I'm still very grateful for Lord Hallmaster's care for me. In order to thank you, I'll give you a clean death. How about it?" Hearing Qingyan's words, Qin Gang's breathing stopped. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. "I feel like you don't have much time left." Qingyan pursed her lips and said in a low voice, "I suggest you tell me what message Lord Vice Sect Leader Niao wants you to pass to me?" Qin Gang shook his head helplessly. He took out a jade box and threw it at her. Qingyan saw the jade box fly towards her, and with a slash of a sword beam, the jade box was sliced into pieces. A familiar spirit god fruit appeared in front of her. Qingyan was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly used the red blood sword to catch the spirit god fruit. The spirit god fruit was well preserved, as though it had just been plucked. It emitted a mesmerizing fragrance. The deputy sect master said that if I can't beat you, I should hand this spirit god fruit to you. He wants you to give him face and let me go. Qingyan tilted her head and asked, "If I kill you, wouldn't the spirit god fruit still be mine?" "Ruoyan, you might not understand the deputy sect master's painstaking efforts. Actually, he has helped you a lot behind your back, a lot. Wasn't I just an unnamed disciple who was left to fend for himself? On the day you defected, the Martial Alliance's Elder Hu wanted to cancel your results. It was Deputy Sect Master Nia who argued for it. Not only did he contradict Elder Hu, he even requested to make a deal with the Yin Corps sect. He wanted to exchange 3 corpses of Divine Power Realm experts for the walking corpse she wanted. In the end, he clashed with the Martial Alliance's Elder Hu and was severely injured. Was the deal successful? The moment she asked this, Qingyan knew that her question was very idiotic. Hence, she changed the way she asked, "Is what you said true?" "Of course it's true." Back then, there were the leaders of the various top factions participating. Deputy Sect Master Nia was sent flying by the Martial Alliance's Elder Hu in front of everyone. After you defected, the Deputy Sect Master even sought help from the sect. He recuperated for more than a month before he was brought back by the sect. We already knew of your defection on the day you defected. It was our sect that suppressed the news and waited for more than half a month before announcing your defection to the public. Why? Because of the sword in your hand. It should be a Dao artifact, right? Qin Gang's eyes burned as he looked at the red blood sword in Qingyan's hand. Back then, many Divine Power Realm and Domain Realm warriors discovered it. If we had announced your defection on that day, you would have been targeted by numerous experts present. Qingyan didn't mind Qin Gang's gaze. She only said in a flat tone, "You guys are really considerate." Qin Gang felt that the other party's killing intent seemed to have loosened a little. He immediately said, "This time, we came to kill you. It was just a formality. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to find us. I had no choice but to take action." Yes. Qingyan didn't really believe Qin Gang's words. She felt that the biggest reason why Qin Gang was leading the way was that he did not have much hope of finding her, not because he did not want to kill her. The vice leader said that he didn't expect us to find you. However, if you dare to appear in front of us, you must have something to rely on. If we can't bring you back, or if I lose to you, I will use this 3-leaf spiritual deity fruit to redeem my life. Qingyan looked at Qin Gang in astonishment. She realized that she seemed to have underestimated everyone in the world. Niala Kun could even guess this possibility, as expected of the vice sect master of the House of Blood Fiend. The vice leader said that every time your strength increases rapidly, it's because of the massacre profundity. If your strength reaches the divine power realm, it's only possible for the massacre divine power to increase. With your current situation, the massacre divine power will bring you great danger. Then? Qingyan asked solemnly. The vice leader said that the most suitable method for you now is to work hard to comprehend other neutral profundities. The more profound your comprehension of other profundities, the better. It's best if you can comprehend them to a level higher than the massacre divine power. This will weaken the influence of the massacre divine power on your character and reduce some of the pressure on you so that you won't lose control easily. He gave me a spiritual deity fruit because of this? Yes, this method is only suitable for geniuses. Qingyan's eyes flickered as she thought about the possibility of this method. After thinking for a while, it seemed to be feasible. Intent realm, profundity, and divine power would affect a martial artist's character. She was very clear about this. Her current situation was that her cultivation base and massacre divine power had increased too quickly, which led to her current situation. If she could improve her other profundities, she should be able to reduce the pressure that the massacre divine power brought to her. When she thought of this, she looked at Chen Gang with a much gentler gaze. Actually, she didn't have any conflicts or grudges with the Holocaust sect. The Holocaust sect had never mistreated her. Her enemies were strong enough. They were pressuring her to the point that she couldn't breathe. There was no need to offend the Holocaust sect. She thought for a while and finally said, "I'll accept this spiritual deity fruit. Also, send my regards to Master." "Thank you, Ruoyan. I'll bring my men back now." Chen Gang's face was filled with desolation. It seemed that being defeated by Qingyan was a huge blow to him. "Go back. The next time I see you, I won't hold back." Seeing that Chen Gang had left, Qingyan carefully kept the spiritual deity fruit. The spiritual deity fruit was still very precious. Most people wouldn't keep the spiritual deity fruit for long after it was obtained. She had killed so many transcendent realm experts, but she hadn't found a single one. Seeing Chen Gang disappear before her eyes, it was as if he was afraid that she would change her mind. Was she, Yi Qingyan, that kind of person? Qingyan didn't stay any longer. She immediately left the messy battlefield. After thinking for a while, she decided to find a safe place to increase her strength. It was better to consume the spiritual deity fruit as soon as possible. After flying for about 150 miles, she found a valley. The surroundings were quiet, and there were no signs of human habitation. It felt pretty good. She used the red blood sword to carve a few holes in the mountain rock. As she was carving, she suddenly remembered Chen Gang's back as he left. Her heart skipped a beat, and she raised her head abruptly. Then, she didn't care about the cave that she had just dug out, and quickly rushed towards Liang Pingua. Seeing that Qingyan was in such a hurry, Chen Hao asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "I should have killed Chen Gang." Qingyan gritted her teeth and said. "Why?" Although Chen Hao wasn't happy that Qingyan had let Chen Gang go, he didn't mind. Everyone had feelings. He didn't mind letting someone go once in a while. "Many people in the Holocaust sect know that I can increase my strength by killing people. My cultivation has increased so quickly that I'm afraid he'll guess that I have some connection with Song Liyun." "That's not possible." Chen Hao shook his head and said, "The more people understand you, the harder it will be for them to guess that you are Song Liyun. Furthermore, the Yin Corp sect might also know about this, but they wouldn't know that you have a connection with Song Liyun. Let's drag it out for as long as we can. I feel that it's safer to kill him. Since you will expose your peak divine power realm strength sooner or later, why must you kill him?" TSK. She is indeed a woman. She changes her face faster than flipping a book. Although Chen Hao also wanted Qingyan to kill Chen Gang, he couldn't help but find an opportunity to criticize her. After all, it was a rare opportunity. Qingyan didn't refute Chen Hao's words, which meant that she agreed. Qingyan frowned. Under Chen Hao's puzzled gaze, she took out the spiritual deity fruit. As she flew, she carefully looked at the spiritual deity fruit in her hand. "Is there a problem? Lord Jianling, did you notice? This spiritual deity fruit is a little too fresh." After Qingyan's reminder, Chen Hao realized that the spirit deity fruit in her hand was very bright in color. It was crisp and juicy, and it was indeed too fresh. It looked as if it had just been picked. Chen Hao had seen spiritual deity fruit stored for a long time at Niao Lakun's place. The color was not so bright. The spiritual deity fruit was very fresh. It was very likely that Chen Gang had snatched it along the way. Since he had snatched it along the way, it was impossible that Niao Lakun had given it to him to redeem his life. In other words, Niao Lakun's message to Qingyan was all fake. Chen Gang had made it up at the last minute to save his life. Qingyan had been tricked by Chen Gang. Qing Yan gritted her teeth and said, he's not as fast as me. As long as we find the right direction, we should be able to catch up with him. Chen Hao could tell that Qing Yan was very angry. She liked to lie to others, but she did not like to be lied to. Which direction should we go? Qing Yan put away the spiritual deity fruit. She suddenly thought of something and said, let's go to Lai Fu Inn. Chen Hao said, he won't be stupid enough to go back to Lai Fu Inn, right? You won't be able to find him there. I can only go to Lai Fu Inn. There's almost no hope of finding him in other directions. I can only go to Lai Fu Inn to get some compensation. Kill the rest and let the Bloodhound Hall feel some pain. Qing Yan shook her head and did not say anything. Lai Fu Inn was the gathering point of the Bloodhound Hall team led by Chen Gang. It was the most unlikely place for Chen Gang to appear. The world was so vast and there were so many directions to choose from. Who would be able to guess where Chen Gang had escaped to? Chen Gang was a veteran Pinnacle Transcendent Realm expert. The chances of finding him were slim, just like how the others wanted to find Qing Yan. However, Qing Yan still chose to go to Lai Fu Inn. Qing Yan rushed to Lai Fu Inn without stopping. When she arrived, she changed her clothes and waited on the first floor of the inn. However, as Chen Hao expected, she did not find any trace of a Pinnacle Transcendent Realm expert. There were only 2 members of the Bloodhound Hall. Chen Hao said proudly, see, I was right. Qing Yan was expressionless as she flattered without any sincerity, Jianling Darren is wise, Jianling Darren's strategy is brilliant. An early-stage Transcendent Realm expert from the Bloodhound Hall asked the waiter, have you seen our Hall Master Chen? He's wearing the same clothes as us. The waiter said respectfully and truthfully, yes, he seemed to have gone out with a beautiful woman just now. The 2 Divinity Realm experts exchanged glances. It was very likely that they thought that Hall Master Chen had something urgent to attend to, or that he had found some clues and left temporarily. Therefore, they sat down at that table and waited. Qing Yan closed her eyes and asked for a room. In the afternoon, all 5 members of the Bloodhound Hall had arrived, but Chen Gang was still nowhere to be seen. They seemed to have realized that something was wrong, and their expressions were grave. Chen Hao suggested, let's kill them. At least we can cut our losses. Wait a little longer. Qing Yan rubbed the teacup in her hand and said softly, this place is not suitable for fighting. It wouldn't be good to alert the experts in Liangdu. The next morning, the remaining 5 members of the Bloodhound Hall hurriedly left the Fortune Inn, and Qing Yan followed them. They ran very fast, but it was still impossible for Qing Yan to follow them. After following them for more than 4 hours, the sky was already bright, but Qing Yan still blocked their path. She could tell that the 5 of them did not know where Chen Gang had gone. They left Liangdu because Chen Gang had gone missing, and they felt that there was danger. After all, Chen Gang had always been self-disciplined, and it was impossible for him to leave during a mission without leaving a message. The 5 of them stopped in their tracks when they saw Qing Yan blocking their path. Chen Ruoyan. When Qing Yan appeared in front of them, she had already returned to her original appearance. The 5 of them were shocked when they saw that unbelievably beautiful face, but they did not immediately attack. They all had intelligence on Chen Ruoyan and knew Chen Gang's evaluation of her. She was a crazy woman full of schemes. She didn't have any backing, so she shouldn't be able to stop the 5 of them. A late-stage Transcendent Realm old man asked, did Hall Master Chen go out with you? That beautiful woman? Yes, it's easy to talk to smart people. I don't even need to explain. The old man asked again, then where is Hall Master Chen? Of course he ran away. When he ran away, he didn't even inform you. Qing Yan recalled the matter of being deceived by Chen Gang, and her voice turned cold, you were abandoned by him, what a pitiful bunch. Although the 5 of them had an ugly expression, they did not lose their composure. They even suspected Qing Yan. Because Chen Gang was very strong, it was impossible for him to lose to Chen Ruoyan. This, you guys know him right? After seeing Qing Yan take out the spirit deity fruit, the 5 Bloodhound Hall members finally lost their composure. After Chen Gang was defeated by me, he knelt on the ground and begged me to spare his life, just like a dog. I only let him go because we were once from the same sect, because of my master, and because this spirit deity fruit is somewhat useful to me. This woman was crazily adding scenes for himself and Chen Gang. When Chen Hao heard Qing Yan's words, he really wanted to roll his eyes. Unfortunately, he did not even have eyes now. The 5 Transcendent Realm experts looked at Xianxia with suspicion. They felt that Hall Master Chen was the Hall Master of the Bloodhound Hall. He should not be so afraid of death. He even knelt and begged. Impossible. Why would Hall Master Chen kneel and beg for mercy? An early-stage Transcendent Realm expert stood out bravely and questioned Xianxia. "Chen Ruoyan, you are definitely spouting nonsense." "Nonsense?" Xianxia sneered. She raised her right hand and said loudly, "I swear to my heart demon that if I don't defeat the Bloodhound Hall's Hall Master Chen Gang today, if I don't spare Chen Gang's dog life, I will definitely go mad and die." As soon as Xianxia finished her words, the aura of a perfect stage slaughter god art swept across the land and enveloped the 5 Bloodhound Hall experts. The 5 experts instantly felt a bone-piercing chill. The late-stage Transcendent Realm expert's expression changed. Peak. Stage Transcendent Realm. The other 4 Transcendent Realm experts had bitter expressions. Xianxia sneered, "Do you guys still think I am spouting nonsense?" The early-stage Transcendent Realm expert who rebutted Xianxia lowered his head. Who would dare to question her after swearing an oath to their heart demon? "What do we have to do for you to let us go?" Xianxia pointed at the spirit deity fruit in her hand. She noticed that when she pointed at the fruit, the youngest early-stage Transcendent Realm expert who had questioned her before had an ugly expression. A spirit deity fruit was really important to a young Transcendent Realm expert. They might even be able to save a few decades. Xianxia said seriously. "Chen Gang said that if I still want the spirit deity fruit, I can ask you guys for it. You guys still have it, otherwise, why would I come to you guys? Do I have nothing better to do?" When they were fighting for the spirit deity fruit, they killed everyone who knew about it. There was no way Chen Ruoyan would know. Other than their Hall Master, who else would tell her? It was at this moment that Chen Hao came to a sudden realization. So this was what Xianxia wanted. When Xianxia discovered that the spirit god fruit was too fresh, her first thought was that she had been tricked by Chen Gang. Then, she suspected that Chen Gang's team might have more than one spirit god fruit. It was impossible for a vine of a spirit god fruit to bear only one fruit, right? Chen Gang was beaten up badly by Xianxia, so it did not mean that he was a fake at the peak of the Transcendent Realm. Among the martial artists at the peak of the Transcendent Realm, Chen Gang's strength and fighting strength were definitely at the top. It was not a problem for him to deal with 3 ordinary martial artists at the same time. Ever since she obtained the red blood sword and comprehended the fast profound, most of the martial artists at the same level as Xianxia could not take more than a few moves from her. However, Chen Gang was able to stall Xianxia for so long, which was enough to show his strength. It was a pity that his opponent was Xianxia, the sword owner of the red blood sword whose strength had been enhanced to a terrifying extent. Xianxia had been collecting information recently, but she had not heard any news about the spirit god fruit appearing in Liangpingua. It was reasonable to say that the appearance of a batch of spirit god fruits would definitely cause a large-scale fight. Even if many martial artists did not manage to get their hands on it, the news would definitely spread. Why did Xianxia not hear about it? The most likely explanation was that very few people knew about the appearance of the spirit god fruits, or those who knew about it had all been killed. Xianxia was very clear about the House of Blood Fiend's style of doing things. As long as they could, they would definitely take all the spirit god fruits. In order to keep it a secret, they might even kill all the related personnel. Of course, all of this was just Xianxia's guess before she intercepted the members of the Bloodhound Hall. In the end, she used the aura of the perfect stage massacre divine ability to pressure them and test them a little. Sure enough, someone gave the game away. Once the other party gave the game away, Xianxia madly slandered Chen Gang. The late-stage Transcendent Realm Elder from the Bloodhound Hall had a bitter expression. Asking them to hand over the spirit god fruits was like cutting their flesh. Chen Gang's strength was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm. If he wanted to break through, he could only work on the perfect stage divine ability. The 3-leaf spirit god fruit could not help him break through, so it was somewhat useless to him. However, the spirit god fruit was very important to these martial artists who had not reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm. Perhaps, because of one less spirit god fruit, they would never be able to reach the peak of the Transcendent Realm. Have you decided? Xianxia slowly pulled out her scarlet blood flexible sword. I'm only sparing your lives because you're from the same sect. If you don't give it to me, then I can only take it. Should we hand it over? The late-stage Transcendent Realm martial artist asked his companions with his eyes. The other people's faces were extremely ugly. "I'll count to 3. Qingyan said impatiently in a low voice. As if she was afraid that the 5 of them would agree to her request, Qingyan quickly shouted, 3, 2, 1. Almost at the same time Qingyan shouted 1, Qingyan moved. Under the terrifying blood-red light, the 2 Transcendent Realm experts from the Blood Hand Hall instantly lost their ability to fight. "We agree." The late-stage Transcendent Realm Elder shouted in panic. What responded to him was the blood-red light of the red blood sword. Qingyan looked at the 5 Transcendent Realm experts lying on the ground and said in a low voice, "It's too late." Qianhao felt that from the very beginning, Qingyan had never intended for them to hand over the spiritual deity fruit. The main reason she had spoken so much to this group of people was to frame Qin Gang. She wanted to splash dirty water on Qin Gang and help him draw hatred. The red blood sword wrapped around the neck of the late-stage Transcendent Realm Elder and dragged him in front of Qingyan, hanging him up. Qingyan's blood-red eyes stared straight at the elder in front of her, causing the elder to have goosebumps. He could clearly feel the violent killing intent and the madness of the other party. As if she was about to go berserk, he recalled the information about Chen Ruoyan. According to the information, the other party had cultivated an evil technique that allowed her to cultivate quickly. After Dai threw out the corpse, her mental state was greatly stimulated and she began to show signs of going berserk. In the eyes of the sect, Chen Ruoyan could go berserk at any time and fall into madness. She was a truly dangerous person. The red blood sword began to shrink slowly and cut open the flesh on his neck. Feeling the piercing pain from his neck, the elder's eyes were filled with despair. The other 4 were even more powerless when faced with Qingyan in such a state. They all felt that today was definitely the day they died. Just as the elder closed his eyes and waited for death, the red blood sword loosened. The elder fell to the ground and his face was filled with astonishment after surviving a calamity. He saw Qingyan suddenly cover her forehead. The blood-red light in her eyes flickered for a while and gradually disappeared. The killing intent on her body also disappeared. What happened? The 5 people's minds were a little confused. Qingyan rubbed her forehead and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, I didn't dress up to hurt you guys. After all, we were once from the same sect." The 5 people from the Blood Hand Hall didn't reply. They didn't understand the situation. "It's just that recently, I've been losing control of myself." When Qingyan said this, her voice was filled with indescribable exhaustion. Qianhao laughed crazily in the red blood sword. What a sharp performance. This kind of perfect acting, if placed in his previous world, would definitely be one of the best actresses. The 5 members of the Blood Hand Hall understood what Qingyan meant. If she couldn't control herself, didn't that mean that she was close to going berserk? Many of their companions from the Blood Hand Hall died because of going berserk. Moreover, they also knew that Chen Ruoyan was the kind of person who could go berserk at any time. Thinking of this, their hearts were a little sour. "You have to calm down." The elder wiped the wound on his neck and said with concern. His words were also what all the members of the Blood Hand Hall were thinking. They didn't want Chen Ruoyan to go berserk again. "Hand over your interspatial rings." The elder sighed and threw the interspatial rings to Qingyan. The other 4 who were lying on the ground also had the same blood. No matter how unwilling they were, they could only choose to submit. They were meat on the chopping block. The only person who could resist Chen Ruoyan, Hall Master Chen, had already escaped. Even if they didn't hand it over, the other party would still be able to get it if angry and killed them. Qingyan took the 5 interspatial rings and said softly, "You are all my seniors in the House of Blood Fiend. I shouldn't have offended you like this, but I had no other choice." Seeing the 5 of them looking at her, Qingyan continued, "My strength broke through too quickly. My state of mind isn't enough and it's hard for me to control myself. The massacre god art often affects my mind and I feel that I can't hold on for much longer. Until now, I haven't gone berserk. It's just that I have a last wish." The 5 members of the Blood Hand Hall didn't say anything. They knew the reason why Qingyan betrayed the House of Blood Fiend. "In the morning, Hall Master Chen told me that the best thing for me to do now is to raise the level of my neutral profoundness or god art. As long as I can raise them to the same level as the massacre god art, the massacre god art's influence on me will be reduced. Coincidentally, you have the spirit deity fruit. I know that these spirit deity fruits are very important to you, but I don't want to die yet. I still have a lot of things to do. Apologies are useless to you, but I still want to say sorry to you. She gracefully bowed to the 5 Transcendent Realm experts of the Blood Hand Hall. The Transcendent Realm late-stage old man hurriedly said, "We don't dare." Indeed, they didn't dare. After all, the other party was a peak Transcendent Realm expert. Apologizing to them, who had lost to her, was really a grievance. The Blood Hand Hall's demonic martial artists were very open-minded. If they were weak, then they deserved to be robbed. They were lucky that they weren't killed. Qingyan had absolute power and controlled their lives, yet she still lowered herself to apologize to them. To be honest, they were a little touched. Qingyan didn't kill them, because they were once from the same sect. "I was too heavy-handed just now. Take these pills." Qingyan said apologetically. "Liang Pinghua hasn't been very peaceful recently. If you are injured, you might be targeted. I will protect you. Quickly recover and leave, don't come back again." The Transcendent Realm late-stage expert sighed and said, "Thank you, Miss Chen." The 5 Transcendent Realm experts divided the pills Qingyan took out. When they saw these pills, they felt a little familiar. They knew where these pills came from, but they still felt a little touched. After all, when they handed over their spatial rings, these pills didn't belong to them anymore. They saw Qingyan standing on top of a tree 100 meters away, looking at the birds flying low under the gloomy sky. A light breeze blew, and her white dress fluttered. The leading Transcendent Realm late-stage expert turned around and said, "We should hurry up and recover." The other 4 nodded. The youngest Transcendent Realm early-stage expert looked at the pills in his hand and said, "Old Zhou, this is your precious congealed fragrance dew pill, right? I wanted to exchange a few pills with you before, but you didn't give it to me. Didn't I eat it now? And Brother Cheng's blood infant pill, it's really good stuff." The one called Brother Cheng rudely interrupted him, "Don't talk nonsense. You're making my liver hurt. Hurry up and recover." The 5 of them took the pills and circulated their energy to recover. Although the 5 Blood Hand Hall experts were heavily injured, they were defeated too quickly. It was only a matter of time before they recovered. Chen Ruoyan guarded them for 3 whole days. Qingyan stood on top of the tall tree, her body swaying with the branches and leaves of the tree. During these 3 days, the 5 Divinity Realm experts would open their eyes from time to time. Every time they opened their eyes, they would see Chen Ruoyan quietly waiting in the distance. This made them feel very at ease. They were obviously robbed. According to their personalities, they must hate Chen Ruoyan to the core, but for some reason, every time they saw the magnificent Chen Ruoyan on the treetop, the hatred in their hearts would be diluted a little, and their hatred for Chen Gang would deepen. Compared to being defeated by the enemy fair and square, they hated being betrayed by the people around them even more. Humph, Chen Gang. 3 days later, the 5 Transcendent Realm experts had mostly recovered from their injuries. With the help of those precious pills, although his injuries had not completely healed and his strength had not returned to its peak, it did not affect his journey. If they continued to stay here, they would be too ashamed. They also felt that it was dangerous, so it was better to leave first. "Miss Ruoyan, we're leaving." "All right." Qingyan appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. 5 streaks of silver light landed in front of them, the spatial rings that Qingyan had stolen from them. "Take them." "It's indeed inconvenient to travel without a spatial ring," Qingyan said gently. "However, I've already helped you tidy them up, and I've taken away some of the things that are useful to me." The 5 Blood Hand Hall members didn't hesitate to take back their spatial rings. Qingyan curiously sized up one of the mid-stage Transcendent Realm experts, who had been keeping a low profile all this time. He lowered his head, not daring to meet Qingyan's gaze. Qingyan pursed her lips and couldn't help but laugh. "Brother, I've seen your collection. Your preferences are quite unique." The other 4 members of the Blood Hand Hall also curiously stared at their companions. They wanted to know what kind of collection could make Chen Ruoyan laugh. "All right, I won't say any more. I wish you a safe journey. If you run a little faster, you might run into Chen Gang on the way. He might be waiting for you on the way. I hope we won't meet again." "Impossible, we probably won't come here again." The 5 of them knew that with Chen Ruoyan's current strength, the Blood Hand Hall would probably give up on chasing after her. Even if they wanted to kill her, they would only send elders or sect masters. Would they come? The chances weren't high. Chen Ruoyan wasn't a core disciple of the House of Blood Fiend and didn't possess any important techniques. She also didn't take away any important treasures of the House of Blood Fiend, and didn't cause any major losses to the House of Blood Fiend. Domain realm experts weren't omnipotent. They wouldn't be able to easily find Chen Ruoyan in a sea of people. With her superb disguise technique, as long as she wanted to hide, who would be able to find her? The 5 people from the Blood Hand Hall watched as Qing Yan leapt into the air and flew towards the morning glow. The transcendent early-stage expert looked at her disappearing figure and said in a low voice, with her current situation, this should be the last time I see her. I don't know why, but I still feel a little reluctant. If you're not afraid of death, you can chase after her. Let's go as well. We've suffered heavy losses on this trip. If I knew this would happen, I would have consumed the spirit deity fruit directly. I shouldn't have listened to you guys and said that one needs to be fully prepared before consuming the spirit deity fruit. Chen Ruoyan got lucky this time. Hehe, luckily I've already consumed the spirit deity fruit. At that time, you guys said that I was recklessly wasting God's gift. Now you know my foresight. Foresight my ass. The middle-stage transcendent realm expert who was praised by Qing Yan for his unique hobby had a gloomy expression. He gritted his teeth and said, speaking of which, Chen Gang is a bastard. He clearly had 2 spirit deity fruits, but he only handed over 1. He even sold us out and told Chen Ruoyan that we still have the spirit deity fruit with us. Doesn't he know that the 3-leaf spirit deity fruit is very important to us? Not only did I lose the spirit deity fruit, but I also lost all my precious medicinal pills. She didn't leave me a single spirit stone either. The sword forging materials I spent over 100 years collecting are all gone. She also took my family's mid-grade earth rank sword technique. I hope she didn't spread it out. But she did help me organize my spatial ring. I haven't organized it for over 100 years. Now that everything is organized neatly, I even suspected that I took the wrong things at first glance. But what's the point of neatly arranged blankets, and shoes? My 50 chests of gold coins were all robbed. Heavens! She only left me 100 gold coins. Is this for my travel expenses? She might as well have taken it all away. My heart hurts even more when I see it. There's nothing left. It's better if she didn't return the spatial ring. The youngest early-stage transcendent realm expert asked suspiciously, do you guys think it was really Hall Master Chen who sold us out? His words were immediately refuted. If it wasn't Chen Gang, then tell me, who told Chen Ruoyan that we have the spirit deity fruit? Could it be you? Besides, she even swore a heart demon oath. It was definitely Chen Gang who sold us out. He even knelt down and begged for mercy. Hall Master Chen? Bah! He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood when he recalled what Chen Ruoyan had snatched away. Suel, we know you're on Chen Gang's side and want to speak up for him. But we'll definitely report what happened today to the elders and the sect leader. That's right. The House of Blood Fiend has rules. Betraying the sect and betraying your companions is a serious crime. Wait, do you guys think Chen Gang will be waiting for us on the way? Will he make a move against us? He can totally frame Chen Ruoyan. The transcendent realm expert's expressions turned ugly. Demonic city martial artists who could cultivate to the transcendent realm alive were all meticulous and far-sighted people. Thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was possible. As long as they killed them, the sect might not even realize it. At that time, they could just push the blame to Chen Ruoyan, Song Liyun, and the other forces. To be safe, not only do we have to watch Suel, but we also have to watch each other and take a detour back. Finally, the strongest late-stage transcendent realm old man said with a cold expression, now that Chen Gang is not here, I will take over as the team leader. All of you must obey my orders. My orders are that if anyone dares to leave the team or try to inform Chen Gang, I will kill them. When we get back, we'll immediately report this matter and ask the sect leader and elders to help us. Yeah, I can't take this lying down either. Every one of them had suffered great losses. They couldn't do anything to Chen Ruoyan, but they could work together to deal with Chen Gang who betrayed them. Although they weren't as strong as Chen Gang, they had backers in the sect. At most, they wouldn't do missions together anymore, Besides, as long as they succeeded, Qin Gang would no longer be the Hall Master of Blood Hand Hall. Even if Qin Gang didn't die, he would be stripped of his flesh. Qin Yan, do you think it's useful to smear Qin Gang like this? Of course it's useful. Qin Yan replied, even if they suspect me, they'll definitely be unhappy with Qin Gang. I've given them a reason, so they'll definitely find trouble with Qin Gang and report it to their backer. In the Blood Hand Hall, Qin Gang can't do whatever he wants. Even Vice Sect Leader Nya can't. As far as I know, among the 3 captains of the Blood Hand Hall, only the 3rd captain, Ding Chunhua, is Qin Gang's confidant. The other 2 captains are not, nor are they Vice Sect Leader Nya's men. They have other forces behind them, but they will only cooperate with Vice Sect Leader Nya's orders. Do you still remember Vice Sect Leader Elder Xia? He's actually the sect leader's confidant. The Blood Hand Hall is so strong, the higher-ups of the House of Blood Fiend would definitely not allow Nya Kun to control them. Even the Transcendent Realm experts in the Blood Hand Hall are divided into many smaller groups. They're not a single piece of metal. Oh. After listening to Qin Yan's explanation, Qin Hao finally understood. The position of Blood Hand Hall's Hall Master is definitely one of the most powerful positions in the House of Blood Fiend. Many people are eyeing it. Qin Yan said softly, if Qin Gang is caught, he'll definitely be targeted by the other powers in the House of Blood Fiend. Nya Kun definitely wouldn't let the position of Blood Hand Hall's Hall Master fall into someone else's hands, right? After all, he's in charge of the external affairs of the sect. Of course not, the position of Blood Hand Hall's Hall Master will definitely be Vice Sect Leader Nya's confidant. However, he has more than one confidant. Conservatively speaking, there's a high chance that Qin Gang will lose the position of Blood Hand Hall's Hall Master. It might even be worse. After being the Blood Hand Hall's Hall Master for so many years, he's offended many people and none of them are good people. Qin Yan smiled coldly, anyway, I believe that those Transcendent Realm experts will definitely be able to return safely to the sect and report this matter. As for the punishment of the sect's higher-ups, that's their problem. I just bit Qin Gang once. Whether or not I can poison him to death depends on whether he's lucky enough. Anyway, I don't have time to worry about this. Qin Yan did not return to Liangping City. Instead, she went to the desolate place she found after letting Qin Gang go last time. Hiding in the cave she had personally dug out, she squatted in a corner and slowly counted the items she had robbed from the 5 transcendent experts of the Blood Hand Hall. Her eyes were glowing with a golden light. While she was protecting them, in order to maintain the demeanor of an expert, Qin Yan did not take a closer look, so she did not have a good idea of what was going on. A small mountain of gold coins and precious metals, 30 bottles of high-quality pills, over 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 3 earth-grade sword arts, 1 earth-grade low-grade movement art, 1 earth-grade mid-grade cultivation art, and 5 3-leaf spiritual deity fruits. 5 spiritual deity fruits had greatly exceeded her expectations. She originally thought that it would be good if she could get 2 more. She didn't expect the 5 members of the Blood Hand Hall to have 4 more. These are for you. Qin Yan pulled out a pile of swordsmithing materials and piled them on the red blood sword. She put away the gold coins, spirit stones, and cultivation art neatly into her interspatial ring. Then, she gently picked up the 5 3-leaf spiritual deity fruits. Smelling the tempting fragrance, she could not help but swallow her saliva, like a hungry little cat. Qin Yan had comprehended quite a number of profundities and divine abilities. Cloud profundities at minor completion, illusion profundities at major completion, speed profundities at perfection, and slaughter divine ability at perfection. She had comprehended cloud profound and illusion profound before she had obtained the scarlet blood sword. As for the slaughter divine ability and the fast profound, they were passed down to her by the scarlet blood sword. Without much thought, Qin Yan locked onto the profound meaning of speed. In order to prepare for the breakthrough, she had been seriously preparing for 3 days. In these 3 days, she had only been protecting the 5 members of the Blood Hand Hall. At the same time, she had also been cultivating the Yin Corp Sect's 9-Yin meditation technique. She had absorbed all the mental energy accumulated in her sea of consciousness from the red blood sword, allowing her mental strength to reach the pinnacle of the transcendent realm of the Yin Corp sect. This made her mind clearer and more rational. The mental pressure from the slaughter profound had lessened by a lot. Using a huge rock to block the entrance of the cave, she held the red blood sword's hilt. The red blood sword emitted a crimson light. The process of Zhou Lihua's speed profound ability was once again displayed clearly in front of her eyes. After the inheritance of the demonic sword, Qingyan's heart had a little understanding. Striking while the iron was hot, she ate the first spiritual deity fruit. That familiar feeling came again. Her soul seemed to be sitting on the clouds. Her brain was working quickly. Combining the insights from Zhou Lihua, many problems related to speed profound that she couldn't figure out in the past were easily solved in this mysterious state. Then she seemed to have touched a mysterious bottleneck. With a little thought, the bottleneck that had troubled her for a long time disappeared, her soul seemed to have reached the other side, there was a feeling of transcendence. A strong wind blew in the cave, blowing up countless dust and gravel. These dust and gravel quickly revolved around Qingyan, rubbing against the surrounding rocks. She was in a cave that was not more than 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. The cave crazily expanded, the dust and gravel gathered more and more. Qingyan opened her eyes. The dust and gravel stopped. Then it was like they were pressed to the ground by an invisible force, unable to create any waves. Qingyan let out a sigh of relief. Success, speed profound ability had disappeared. What replaced it was speed profound ability. She felt that she was now full of spirit. She didn't feel tired at all. Her heart even had some unfinished business. Keep up the good work. Chen Hao didn't disturb Qingyan. He watched her eat the second spiritual deity fruit. 2 days later, Qingyan relied on the spiritual deity fruit to raise her speed profound ability to the initial success stage. However, there wasn't a trace of joy on her face. Chen Hao asked, "What's wrong?" Qingyan licked her peeling lips and looked at the remaining 3 spiritual deity fruits in the jade box. With a hoarse voice, she said, "My speed profound ability almost didn't break through to the initial success stage. The effect of the 3-leaf spiritual deity fruit on me is greatly weakened. According to the degree of weakening, even if I eat the remaining 3 spiritual deity fruits, I don't think my speed profound ability can break through to the greater success stage. I thought I could be a little special. Turns out I'm still immortal. You can also think of yourself as a god." Chen Hao said casually, "As long as you don't tell others, they won't think of you as a lunatic." The 3-leaf spiritual deity fruit was used to raise the level of a transcendent realm martial artist's ability. Qingyan had been consuming it since she was in the heaven-breaking realm. She had snatched one in the secret realm and obtained one from Niao Kun. In addition to the 2 she had just eaten, she had eaten a total of 4. Qingyan wasn't too disappointed. "I was already mentally prepared. Normally, a martial artist wouldn't consume more than 5 spiritual deity fruits. It would be a waste to consume more. If it weren't for Lord Jianling's teachings and the red blood sword's help, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate my speed profound ability to this level just by relying on the spiritual deity fruit. It's still too difficult to cultivate my speed profound ability." "Then, what's your next plan?" "Let's improve the ultimacy of illusion. I've been stuck at the profound realm for too long. I also feel that the ultimacy of illusion is about to reach the perfection realm. I want to try and see if I can improve my divine power. The speed ultimacy of minor completion realm can already suppress the slaughter ultimacy. If I can add another ultimacy, it will be very beneficial to me." "Sure, the ultimacy of illusion should be your forte." Chen Hao's heart was filled with anticipation as he watched Qingyan consume another 3-leaf spiritual deity fruit. In fact, the ultimacy of illusion should be Qingyan's forte. After all, it was her original ultimacy, not the slaughter divine power or speed divine power. It was comprehended through the inheritance of the red blood sword. She was most compatible with the ultimacy of illusion. However, in order to increase her strength, she had to improve her speed ultimacy. 1 day later, with a flash of light, Qingyan, who was sitting cross-legged in the cave, gradually disappeared from Chen Hao's sight. Chen Hao quickly sensed her and found that she was still sitting in the same place. At night, she reappeared. When she opened her eyes, Chen Hao saw a pair of beautiful, blood-red eyes that were as beautiful as rubies. There was no murderous intent in those eyes, however, they seemed to have an indescribable charm. When one looked into her eyes, one would be deeply trapped in them. Chen Hao saw the steamed bun in his hand, Jin Jingqiu's back, the winding and rugged mountain road on Snowcloud Mountain, and the boiling hot metal in the furnace. They were getting closer and closer to him, that burning sensation. What the hell? Chen Hao was stunned for a moment. The illusion in front of him disappeared like the moon in the water. He didn't believe that he would recall that memory for no reason. He had buried that memory deep in his heart. Almost all the people who knew about it were dead. How many years had it been? How many years had it been? He had forced himself to forget it. Qing Yan. Chen Hao looked at her beautiful, ruby-like eyes and clearly felt the strong waves of divine power, spiritual energy, and true origin. The red blood sword left Qing Yan's hand and floated in the air, pointing at Yi Qing Yan. For some reason, Chen Hao suddenly had the urge to poke her eyes out. Qing Yan closed her eyes again. A quarter of an hour later, she opened her eyes again. The color of her eyes had returned to normal. Sir Jianling, what's wrong? Nothing. I just feel like I haven't exercised for a long time. My body is getting rusty. I want to move around a bit. Chen Hao came to his senses. There was no need for him to bicker with Qing Yan. Qing Yan didn't do it on purpose. Moreover, if he really used this reason to do something bad to Qing Yan, he would not be able to bring himself to do it. To be affected by an entry-level illusion god art, how embarrassing. No, throw the sword. Qing Yan rolled her eyes at red blood sword and didn't think too much about it. She just assumed that Jianling's brain had gone haywire again. Does Mr. Jianling have a brain? Qing Yan didn't dare to think too much about it, much less ask directly. Chen Hao pretended to ask casually, by the way, what happened to your eyes? Did you get it from the domain realm illusion god art? Yes. Qing Yan nodded and didn't hide it. This god art is very special. Unless it's an enhanced illusion attribute martial art, it can also create illusions. There's also a chance of triggering the inner demons hidden in the depths of the opponent's heart. In everyone's heart, there was regret, pain, remorse, and sorrow. Everyone's heart had a hidden demon. Even ordinary people who had never cultivated would have inner demons. Even ordinary people, once they were affected by the outside world and their willpower wasn't strong enough, their inner demons would break free and grow stronger, and the inner demons of martial artists were even more terrifying. Hee hee. Chen Hao couldn't help but laugh in a strange way. Triggering inner demons? Chen Hao definitely didn't believe that he would have inner demons. He was red blood sword Jianling. He had never heard of Jianling having inner demons. Sir Jianling, what's wrong with you? Are you not satisfied with the god art that I've comprehended? Qing Yan didn't understand why Sir Jianling's tone was so strange. It reminded her of the castrated eunuchs in Zhou country's imperial palace. When they left, it was eerie and strange. She didn't know that the Sir Jianling she was talking about had almost fallen into her trap. Perform it again and let me see your eyes. Chen Hao urged. Hurry up and let me see. Okay. Qing Yan nodded and didn't think much about it. She only thought that Sir Jianling was curious. Inner demons? Pfft, the ruby-like eyes appeared again. Chen Hao let go of all resistance and immersed his mind into her eyes. He saw himself being wrapped in liquid metal in Qing Yan's eyes and felt intense pain. He saw Lan Yanlin drawing her sword and committing suicide. She hugged 17's corpse tightly and her blood dyed the white snow red. He could also see the increasing number of blood patterns on the scarlet blood sword. The red blood sword suddenly trembled and Qing Yan's heart skipped a beat. The devil sword domain was instantly activated. The blood-red murderous aura filled the entire cave and then shot out from the cracks in the rocks. A bone-chilling cold surrounded Qing Yan. It contained a crazy consciousness of endless slaughter, destruction, and fear. Qing Yan hurriedly shouted, Sir Jianling. Hearing this shout, Chen Hao immediately reacted and retracted the devil sword domain. In his mind, he repeatedly recalled what he saw in Qing Yan's eyes. He couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with Qing Yan's eyes. Was this his inner demon? The devil sword domain disappeared and Qing Yan heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at the blood-red rock wall and asked in a low voice, Sir Jianling, what happened to you? Chen Hao laughed and said, I just tested the god art that you comprehended in your heart. It's very good. I saw my former enemy in it. Does Sir Jianling also have an inner demon? Hearing Qing Yan's question, Chen Hao immediately became vigilant. Qing Yan wasn't an easy character to deal with. If he didn't answer properly, it was very likely that she would guess something. Whether or not what he saw was his inner demon, he wouldn't let Qing Yan know. He was a Jianling who cared about his face. He didn't want others to know his secret. He was deeply ashamed of what he saw. This matter definitely couldn't be spread. Whoever knew would die. Of course there is. I'm not invincible. Can you tell me who it is? It's the baleful blood demonic saber from the Zhou nation. Chen Hao said indignantly. Back then, I clashed with the baleful blood demonic saber. In the end, the red blood sword actually had a small hole. I thought I had long forgotten about this matter, but I didn't expect it to become my inner demon. Qingyan pursed her lips. She really thought that she could hear some Jianling's big secret. What kind of inner demon was this? She said in a low voice. As far as I know, the baleful blood demonic saber was even more damaged at that time, right? And the baleful blood demonic saber was swallowed by you. Humph. The red blood sword has always been invincible. I didn't expect it to fall into the hands of the baleful blood demonic saber. This is the biggest shame of my life. As long as I exist, I won't forget it. I didn't expect that after so many years, I still couldn't let it go. When I saw the scene of you clashing with the baleful blood demonic saber, I couldn't help but want to flip out. Qingyan muttered in her heart. Could it be that the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, so it didn't affect Sir Jianling's inner demon? After all, Sir Jianling's inner demon was too strange. It sounded like he was bragging in disguise. She didn't doubt Chen Hao's words. After all, she didn't have much information about the red blood sword. Although she was good at reading people's expressions and had a high probability of determining whether someone was lying from their words, expressions, and demeanor, Jianling didn't have a face and eyes. Chen Hao controlled his tone very well, so Qingyan couldn't see any flaws at all. Then did you comprehend the speed god art? Chen Hao asked a question he was more concerned about. Yes, the speed god art I comprehended is actually very simple. Now, it can double my speed for a short period of time. Qingyan thought for a moment before replying. It can be stacked with blood shadow. I'll call it extreme speed. Your naming style is still as tacky as before, but this god art suits you quite well. When Qingyan first comprehended the slaughter god art, every time she killed an enemy, her speed would increase by about 10%. At most, it could increase her speed by 2 times. Now, Qingyan's slaughter god art had been cultivated to perfection. When she used blood shadow, every time she killed an enemy, her speed would increase by about 20%. At most, it could increase her speed by 2 times. Qingyan's speed was originally enhanced by the speed god art. Once she used blood shadow and extreme speed in battle, in addition to the red blood sword's enhancement to her movement technique. Chen Hao didn't think anyone below the domain realm could pose a threat to Qingyan. Under the domain realm, no matter how many peak god art realm experts there were, it would be useless. Red blood sword's sword master was never afraid of being surrounded or taking turns to fight. The more they fought, the stronger they became. This was their glorious tradition. Tacky? Qingyan didn't mind Jianling's words at all. Then I'll give the illusion god art another tacky name. How about Blood Eye? Although it's a tacky name, as long as you're happy. Chen Hao didn't care what the sword master named her god art. He was a pragmatist. Qingyan glanced at the blood-red rock wall and slowly got up. Holding the red blood sword, she pushed away the rock blocking the cave and took in a breath of fresh air. She patted the dust off her body and frowned. She came to the riverside and took out a bathtub. She filled the bathtub with clear water and returned to the cave that had become much more spacious. She put her hands into the bathtub that was filled with water, and the cool water immediately became misty. A dusty coat covered the red blood sword. Qingyan stepped into the bathtub and was enveloped by the slightly hot water, making her feel much more relaxed. Sitting in the bathtub, Qingyan put her head on the edge of the bathtub and slowly closed her eyes. Even in this state, Qingyan did not relax. Her mind was filled with thoughts as she tried to think of her next step. Meanwhile, outside of the bathtub, Chen Hao was extremely dissatisfied with the clothes that Gentle Yen had used to cover the red blood sword. The clothes were dirty. Of course, it was impossible for a tattered piece of clothing to seal the red blood sword. It was impossible for Chen Hao to really run out of the clothes. The clothes were designed to prevent a gentleman. If he really did that, wouldn't it prove that he was interested in Qingyan's body? The reputation of red blood sword could not be tarnished. A red light flashed on the red blood sword, and Gentle Yen felt the bathtub tremble slightly. She then heard the soft sound of water flowing. When she opened her eyes, she discovered that the water level in the bathtub was slowly dropping. Lord Jianling, stop messing around. Qingyan stretched out her 2 feet and found the 2 small holes. She then used her 2 toes to block them. The bathtub trembled again. Qingyan helplessly retracted her feet and submerged herself into the hot water. Next time, even if I have to cover the red blood sword, I should at least change into a clean set of clothes. In the water, she could still hear Lord Jianling shouting outside, hurry up and bathe. After bathing, it's time to work. Don't dawdle. This is skinning. Qingyan cursed in her heart. She quickly finished bathing and dried her body and hair. After tying her hair, she changed into a simple and elegant white dress. She then packed up the items in the cave, pushed away the rock and went straight to Liangdu. Qingyan did not disguise herself anymore. She directly landed 100 meters away from Liangdu city. As soon as she landed, Qingyan attracted the attention of everyone present. She was wearing a white dress and was as beautiful as a fairy. Under the corner of her left eye, there was a blood-red mole that added a strange and unique charm to her. Her eyes were sharp and cold like the bright moon. Anyone who saw her for the first time would feel ashamed of their inferiority. Wherever Qingyan went, the people lining up at the city gate would open up a path for her. Seeing that the soldier collecting the city fee at the city gate was standing there in a daze like a pillar, Qingyan immediately tossed out a gold coin. The gold coin drew a strange arc and entered the soldier's hand. This is the entrance fee. After speaking, Qingyan directly entered Liangdu. You're a little high profile. Chen Hao couldn't help but say. This time I was planning to be high profile. Qingyan said in a low voice, it's best if everyone in Liangdu knows that I'm here. Qingyan booked a room at Fortune Inn and found Andriel B's base in Liangdu at night. When Qingyan bought the information on Bloodhound Hall, she casually asked for the location of Andriel B's base in Liangdu. Andriel B's base in Liangdu seemed to be quite impressive. At least it wasn't in the slums but behind a seemingly ordinary brothel. The moment she entered, she was recognized. The person who received her was a beautiful and charming woman. This woman's cultivation wasn't bad either, at least at the mid-stage of the transcendent realm. When Qingyan first saw this woman, she was slightly taken aback. She could sense a seductive aura from her that was very similar to the demonic spirit sect's bewitching heart sutra. That aura was very faint, but it couldn't escape Qingyan's senses. After all, her mental power was much stronger than the woman's, and she had also cultivated the bewitching heart sutra for many years. After discovering that this woman had cultivated the bewitching heart sutra, Qingyan decided to change her plans for this trip to Andriel B. As soon as the woman saw Qingyan, she couldn't help but look her up and down, her eyes filled with sincere admiration. She smiled and said, I'm Lu Hansu, the person in charge of Andriel B. I've long heard of Miss Qingyan's reputation, and I've even seen a portrait of you. Now that I've seen you in person, I finally understand how clumsy those painters are. Qingyan didn't respond to her words. Instead, she looked at her in confusion. You're cultivating some sort of charm technique? Lu Hansa looked at Qingyan in surprise, but she didn't try to hide it. Miss Ruoyan, you can tell? Qingyan circulated her own bewitching heart sutra, and in Lu Hansu's eyes, Qingyan's body suddenly radiated a fatal charm that made her heart burn and her mouth go dry. That feeling only appeared for an instant, and then she forcibly broke free from it. This. Miss Ruoyan, you've cultivated our sex technique? Lu Hansu, who had regained her senses, paused for a moment before continuing, but the aura isn't right. The version that Miss Ruoyan is cultivating seems to be the black-grade version that outer disciples cultivate, but there are still some differences. This was taught to me by my former master. I didn't know her identity back then, but I think I've found it. Does that mean that Miss Ruoyan has some sort of affinity with my sect? Lu Hansu knew that Qingyan had joined the House of Bloodlust halfway through her journey. She smiled, her tone much warmer than before. Perhaps your master used to be a senior of the Andromeda clan. Can you tell me her name? Her name is Wang Li. Lu Hansu carefully recalled the information about Hu Li in the Andromeda clan. She roughly estimated that there were more than 10 Wang Lis. There was one Heavenbreaker realm cultivator and one Divine Tier cultivator, but both of them were still in the Andromeda clan. They hadn't reported Chen Ruoyan to the Andromeda clan either. Otherwise, given Chen Ruoyan's current strength and reputation, if she really was a disciple of one of the Andromeda clan, there was no way the Andromeda clan wouldn't have taken the initiative to contact her. The mystic version of the Bewitching Heart Sutra was also a secret of the Andromeda clan. Although the Andromeda clan had tried its best to prevent such occurrences from occurring, the news had long since spread. If they met a non-disciple of the Andromeda clan would deal with them in a very simple manner. If they were more violent, they would kill them on the spot. If they were gentler, they would interrogate them about the origin of the technique and report it to the Andromeda clan. However, if they met a genius cultivator who had mastered the technique to the point of perfection, the first reaction of the Andromeda clan, regardless of whether they were from the demonic or orthodox sects, would be to lure such a genius back to the Andromeda clan. Bringing such a genius back to the Andromeda clan would usually result in a handsome reward. Humans weren't born equal. They were divided into two categories, valuable and worthless. In Lu Hansu's eyes, Qing Yan had easily become one of those valuable individuals. As a result, when Lu Hansu saw that Qing Yan had cultivated the Bewitching Heart Sutra, her first reaction wasn't to deal with her, but to rope her in. Chen Ruoyan's name had spread throughout the southern region, and she was one of the top experts of the younger generation. If she wasn't wrong, Chen Ruoyan's strength was even above hers. Chen Ruoyan's master was most likely a member of the Andriel organization. As long as Chen Ruoyan's master didn't have a deep grudge with the Andriel organization, Chen Ruoyan and the Andriel were naturally close. Thinking of this, Lu Hansu looked at Qing Yan with even more gentle eyes. Wang Li, maybe that's just an alias. Lu Hansu replied. As far as I know, there are many people named Wang Li, but none of them seem to fit Miss Ruoyan. Yes. Of course, she wasn't in a hurry to win over Chen Ruoyan. After all, there were too many things behind Chen Ruoyan. As the person in charge of stinging bee tissue in Liangdu, Lu Hansu knew very well. However, she didn't mind maintaining a good relationship with her and leaving a good impression on her. Of course, I'll ask the higher-ups and ask around for you. Can you tell me some of your master's characteristics? Sure. Qing Yan briefly described the characteristics of her master. In any case, she only emphasized the word ordinary. After all, no matter how powerful Stinging Bee was, there was no way he would be able to find her non-existent master. Stinging Bee's predecessor could very well have been the predecessor of the demonic spirit sect in the Zhou dynasty. There were too many things that could have happened in the thousands of years of history. Stinging Bee wasn't a god, and there was no way he could know everything. She simply wanted to find an opportunity to establish a good relationship with Stinging Bee. She really needed an intelligence network. She didn't want to control it, but she wanted to obtain more useful information and help. Then I'll have to trouble you. Qing Yan's tone sounded as if she really wanted to know her master's identity. Lu Hansu could understand her desire for knowledge. I'm a few decades older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Sister Lu. Yes, Sister Lu. Then, what kind of information do you need this time? Lu Hansu smiled. Since you're calling me Sister Lu, I'll give you a 20% discount when you buy information from me in the future. I hope you don't mind, as this is the highest level of authority I can give you. Hearing this promise, Qing Yan felt a little happier. At least her efforts hadn't been in vain. A list of all the Transcendent and Domain Realm experts of the Yin Corp's faction. How much are you selling this for? Hearing Qing Yan's words, Lu Hansu became serious. She knew that a big deal was coming, the most detailed list of information, including their transcendent domain, the number of undead, information on their families, and some secret information that only our Stinging Bee tissue has access to. It will cost 10 million low-grade spirit stones or 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. Our organization can't guarantee the integrity of the information. Do you need it? Hearing this price, Qing Yan hesitated. With the identity of Song Liyun, she could still take out 1 million middle-grade spirit stones after killing so many Transcendent Realm experts. But she had to consider if this 1 million spirit stones was worth it. I can give you a 20% discount. This guarantee is still in effect. Seeing Qing Yan hesitate, Lu Hansu could roughly guess Qing Yan's net worth. When dealing with a big client, a discount was necessary. Stinging Bee was a neutral intelligence network that mainly relied on selling information for a living. I'll wait for this first. Qing Yan had a hard time suppressing her desire to buy as she asked, I heard that Liang Pinggua's third prince had been refined into an undead. On Crown Prince Liang Ping's wedding day, in front of everyone, he barked like a dog in front of all the ambassadors. I want to know who did this and what was the reaction of the Liang Pinggua's royal family. What was the reaction of the Liang Pinggua's ministers? Lu Hansu wasn't disappointed as she directly said, it's not any secret information. After the discount, it'll be 800 low-grade spirit stones. Okay. The culprit that refined the third prince into an undead has not been found. Some people say it's the Yin Corpse faction's Song Liyun, others say it's the Yin Corpse faction. There are also some people who think it's related to you. Speaking up to here, Lu Hansu carefully observed Qing Yan's reaction. Qing Yan just smiled casually and didn't answer or explain, and then? Liang Pinggua's government believes that this matter is related to the Yin Corpse faction. A domain realm expert personally investigated and found that the third prince's corpse didn't have any spiritual energy left. Only a domain realm expert has the ability to completely erase the spiritual energy. In Liang Pinggua, and even in the entire northern part of the southern region, almost all domain realm experts who are proficient in corpse control are from the Yin Corpse faction. At the same time, you also know that martial artists who cultivate spiritual energy have different levels of spiritual energy. Liang Pinggua's government believes that the domain realm expert who controlled the third prince's corpse is a domain realm expert that they are familiar with. Otherwise, there's no need to erase the spiritual energy. The one who controlled Liang Guahao's corpse was Red Blood Sword Jianling. Qing Yan also believed that Jianling could erase the traces. Qing Yan's expression didn't change, but her heart was relieved. Then is Liang Pinggua very dissatisfied with the Yin Corpse faction? Is there a chance that they will make a move? Liang Pinggua is indeed dissatisfied with the Yin Corpse faction, especially the military. Song Liyun killed more than 100,000 soldiers at the border not long ago. Many of the younger soldiers hate the Yin Corpse faction. It's said that many generals have asked the emperor for permission to fight, but it was temporarily suppressed. I know what you're thinking. Lu Hansu slowly replied, but you have to know that a country cannot go to war in a short period of time. But Liang Pinggua's royal family and other sects have a conflict with the Yin Corpse sect. Because of the third prince and Song Liyun's matter, it has become more and more intense. The entire southern region knew of the grudge between Chen Ruoyan and the Yin Corpse sect's Dai. Chen Ruoyan hated the Yin Corpse sect and wanted to find trouble with them. This was something everyone knew. I heard that Liang Pinggua's old emperor is going to abdicate? What is Prince Liang Ping's attitude towards the Yin Corpse sect? Don't count on it. Prince Liang Ping's personality is very calm and his abilities are not bad. After so many years, he has only lost his composure once on his wedding day. Lu Hansu continued, Prince Liang Ping's attitude towards this matter is that his brother Liang Guahao's matter, there is no direct evidence that it was the Yin Corpse sect's fault. Song Liyun's indiscriminate killing of the innocent should not be blamed on the Yin Corpse sect. After all, Song Liyun had already defected from the Yin Corpse sect. He might have gone mad and his brain might have a problem. A very rational person. Qing Yan smiled as she evaluated. Yes, he is a rational person. Before Liang Guahao, the entire Liang Pinggua's royal family was more satisfied than him. They thought that this kind of person holding the country's power was a good thing for the country and the royal family. Does the Liang Pinggua's royal family have any objections? Of course. After all, even if Liang Guahao is disliked, he is still the third prince in name. When the Yin Corpse sect accepted Liang Guahao, it had already caused the royal family's dissatisfaction and vigilance. Qing Yan asked suspiciously, then why does the Yin Corpse sect want to harm the third prince? This is not known. Lu Hansu shook her head, some of the demonic sects, most of the time, are rational. But sometimes, the way they conduct themselves is rather strange. Their personalities are fickle and normal people cannot understand their logic. For example, 3 years ago, their great elder Yu Rong. Lu Hansu spread out her hands. Even if she was a member of the demonic sects, she still could not understand. Qing Yan had also heard of Yu Rong's matter. Yu Rong had a son named Yu Zixin, who was also a true genius of the Yin Corpse sect. The year after Yu Zixin advanced to the domain realm, his father, Grand Elder Yu Rong, refined him into a zombie, It was not uncommon for the Yin Corpse sect to refine their own disciples into walking corpses. Because of the Yin Corpse sect's special ability, as their cultivation increased, their bodies would become closer to that of a walking corpse. After the transcendent realm, they could no longer reproduce. If they wanted to leave behind descendants, they would have to get married and have children before they reached the transcendent realm. At the same time, they themselves were excellent materials for refining walking corpses. Then, among Liangpinggua's many princes, who has a chance to ascend the throne? You want to start with Liangpinggua's royal family? You've got guts. Lu Hansu smiled and said, there is indeed a prince with such strength. However, in the past 2 years, his reputation has been ruined and he has not been living well. Who? Liangpinggua's fifth prince, Liang Guowu. Can you explain it in more detail? Qingyan knew about Liang Guowu from Liang Guohao, but she still wanted to know more. Liang Guowu's mother is the third daughter of Liangpinggua's former marshal Peng Haozhong, Peng Min. In the past, Western Qin invaded Liangpingua and defeated Liangpingua. They lost a county and 3 cities XVII. Old Marshal Peng Haozhong led the army and Liang Guowu, who was only the 17th years old at the time, applied to join the battle. At such a critical juncture, the emperor agreed. Later, Peng Haozhong defended the battlefield for 5 years and then launched a large-scale counterattack. In one spurt of energy, he recovered all the lost territory and even counterattacked into Western Qin. In more than 5 years of war, Liang Guowu performed well and fought bravely. In addition, he is the marshal's grandson and has accumulated great prestige in the army. His ambition for the throne is known to all in Liangpingua, but his reputation is not good. And then? How is his reputation not good? Liang Guowu is extremely lecherous and has a cruel personality. He has openly kidnapped women in Liang City and harbored wanted criminals. In addition to the crown prince's intentional promotion, he has a bad reputation among the people. At this point, Lu Hansu looked at Qingyan meaningfully. If you want to get in touch with him, it should be very simple. Qingyan did not pay attention to Lu Hansu's gaze. Then how is his ability? His ability is not bad, especially when it comes to marching and fighting. He should be very talented. In terms of governance, he has not had a chance to show off. Are there any other outstanding princes? The 7th prince has an extraordinary talent in martial arts among the princes, but he is only focused on martial arts and has no interest in the throne. Lu Hansu paused. As for the other princes and princesses, whether it is ability, prestige, or background, they are far inferior to the eldest of the 5 princes, Liang Guowu. They have no value. I understand. I can understand your thoughts. Using Liangpingua to deal with the Yin Corpse faction is indeed a good idea, but the difficulty is too high. The war between 2 top forces is not something you can shake up alone. There are too many entanglements of interests involved in this. Lu Hansu suggested, I feel that since your cultivation talent is so good, you should spend more time on cultivation. If you can become a domain realm expert within 100 years, it will be much easier for you to deal with the Yin Corpse faction. You are much more reliable than Liangpingua. 100 years is too long, I can't wait. Qingyan said softly, even if the chances of success are slim, I still want to try. Without trying, who knows if I will succeed? Lu Hansu looked at the tear mole at the corner of her eye and sighed softly. She knew that the plan to rope in Chen Ruoyan would have to be shelved. Andromeda had its own set of survival rules. They had always been neutral and secretive, never intervening in the conflicts between large organizations. If Chen Ruoyan was really stubborn and wanted to fight against the Yin Corpse faction, they would not accept her. She could almost see the fall of this new rising super genius from the southern region. She admired Chen Ruoyan. There were truly not many young female genius martial artists in the southern domain who could be called famous. Luckily, the Yin Corpse sect's Song Liyun had recently offended many powers. The Yin Corpse sect's disciples that went out were all targeted. The Yin Corpse sect had no choice but to urgently gather all the disciples back to the sect. Otherwise, Chen Ruoyan would not even dare to show her face. If you really want to make contact with Liangpingua, I suggest you try Liangping's crown prince Liang Guolong. If you have the ability to gain his support, although the success rate is low, it is still much higher than the 5th prince. I'll also give Prince Liangping a try. Is there anything else you want to know? Not at the moment. If there is, I'll look for you. Lu Hansu smiled and pretended to be disappointed. I thought that there would be a big deal, Qingyan said seriously. I might be staying in Liangdu for a long time, so I'll continue to send you spiritual stones. Don't worry. I hope so. Lu Hansu smiled. Thank you for your patronage. We'll charge 16,000 low-grade spiritual stones for a 20% discount. I'll pay. By the way, Miss Ruoyan, there are quite a lot of people looking for information about you. I'd like to ask, since you've entered Liangdu in such a high-profile manner, many factions should already know. If they want to buy information about you, Qingyan nodded. Since Sister Lu gave me a discount, you can sell it without worry. You seem to be very confident. If I don't agree, you won't sell it? Lu Hansu smiled. Of course, that's impossible. After all, we're doing business with open doors. Her confidence stemmed from her current strength. Only the Yin Corp's faction would attack her. With her current speed, even if an early-stage Grand Dominion realm expert attacked her, as long as she reacted in time, she had a good chance of escaping. If she was forced into a corner, she could burn her lifespan. At that time, her strength wouldn't be much weaker than an early-stage Grand Dominion realm expert. An early-stage Grand Dominion realm expert was already a top-notch expert in the southern region. Most of the Grand Elders and Sect Masters of the various factions in the southern region were at the mid-stage Grand Dominion realm. Any faction with a Grand Dominion realm expert could be considered a top-notch faction in the southern region. The true top-notch human cultivators were those at the peak of the Grand Dominion realm and those at the Dao comprehending realm. They were all gathered in the central region. Only the central region's rich resources and powerful opponents could give them a chance to break through. With Qingyan's current status, the Yin Corp's faction sect master and grand elders wouldn't personally come to Liangdu to assassinate a small fry like her. As for Liang Pingguo's faction, as long as Qingyan didn't court death, they wouldn't make a move on her. Then I'll take my leave. Wait, Miss Qingyan. I received some information about you this morning. Perhaps you'll be interested. What information? Hearing that it was information about her, Qingyan took it to heart. 6 days ago, Liang Pingguo's Kongshan sect was wiped out by a group of powerful Divinity Realm martial artists. Just this morning, the only Divinity Realm middle stage Grand Elder who managed to escape with heavy injuries appeared. He said that the target of those people was a newly matured 3-leaf spirit fruit that their sect had been cultivating in the secret realm for 1,000 years. Hearing this, Qingyan immediately thought of the batch of spirit deity fruits in the Blood Hand Hall. A Grand Elder in the middle stage of the Transcendent Realm? Qingyan asked in disdain. What does that have to do with me? The Kongshan sect's Grand Elder said that you were the one who brought people to attack their Kongshan sect. Hearing Lu Hansu's words, Jianling Chenhao, who had been acting as a bystander, completely ignored Qingyan's feelings and laughed crazily in Red Blood Sword. Qingyan, who liked to use someone else's identity to do bad things, had received her retribution today. She took a deep breath and gripped the Red Blood Sword tightly, trying her best to suppress the anger in her heart. She could even guess who it was that was using her name to do bad things. Qingyan said with a cold face, that Grand Elder of the Kongshan sect. Did he get hit in the head? Lu Hansu explained, he's seen your portrait before. The leader looks exactly like you. He also uses the Massacre Esoteric and uses a flexible sword. His sword skills are extremely sharp and his speed is very fast. Even his movement technique is very graceful, like a butterfly. It's very similar to the movement technique you used in the Southern Mountain Range arena. Veins popped out on Qingyan's smooth forehead. For a moment, she had the urge to go back and kill Chen Gang's group. Then Sister Lu, do you believe it? If it was just one person, I might have suspected you. But the Grand Elder of the Kongshan sect said that there was a group of people. There wasn't just one who used the Massacre Esoteric. I think it's very likely that the House of Blood Fiend did it. I remember that the Hall Master of the Blood Hand Hall, Chen Gang, also uses a flexible sword. Also, 3 days ago, the House of Blood Fiend suddenly left. I think it's related to this matter. But the Grand Elder of the Kongshan sect was very emotional at that time, so he didn't think much and said your name. Like people who liked to deceive others but didn't like to be deceived by others, Qingyan liked to frame others but hated to be framed by others. She refuted, "It's definitely Qin Gang's doing. My butterfly dance was taught to me by him. He must be slandering me. Even if I believe you, others might not." Qin Yan saw the smile on Lu Hansu's face and immediately reacted, "How much money does Andriel need to clear my name?" Since Andriel was an intelligence organization, they must have many spies. It wouldn't be difficult for them to clear her name. I like smart people like Miss Ruoyan. Since the news hasn't spread far and wide, it won't cost much to clear your name, Lu Hansa calculated. How about this? I'll give you a 20% discount, and I'll charge you 32,000 low-grade spirit stones. Qin Yan's lips twitched. She felt that Andriel was too greedy. Did Lu Hansa think that Qin Yan didn't know how much it would cost to spread a piece of news with the support of a large intelligence organization? Sure. Since the channel was in the hands of others, Qin Yan didn't have the right to speak. Furthermore, she might have to work with Andriel in the future, so she didn't want to offend them. If Liangping's mystical realm experts found out that she had the spiritual deity fruit, she would definitely be in trouble. Qin Yan didn't have the time to deal with them. Enduring the pain, Lu Hansu paid 32,000 low-grade spirit stones and promised, "Tonight, I'll spread the news and try to clear Miss Ruoyan's name by tomorrow. Then I'll have to trouble you, Lu Hansu." "Miss Ruoyan, please wait a little longer." Qin Yan turned to leave, but Lu Hansu pulled her back. Even Chen Hao was looking forward to what Lu Hansu was going to say next. "Miss Ruoyan, it seems like you won't be leaving Liangdu anytime soon. I'd like to remind you that although the Yin Corp's faction might not be able to find the time to make trouble for you, the House of Bloodlust won't let you off so easily. The House of Bloodlust might have left because of the spiritual deity fruit, but there's no guarantee that they won't come back for you in the near future." Lu Hansu asked in a low voice. "Do you need our organization to keep an eye out for you? If they return, we'll inform you immediately so that you can be fully prepared." Lu Hansu didn't know the inside story, but she felt that the House of Bloodlust might return to hunt down the traitor Chen Ruoyan. When the House of Bloodlust returned, the Andriel might sell information on Chen Ruoyan to them. As long as Chen Ruoyan agreed to this business deal, when the House of Bloodlust was about to catch up to Qin Yan, the Andriel would secretly inform Chen Ruoyan, and they would be able to obtain information from both sides at the same time. One chased, the other escaped. Perhaps, this could develop into a long-term, stable income. Chen Hao didn't know what Lu Hansu was thinking, but he was amused by her suggestion. He felt as though Lu Hansu was trying to pull Qin Yan's wool, the kind that would be ruthless. In the end, Qin Yan agreed to the Stinging Bee Tissue's custom service. If the martial artists sent by the Blood Termination sect to kill Qin Yan were discovered by the Stinging Bee Tissue, Andriel would report to her and she would pay them a reward. After leaving the Stinging Bee Tissue's base, Qin Yan rubbed her forehead and felt exhausted. After resting in the inn for 2 days, Qin Yan was still in a state of anxiety. The improvement of her speed god art and illusion god art eased her mental state, but she still couldn't calm down. At this moment, she wished she could return to her previous state where she had no desires. She didn't have any confidence to continue breaking through. Cultivation was also very difficult for her to enter a cultivation state. She could only choose other methods to deal with the Yin Corp sect. During these 2 days, all the major factions in Liangdu knew that Qin Yan was staying at Fortune Inn, but none of them contacted her. Logically speaking, a famous genius martial artist like Qin Yan would be the target of all the major factions. However, because of the Yin Corp sect, they weren't enthusiastic about Qin Yan. The relationship between the Yin Corp sect and the Liangdugua was very tense, but it didn't mean that the two sides were going to war. "Since they aren't coming, I'll go myself." Qin Yan wasn't disappointed. She dressed up and left with the red blood sword. Liangping's crown prince wasn't that easy to meet. Her first stop was to send a greeting card to Liangping's prime minister, Lu Yuan, who was the current emperor's uncle. The Lu family's gate was very busy and countless people wanted to meet Lu Yuan. Every day, there would be a basket of greeting cards. To meet him, it didn't just depend on whether he was free but also whether he was interested in the visitor. Qin Yan used 5,000 low-grade spirit stones to bribe the Lu family's housekeeper to get a chance to meet Lu Yuan. 3 days later, she heard from the housekeeper that he personally handed the greeting card to Lu Yuan, but Lu Yuan didn't want to meet her. Qin Yan could only give up and turn her eyes to Crown Prince Liangping. Crown Prince Liangping was even harder to meet than Lu Yuan. He lived in the Liangpingwa Palace. Through Andriel's help, Qing Yan found a good friend of the Crown Prince, Bai Jia. Qing Yan asked Bai Jia to help her arrange a meeting with the Crown Prince. When Bai Jia accepted the 20,000 low-grade spirit stones bribe from Qing Yan, he promised that he would help her settle the matter and asked her to go back and wait for the news. In the end, after waiting for 3 days, Qing Yan could no longer sit still. After finding Bai Jia, she found out that the Crown Prince didn't want to see her either. Qing Yan sat in the living room of Bai Jia's house. She didn't look too good. She was dissatisfied with Crown Prince Liangping, but she was even more dissatisfied with Bai Jia. What did he say when he received the spirit stones? Even if Crown Prince Liangping didn't want to see her, he should have sent someone to inform her right after he returned, right? Bai Jia sat on the large chair and asked with a smile, Miss Ruoyan, you wanted to see the Crown Prince because you wanted to encourage him to propose to His Majesty to deal with the Incorp's faction, right? Yes. Qing Yan had never thought that she could hide her intentions from anyone. She had defected from the House of Blood and came to Liangpingwa. Many cultivators with half a brain knew her motive. I won't hide it from you. The Crown Prince and I are close friends. We grew up together and he will listen to my words seriously. If I help you with all my strength, you might succeed. Qing Yan looked at Commander Bai in confusion. She wanted to know what he was going to say next. Bai Jia stood up and walked to Qing Yan's side. His tall and sturdy body slowly approached Qing Yan. He lowered his voice and said, 3 days ago, when I saw Miss Ruoyan, I was stunned. To be honest, I really like Miss Ruoyan. Bai Jia stared at Qing Yan. His tiger eyes greedily scanned Qing Yan's entire body. Qing Yan's exposed skin was covered in goosebumps at a speed visible to the naked eye. He reached out his hand and was about to place it on Qing Yan's delicate shoulder. Qing Yan lowered her head. Her eyes were glowing red. She suppressed the anger in her heart and said coldly, if I were you, I wouldn't put my hand down. Bai Jia looked at the flexible sword that appeared on Qing Yan's shoulder and withdrew his hand embarrassedly. Miss Ruoyan, why don't you seriously consider it? Qing Yan glanced at Bai Jia. There's no need to consider. I'm not interested. Haha. Bai Jia laughed. My promise is still valid. Miss Qing Yan, why don't you seriously consider it after you go back? In the entire Liangpingwa, there are only a few people who have the confidence to persuade the Crown Prince. I am definitely the most suitable one. Qing Yan clenched her teeth and walked out of the Bai residence. Chen Hao felt that she was like a barrel of gunpowder. When Bai Jia was about to touch her, Chen Hao thought that she would explode. He didn't expect her to be so tolerant. Qing Yan, look. You can't even meet any of the important people in Liangpingwa. Why don't you submit to Bai Jia? Rubbing salt on the wound, gloating, mocking the sword master, and watching the sword master suffer. These were all things that Chen Hao liked to see and hear. However, this kind of situation rarely happened. Every time it happened, Chen Hao wouldn't let it go. Lord Jianling, if you don't know how to speak, it's better to speak less. You don't want to consider it? No. I feel disgusted just by looking at him. If I stay here any longer, I'm afraid that I'll accidentally kill him. What should we do next? We'll use other methods. Qing Yan said after thinking for a while. After spending some time at Andriel's place, 2 days later, Qing Yan left the city through the west gate early in the morning. She followed the official road and headed west. She didn't choose to fly. Instead, she walked leisurely as if she was relaxing. When the sun was high up in the sky, Qing Yan saw a commotion in the caravan ahead. The caravan quickly drove the carriages to the side of the road and cleared a path. As soon as that path was cleared, Qing Yan saw a tall and sturdy dark man riding a heaven-breaking tear-purple lightning cloud horse, leading a large group of people and horses to run towards Qing Yan. As if noticing that someone was blocking the path, the man in the lead opened his mouth and was about to shout for the bastard blocking the path to scram. However, when he saw Qing Yan's face, his eyes flashed with surprise. This person was the person Qing Yan was waiting for. Liangpingwa's fifth prince, Liang Guowu. Apart from being lustful, Liang Guowu's favorite activity in his free time was hunting. To the west of Liang City, there was a mountain range where many demonic beasts lived. The strongest ones were at the Transcendent Realm. Liang Pingguo's imperial family occupied the entire mountain range as a hunting ground for the imperial family. At the same time, it was also a training ground for the imperial family's disciples. In the recent 2 years, Liang Guowu had suffered a series of setbacks. He was somewhat disheartened and gradually withdrew from the fight for the throne. Half a month ago, he went to the hunting ground and only returned today. Purple Cloud, stop. His mount neighed and stopped steadily. Liang Guowu curiously sized up the unusually calm Qin Yan. He tried to suppress the strong possessiveness in his heart and asked, "Who are you? Why are you blocking my path?" Before Qin Yan could reply, another horse rushed out from Liang Guowu's side. The person on the horse was dressed in pitch-black armor and dressed like a general. He was tall and thin, and his strength was about the same as Liang Guowu's, at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm. When he saw Qin Yan, he immediately became vigilant and said to Liang Guowu, "Fifth Prince, she's Chen Ruoyan, second place in the Heaven-Breaking Realm group of the Southern Region Grand Tournament." "You're Chen Ruoyan?" Liang Guowu was overjoyed, and he pulled out the saber at his waist and laughed loudly. "I've long heard of Miss Ruoyan's great name. Don't stop me, today I want to make friends through martial arts." Making friends through martial arts was an excuse, finding a chance to defeat Qin Yan was his real goal. If he could really defeat Qin Yan, then wouldn't she be at his mercy? Qin Yan looked at Liang Guowu strangely. "Are you serious?" The general beside Liang Guowu stood out and said, "Our fifth prince is also Liang Pingguo's cultivation genius, but because he broke through to the early stage of the Transcendent Realm, he didn't participate in the Southern Region Grand Tournament. If he didn't break through and maintain his strength at the peak of the Heaven-Breaking Realm, do you think that Yin Corp Sex Dai would be so arrogant?" "That's right. Even the rules of the so-called Southern Region Grand Competition are riddled with holes. It's practically a joke. I heard that you've recently broken through to the Transcendent Tier, so let me give it a try. Let's see how capable you, the second place of the Southern Region Grand Competition's Heaven-Shattering Tier Group, are." Liang Guowu unsheathed his saber and stared at Qin Yan, the thick smell of blood coming from him. "Draw your sword. Since you want to see, don't regret it. Actually, this is also good. I think you need to be taught a lesson first before you can speak." Slaughter ability, blood splashing yellow sand. Qin Yan narrowed her eyes, as if she could see countless armies charging towards her. Liang Guowu's aura was not bad, but unfortunately, his strength was still too weak. In less than 15 minutes, Liang Guowu's group was completely annihilated, including 2 late-stage Transcendent Realm guards. They were all heavily injured and could not move under Qin Yan's violent aura. They looked at Qin Yan in horror as if they were looking at a demon. In front of Qin Yan, the only one who could stand normally was Liang Guowu. It wasn't because of Liang Guowu's strength or his willpower, but because the scarlet blood flexible sword was wrapped around his neck, hanging him up. Because Liang Guowu was a Transcendent Realm expert, his life was not in danger for the time being. "Do you see it now?" "I see it." Liang Guowu held his breath and shouted. "Yes." Qin Yan put Liang Guowu down. When Liang Guowu's feet touched the ground, he felt the pressure on his neck loosen. He immediately gasped for breath. He understood that this woman's strength was terrifyingly strong, and she wasn't someone he could provoke. Fortunately, the other party might have let him off on account of his status. Otherwise, based on his understanding of Chen Ruoyan, he would definitely be dead today. Qin Yan stood in front of Liang Guowu. "Do you know why I came to find you?" "I don't know." Liang Guowu shook his head and then pretended to look around aimlessly. The people on the road had all run away, so there should be someone who would help him report. If he delayed a little, maybe help would come. After all, this place wasn't far from Liangdu. "I want you to help me deal with the Yin Corp sect." "Ha ha ha. Why do you think I can help you deal with the Yin Corp sect?" Liang Guowu sat on the ground in a sorry state. He pointed at the sword wound on his face and asked. "Also, is this the attitude of someone who is asking for help?" Liang Guowu didn't dare to say too much. "I went to Lu Yuan and the Crown Prince, but they didn't want to see me. I had no choice but to come find you," Qin Yan said in a low voice. "Although I know you are useless, I don't have any other better choice." Hearing this, Liang Guowu's face turned cold. There was no other way. Qin Yan's words were too vicious. Why should I agree to your request? You don't want to arm wrestle with the crown prince? Liang Wuwu's mind was clear. You just want to use me. To be honest, other than your identity, you don't have anything else that I can use. Chen Hao looked at Qing Yan curiously. Liang Wuwu wasn't wrong. Qing Yan didn't have the attitude of someone who was asking for help. Every sentence was like a stab to Liang Wuwu's heart. Qing Yan half bowed and looked at the other party's messy beard that hadn't been trimmed for a long time. You are willing to give up the throne? You don't want to fight with your big brother? You like this kind of life where you eat and wait for death? Liang Wuwu was unmoved. Of course, I am willing. What about it? But I saw a different answer in your divine ability. Qing Yan looked at Liang Wuwu's eyes and said in a low voice. You are also not willing. You are not willing to live an ordinary life, right? You want to be in power. You want to fight. You want to live the life of an army, right? Liang Wuwu lowered his head. What Qing Yan said was what she saw in Liang Wuwu's divine ability. If he didn't desire power and didn't desire war, how could he awaken a divine ability related to war when he broke through to the divine ability realm after leaving the battlefield for so many years? Once Crown Prince Liang Ping ascended the throne, he could only be an idle prince for the rest of his life. It would be a dream to lead troops into battle. Crown Prince Liang Ping would definitely not let him hold military power. Brother Wu. The general beside Liang Wuwu said in a low voice. As long as you stand up and say it, all of us brothers are willing to support you. Hearing the words Brother Wu, Liang Wuwu's eyes moistened. We don't want to see you continue being so dispirited. Yes, Brother Wu, we all support you. As long as Brother Wu says it, all of us brothers will help you. The soldiers around Liang Wuwu who were lying on the ground in disarray shouted loudly. When Liang Wuwu was defeated by Qing Yan, they all stood up for him. In the end, it ended up like this. Qing Yan wasn't surprised that Liang Wuwu had so many people supporting him. The first time she learned about Liang Wuwu from Andriel, she noticed that Liang Wuwu had once protected a wanted criminal. This kind of man was smart, had power, and was loyal. For his friend, he didn't hesitate to anger the old emperor. It would be strange if the people around him didn't support him. Liang Wuwu gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with tears. Qing Yan continued, for you, this is a very good opportunity. As long as you help me deal with the Yin Corp sect, you might be able to obtain the support of Liang Pinghua and many other large families and sections. Maybe even West Qin, East Qin, and other top forces will be willing to support you. Liang Wuwu glanced at Yi Qing Yan and asked, do you have that much face? I don't have that much face. But the Yin Corp sect does. Liang Wuwu looked at Qing Yan's enchanting gem-like eyes. That pair of eyes was deep and firm, but also filled with crazy hatred. Liang Wuwu was not an idiot. Hearing Qing Yan's explanation, he thought for a bit and reacted. At the same time, his back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. This woman, she was too terrifying. The Yin Corp sect offended her for a divine realm zombie. Was it really rational? They seemed to have provoked a big problem. Is this okay? Why not? Qing Yan looked straight into Liang Wuwu's eyes, using a firm and confident tone to say, now in Liang Pinghua, not only is the military dissatisfied with the Yin Corp sect, there are many other powers. Because of benefits and because of Song Liyun, they all hate the Yin Corp sect to the point of gnashing their teeth. But among the powers that hate the Yin Corp sect, most of them cannot do anything to the Yin Corp sect. The Yin Corp sect is in Liang Pinghua. Even if the West Qin and East Qin countries hate the Yin Corp sect, they cannot send their armies into Liang Pinghua. As for the other top powers, they are afraid of losing too much, so they can only swallow their anger and secretly make a move against the Yin Corp sect. If at this time, you, Liang Pinghua's fifth prince, stand out and publicly declare your hostility towards the Yin Corp sect, showing your determination to eradicate the Yin Corp sect, you can obtain the support of the military in a short period of time. You can obtain the support of many large families and sects in Liang Pinghua. You can even obtain the support of the East Qin and West Qin countries, as well as the support of their families and sects. The Yin Corp sect Song Liyun has offended many people. Liang Wuwu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, sitting on the ground, his body slightly trembling. Qing Yan knew, he was excited. Actually, it is not only the Yin Corp sect Song Liyun that is causing trouble. Since the Yin Corp sect was established, who knows how many experts' graves they have robbed. The foreign powers of Liang Pingwa hope that Liang Pingwa can personally make a move. This way they can eliminate the Yin Corp sect without losing too much, and let them express their support. If Liang Pingwa takes the lead, they will be able to see the hope of victory, then they will be able to persuade them to send some experts over. And in Liang Pingwa, you have a good relationship with the military. As long as you are willing to speak out and say that you want to eradicate the Yin Corp sect, they will definitely support you. This is because Song Liyun has killed too many of their soldiers. This war is also beneficial to them. The large powers in Liang Pingwa will also support you. Other than their hatred towards the Yin Corp sect, they also want to reap the benefits. It is impossible for them to fight a losing battle, but if Liang Pingwa takes the lead and shows them the hope of victory, then those arrogant families and sects will put down their arrogance and hug your leg, crying and begging you to bring them along. Liang Wuwu sniffled, his voice trembling as he said, "You want me to be the first bird? You want to roast me on the fire? If you want to stand out, then you have to stand out. Don't you want to stand out? Don't you want to step on your big brother under your feet?" "I want to." Liang Wuwu nodded, "But West Qin and my big brother have a marriage alliance and the family does not support me. West Qin and East Qin are two old enemies, fighting all day long. Even if the West Qin nation doesn't help you, the East Qin nation will definitely support you. Don't tell me that the people of the East Qin nation have never contacted you." Qin Yan looked at Liang Wuwu with a smile and asked. "I have contacted them." "Then that's right. As for your royal family, you do not need to worry. I guess in your royal family, there must be many people who want to eradicate the Yin Corp sect, right? They will naturally support you." Qin Yan gave a low chuckle. "Also, if you can establish your power and let them see the certainty of victory, even if those people do not support you, when they see the benefits, they will take the initiative to stand by your side." "What certainty of victory?" Liang Wuwu admitted, he was convinced by Qin Ruoyan's analysis. Your Liang Pingwa's founding emperor had great foresight. When the country was first established, he had already noticed the problem with the Yin Corp sect. He tried to eliminate the Yin Corp sect, but he failed. Do you know why he failed? There were no top experts? Right? Liang Pingwa is very strong, with an army of several million soldiers, but what they lacked was a strong expert who could make the final decision. But if we can convince them, then the other top powers experts will unite to deal with the Yin Corp sect. Do you think you will lose? No. As long as you can let your royal family's domain realm experts see that the other top powers experts are willing to help you, will they support you? Liang Wuwu nodded, yes. If you can really eliminate the Yin Corp sect and fulfill your ancestors' wish, fulfill the wish of your Liang Pingwa's generations of emperors, then at that time, you will be the same as your founding ancestor. You will become a role model for your family for thousands of years, a hero second only to the founding ancestor of Liang Pingwa. At that time, who will be able to stop you from ascending to the throne? Qin Yan sneered with disdain, is it that trash of an elder brother of yours? Hearing the other party laugh, Liang Wuwu also wanted to laugh. I have a blood feud with the Yin Corp sect, even in my dreams I want to eliminate the Yin Corp sect. And if you want to stand out from the other princes, defeat your trash of an elder brother, and ascend to the throne, becoming the hero of Liang Pingwa, the first thing you have to deal with is the Yin Corp sect. Qin Yan stood in front of Liang Wuwu and stretched out her right hand. Liang Wuwu looked at Qin Yan, feeling that her body was unusually tall. He hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his blood-stained right hand, holding her hand, their thumbs intertwined, and their hands were tightly pressed together. Although Qin Yan's hand looked weak and powerless, it actually contained an unusual strength, giving Liang Wuwu a sense of security and reliability. We have the same goal, and the same benefits. Before we eliminate the Yin Corp sect, I will do my best to help you. N. Liang Wuwu borrowed the strength of Qin Yan's hand and stood up. For an adult, compared to an illusory dream, compared to the so-called sympathy and goodwill, the combination of benefits was more stable, more reassuring, and more trustworthy. The moment he stood up, the bodyguards beside him discovered that their brother Wu was once again glowing with a terrifying aura, that kind of aura. How long had it been since they last saw it? Along with it, they looked at Qin Yan with reverence in their eyes. To be able to make the fifth prince stand up again, Chen Ruoyan was their benefactor. The injuries on their bodies were not worth mentioning. Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao looked at Qin Yan. In less than a quarter of an hour, Liang Pinghua, the fifth prince, had become Qin Yan's helper, making the fifth prince willingly become Qin Yan's vanguard to deal with the Incorp sect. This kind of method made Chen Hao gasp in admiration. At this time, he really wanted the third prince Liang Guohao to come back to life and see, let him learn from Qin Yan's ability to draw a big picture. That's right, Qin Yan was drawing a big picture, wanting to unite all the major powers. How could it be easy? If it was really done, it would be very difficult. But the big picture that Qin Yan drew, Liang Guowu did not hesitate to swallow it. Who asked this plan, to have such a large possibility? Once it succeeded, Liang Guowu would definitely be able to turn over a new leaf, and achieve great things. Qin Yan pointed in the direction of Liang Du. Troublesome people are here. Go deal with them. My people? Liang Guowu was still a little confused at first, but when he saw the three armored divine tier experts rushing over, he understood. It turned out that someone had asked for help. The three divine tier experts rushed over and surrounded Yi Qin Yan without a word. The leading peak divine tier experts saw that Liang Guowu was covered in wounds and immediately greeted, "Fifth Prince, please forgive me for coming too late." Haha. General Zhang, what wrong have you done? Liang Guowu glanced at Qin Yan. Also, General Zhang, don't misunderstand. Miss Ruoyan didn't mean to hurt me. But, General Zhang was about to speak when Liang Guowu interrupted him. I've long heard of Miss Ruoyan's reputation. Now that I've met you, I couldn't help but want to spar with you. General Zhang, who had come to rescue Liang Guowu, couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw the wounds on Liang Guowu's body, as well as the 100 or so heavily injured guards behind him. What kind of spar was this? You've seen the results. I lost terribly. Liang Guowu said helplessly. But they. General Zhang pointed at the guards lying behind Liang Guowu. Oh, them? They also wanted to spar with Miss Ruoyan, don't you think so? That's right, we're exchanging pointers. That's right, the fifth prince is right. But we've all lost. We're a little pitiful, but it's a spar. How can anyone not get hurt? General Zhang could tell that there was something fishy about this matter. However, if the fifth prince insisted that this was just a sparring session, there was nothing he could do about it. Then, I'll take my leave now? General Zhang cupped his hands. Thank you for your concern, General Zhang. I'll treat you to a drink another day. Seeing the three divine tier experts leave, Liang Guowu heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to his brothers behind him. Can you still walk? One of the warriors lying behind the fifth prince turned over and shouted, Brother Wu, I think it's better if we rest here for a while. Yes, we need to rest. These people's injuries looked very serious, but Qin Yan did not attack too fiercely. She would not cause them too serious internal injuries. After resting for a while, they would be able to recover to their original state. Can you wait for them? Liang Guowu pointed at Qin Yan behind him. Sure. After waiting for about 2 hours, most of the personal guards behind Liang Guowu were able to continue their journey. Those who were still unable to move were brought along by their comrades. The group of people quickly entered Liangdu. Under Liang Guowu's invitation, Qin Yan also moved into his residence. After instructing the guards to make proper arrangements for Qin Yan, Liang Guowu immediately instructed the personal guards who had returned with him today not to divulge his conversation with Chen Ruoyan. Fortunately, almost all of these personal guards were brothers who had followed him on the battlefield in the past. Their backgrounds were also very clean, so it was relatively easy to suppress the news. After the order was given, he immediately summoned his 2 advisors. Back when Liang Guowu was at his peak, there were many people who could give him advice. However, in recent years, as he was disheartened and gradually withdrew from the fight for the throne, many of his ambitious subordinates could not see a future and slowly left. The 2 advisors he had called over today were the ones he relied heavily on back then. They had not left until now. When the 2 strategists saw the fifth prince, the oldest of them, who had a horse face and a long beard, asked, Your Highness, why did you call us here today? Liang Guowu did not delay and directly stated his intentions. I want to fight for the throne again. The horse-faced advisor said in a low voice with some regret, "Your Highness, if it were a few years ago, you would still have a chance. However, now that the crown prince has gotten married, his advantage is too obvious." Liang Wuwu turned his gaze to the other advisor. The other advisor was short and fat, with two small tufts of mustache and an oily face. He saw that Liang Wuwu was looking at him, and after a moment's thought, he said, "Brother Su is right. It's indeed too late now. The crown prince has already gained power." Liang Wuwu didn't say anything. Wasn't this questioning of these two strategists also a test of their abilities? However, given the current situation, it's not as if Your Highness has no chance of turning the tables. Advisor Su also turned to look at the person beside him, wanting to hear what he had to say. "What method?" After being questioned by Liang Wuwu, the short and fat advisor said in a low voice, "This method is very risky. If we're not careful, Your Highness's life might be in danger." "Tell me." Recently, the various powers in Liangpingua, including some large families, sects, and even the military, have been extremely dissatisfied with the Incorps faction. If Your Highness is willing to raise the banner of exterminating the Incorps faction, there should be many who will support Your Highness. Advisor Su lowered his head in silence, carefully considering Zhou Ziyan's words. Thinking about it this way, this plan really did seem feasible. Liang Wuwu by the side also exclaimed, "I didn't think that Mr. Zhou and Miss Ruoyan would have the same idea." Zhou Ziyan asked in a low voice, "The Miss Ruoyan that Your Highness is talking about, is she that blood witch Qin Ruoyan? The one that Your Highness just brought back from outside?" Liang Wuwu nodded, and told him everything that Qin Ruoyan had told him. Then he continued, "When she told me all this, my blood rushed to my head. I didn't think much about it and agreed to it. After thinking about it, I still felt that I needed to discuss it with you. I wanted to hear your opinions, but I didn't think that Mr. Zhou would have the same idea as her." TSK. Your Highness, this Qin Ruoyan is not simple. She doesn't look like someone from a sect at all. She looks more like someone from the royal family. Zhou Ziyan sighed. Her plan is even bigger than my own. I've only thought of this within the country, but not abroad. To be honest, I'd like to meet her, but I've heard that her temper isn't very good. Advisor Su reminded, "Your Highness, Qin Ruoyan wants to use you to deal with the Incorps faction." Zhou Ziyan said, "Indeed, she wants to use Your Highness to deal with the Incorps faction, but if Your Highness accepts her plan, once it succeeds, Your Highness will gain even more." I can only say that Qin Ruoyan is very shrewd. Liang Wuwu asked, "I just want to ask, is this plan feasible?" "It's feasible." Advisor Su nodded. "Based on the current situation, if Your Highness really wants to seize the throne openly, following Qin Ruoyan's plan is indeed the best and most promising. Of course, the risks are also very high. If Your Highness doesn't succeed, you must be prepared to be abandoned by the royal family. Compared to being abandoned, I'm more afraid of living a life of mediocrity and obscurity." Liang Wuwu's two advisors fell silent. They knew very well that, although Liang Wuwu had been living a drunken life for the past 2 years, he wasn't happy at all. "Your Highness, please introduce us to this Miss Ruoyan," Zhou Ziyan said after some thought. Zhou Ziyan thought for a moment, then continued, "Miss Ruoyan shouldn't be an ordinary cultivator. We'll need to discuss this with her." "That's right." Su Fan agreed. After learning of Qin Ruoyan's plan from Liang Wuwu, they all wanted to meet her. What she had provided to Liang Wuwu was only a general strategy. However, it would take a lot of effort to implement it. They wanted to find out more about Qin Ruoyan and see if she had any political skills. If she did, then they could discuss the details of the plan. Of course, they also wanted to meet this newly rising martial prodigy of the southern region, this beautiful woman who had just entered the top 3 of the beauty rankings. Men, almost all of them liked women. If they didn't, it only meant that they weren't normal. "I can introduce you to her." Liang Wuwu had no reason to object. He only reminded them, "But you have to be polite. She's very strong, at least a mid-stage or late-stage cultivator. My guards were all defeated by her, and they couldn't even retaliate." Zhou Ziyan asked worriedly, "Your Highness, how's her mental state?" "I heard that her cultivation technique is very strange, and she can refine the blood of her enemies to increase her cultivation. Like Your Highness, she's also learned the art of slaughter. She's a little moody. When I saw her, she was very clear-headed. Liang Wuwu recalled, a hint of infatuation in his eyes. But you still have to be careful, don't make her unhappy. The two advisors looked at each other and nodded solemnly. A divine cultivator was no small matter. In front of Chen Ruoyan, their strength was nothing. Through Liang Wuwu's recommendation, Qin Yan met the two strategists that he valued the most. After an hour, Qin Yan convinced the two strategists. The four of them sat in the living room and dismissed their attendants. They began to discuss the details of the plan and the problems they might encounter. Most of the time, it was Zhou Ziyun and Su Fan who asked Qin Yan questions, and Qin Yan would answer them. At first, Liang Wuwu could still interject a few words, but later, he found that he could not continue the conversation at all, and could only listen attentively. As they discussed, they forgot about the time. When the four of them came back to their senses, they realized that it was almost midnight. After having a meal with the three of them, Qin Yan returned to her residence. When Liang Wuwu returned to his room, he couldn't help but feel excited. Through the discussion between Chen Ruoyan and his two advisors, he realized that after so many years, he seemed to be the closest to the throne. She entered her room. The room was dark. Thinking of the time, he estimated that the person inside had already fallen asleep. As soon as he opened the door, Liang Wuwu saw a beautiful woman in pajamas lying on a deck chair. She seemed to have heard the noise and immediately sat up. What? You're still awake? This was Liang Wuwu's official wife, Dai Xiaolu. I thought you weren't coming back tonight. The food is ready. I called you a few times, but you didn't eat. I have some things to do. I've been busy recently. After hearing this, Dai Xiaolu sneered, what are you busy with? Once you go to the hunting ground, you don't come home for a whole month. What can you be busy with? You're busy with other vixens outside? This time I really have something to do. Liang Wuwu frowned. He could hear that Dai Xiaolu's tone was not right. What's wrong with you today? You're angry at me the moment you come back? Why? Humph. Dai Xiaolu snorted, what's wrong with me? Don't you know? You woman, why are you being so unreasonable? I'm being unreasonable? Liang Wuwu. You dare to say that I'm being unreasonable? Forget it. Forget it. I'm not talking to you anymore. Liang Wuwu said as he put on his coat and turned to leave, I'll go to Zhou Ziyun's place to squeeze in. Actually, even if he were to lie on the bed now, he wouldn't be able to sleep. He might as well continue to discuss this with his strategist. Today, he could see that between his two strategists, Zhou Ziyun was the more capable one. Many of his ideas coincided with Miss Ruoyan's. Dai Xiaolu looked at Liang Wuwu's back and stood up from the recliner. She wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words in anger. When Liang Wuwu arrived at Zhou Ziyun's place, Zhou Ziyun was still awake. He ran over and chased Zhou Ziyun's wife away so that he could share a room with Zhou Ziyun. Mr. Zhou, what do you think of Miss Ruoyan? Liang Wuwu asked softly under the dim light of the oil lamp. Not only is she extremely talented in martial arts, but she is also very insightful when it comes to governing a country. There are many things that she can hit the nail on the head. She is an all-rounder. Zhou Ziyun replied in a low voice. I feel that even that Lu Yuan cannot compare to her. Lu Yuan? You mean Prime Minister Lu Yuan? Other than him, who else could it be? Zhou Ziyun said matter-of-factly, to be honest, after talking to Chen Ruoyan for a while, I've learned a lot. I feel that she doesn't even seem like a martial artist. Talking to her is like talking to an experienced official who's been in the government for many years. Is it that exaggerated? That's the truth. Zhou Ziyun sighed helplessly. In any case, I can't compare to her. Then Mr. Zhou, do you think that there's hope between her and me? Zhou Ziyun looked at Liang Wuwu. When he saw the latter's expression, he knew what he meant. Chen Ruoyan was indeed a woman with both talent and beauty. Apart from her love of killing and her unstable mental state, she was almost perfect in everything else. If he were in Liang Wuwu's position, Zhou Ziyun felt that he would definitely have thoughts about Chen Ruoyan as well. He stared at the flame of the oil lamp and said softly, I understand what your highness means, but I think that your highness doesn't have much hope. Why? Liang Wuwu asked. Although I've only interacted with her for half a day, I can tell that Chen Ruoyan is proud and arrogant. She's extremely cold and has an aura that looks down on the world. I've never seen anyone like her in my life. At the dining table, she doesn't touch a drop of wine. Apart from official matters, she doesn't talk about anything else. She's very difficult to get along with. She doesn't seem to give much face to your highness either. The way she looks at you is similar to how she looks at us. If your highness were to become Emperor Liang Pingua or become a Grand Dominion Realm Master, then there would still be some hope. But your highness. Although Zhou Ziyun didn't finish his words, Liang Guowu understood. However, he was unwilling to give up and asked, Mr. Zhou, can you think of a way? I don't have any good ideas. I suggest that your highness don't act recklessly. If your highness wants to seize the throne, Chen Ruoyan is indispensable. Once you anger her, all your previous efforts will be for naught. I know. I can't wait to worship her like she's my ancestor. Sigh. Seeing Liang Guowu finally pull himself together and sigh, Zhou Ziyun couldn't bear to see him sigh. He immediately said, actually, everyone has feelings. The amount of feelings they have is fixed, because there's only so much effort. Those who seem easy to talk to and get along with are often the most heartless. This is because they've poured their feelings into many people. To them, it's no big deal to give up on one person. However, women like Chen Ruoyan, who are as cold as ice, extreme in their actions and extreme in their personality, are often the most affectionate and loyal. This is because they'll pour all their feelings into one person, the kind that's unswervingly loyal. Your Highness, you can't use force against this kind of woman. You have to let her feel your feelings through the details, like boiling a frog in warm water. This is the perfect opportunity. You have the same enemy now, and you've been in contact with her often. As long as your highness is serious, even if she's an ice cube, you can warm her up. When the time comes, when His Majesty succeeds in seizing the throne, perhaps she'll submit to your highness? After listening to Zhou Ziyun's analysis, Liang Guowu was suddenly enlightened. He hurriedly thanked Zhou Ziyun. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Zhou. As a strategist, it's my duty to share your highness's burdens. Early the next morning, Liang Guowu returned to his residence. When he returned, he found that his wife, Dai Xiaolu, was not in the room. It's good that she's not here, Liang Guowu thought. He had long been unable to tolerate Dai Xiaolu's irritable and strange temper. Did Dai Xiaolu think that he didn't know what she was doing behind his back? If it weren't for their many years of relationship, the Dai family, and his own reputation, he would have driven Dai Xiaolu away a long time ago. After instructing a maid to find a set of gorgeous martial artist robes, he changed into them and looked at himself in the bronze mirror. From the front to the side of his face, he carefully observed himself. He increasingly believed that the person in the mirror was full of manliness. You may leave. Yes. After the two maids left, Liang Guowu recalled the scene when he saw Chen Ruoyan yesterday. He made an extremely disdainful expression in the mirror and muttered, "When the time comes, who can stop you from ascending the throne?" Then, he sneered, "Is it that useless big brother of yours?" No, this tone is still wrong. Liang Guowu shook his head in the mirror and tried hard to recall Chen Ruoyan's tone and expression at that time. When the time comes, who can stop you from ascending the throne? Is it your useless elder brother? He tried again and was still somewhat dissatisfied. That's right, he was imitating Chen Ruoyan's tone and expression at that time. After a night, Liang Guowu's mind would often unconsciously recall Chen Ruoyan's tone and expression when he said this sentence. When Chen Ruoyan said this sentence, he showed a firm and confident expression. When he mentioned his useless elder brother, he revealed a deep disdain. Liang Guowu was extremely infatuated, he couldn't help but want to imitate him. He really wanted to learn well and say it in front of his elder brother. When the time comes, who can stop you from ascending the throne? Is it your useless elder brother? He repeatedly pondered and said this sentence in front of the mirror. The more he said it, the louder he said it. The louder he said it, the more comfortable he felt. After practicing more than 10 times, he was satisfied with his performance. At this moment, Liang Guowu heard footsteps and knew that someone was coming, so he quickly shut up. At this moment, he recalled his actions just now, and an inexplicable sense of shame rose in his heart. Liang Guowu rubbed his forehead and muttered to himself, this sentence, it's quite heady. At this time, the only person who would enter Liang Wuwu's bedroom was Dai Xiaolu. When Dai Xiaolu saw Liang Wuwu, she didn't smile much. She only asked curiously, "Husband, what were you talking about just now?" "No, nothing, I didn't say anything." Recalling what his only son had said in front of the mirror, Liang Wuwu's face turned slightly hot. "But when I came in just now, I clearly heard you saying something." The door that Dai Xiaolu was talking about was not the bedroom door, but the main entrance of the hall. Even though Liang Wuwu had spoken loudly, Dai Xiaolu had not heard him clearly. "You must have misheard." Dai Xiaolu's eyes were filled with suspicion. She didn't hide it at all. "All right then. Husband, you haven't eaten anything yet, right? The food in the kitchen is ready. Let's go eat together." No need, no need. I've already eaten at Zhou Ziyan's place. You go ahead and eat, I'm going back to work." After saying that, Liang Wuwu quickly left the room. Dai Xiaolu looked at Liang Wuwu's back as he left in a hurry. Looking at the dragon embroidered on the back of his practitioner robes, she slowly lowered her eyes. Dai Xiaolu knew very well that this practitioner robe was Liang Wuwu's favorite style. He hadn't worn it for a long time. Did His Highness go to Qingyao Loft? That direction, it should be. A delicate and pretty servant girl beside her replied carefully. Qingyao Loft was the residence in the residence that was specially used to receive important guests. It was one of the courtyards with the most exquisite scenery and decorations in the entire residence. Last night, Dai Xiaolu received news that her husband had brought home another beautiful woman. What made Dai Xiaolu alarmed was that the woman that Liang Wuwu had brought home was staying in Qingyao Loft. Liang Wuwu had always liked to bring women home. After so many years, the number of women that he had brought home was no less than 100. But there had never been a single woman who was able to stay in Qingyao Loft. She had long seen through men's fickleness. Most of the women that Liang Wuwu had brought home weren't as beautiful as her, but Liang Wuwu liked those young and fresh ones. Dai Xiaolu couldn't stop him. When she returned to her maternal home, she had complained to her father several times, but it was to no avail. Her father even advised her that it was normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. He even advised her to be magnanimous and show the magnanimity of a proper wife. Dai Xiaolu could only say, "To hell with magnanimity." She just couldn't stand it. She couldn't stand her husband's fickleness. She couldn't stand those damn vixens who seduced her man. "Have you seen the woman that His Highness brought home?" "Yes." The servant girl replied softly. "What does she look like?" "Far from madam." "That can't be right. I heard that Chen Ruoyan is very famous in the southern mountain range." "She's a famous beauty in the southern mountain range." The servant girl lowered her head, not knowing what to say. "Forget it, I'll go and see for myself." Dai Xiaolu did not eat. Under the service of the 4 maidservants, she changed into a set of beautiful and dignified clothes. She spent 2 hours to dress and dress. Facing the bronze mirror, she looked at herself in the mirror, as beautiful as a peony. She nodded gently, indicating to the maidservants that she was ready. Dai Xiaolu was able to marry the 5th prince, Liang Wuwu, not only because of her family background, but also because of her looks. Before she was married, Dai Xiaolu was already a famous beauty. The number of people seeking her hand in marriage from the Dai family was almost enough to flatten their doorstep. In terms of cultivation, she knew that she couldn't compare to the blood demoness Chen Ruoyan, but in terms of looks, she felt that she wouldn't lose to her. She had heard of the so-called Southern Mountain Range Beauty Ranking. But she knew that those who made it onto the Southern Mountain Range Beauty Ranking were not the truly beautiful women. Instead, they were the beautiful women who were powerful, talented, or had a strong background and were extremely famous in the Southern Mountain Range. In terms of looks, she felt that she wouldn't lose, but to be on the safe side, she still made ample preparations. Dai Xiaolu could use all sorts of methods to deal with the other women that Liang Wuwu brought home. But if her opponent was Chen Ruoyan, who was said to be in the magical state, she would stop using those little tricks. She wanted to use her status as Liang Wuwu's official wife to show this Chen Ruoyan who was Liang Wuwu's official wife. "Let's go. To the Qingyao Pavilion." "Yes, madam." Dai Xiaolu put on the airs of a mistress and led the 4 maidservants to the Qingyao Pavilion aggressively. Liang Wuwu arrived at the Qingyao Pavilion first. As soon as he stepped into the corridor of the pavilion, he saw Yi Qingyan's figure. She was sitting in the pavilion next to the man-made lake, holding a steamed bun in her hand. She broke the steamed bun into pieces and tossed them into the lake. She looked at the fish fighting for the pieces of the steamed bun in a daze. Liang Guowu stood there and watched for a while. When he saw that she had used up the steamed bun, he walked over. Before he got close, Qingyan raised her head and looked at him. "Miss Ruoyan, did I disturb you?" "No. I didn't expect Miss Ruoyan to like these fish." Liang Guowu knew that he could find a topic that she would like to talk about, but it was inappropriate to talk about fighting and killing in such a beautiful place. "Then what do you think I should like?" Liang Guowu choked on Chen Ruoyan's words. He felt that Chen Ruoyan should like to cultivate and kill. But could he say it now? Qingyan didn't let the atmosphere become too awkward. She said to Liang Guowu, "I used to have a lake and a pavilion in my house, but it wasn't as big as this one, and I didn't raise so many fish. I don't even know where Miss Ruoyan is from. Anyway, I'm not from here." Liang Guowu carefully pondered the meaning of her words. He felt that there seemed to be a deeper meaning. After chatting with Chen Ruoyan for a while, Liang Guowu didn't seem to want to talk to her, so he found a random reason to leave. Qingyan watched Liang Guowu leave and didn't say anything to persuade him to stay. After Liang Guowu left, Chen Hao said in a low voice in the red blood sword, "Qingyan, don't keep people at arm's length. I think this Liang Guowu might be interested in you." "I know." Qingyan didn't even look up when she said this. "You won't consider it?" "Humph." Qingyan sneered. "Why should I consider it? You're already so old. You're already an old lady. It's rare for a man to like you so much, and his status isn't low either." "Men?" Qingyan coldly snorted. "Liang Guowu has been married for a long time, and he has also taken in many concubines. Lord Jianling, let me tell you, there are no good men. After all these years, I have already seen through it." Hearing Qingyan's words, Chen Hao was originally filled with righteous indignation, but he quickly reacted. Qingyan was scolding men, why was he so agitated? He wasn't a man. Qingyan's words were not without reason. Combined with her personal experience, Qingyan's words were reasonable. Any man who was slightly younger would have indecent thoughts about Qingyan the moment they saw her. The ones closest to her were Liang Guowu and Bai Jia. One of them was slowly trying to get closer to her, while the other was trying to make Qingyan pay a price. If you include those who didn't show their intentions, then the number of people would be even greater. If Qingyan didn't know how to cultivate and didn't have the slightest bit of strength, it was likely that the men who wanted her would swarm over and fight until their heads bled. After Liang Guowu left, Qingyan ordered a servant to bring over a plate of steamed buns. She continued to feed the fish in the artificial lake. It was impossible to cultivate through cultivation. In her current state, forcefully cultivating would only lead to more serious consequences. Looking at the lively fish in the lake fighting for food, her heart could at least calm down a little. Just as Qingyan was feeding the fishes, another uninvited guest appeared. "You are Chen Ruoyan?" The person's tone was a little aggressive, and her words were full of questions. Qingyan already knew that someone was coming, but she didn't expect it to be for her. She slowly raised her head and saw that the person was beautiful, dressed gorgeously, and had an extraordinary aura. There were also 4 servant girls following behind her. Qingyan could roughly guess her identity. However, this kind of aura was nothing to Qingyan. She casually asked, "Yes, I am Chen Ruoyan. What's the matter?" You are Chen Ruoyan?" Dai Xiaolu looked at Chen Ruoyan's face and shouted in astonishment. Qingyan frowned slightly. She seemed to have already answered this question. It was only a name, was there a need to be so shocked? If there isn't a second Chen Ruoyan in the estate. However, when she thought that the other party might be Liang Guowu's wife, she suppressed the impatience in her heart and asked, "Who are you?" "I am the owner of this estate." When Dai Xiaolu said this, her tone was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. "Oh. Greetings, Madame Liang." Qingyan remembered that Liang Guowu hadn't been conferred the title of king. She then asked in confusion, "Is there a reason why Madame Liang is looking for me?" No. I just wanted to say hello. I'll leave now." Dai Xiaolu brought the 4 servant girls with a panicked expression and left Qing Yan as if she was escaping. Qing Yan was confused. Why did Liang Wuwu's wife want to see her? She felt that this whole thing was a little confusing. Lord Jianling, what do you think? It was rare for her to ask for Chen Hao's opinion. I also don't understand. When she came, she was obviously very aggressive. I thought she was here to find trouble with you. In the end, she only took one look at you, said one sentence to you and then ran away. Chen Hao couldn't figure it out and could only guess, could it be that your appearance scared her? Qing Yan touched her little face. This was the first time she heard that her appearance was so unbearable. She only hoped that this matter wouldn't cause any trouble for her plan. She didn't care about anything else. After Dai Xiaolu returned, she immediately sent the servant girls away and locked herself in her room. She stared at her own face in the bronze mirror. Then, she didn't care about the expensive clothes and accessories on her body and directly lay on the bed and cried bitterly in a low voice. After Liang Wuwu went to the martial arts field to cultivate, he immediately returned home. Just as he was about to enter the room, he found the 4 servant girls blocking the door. What happened to you all? A servant girl stood out and said, Madam is inside and said not to let anyone in. Then I can at least go in. The 4 maidservants hesitated for a moment before they all made way for Liang Wuwu to pass through. Liang Wuwu was about to push the door open when he heard Liang Xiaolu shouting from inside, Don't come in, don't come in. What's wrong with you again? Dai Xiaolu said rudely, It's none of your business, don't come in. What do you mean? Following that, Liang Wuwu heard the sound of the door latching and the door being locked. Liang Wuwu's face turned black and he directly barged into the room. He didn't care so much. This was his home. In this residence, other than Qingya Pavilion, he could go anywhere he wanted. Once he pushed the door open, he saw Dai Xiaolu lying on the bed in her clothes like the Chinese character spread. He even heard the sound of sobbing softly. When he heard Dai Xiaolu crying, the anger in Liang Wuwu's heart lessened. Even though he was dissatisfied with Dai Xiaolu, but he still had feelings for her. Otherwise, many of the women he brought back from the residence had died an unnatural death. He wouldn't have chosen to continue tolerating and wouldn't have just scolded her a little. Liang Wuwu was very clear that this wife of his had always had a bad temper and was also very petty. However, the matters in the residence were all managed by her. Because she held a lot of power, the housekeepers and servants were all respectful to her. What was there for her to be sad about? Liang Wuwu sat on the bed and gently lifted Dai Xiaolu's head. Dai Xiaolu tried hard and switched sides, but Liang Wuwu still saw 2 puddles of water on the blanket. Oh, she really was crying, Liang Wuwu asked, What's wrong? It's none of your business. Liang Wuwu turned to the 4 maidservants guarding the door. What's wrong with Madam? Who made her so angry? The 4 maidservants looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Where did Madam go today? Xiafei, tell me. Liang Wuwu asked one of the maidservants. Xiafei had been hesitant, but under the pressure of the 5th prince's gaze, she still told the truth. Madam went to see Miss Chen Ruoyan just now. See Chen Ruoyan? Liang Wuwu immediately became nervous. What's wrong? Did Madam quarrel with Chen Ruoyan? How could Liang Wuwu not be nervous? Chen Ruoyan was very important to him. No, Madam only said a few words to Chen Ruoyan, and when she came back, Dai Xiaolu lay on the bed and said in a low, muffled voice, Xiafei, shut up. Xiafei immediately shut her mouth nervously. Liang Wuwu scratched his head, unable to understand. Since the 2 of them had only said a few words and hadn't quarreled, why would his wife be angry and cry so sadly? Even when he'd brought 10 girls home at once, Dai Xiaolu hadn't had such a big reaction, but this time, she was crying. Forget it. Liang Wuwu gave up completely. I'll go ask Miss Ruoyan what's going on. Liang Wuwu knew very well that he couldn't afford to offend Chen Ruoyan, be it emotionally or professionally. Seeing Dai Xiaolu cry so sadly, the 2 of them might have gotten into a conflict where the maidservants couldn't see. It didn't matter if Dai Xiaolu was angry, but he couldn't let Chen Ruoyan be unhappy with him. Liang Wuwu stood up and was about to take a step, but he found that he couldn't walk. He didn't know when, but a hand grabbed his leg. Don't go. Dai Xiaolu shouted. Dai Xiaolu's messy hair covered half of her face, making her look like a crazy woman. Liang Guowu asked, did you really have a conflict with her? Dai Xiaolu was silent for a moment before she said, no, I just chatted with her for a while. The four of them are here and can testify for me. Then why are you crying like this? Dai Xiaolu said angrily, I asked for it, okay? Dai Xiaolu, Chen Ruoyan is my guest. I didn't offend her. Dai Xiaolu repeated. I'll go and ask her. Then you can't tell her that I cried. Dai Xiaolu saw that she couldn't persuade Liang Guowu, so she finally took a step back. If you tell me, I'll pack my things and bring the child back to my parents' home. Okay, I won't say anything, but I want to go and take a look. Dai Xiaolu reluctantly let go of her husband's hand. She knew that it was good enough to get this condition. After Liang Guowu left, Dai Xiaolu stared at her four maidservants, especially Xiao Fei. None of you need to tell anyone about this. Whoever does, don't blame me for being ruthless and disregarding our old friendship. Madam, we won't tell anyone. With the assurance of the four maidservants, Dai Xiaolu asked them to stand guard outside again. Dai Xiaolu sat by the bed and looked at herself in the mirror. Then, she thought about Chen Ruoyan's appearance and temperament. She was worried, scared, and disappointed. Looking like that, could she still be considered human? Dai Xiaolu sadly realized that if she were to compare herself to Chen Ruoyan, she couldn't compare at all. If she were a man, she would probably want to. When Liang Guowu saw Qingyan again, she was still sitting in the pavilion. However, Liang Guowu's two important strategists were also beside her. They seemed to be discussing something intensely. His Highness is here. Su Fan shouted when he saw Liang Guowu. Liang Guowu looked at Qingyan and saw that her expression was normal. His heart calmed down a little. What are you guys doing? We are discussing how to write a crusade against the Incorp sect. Can I take a look? Zhou Ziyun waved the stack of papers in his hand and said, the crusade has just started, but isn't His Highness able to attend the morning court the day after tomorrow? We feel that tomorrow Your Highness can stand in the imperial court and declare your position on the crusade against the Incorp sect. For this, we have specially written a draft for you. You can see if there is anything that needs to be changed. When the time comes for you to attend the morning court, you can directly recite the contents of the draft. Alright, let me take a look. Liang Guowu seriously looked at the three people's amendments and nodded his head in satisfaction. I don't have any objections, it's just that the wording is a little intense. Zhou Ziyun explained, you have to use such intense wording. This is meant to cause trouble for the Incorp sect. As long as His Highness raises his arms in the court and calls for the extermination of the Incorp sect, then your position will be quickly spread. At that time, those who hate the Incorp sect will side with His Highness. Qingyan suggested, you can contact the stinging bee tissue. If His Highness does not lack spirit stones, the stinging bee tissue will accept this order. That way, it will spread faster and wider. Su Fan said, isn't the stinging bee tissue an organization that specializes in selling information? Would they accept this kind of thing? Announcing His Highness' position. This is also considered selling information. Moreover, if there are spirit stones, why wouldn't they take it? Liang Guowu thought for a while and said, then Su Fan can contact them. If the price is right, we can ask them to help. Zhou Ziyun said, if Your Highness is satisfied with this draft, you can memorize it now and practice it a little. Pay attention to your tone in the court and try to convince as many ministers as possible. Even if you can't convince them to change their position, you have to make them think that your words are reasonable. Alright, this task, I'll accept it. So Liang Guowu seriously read the three people's drafts, while Qingyan and the other two were busy writing the crusade against the Incorp sect. The three of them progressed very quickly. Qingyan had read many books since she was young. After joining the Zhou country, she had also written for Jiang Qingyu and Zhou Lihua. Her literary talent was not bad, her only flaw was that she had used too many templates, so her words were a little too formal. However, Su Fan made up for this very well. Su Fan was a scholar, and his cultivation base was only at the true element boundary. However, his literary talent was excellent, and his words and sentences were majestic, adding a lot of color to the entire document. Zhou Ziyun did not stay idle either. He led Liang Guowu's subordinates and used their connections to look through various government files. They even found many Liangping country's martial artists and the Stinger Bee organization. They specialized in collecting information on the crimes committed by the Incorp sect. Not only did they enrich the content of the document, they also made the document more convincing. But this crusade was very important. It was not something that could be completed in a few days. That afternoon, Qin Yan, Zhou Ziyun, and Su Fan had been busy for the entire day. Qin Yan suddenly asked Liang Wuwu, "How is the script?" Liang Wuwu replied, "I have memorized it. Let's rehearse it in advance. This is the royal court. You need to explain your point of view to all the officials and your father." "All right." Liang Wuwu did not reject Qin Yan's request. He could feel her seriousness. Clearing his throat, Liang Wuwu spoke with passion, "I believe that the Incorp's faction is Liang Pingguo's greatest threat." Liang Wuwu had completely memorized the script. His words were smooth and there was not a single stutter. It was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort. Although he had missed some phrases and changed a few adjectives, it did not affect the meaning he wanted to express. "How is it?" Liang Wuwu took a sip of tea and looked at Qin Yan with satisfaction. Su Fan said, "Your Highness is right." Even Zhou Ziyun praised, "Your Highness' words are very imposing." But Qin Yan frowned and did not say anything. "Miss Ruoyan, you don't seem to be satisfied." "Yes." Qin Yan nodded. "Your Highness's performance can only be said to be barely satisfactory. The wording in the manuscript is very strict, but Your Highness's tone is too soft and powerless. Furthermore, Your Highness is somewhat lacking in self-confidence. Also, when Your Highness spoke, there was not even a single gesture throughout the entire manuscript. There was no imposing manner." Liang Wuwu did not expect Qin Yan to say this. He was stunned. But he thought about it and felt that she was right. "Then what do you think I should say?" "You need to increase your hatred towards the Incorp's faction. You need to truly hate them. You need to be clear that Liang Pingguo's greatest enemy, your Liang family's greatest enemy, and your greatest enemy is the Incorp's faction. You need to repeatedly tell yourself this and let your hatred towards them reach a deep level. Then naturally, when you mention the Incorp's faction, you will let everyone know your hatred towards them. You will also let everyone understand your determination to eradicate this evil tumor. Only then will those ministers who hate the Incorp's faction stand on your side. Isn't this too radical? Isn't what Your Highness is doing now very radical? Your Highness needs to have the courage to cut off all means of retreat." Qin Yan took a deep look at Liang Wuwu. "Besides, hasn't the military always liked this kind of thing?" "Indeed. Also, Your Highness lacks some self-confidence. You have to keep telling yourself that you will definitely win this battle, that you will definitely succeed. Only when you are confident will your words be more powerful. Only when you are confident will your words be able to influence others and make them believe you." Qin Yan said, "Your Highness, your spirit may have been worn down recently, but as a leader, confidence is very important." Liang Wuwu muttered, "Confident? I've heard that Your Highness made many military achievements in the past." "Yes." Liang Wuwu nodded, with some nostalgia and complacency in his eyes. "At that time I led 10,000 elites and conquered 3 cities of the western Qin state in the northern front. My father even gave me an imperial decree praising me. At that time, Your Highness must have been very confident, right?" "Yes. I hope Your Highness can show the vigor and confidence that you had when you led the army into great battles. You can treat all the civil and military officials as your subordinates. Is this possible?" "Why not?" Qin Yan tilted her head and asked, "Anyway, those people in the imperial court don't know what you are thinking." "All right. I'll try my best. There is also the problem of gestures." Qin Yan listened to Jianling Chenhao's suggestion and said to Liang Wuwu, "I suggest you add some gestures when you speak. For example, clenching your fist, waving your fist, chopping. These simple and powerful auxiliary gestures can enhance your vigor. Most people are more convinced by the strong. You have to show the vigor of the strong. Occasionally, you can also leak a little bit of the aura of your slaughter divine sense. It's a bit complicated." Liang Wuwu said awkwardly. Qin Yan pursed her lips and finally said helplessly, "Then let me teach you personally." Qin Yan was very good at bewitching people. In addition, she had been by Zhou Lihua's side for more than 10 years. In terms of speeches, she had a lot of say. Moreover, she just realized that Mr. Jianling in the Red Blood Sword seemed to have a lot of experience in speeches as well. Half of her suggestions to Liang Wuwu came from Mr. Jianling. Then I'll leave it to you, Miss Ruoyan. Liang Wuwu said earnestly and gratefully. In fact, he was very happy in his heart. He felt that if Chen Ruoyan helped him in person, it was killing two birds with one stone. Well, let's find a room. We need to put a mirror in the room. The bigger the mirror, the better. That's easy. Liang Wuwu originally thought that he would be able to stay in the same room as Chen Ruoyan, but then, the result made him very disappointed. Chen Ruoyan made him look at the mirror and repeat the speech he was going to make in court. She personally pointed out that there was a problem with his hand gestures. Then she made him look at the mirror and repeat, "The Yin Corpse faction is evil beyond redemption, the Yin Corpse faction is intolerable, the Yin Corpse faction is the biggest obstacle to my ascension to the throne, I will definitely destroy the Yin Corpse faction and achieve great things," etc. And Chen Ruoyan silently guarded by the side, using her eyes to spur him. From afternoon to night, Liang Wuwu was a little impatient. "Miss Ruoyan, can you stop now?" "No, I plan to let you practice until the morning court the day after tomorrow." "Ah, that long? You can't take it?" Qing Yan asked back. "How is that possible? I am a divine realm expert." "Then let's continue. Will this really be useful?" "It will definitely be useful." Seeing the other party's stubborn and serious eyes, Liang Wuwu surrendered. All right. Liang Wuwu also knew that Chen Ruoyan was truly helping him wholeheartedly. Seeing Liang Wuwu repeatedly practice, Qing Yan curiously asked in her heart, "Sir Jianling, is this effective?" "Self-hypnosis, it will definitely be effective. If you don't believe me, you can look at the mirror and say that the Scarlet Blood Demon Sword is invincible for 3 days. Sir Jianling will live for 10,000 years. Maybe you will believe it." I am not that bored. Qing Yan, you don't even have a sense of humor. I originally thought that you had a sense of humor. What is a sense of humor? Sense of humor? Chen Hao was stunned for a moment before he said perfunctorily, "Your strength has not reached that level yet. Even if I explain it to you, you won't understand." Only after midnight on the 3rd day did Qing Yan let Liang Wuwu go. The current Liang Wuwu was also a little tired. Of course, the most important thing was the mental exhaustion. He had continuously spoken in front of the mirror for 2 days. Other than going out to eat, he had not left. But what made him feel a little better was that Chen Ruoyan had a very high evaluation of his performance. That afternoon, Qing Yan, Zhou Ziyun, and Su Fan had been busy for the entire day. Qing Yan suddenly asked Liang Wuwu, "How is the script?" Liang Wuwu replied, "I have memorized it. Let's rehearse it in advance. This is the royal court. You need to explain your point of view to all the officials and your father." "All right." Liang Wuwu did not reject Qing Yan's request. He could feel her seriousness. Clearing his throat, Liang Wuwu spoke with passion, "I believe that the Yin Corpse faction is Liang Pingguo's greatest threat." Liang Wuwu had completely memorized the script. His words were smooth and there was not a single stutter. It was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort. Although he had missed some phrases and changed a few adjectives, it did not affect the meaning he wanted to express. "How is it?" Liang Wuwu took a sip of tea and looked at Qing Yan with satisfaction. Su Fan said, "Your Highness is right." Even Zhou Ziyin praised, "Your Highness' words are very imposing." But Qing Yan frowned and did not say anything. "Miss Ruoyan, you don't seem to be satisfied." "Yes." Qing Yan nodded. "Your Highness's performance can only be said to be barely satisfactory. The wording in the manuscript is very strict, but Your Highness's tone is too soft and powerless. Furthermore, Your Highness is somewhat lacking in self-confidence. Also, when Your Highness spoke, there was not even a single gesture throughout the entire manuscript. There was no imposing manner." Liang Wuwu did not expect Qing Yan to say this. He was stunned. But he thought about it and felt that she was right. "Then what do you think I should say?" "You need to increase your hatred towards the Yin Corpse faction. You need to truly hate them. You need to be clear that Liang Pingguo's greatest enemy, your Liang family's greatest enemy, and your greatest enemy is the Yin Corp's faction. You need to repeatedly tell yourself this and let your hatred towards them reach a deep level. Then naturally, when you mention the Yin Corp's faction, you will let everyone know your hatred towards them. You will also let everyone understand your determination to eradicate this evil tumor. Only then will those ministers who hate the Yin Corp's faction stand on your side. Isn't this too radical? Isn't what your Highness is doing now very radical? Your Highness needs to have the courage to cut off all means of retreat. Qingyan took a deep look at Liang Guowu. Besides, hasn't the military always liked this kind of thing? Indeed. Also, your Highness lacks some self-confidence. You have to keep telling yourself that you will definitely win this battle, that you will definitely succeed. Only when you are confident will your words be more powerful. Only when you are confident will your words be able to influence others and make them believe you. Qingyan said, Your Highness, your spirit may have been worn down recently, but as a leader, confidence is very important. Liang Guowu muttered, Confident? I've heard that your Highness made many military achievements in the past. Yes. Liang Guowu nodded, with some nostalgia and complacency in his eyes. At that time I led 10,000 elites and conquered 3 cities of the western Qin state in the northern front. My father even gave me an imperial decree praising me. At that time, your Highness must have been very confident, right? Yes. I hope your Highness can show the vigor and confidence that you had when you led the army into great battles. You can treat all the civil and military officials as your subordinates. Is this possible? Why not? Qingyan tilted her head and asked, Anyway, those people in the imperial court don't know what you are thinking. All right. I'll try my best. There is also the problem of gestures. Qingyan listened to Jianling Chenhao's suggestion and said to Liang Guowu, I suggest you add some gestures when you speak. For example, clenching your fist, waving your fist, chopping. These simple and powerful auxiliary gestures can enhance your vigor. Most people are more convinced by the strong. You have to show the vigor of the strong. Occasionally, you can also leak a little bit of the aura of your slaughter divine sense. It's a bit complicated. Liang Guowu said awkwardly. Qingyan pursed her lips and finally said helplessly, Then let me teach you personally. Qingyan was very good at bewitching people. In addition, she had been by Zhou Lihua's side for more than 10 years. In terms of speeches, she had a lot of say. Moreover, she just realized that Mr. Jianling and the Red Blood Sword seemed to have a lot of experience in speeches as well. Half of her suggestions to Liang Guowu came from Mr. Jianling. Then I'll leave it to you, Miss Ruoyan. Liang Guowu said earnestly and gratefully. In fact, he was very happy in his heart. He felt that if Chen Ruoyan helped him in person, it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Well, let's find a room. We need to put a mirror in the room. The bigger the mirror, the better. That's easy. Liang Guowu originally thought that he would be able to stay in the same room as Chen Ruoyan, but then, the result made him very disappointed. Chen Ruoyan made him look at the mirror and repeat the speech he was going to make in court. She personally pointed out that there was a problem with his hand gestures. Then she made him look at the mirror and repeat, The Yin Corp's faction is evil beyond redemption, the Yin Corp's faction is intolerable, the Yin Corp's faction is the biggest obstacle to my ascension to the throne, I will definitely destroy the Yin Corp's faction and achieve great things, etc. And Chen Ruoyan silently stood by the side, using her eyes to spur him. From afternoon to night, Liang Guowu was a little impatient. Miss Ruoyan, can you stop now? No, I plan to let you practice until the morning court the day after tomorrow. Ah, that long? You can't take it? Qingyan asked back. How is that possible? I am a divine realm expert. Then let's continue. Will this really be useful? It will definitely be useful. Seeing the other party's stubborn and serious eyes, Liang Guowu gave in. All right. Liang Guowu also knew that Chen Ruoyan was indeed helping him wholeheartedly. Seeing Liang Guowu repeatedly practice, Qingyan curiously asked in her heart, Sir Jianling, will this be effective? Self-hypnosis, it will definitely be effective. If you don't believe me, you can look at the mirror and say that the Scarlet Blood Demon Sword is invincible for 3 days, and that Sir Jianling will live for 10,000 years. Maybe you will believe it. I am not that bored. Qin Yan, you don't have a sense of humor. I originally thought that you had a sense of humor. What is a sense of humor? Sense of humor? Chen Hao was a little stunned and said perfunctorily, your strength has not reached that level, even if I explain it to you, you won't understand. Only after midnight on the third day did Qin Yan let Liang Wuwu go. At this time, Liang Wuwu was a little tired. Of course, the most important thing was the mental exhaustion. He had been speaking in front of the mirror for 2 days. Other than going out to eat, he had not left. However, what made him feel a little better was that Chen Ruoyan had a very high opinion of him. Alright, there is one last thing. Once it is done, you can go to the imperial court. What is it? Come out with me. He followed Qin Yan to a small courtyard at the edge of the manor. Zhou Ziyun was already waiting there. Liang Wuwu pointed at the 20 or so people in the courtyard, their limbs bound and mouths gagged with towels. They were dressed in prison uniforms. He asked doubtfully, they are? Qin Yan explained, they are prisoners. Why did you tie them up here? If you kill them, our preparations will be complete. Qin Yan said softly, I feel that if you go to the imperial court with a murderous aura, it will make you more powerful. Can you? Zhou Ziyun helped Qin Yan and said, Miss Ruoyan's words actually make a lot of sense. I feel that your highness' appearance this time should leave a deep impression on everyone. After all, your highness has been silent for too long. All right. I'll listen to you. The two of them watched as Liang Wuwu changed into his court attire, got into his carriage, and left the manor. Zhou Ziyun said, Miss Ruoyan, don't worry. His highness will be fine. When I saw his highness speak just now, it was as if he was a completely different person from a few days ago. I've already made all the necessary preparations for him. If he still disappoints me. Qin Yan didn't continue speaking, and Zhou Ziyun didn't express any dissatisfaction. From the very beginning, Qin Yan had already told him of her intentions. She didn't really want to help the fifth prince, Liang Wuwu, fight for the throne. It was just that they had the same goal and were using each other. When it was close to noon, Liang Wuwu finally returned to the manor. Yi Qinyan, Zhou Ziyun, and Su Fan had been waiting for him for a long time. You don't know this, but those officials were all intimidated by me. As soon as he entered the Qingya pavilion, Liang Wuwu said impatiently, and those generals, they all stood out to support me. You didn't see my brother's expression at that time. Ha ha ha. Liang Wuwu laughed heartily, all the frustration in his heart swept away. It had been a long time since he had vented his anger. Zhou Ziyun asked, did the crown prince say anything? Of course he did. Just as Miss Qingyan guessed, my brother said that I didn't care about the big picture. In the end, I rebuked him. I called him a coward in front of so many people. He was so angry that his face turned green. Qingyan asked curiously, then what was His Majesty's reaction? My father ordered me to reflect on my mistakes behind closed doors for 3 days. His reaction was a little dull. Zhou Ziyun laughed, no reaction was the best reaction. Qingyan felt that the old emperor might have been tempted. The old emperor was well aware of Liang Pinggui's situation. He should also know that now was the best time to attack the Incorp sect. Liang Wuwu asked, I think that my father might think that what I said made sense. But why didn't he say anything? Qingyan whispered, he's old. Then what about my brother? I feel that even if he didn't realize it before, he should have understood by now. He's now the crown prince. Qingyan explained, as long as your father abdicates, he will be able to ascend the throne. You're different from the crown prince. You're at an absolute disadvantage. You can only take the risk. Liang Wuwu looked at Qingyan with fear. He finally understood why the other party had come looking for him. This woman was really scary. At the same time, he was glad that they were all on the same boat. In the imperial court, there were no secrets. In the imperial court, Liang Wuwu's speech to the emperor about exterminating the Incorp sect in front of the civil and military officials had spread like wildfire. The entire Liangdu was in an uproar. Most of the commoners criticized the fifth prince for being too radical. He didn't care about the safety of the commoners and didn't know the consequences of angering the Incorp sect. Qing Yan had never cared about these commoners. They couldn't cause any trouble anyway. Most of the martial artists were on Liang Wuwu's side. Among the civil and military officials, most of the generals supported Liang Wuwu. Most of them had already expressed their stance in the imperial court. As for the civil officials, even if they were on the crown prince's side, they still supported the fifth prince's idea in their hearts. Because the so-called civil officials in Liang Pingwu were actually not civil at all, among them, there were only a few people who were truly well-read and relied on the imperial examinations to become officials. Most of the court officials were from aristocratic families. Almost every aristocratic family was passed down through martial arts and supplemented by literature. The Incorp sect in Liang Pingwu would also encroach on their benefits, but they didn't dare to fight back. In the past, when they met the Incorp sect, they could only retreat. But now Liang Wuwu had directly expressed his stance in the imperial court. His speech was aimed at exterminating the Incorp sect. Now was the best time to do so. This made most of them feel enlightened and sobered up. They also saw the hope of exterminating the Incorp sect. In the prime minister's residence in Liangdu, Lu Yuan stayed in his study after the imperial court. He thought back to the imperial court. His body was full of killing intent and the confident fifth prince. His mind was filled with Liang Wuwu's powerful hand gestures and his hateful tone towards the Incorp sect. He also had the confidence to exterminate the Incorp sect. Then he couldn't help but drink a mouthful of tea to calm his heart down. There was no other way. In the imperial court, the fifth prince's performance was too good. Even after so long, he was still influenced by the other party's words and thoughts. If he was like this, then there was no need to mention the other ministers and generals. Who was helping the fifth prince? Even if Liang Wuwu had already lost the qualifications to compete for the throne, but the always cautious Lu Yuan did not let down his guard. Liang Wuwu had recently indulged in pleasure and was mentally dispirited. He was very clear about this. But what was it that could make him change so much in such a short period of time? Could it be Chen Ruoyan? Lu Yuan suddenly thought of a possibility. He was very clear about Chen Ruoyan's arrival in Liangdu. He knew that Chen Ruoyan was a big trouble. It was very likely that she had provoked the Incorp sect's dissatisfaction. That was why Lu Yuan refused to see her. Otherwise, he had no reason to block this famous young expert from the southern region outside his door. If it is really her, then this woman is really powerful. Lu Yuan kept thinking about what the fifth prince had said in the imperial court. He was very sure that the fifth prince's influence would spread in a short period of time. In the restaurant, four martial artists wearing the armor of the imperial guard general were chatting in a private room. When they were drunk, a black and strong soldier said, "If you ask me, the fifth prince has guts." He dared to directly propose to His Majesty to exterminate the Incorp sect in the imperial court. He said that he wanted to take revenge for his comrades who died at the hands of the Incorp sect. "I used to fight the Western Qin kingdom with the fifth prince under General Zhang. I even drank with him before. He is a very good person, especially generous. Anyway, I support the fifth prince from the bottom of my heart. In the imperial court, the others are all cowards. Mengze is my brother. I have long wanted to take revenge for him, but His Majesty did not let me. P.S. This chapter was copied wrongly. I do not have the authority to delete it. Tomorrow I will replace the new content. I will not let you repeat the subscription. My head has been hurting recently. Sorry everyone." End of chapter 629. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.